Good morning, good morning. Welcome to Maple Leaf Gardens and, of course, beautiful Toronto. It's Major 3, Toronto Ultra, of course, hosting and is powered by Bell. On my hold shift, with me, Beatdown, to start things off. We're in day 2 in the Passion Pit here of the Challengers Open. How are you feeling about everything so far? We had a crazy first day off stream.
I'm feeling great, and yeah, it's kind of crazy that the off-stream games ended up being as tight as they did. We got a lot of situations, kind of like things that we weren't expecting. I mean, you look back at the Minnesota Open,
Yeah.
right, and how well the EU teams did. The EU teams are doing all right this time around, but now there's only one EU team that actually made it to the upper bracket. Top 5 seeds like AYM, like WAR, and things like that are in the lower bracket right now.
Big surprise. That's the biggest thing because, let's be honest. I know all of you guys out there talking Challengers are like, why are we still sleeping on EU? All of the top 4 teams, for the most part, all EU players. It's a little bit different this time around. We've got 8 teams still in the upper bracket. This is a double elimination bracket tournament, though, so there's still 8 total matches that are going down in the lower bracket, so an extra life is still at play. To start off today, though, we will be sitting in what is the winners' quarters finals, and of course, it wouldn't be the Toronto Ultra Major without at least featuring one of the 2 Toronto Ultra Academy teams.
Of course.
North America's team going to be showcased versus Iron Blood to start. And let's be honest, both Ultra Academy teams are looking nasty. They swept through, didn't drop a map yesterday, so a lot of favoritism, not just because of the location, but also because of how they're playing Beatdown.
Yeah, it definitely helps that they happen to be pretty exceptional teams, especially Ultra NA. I mean, you ask anybody who keeps up with Challengers, they are one of, if not the best team in Challengers. They are just exceptional players. Of course, Scrap, everybody's talking about him, but this roster overall and how strong they end up performing, I mean, they got to be favorites going into today.
Yeah, it has to be. And if you ask them, they will say that, by
sure.
the way. They've been very vocal about it on Twitter. Didn't play in the most recent cup, maybe because they wanted to hide a couple of things.
Maybe.
We'll see if that strategy pans out. Other big surprises, though, and I think if you were following along on Twitter yesterday, everyone saw Clay versus Censor.
That's right.
Best of 3. Censor's team didn't just win that matchup. They won their next match to get into the upper bracket today. Big surprise for them, not just because everyone's a big fan of what Censor brings to the table, but Ghosty and Valens, kind of the 2 young guns that have had a spotlight around them this year,
100%.
had really played well yesterday.
That's right. They really did step it up, and it just kind of adds to the surprises that have been going on this weekend so far. Just so many things that we have not expected have come to pass, and now it's leading us to this first matchup we have today. Toronto Ultra NA versus Iron Blood Gaming, which is another team, honestly, who's looking pretty strong, even though, of course, they are facing probably one of the tournament favorites.
That's just the way it goes, man. The last season of Challengers Elite, if you didn't mess around with it too much and watch too much of it, both in EU and NA, I would say it was probably the tightest season that we've had so far for those 8 teams. These 2, of course, were featured throughout that, and so a little bit of a grudge match, if you want to call it that. But I think the biggest thing about today in particular, as we dig through this bracket, is it really is anyone's tournament still, as much as we still look at the top upper bracket and say your favorite is probably in one of these 8 teams that we still have here. Let's be honest, long lower bracket runs today are definitely doable considering the depth of a field that we have.
100%. And I mean, even though we were talking about how surprising it is that some of these really strong top 5 seeded EU teams made it to the lower bracket, those are the very same teams you should be looking at to be making these deep runs, because it's not like they're bad teams. It's not like they fell off since the last Open. Sometimes these things happen, and that's just exactly what these teams need to make those lower bracket runs. It's not just Toronto Ultra EU who are all of these other teams who are thinking might be able to make it. There's a lot of them in that lower bracket who could really step up.
Yeah, and that's the biggest thing, I think, for a lot of people that are coming off of most recently watching the Pro-Am, watching through the Charlie and the Delta streams, kind of getting an eye for some of these Challengers players. Yeah, none of them maybe not of groups, but all of the maps against the pro teams were tight. So now that we're starting to see not just a battle between EU and A, but I think also in particular some of the most, I will say, favorite individual players, if not full teams. We're starting to really see the elevation of content and really just the competition go through the roof. So that's going to be our main featured match, as we mentioned. We also have another quarterfinal matchup to happen after this. We have Visions and Proper waiting to take that one underway. That's going to be a good one, too. We've got 705 Esports, of course, obviously, monikered based off of the region that we currently find ourselves in. They're going to be playing up against another really solid team, too. Lots of former players that were in the CWL or most recently the CDL. So you're going to get to know a lot of these players if you don't already know them. It's going to be a great day all the way throughout. And then, of course, tomorrow, You got to remember, before the CDL starts, we still have lower finals and grand finals that'll be happening. So that's going to be a good one, too.
It is going to be good. And when you talk about like just the great individual players that have shown up on the day, too, it just kind of makes it more exciting when you consider yesterday and how tight matches were. How exciting. I remember even coming in at the end, how everybody was watching that final match. Everyone was real quiet. It was really intense because all these games were so, well, most of these games.
Most of the games.
Not all. I'm not going to. So most of these games were very tight, very intense. And I think that makes the rest of this weekend that much more interesting because it's like, all right, it only gets tougher from here in terms of competition as we get down to our last 16 teams.
100%. You know, the other kind of just little shout-out things. I know a lot of people that are watching are big fans of what's going on with the Latin American teams. They are still in the mix, still alive, at least for the most part throughout yesterday. Didn't really get through. They had a really tough bracket, so teams like D1 Gaming, I think a lot of people are looking at Thresh and that Infinite team that, or Thresh and Rupert rather, didn't quite get the job done as they were expecting from Minnesota, but really good showing from them too. So I would say, you know, as much as we obviously are kind of overweighting the conversation around both Ultra Academy EU and NA, who swept yesterday, as you had mentioned, I would say just about every other match that we had, if it wasn't the full series, definitely individual maps came down to last-minute things. We saw 2v4s in round 11s. We saw 50-point comebacks at the last second at Hardpoint. It's tight. It's absolutely tight.
Yeah, it is, and it's going to be a great day of games too. So we're just waiting for things to get started, players to get into the lobby. You know how it is, Call of Duty, things like that. But it is going to be a really exciting matchup we have here. Iron Blood again, another team that I found particularly interesting when you think about players like Noisy. I know he's been around the scene for a really long time. He's had some really good performances. He's trying to look to get back to that top spot.
It was funny actually. We were kind of sitting, everything set up. They were sitting on the main stage, and Exceed came right by me, and he was like, "Shift. We're different this weekend." He literally, I was like, dude, what's the hot take? He was like, I'm the best SMG player in Challengers. I was like, well,
I mean, it's funny because someone else called Cap when he said it.
Dude, someone on his team called Cap when he said it. So, I don't know, man. It's going to be interesting because whenever we talk about Challengers events like this, or even just like on online cup weekends, sometimes you just come out, you have a hot hand. So I think for a lot of people, I'll be the first one to say, myself included, I'm really interested to see what Sensors team's going to do today. Because Ghosty was popping off yesterday, Volans was popping off yesterday, but was it just a one-day heat?
That's the question.
Can they come and continue that into today, right? That's the biggest thing when you have events like this, because even in the Minnesota Open, we saw some surprise teams outside of the top 32 seeds make it into the top 12s, almost in the top 8, and you kind of wonder who's going to be that team today.
Yeah, 100%. It was even between the four of us, it was a little bit of a contested point where whether or not they would be able to have another good day. Because that's not always the case, especially with how difficult yesterday's games really were. So coming in today, I think it's going to be really important to see whether or not Iron Blood can actually continue that hot streak, keep themselves warm, and continue that performance towards the rest of the weekend, try and make it to tomorrow.
Well, especially, I mean, look, it's, I don't know, watch on, but it's 10 o'clock in the morning.
It's true.
How many of these guys
it is a cold day, too. I'm not going to lie.
It was a little chilly somewhere. And this jacket isn't just for style.
Yeah,
it was practical. There was some practicality behind it.
Rub the hands?
I know it, man. It was funny because when I was getting ready to come up here, a couple of our friends were like, yo, Toronto, it was hot. It was like, what is hot for you guys? And you were like, oh, heat warning, 92 degrees. It's like, that's common for us here in North Carolina.
Oh, really?
Take a look at it. There we go. We've got player cams. Production is absolutely goated for this.
We've
got
that.
Toronto Ultra Academy NA on your screens. I know everyone's, you can't see him the moment sitting in that third spot. Everyone's excited to see what Scrappy's going to do. Obviously, he kind of took over the conversation through the Minnesota Open, into the Pro-Am, yelling across the monitors at pro players like it was no one's business. You expect to see that at least in some form today. But the interesting thing, and I'm curious to see how much of this we're actually going to get on camera on the other side. Exceed is just as loud and just as boisterous. So are we going to get a little bit of a shouting match here? That's what we look for. I know everyone is looking for the clips to go onto Twitter and Reddit, so hopefully these guys provide us something.
Oh, I'm sure we're going to get plenty of options to pick from their shift. And then I want to bring it back to the Scrappy narrative that you were talking about, too. And it's interesting how much he's kind of taking control of it, because even while we were here setting up earlier between the four of us talking, I heard some players even talking where it's, oh, you beat Scrappy, you beat NA Ultra. And I mean, to be fair, like, you got to give some credit to a lot of the other players on the team, but like he's just performing that well that he garners that much respect where it's like, yeah, he's the guy on this team.
Well, and you know, for what it's worth, just to kind of really deep into the conversation of all of it is look, like Ultra's done a really good job is really since becoming the Ultra and the CDL when it comes to making sure that you've got your eye on more than just your starting roster. We've seen not just the other Ultra players come through, but of course the coaching staff has been on both sides watching the CDL team and watching both the NA and EU team here in the pit as much as they possibly can. And for good reason, because not only do you have players like Scrappy, but we've also seen substitutions come through for the CDL Ultra team proper, and it's worked out nicely for them. So, you know, using this as an opportunity not just to see who the future potential individual stars are, but also looking to see from the team's perspectives who very well might be a great addition for maybe even the end of this year. You know, there are some teams that are in fight for that, you know, top 8 for playoffs and champs this year that very well could still use one of the players that we see today.
100%. And the most interesting thing to me, too, is that Scrappy alongside Mohawk, like, they were coming up in S&D. And the fact is, last year was their first year of, like, competitive respawn play. And in that time, the fact that they've been able, Scrappy especially, has gotten to this point where he's just such a strong carry player is kind of impressive to me, just to see, like, how far he's come in that regard. And now it's just shown in how well Ultra plays, to the point where even Visions, we were talking about it beforehand, he's saying, like, look, you can't let this, you got to win before map 5. Because this team is an S&D team.
Absolutely the case. I mean, it's not even just him, obviously. I think the other storyline, the guy sitting right next to him, kind of looking left and right now, is Vikal, and he comes over from Spain after a great opening first year, knows his best move career-wise is to be here in the States, play alongside some of these emerging stars, and kind of make a name for himself in a more notable regard. I don't not to take anything away from the EU region at all, but obviously I think if you're looking at this from a player's perspective,
location matters.
Location matters. Yeah, your ability to get to the CDL is made much easier if you're doing well in North America. So I think that's obviously a big kind of point. And then, you know, hey, we still also have Mohawk here on the very end of our screen. That was the champ, one of the champs from last year at Cold War. So expectations are high across the board.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's just to add to that point, too, where how it's good to be in NA, where it makes it easier for you to be able to get to that CDL, especially when you look at Ultra NA. This is a team so strong that, you know, they get really good reps in. They get to practice against CDL teams. And that kind of practice is something that just can't be understated. The fact that they're able to get these great reps in, learn and develop so very quickly, because when you talk about the back of house, too, and the coaching staff, everything that they have going on here for this Academy roster, like, they just have so much going for them.
And we'll do our best as well, just for what it's worth, to kind of keep you guys updated on the other matches that are kind of happening behind. I know, at least know from our in-ear monitors, literally you're starting to hear people say, that, you know, just getting a little bit heated up. That's actually Sensor's team that's really close to where we're at right now. They are currently playing up against Electrify Steel, which is Kaiser and Yuli in them. So we'll kind of keep you guys updated as much as we possibly can. Other quarterfinal matchups that are going on, just for what it's worth, Ultra EU is playing up against the Shady Kings team, which is most notably and most remembered and recognized by the Whatever It Takes squad name. And then, as mentioned, the fourth matchup, 705 versus Electrify Steel Black. That will be happening on the mainstream after this matchup. But as we're starting to get word, looks like the lobby is starting to populate a bit more. And we do have our maps and modes ready to go, so we can at least take a look at that. And, of course, give you guys a lay of the land. A Tuscan Hardpoint to start with the Berlin Search and Destroy. You also have the bands in the mix, which is a nice little addition for us. I think the biggest thing here, you know, kind of hearing from the Iron Blood guys, you know, we'll just say it out loud. We'll see who's listening at the moment here in the venue. But they were telling us that this was the set that they expected going into this matchup, so they definitely did their homework. Yeah,
I believe the exact was, I will bet my last $20.
My last $20,
the $20 I have left on this one, and it ended up being the right call. This is actually what they wanted, so I think that bodes really well for them going into this one, especially because I think it was Gavudu Control. They actually haven't played it at all in the last quite a little while, so this is probably a bit of a surprise for Ultra NA. You don't expect this when you're scouting this team, just because there's no film on it. So they've improved so much on it, apparently, on their map play here on Control. So with that in mind, we could see something a little exciting from them to be able to get that map win, because I believe it was Proper who said it before, and Ultra NA are a 2, 3, and 5 team. So being able to win that Control map off of them is going to be a big deal.
Well, here they are. Also on your screen, you got Welly up close and personal. Exceed that they're looking at whoever was just popping off. Salt,
curious.
of course, standing, getting ready to go. And I don't know. This team's an interesting one. I think for a lot of people, you kind of remember Exceed and Assault playing on that 18 and Crack team to start the year. They were, I'll be the first one to mention it, a surprise. You didn't really look at that roster on paper and said, oh, here's your all-star superstar. It was just a collection of veterans, and it worked out nicely for him, at least to start. And then, of course, Welly and Noisy with Bear Claw, they were really good in the first 2 seasons of Elite, and now they've kind of found themselves as 2 collective duos getting into a group of 4. 6th place finish, though, during Season 3, so not exactly the result they were looking for. But, just for what it's worth, as we mentioned,
sure.
This season at both North America and EU Challengers Elite was so tight from top to bottom. So it stinks to not make playoffs, but I don't think it really says anything super negative about their chances in this weekend.
I think it speaks more about the level of competition, kind of like what you're talking about here. And the nice thing about Challenger is that you do get a lot of other chances here, which is like, I mean, this weekend is just another example. So we're going to see if these players on that side of Iron Bloods can make a better showing. I mean, already we're seeing the top 16. They're here in the upper bracket. That is a good start. But can they get a little further here so that they'll be able to start? I thought
at the boomsticks.
I thought it was a marker cap for a second, and I'm like, what?
They do it a little bit different on the main stage, but I think that's a pretty good sign that we're getting really close to getting into the match here. And actually, as we kind of see it in our preview monitor, we are ready to go. Tuscan Hardpoint, map number 1. Welcome to the pit. Let's get this thing fired up and started. Iron Blood going up against Ultra NA. A lot of people looking at this Ultra NA team, again, as mentioned, as a favorite based off their recent results and, of course, how they played yesterday. Can they carry it through in map number 1? Let's get into it.
And there it is, first match of today's broadcast here between Iron Blood and Toronto Ultra NA. And I'm looking for Iron Blood to see how they're going to be able to start things off. I mean, Hardpoint actually ends up being, because we were looking at the statistics, Ultra NA, it does relatively their weakest game mode. Of course, they just perform very well across the board, but this is where you get off on the right foot if you're Iron Blood Gaming, and getting a win here is important.
Just for what it's worth, Iron Blood Gaming is on the left in the red and blue. Toronto Ultra NA, of course, in the representative purple. Exceed, first one to fall, though. How about this opening from Toronto Ultra NA? Able to clear off the field completely and still hold some mid-map control. This is going to lead to some pretty significant time.
Yeah, you got to imagine they're going to get close to a full 60 if Iron Blood can't get anything off of it here, but they're already starting to pull through, getting some picks, and they've actually managed to take control of the site.
Yeah, that's really good news for Iron Blood Gaming. Retaking the middle of the map, immediately being able to cancel out the opening spree that Toronto Ultra NA was put on. So now it's just down to off the respawn. How do the nades land? Is there a chance to re-break this with not a terrible amount of time left, only 15 seconds. So, of course, Ultra NA still focused on the bottom right-hand side of the map, seeing how the rotation would go out. And this is actually really good from Iron Blood. You get the scrap time, and now you're starting to work through Church.
Yeah, and I like this. You can see on the minimap, too, Noisy is looking around, trying to see if he can get the lurker. He has Mohawk in his sights and manages to take the kill. So it looks like Iron Blood aren't going to be able to get on the site right away, and it looks like Toronto Ultra actually will hold on to control, hold on to the spawns, but Noisy, he's doing his best.
Yeah, sure is. Able to clear out some space over to the patio, but a great stun comes through. Mohawk able to take down one easily. Follow-up nades make Scrap's life much easier. Iron Blood able to get through for a time to neutralize the hard point, but it is just on to Assault, and as he drops, numbers looking good for Ultra NA as they get back onto the site. Yeah,
they're going to hold on. They're going to start to catch up here and tie up the points. 30 seconds left. You got to imagine they're going to get a good amount of time. And at this point, Iron Blood, do they want to contest the scrap time? You see a nice nade come through from Welly, but I think at this point you got to start thinking about P3.
Yeah, absolutely the case. You don't want to be late on this rotation. You can see number 4, Noisy, is trying to make sure that the back stays safe. Hixie is forward, though. No one has been able to see him whatsoever. So 1v1 in the back could be massive. Hixie on 3. That could potentially do some nonsense to the spawns. Even gets the reload off, and it's Hixie for 4 as Ultra NA can contest the additional time here at 3.
It's a big deal. Welly is on the way as well. Can he hold on to it? He almost goes for 3 in a row, so he is going to get stopped. It will still allow Iron Blood to be able to get control over the P3 hill, so they can start to catch up here.
Yeah, that's really good news for Iron Blood. It has been recovery, though, so far. We have not really seen anything convincing as of, course, still early moments. And to be fair, after the recovery off the rotation, the first 20 seconds, near flawless for Iron Blood. Exceed needs to finish his food. A nice little double turn, and that's going to create a lot of space in front of the hard point for Iron Blood to get right back into the game and also into the lead.
That's right, they're in control now, and look at where Toronto Ultra NA Academy are. They're on this top side of the map here, and with 25 seconds left, you got to start thinking about P4. As long as Iron Blood Gaming hold on here, you can already see they're probably going to send somebody across the map. You can see it on the mini-map. Assault's already on the way here, so that Iron Blood can set up rotation for the next hill.
Wow, this actually turned into a great moment for Iron Blood after what looked like was going to be Hixie was going to foil all plans. A near full 60 completely for Iron Blood Gaming.
It's huge.
On the rotation, though, Ultra has kind of set up the first line of scrimmage, keeps Ironblood at bay. So yes, 30-point game for now, but Ultra Academy all over Church, ready to go for 4.
I think you got to give a lot of props to Vicpool here, and Mohawk on your screen, of course. Oh, he isn't going to be able to go for 2, but being able to stop that rotation is what's allowing Ultra Academy to be able to hold on here. You can see it though in the back. Welly is actually there. They actually got really good spawns for Ironblood Gaming, so they can start to contest.
Oh, a little bit too unexpected from Ultra Academy NA. Have to be able to respond to this, and so far, actually, considering the kill feed, they're doing a nice job of at least fighting for this time, but losing those spawns with still 30 seconds to play means great news for Ironblood overall. Trade's starting to come back in favor of the team in red and blue, and it's Noisy with the double to clean things up as Ironblood secure the break.
They're still holding on to this lead here, Shift, and this is what we needed to see from them up against one of the tournament favorites, Ultra Academy NA. They're going to be able to get the rest of the scrap time as Ultra Academy are already setting up for the next hill.
Look at Scrap, just 3 and 9 to start, been really slow for him so far. That kind of SMG pressure from Ironblood has really dominated the storyline. Exceeded 11 and 7, leading the lobby at the moment in total eliminations. So now as we open up the 5th hardpoint at the headquarters, Ultra Academy would love to be able to get something set up here and really start to get these SMGs going. Good opening nades, including a team nade favor. That will work out. That's an easy 3 down, and Ultra Academy are all over this hardpoint.
You can see it. Welly's been so good with the map movements. He's going to be able to get 1, looking for maybe 2 as he's setting up for the rest of the team to come through. The nade is going to get some damage in, but it isn't getting them on the site here. Ultra Academy holding strong as you see Mohawk get a kill off screen.
Oh, this is great, actually, from Ultra Academy NA. They've completely limited where exactly Ironblood can come through. And how about Vickle? 3 in a row.
I see 3?
Good help from Hixie. That will work out for not just the first 30 seconds, but even on top of that, a little bit more. Stuns and refreshing nades coming through for Ultra Academy, looking to get back into the lead here off the 5th hardpoint, but 3 kills in a row for Ironblood. Have a chance to work. Mohawk, a lot of damage, but wants to value his life with not a lot of time remaining, and that will lead to essentially a dead-even game through the first rotation.
Yeah, and there's a much-needed catch-up there for Ultra Academy. As we switch rotations, though, you can see it again. Ironblood so good with the map movements here, sending people already so they can try and secure spawns, but the gunfights, too good for Ultra Academy NA, and it's going to allow them to continue catching up here. And they actually have a pretty good foothold getting the lurker from Ironblood Gaming, meaning that spawns aren't messed with. They're in full control here. They're on their way to a full 60.
Glide bomb coming down to try to open this up for Ironblood. You have to imagine that's going to be sent right on in towards you.
One.
It is. Scrap will fall. Also good read on the Mohawks. Now the middle of the map is all Ironblood Gaming. The kills are coming through quickly. Last one to stand was Hixie. And just at the 30-second mark, Ironblood right back in as Ultra Academy only enjoyed a momentary lead.
Yeah, that's right, and it's going to be some of that extra time going through here, but Ironblood also actually forced off here. They're fighting for this scrap time, but you can already see Scrap is moving down towards the other side of the map. They got to set up for P2 if Ultra Academy want to actually hold a convincing lead. Scrap is online now.
Yeah, from nearly 3 and 9 to 12 and 13 in the blink of an eye. It's one of those things that a special player can turn it on at the exact right moment. And for Ultra Academy NA,
Vickle.
that leads to Scrap and also now an opportunity for Vickle to lock down through P5. A double comes through and a really good read as far as the intel is concerned. Ultra's going to know exactly where this hit from Ironblood's coming from.
Yeah, it's perfect. They're going to hold on now. They've gotten a 30-point lead, and you can see it. They're trying to hold on to the point here, but Ironblood are still pushing strong. You see a double for Assault, the rest of the team trying to get through, but they can't quite break the hill, and it just means that Ultra Academy should be able to hold on to this lead as long as they're able to continue going for these trades.
Good thing about it, though, for Ironblood, you do get blessed with a little bit of a spawn flip, so you can contest this for every final second. Nade's being cooked as Hixie's looking to assist for maybe one last break attempt, and it lands with Scrap coming in for a kill. So out of nowhere, 2 players from Ultra Academy NA can actually get back in and really fight for this back 13 seconds. Good recovery from Ironblood, so yes, you get the time, but yeah, also with that, the consequences, you're late on rotation to 3.
Exactly, and it's a really nice break from Ultra Academy NA, and it's what's going to allow them to hold on to the lead. It may be only 10 points, but it's still going to matter because they're in control of this next hill on P3, and now they're going to be able to start stacking up. You can see it here. The lurking is just so good from Ultra Academy NA. It feels like Ironblood can't even get close, and already 15 seconds have gone.
And I'll tell you, just kind of looking at the dynamic as we're getting into this 3rd hardpoint, Vickle 22 and 15, Noisy 10 and 21 on the other side. So that SMG presence that Ironblood had in the first rotation coming up a little bit absent here in the last couple of hardpoints. But on this break attempt, able to contest for a little bit, but Assault stunned up is in a really difficult position. Good help from Welly. Somehow, some way, Ironblood still get into contest, and even with that, spawn flip will happen. You can fight for this back 20.
Yeah, that's actually really big there for Iron Blood, and it's going to allow them to hold on here and actually get back, not quite get back, but catch up almost. This has just been such a highly contested hardpoint here so far in map 1, and even though Ultra Academy are in the lead, it is not by much. And you can see it, Iron Blood already moving across the map while getting the rest of that scrap time, trying to get control, trying to see if they can get the spawns, but it's looking like Ultra aren't letting them.
That would have been a big moment in this map for Iron Blood Gaming if they could have found a couple of kills and put some pressure on the spawns. Not to be, though. So now you look at Exceed, number 2 in the minimap, is looking for a long route around. And honestly speaking, nobody has any idea he's here. He can cut off the respawn as well, but he gets caught off guard. And 3 straight kills come through for Ultra NA, making a full team wipe. And Ultra go over the double sentry mark.
And they're really starting to pull away here as a result. You can see it, Iron Blood, look at these spawns. They're not getting the best opportunity to be able to recontest this hill. And at this point, it's just going to allow Ultra Academy to be able to get closer to the 250 mark. They're trying to fight for the scrap time. They know how important it is, and they still can't quite get through.
Oh, Vickle.
My God.
30 bomb in hand for him. Iron Blood know they have to fight for every single second, and it's coming into pieces. Scrap actually deals a little bit of team damage, but it does not make a difference. He's gone now to 20 and 20, snapping onto everything that moves. And with the scrap time even locked in, that'll put him really close to 240. So now for Iron Blood Gaming, it all comes down to this hold on P5. You have to be perfect right here, right now.
That's right. Just to catch up, no more mistakes, no more slip-ups. Otherwise, you're going to lose it out here on map 1. And they're going through Scrap and Hixie, though they're just lighting it up. But you can see it off the map. Welly with the double. It's going to allow Iron Blooded Gaming to be able to at least start to contest for some time here. But every second Ultra Academy gets is that much closer to 250.
Good nades coming through. Iron Blood still able to contest. Noisy. It's been a rough game for him. Big moment for him. He gets caught from behind. Now it's just down to Exceed. What can he do? First one will fall. Reach the second. Needs to challenge the third, but Mohawk shuts him down. Still neutral goes the hard point. Numbers good for Ultra Academy NA. So now it goes back to Tyler Bailey. And he's got nothing here. Last attempt. Can anyone touch in time? The answer is going to be no. Ultra Academy NA stands up. Let them know. Map 1 goes their way.
Man, and that was such a much needed win there for Iron Blooded Gaming. The fact that, honestly, in that first rotation, you highlighted, things were looking really good so far. They were starting to get these minor leads. You could see the movements, the lurks were really good, trying to get control of spawn plays and getting these rotations off for their team first. But it gets to a point where usually we're highlighting Scrap. This time it was Vickle with, what did he finish with? 33 and 22. Wow. What an insane performance.
And the thing about it, I really think that you can narrowize, is that a word?
You
can throw the narrative by narrowing down where exactly the differences were. And honestly speaking, it did come down to the SMGs first and foremost. I think the fact that you bring up pace and tempo for Iron Blood was key in the very beginning, because outside of the opening break-off, it felt like Iron Blood was kind of in a weird on-the-back foot start for the first 3 hills. And then all of a sudden, they're like, okay, let's make sure that we're keeping our SMGs in a convincing place on the map so we can win these rotations. And it was working out nicely until Vickle had something to say about it.
That's right. Vickle was not interested in losing this first map here. What an insane performance coming through. And yeah, it just made it so that, and I think to the credit, it's not just that Vickle popped off with the 30 bomb, but it's also the fact that I think the map movements from Ultra NA were just as good as well. You got to a point where, especially in the back half of that map there, they were the ones getting some parts of the map first. They were the ones getting control of spawns and making it so that you have to fight tooth and nail just to get on hills and get to a point where you just can't let go of any more scrap time.
Yeah, that map manipulation is something that I think really stood out to us when we were watching them through Season 3 of the Challengers Elite. It's definitely come to play so far this weekend. Still yet to drop a map. Let that sink in. And the thing about it is, like, look, we're not kidding when we're saying, we're not trying to over-embellish this. No. There were so many maps yesterday when we were floating around the pit that were really, really close, including maps from that Ultra Academy NA team. So the fact that they're still quote-unquote flawless is really, really impressive.
Yeah. And I think the big thing, too, with that is that when you have a lot of those close situations, you give credit to the fact that, okay, yeah, they're not exactly stomping every single map that they're in, but in these tight situations, there's something to be said about consistently overcoming those situations where it's like, yeah, it's always close, but we always win. And there's really something to that, especially when you get to later parts of these tournaments, that ability to, that consistency, and of course is the favorite term, to ice up.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah.
And speaking of, how about it, we've got Berlin, Search, and Destroy ready to come up next. And I think, again, we mentioned this. We have to re-hit it because I don't know if you guys are listening out there, but the 2-3-5 for both Ultra teams is going to be so key. Just due to the fact that the history that they've put together as individuals, let alone as a full squad, has always talked about career Search and Destroy prowess.
Yeah, and we know how important it is in Call of Duty, especially just to be so proficient in this game mode. So we talked about Ironblood, how important they needed to get this Hardpoint. It was statistically NA's, Ultra NA's, Academy's worst game mode. This is relative, by the way. Of course, they do really well. It was something like 8 and 6 or something. I don't know. But the point is, now you're kind of running out of chances here where it's tough. Now you need a really strong showing here on Berlin to be able to keep this series going here, because if you go down 2-0, even though you do have the map you wanted on Control, it's still going down 0-2, especially against a team like this who are so consistent, so clean, it's going to be really hard for you to come back.
And don't take me at my word, but I'm just going to throw it out there. We'll call it a quote-unquote a Maven stat here. I don't know if anybody reverse swept yesterday in all of the challengers bracket. I want to say everything that went map 5 was like a map for map basis. Like I don't think we saw a single 3-4-5 come through. So just for what that says, you don't want to be down 0-2, obviously.
Against this team especially.
It's the easy John Madden comment, just don't go down 0-2. But as you mentioned, especially against this team. I think it was you were mentioning Visions were saying, like, if you see a map 5 against Ultra Academy NA, you naturally start to sweat just because of how good they've been in clutch situations.
Clutch situations, S&D specifically based on team history, individual history, like you were highlighting just before. It just shows that, like, going at 5 against this team, that's not it, man.
It's not where you want to be.
No. So, you know, the first map, it is a bit of a what's the word, bump in the road there for Ironblood. Of course, there's still chances for them to be able to get it back. They can still clutch it up here in S&D. It's just we're building it up because it is tough. Historically, this team, Ultra NA Academy, so good on this game mode.
So it's one of those things. We're kind of dancing around it.
A little bit.
Do we call this a must-win map then for Ironblood in your mind?
I'm going to say yeah. Because I think, because here's the thing. I think them getting the control map they wanted is a pretty big deal, especially because they got the map rotation, like it was literally map for map. They called it when they were talking to us earlier. So in their mind, it's probably like, this is kind of how you expect things to start off. Ultra NA Academy, really strong team. I can see them getting that third map win, even if they lose here, but I still got to agree with Visions there, where it's that, I don't know if you can reverse sweep this team, because once you get to 5, it's like, are you really going to overcome them?
Yeah, it feels like the deck is kind of stacked against you.
Yeah.
So, must-win situation, it kind of feels like.
I'm going to say must-win situation.
All right, sounds good. I mean, I don't want to say you have to win 2, 3, 4 now going forward, but it does kind of feel that way. That's at least where we're kind of at least building the storyline towards. Kind of looking around to see what else is happening at the moment with the other matches. Looks like Censor's team is in a map 2 at the moment. Looks like it's a pretty tight game. Just looking at the score from across the way.
How can you see that?
You know, there's some things that come with age, some things that go with age. My memory isn't all that great, but my vision is still okay.
Maybe you got to be Visions now.
Austin, I'm stealing your moniker.
I was just turning around to see if he heard that. I don't know where he went.
And on top of that, just for what it's worth, again, we were obviously taking a lot of focus into what's happening in the upper bracket, but there are going to be a lot of matches in that lower bracket to kind of keep your attention on. You can find the bracket if you want to keep up with it by going to the Call of Duty League website and navigating over to the Challengers bracket tab. There's the major bracket you can see on the top side next to event information and match schedule, and then right next to it, the Challengers bracket that has both the upper and lower bracket for you to kind of follow along at home. We'll, again, do our best to update you guys as we go through it as well, as best as we can. Again, we don't really have all of the information readily available, but we'll keep it refreshed, make sure you guys are up to date as well as us. So. Yeah,
100%. We're gonna we'll probably have graphics and everything like that a little later on into the day. Once things really start to build out, we get a better idea of what the top something like 12 teams is going to look like here. And so far as we wait for getting into our second map here in our first quarterfinal series, I mean, things honestly, it's a really hot start for Ultra NA, I think.
I think it's the word that we always go back to in some regard is adaptability. You know, mid-map, mid-series, those are probably the biggest distinctive factors as you take a look at a long, grueling day, not just like yesterday, but especially today. You know, if you can find a way to keep the heads cool in the middle of adversity, in the middle of a map that's tight like we just saw off the Tuscan, and still be able to make the right adjustments, tempo-wise, pacing-wise, that gives you the best chance, I think, to make your way through these teams. Because, you know, the biggest thing is with the CDL, you know, you've got a full coaching staff. You've got the ability to know who you're going to play ahead of time for the most part. These teams don't really have that same luxury, so being able to adjust on the fly is key, especially now as we start to look at the overhead of the Berlin Search and Destroy.
Right, and already gonna imagine we're going to see some of the on-the-fly adjustments here because, again, Ironblood Gaming find themselves a little behind at the moment here. So this is where they really start to bring things back. Again, at least for me, I think this is a really important map for them to be able to win. I'm going to lean towards must win, and already we're seeing Iron Blood move the site.
Did hear a scope kind of echo out through the middle of the map, so we'll see if that will come into play as Iron Blood is setting up for what looks to be at least a look at A. Might not be a full commitment, but Noisy with the bomb kind of flirting forward towards the sandbag stairs. Yeah, he definitely gets a little piece of information on the shoulder. But keep an eye, you just saw it for a moment. Mohawk is in a great spot to hit a very quick pinch, and even how on top of that, Ultra Academy have completely cleared B, and they're all the way on the flank. 3 players on the backside of this play. Yeah,
I mean, you can see Welly too is in a pretty interesting spot right there up on top. Oh, he might get jumped on though. He's looking like he's very close to Vickle, person we are looking at right now. Oh my God, he saw him.
Well, they know where Noisy is, but they don't know where Welly is. So Mohawk gets the first blood, but Welly's still able to reflank the flank.
Oh,
they're going to realize that Welly's able to get one. Assault pinching for the second. Leaves it all down to the last player from the front, and that is a good containment from Iron Blood.
I think it's such a big move from Welly, especially that positioning he found himself in there, to be able to, I like the patience too, that trigger discipline, because I'm pretty sure he got past a couple times, but he waited, saw 2 people on his screen, and then realized, okay, he has the shot, he's set up for assault the rest of the team to be able to get those kills there. So that's a pretty good start here for Iron Blood.
Considering just if you were to take a screenshot of what the map looked like with 3 defenders behind the play, I think most people watching have been like, oh, there's no way Iron Blood are getting out of this.
Yeah.
So really good kind of sneak play from Welly to make sure the flank stayed at least somewhat held responsibly.
Yeah.
And we switch the sides up, opening nades towards the B defense will hit the corner. Nobody home though, as Ultra are looking to maybe set up a little bit of an A look as well.
And potentially, of course, Noisy will be the lone defender of that B site, as it is more common for teams to move to A. Vickle was going to throw out some of that utility. So that information is there. You got to know that A is the play here. So we're already seeing shots being exchanged.
Oh, and Scrap trying to get over to fire also gets taken down. So now all of a sudden pressure still mounting towards Ultra Academy NA. Fights just are not coming through. Vickle last one left. It would be a 1v4 ace situation. Can't get out of the train station. And no one watches the flank that time. As you mentioned, Noisy gets around the back. Completely reads the play and no problem from there on out for Iron Blood.
Yeah, really nice so far. I mean, this is kind of what we saw in the first map as well, even though they didn't end up winning. The map movement's really good here, and even in the no respawn, it's clearly showing that they do have an understanding of how they want to be playing this one. And I mean, it really does help that they were oh my God. And you know what, too? Got to give some praise to Assault there. I just took in that he is 5-0 at the moment here, picking up so many of these kills, going so big in these first 2 rounds.
First initial look for Iron Blood towards B. Stacked defense, though. Ultra sending 3 members right down streets. And Hixie will drop. More reads coming through, though. I believe Assault saw more. And how about this? Quick plan out of Noisy. They do lose mailroom control, though, so the post plant will be stressed through the middle of the map. Welly needs to make a play around the back here.
That's right. I mean, we see it, Welly with these flanks, with these alternate angles, but Noisy's just going to go in already while these gunfights are happening. Now, it's the 1 versus 2. It is going to be a free trade, and he's going to look for Vickle on the other side of the map. Bomb is planted, remember.
Oh, Vickle goes pro! Oh, no! Oh, goodness! The stun doesn't land. Welly thinks that, oh, wait a second. I'm not in a position to watch over this post plant. I have to still go check this so that stun doesn't land. Vickle able to avoid it, goes prone, takes the off angle and denies the 1v2. Big round for Ultra to still salvage the defense.
Yeah, huge clutch things. I think timing was a little bit of an awkward thing there. You got a really good flank angle coming through from Welly, really nice rotation, but it seems like Iron Blood kind of forced it before he was actually in a position to really do anything about it, to get any trades. And even though he almost clutched up, I think if you wait a few seconds, you give him some time to use that alternate angle, maybe we see a 3-0.
Welcome to the world of COD timing.
Yeah. Oh, God.
Game of inches. Stun doesn't connect, and it changes the whole dynamic of that last 1v1.
Yeah.
Another quick look for Ultra Academy on A. Over towards A. This time they will have Scrap waiting over the middle of the map to kind of watch this flank. Defense did get forward for the side of Iron Blood, but it does get caught out by some nades, forcing Welly back. Opening exchange gets to now a 3v2 as Scrap turns the tides, and Ultra Academy can now plant.
Still, it is a 2 versus 3 right now. Numbers are in favor of Ultra Academy NA, or at least they were. Or rather, they still are, excuse me. Is now a 1 versus 3. The only person left is Noisy. He can catch somebody out. He sees Scrap.
Oh, what a
he can't
read!
do it.
You wait. No, Scrap not popped off yet. I was going to say, after a little turn on under the assault to get the body shots into play, and then this one with the pistol.
Ooh.
I didn't hear it from here, but I have to imagine words were said.
Something surely must have been said about that one, because that was a nice read. And there it is, just like that. It's kind of like what we saw in map 1, Ironblood. Off to a good start. Seems like they're in control. And Ultra Academy NA, calm, collected, managed to bring things back. And now we're at 2-2 going into round 5.
Key decision here. Ironblood, who have taken a lot of looks over towards this A site so far, will continue to make a move this direction. Defensively, we've seen a lot of aggression from Ultra Academy. That's not going to change. Two players making a quick play through Statue and through P5. This is looking for a mailroom isolation, but once again, they don't see Welly. Could he save the play again? Not to be. Two kills through, and now all of a sudden Ironblood are kind of trapped in the A site.
Yeah, this one's going to be tough. I mean, they could technically go for the plan. They did manage to get 1 kill, but they're still at the disadvantage. Scrap gets a nice pick off there, and the trade isn't there. That's 2 for Scrap, I think. I think I heard something.
Yeah, there was a "you can't kill me" right there, and that was the right call because this is clean.
Ooh.
That's 5 in a row, I want to say, for Scrap, too. He's flirting with potential streaks, just like Assault had started off the map. And that's 3 rounds in a row for Ultra Academy. And it's not just 5. It's Vickle, who's also on 3. So, yeah, they've been kind of hard carrying the last couple of rounds for Ultra NA.
There it is, just like before. Ultra Academy in control at the moment here. As now we're looking at them on the offense. It's going to be another A hit. The aggression, like you were talking about, is still there. Question is, can Ironblood slow things down? Oh my God, Vickle already finds one.
That is just good help nades coming out of Vickle. Noisy also quickly on the flank. At least able to negate the opening first blood in a way, but the problem is the threat through A just too quick. And Ultra Academy NA, just since the first 2 rounds, the thing about it is the pace and identity has not changed.
No.
It's just they're finding efficient first engagements the last 4 rounds in a row.
That's the most important part too. Yeah, you get these first kills that end up going uncontested. Even if they're traded, you still get those more positive trades where, oh, you go 1 for 1, don't worry, we'll get the second, we'll get the third. And it's just putting Ironblood in these situations where it's really hard for them to clutch up, and especially when Scrap makes plays like what we saw in round 5. Oh my God, like Ultra and A now, that's 4 in a row that they've won so far.
I'm not gonna lie, I need to see Ironblood take a little bit of a pause here. Get a read for the land. Ultra Academy have been all about map positioning and pressure immediately off the rip, and this time there is a slower approach for Ironblood. You've got Assault watching for any push-throughs over towards B. Welly kind of helping towards the outside, and Exceed's patience does pay off. That's a first blood over towards the A site, and he gets a read that there's a player towards Crane. This has to be Ironblood looking for a setup towards A, especially as Noisy gets a kill on Scrap.
Huge pick-off. That's 2 versus 4 now, and you get the position on A site like you're saying. Shit, this is huge now. Ironblood, this is their way to get another point on the board here. Unless Hixie and Vickle can clutch it up. You do have confirmation that the bomb has been planted as you see the moves coming through. Vickle, last one alive now as his teammate Hixie gets taken down. Can he go huge?
Might even consider just trying to keep his life on 4 in a row, but he's going to get chased down here. No question about it. All 4 blue arrows on the hunt, knowing that he's tagged up over towards the dock side, and no problem. That is exactly what the doctor ordered to kind of remedy the problem in his last 4 rounds for Ironblood. Love that call.
Yeah, it's as you said too. I think it ends up taking advantage of the fact that I think you got a read that Ultra Academy and were going for, because they don't usually have 1 person over at Crane, 2 people watching that B side. That round they did because we were kind of hoping Ironblood would mix things up, change it up, and that ended up giving them basically the 4 versus 2 to be able to get aggressive, to get that opening here. So you got to imagine Ultra Academy on the defense might not go for that same setup.
What's the call this time around for the offense, though? That's the first question we have to consider. Quick nade look over towards B. Defensively, though, Ironblood giving up the dock in order to kind of play through streets. And this means that, okay, you're not really going to be able to contest a plant, but you could try to make your way through the mailroom at P2 and maybe try to contest the post plant. But as the window's open, it's Noisy for first blood. Vickle leaving the plant down means there's no plant at all, and it has to be recovery now all of a sudden for Ultra NA as Scrap gets on the board.
Yep, of course, does get hit by the nade. Indicator will let him know, enemy know what's going on here. You can see the shots going through, trying to wallbang, it looks like. Things are really starting to slow down now. We take a look at Welly again. We know him for the flank angles, and this could be big. This time, the Ironblood, they gotta wait. They don't have to push yet.
Good isolation, though, for Ultra NA. They get Noisy from the site, and now it's just down to Welly for 1v3. He gets the tags, but he cannot hold down the trigger for long enough. And whoa. Man, this has been a really good search, though, I will say. Yeah. The reads and the isolation and containment plays we've seen from both sides has been phenomenal. That time, of course, favoring Ultra NA to make sure Noisy got traded out.
100%. And as again, Welly is always so good at finding these angles, these map movements to be able to get in really good positions. But it's almost like Ultra Academy NA knows, like, oh, they're taking it really slow. All right, I think someone's on the flank. And they know they can read when they get these numbers advantages and really start to get more aggressive here, making it so that those angles don't really end up mattering, even though Welly almost 1v3'd.
Big round coming through, and old team shots from Statue side work out for first blood, but the set nades towards B also just as good, but they don't realize that Fickle is still here, looking for a plant. He's looking to kill off the exit.
Oh, he knows.
But he can't finish his food. There we go. The trade does come out. This will put a lot of pressure onto Assault, who's only playing off the post-plant watch. Little clutch spot. Sees Scrap move from left to right. Unsure, though, I imagine, if there's anyone on the defuse, as Fickle will start for the hop. Can he get here to even touch this?
I don't even think so.
No, not going to happen. The hold will be good. And Ultra NA, that's
goddamn.
That's not good for Iron Blood right there.
Nope. I mean, it was important. I think it was really important, like we were highlighting going into this map, that they needed to get this one done. They needed to put this one away so that they can not get into this exact situation here. 2-0 against Ultra NA Academy. And it's less about map 3 because, again, this is what they wanted. It's Guvutu on control, right? So maybe we can see the start of a comeback come through here. But you said it. I'm going to go with we'll call it the shift stat for today, where you don't think anybody actually reverse sweep yesterday. And I mean, Ultra NA Academy, I don't know if you can reverse sweep them either.
The thing about it really how I want to just put a bow on that search and destroy is the fact that might be one of the first times that we've seen Ultra Academy NA at least kind of set the tone for how search is going to be played here in the pit. It's just quick, fast, lightning aggression from start to finish. There was not a single round in the 9 rounds that we got where Ultra Academy had quote-unquote even touched the brakes.
Yeah.
Not one defensive setup, not one offensive setup. Everything was forward and in your face. And as much as we could credit Iron Blood for that kind of mid-round adaptation to come out a little bit slower and punish, it's still the diversity and the variety you can put together with speed unrivaled for Ultra Academy NA throughout the entirety of that search in my mind.
Right, I think you're right. And the fact that the pace, though, even though it is nice that they're trying to adapt mid-round, trying to change things up so they can come back, the fact that they are getting punished for it.
Sure.
Where again, I want to highlight Welly, and this is not really a slight on him. I really like the movements that he's going for and the kind of flanks that he goes for, but the problem ends up being with that overall that you have to give a lot of space, I think, if you're going to allow him to do that so that you can actually make use of these angles.
Absolutely.
If you're pushing up too close, well, we're going to see exactly what happened. Ultra NA Academy, push the pace, move really fast, really aggressive, and when they do that, they're like, oh, hey, cool, one of your members is off in Antarctica. Well, thanks for the round.
Yeah, easy isolation.
Yeah.
And that's the thing is we've seen a lot of teams try to do what Ultra Academy NA had just done, but it comes with unsuccessful efficiency, I guess was the best way of putting it. Like situations where Noisy's caught off at B.
Yeah.
If he even gets one elimination, it makes that flank for Welly so much easier, but it doesn't come through because he is flat out overwhelmed. So that commitment and that IGLing, I think, is also really tippable from the 100%. Side of Ultra NA to make sure that they're understanding the situation completely and taking their advantages when they're given them. So big advantage overall in the search, as we had mentioned, but now in the series, things start to look very dire for Iron Blood. You hate to go into a situation where you got a Guvutu control and say one person has to pop because it's just not a map that usually garners that type of individual success, but it kind of feels like you need somebody to really get the opening going on this control when we load into it.
Yeah, I think that's super important overall because not only are you 0-2, this is particularly the map that they really wanted, and this is their chance to this is the chance for Iron Blood specifically to be able to throw something maybe NA Ultra Academy aren't expecting. And again, like, it is really important to note that they even said they haven't played it at all.
Trying to cover up their tracks a little bit in a way.
And part of it was because of struggles, I remember them saying. But now that they've improved, they've worked really well on this map now in Guvutu for control. So now that they have this, there isn't any footage of them playing it in recent memory. So it could be that surprise factor that gets them the win that they so desperately need right now.
The tough thing about it, though, is, you still have to win this series. You have to get through a map 5.
Listen, I know I said that earlier, but I'm definitely living the now type of game. I'm just talking about Gavutu, you know what I mean?
It's just,
but you're right.
Win condition wise, it's like after you just saw that on Berlin, it would be a Desert Siege map 5. So just let that marinate for a second. Well, I won't, bite off more than we can chew at the moment with it, but that still would be waiting for us. And I just think just based on what we just saw, that's not necessarily great news for Iron Blood overall. But when it comes to Gavutu Control, looking at this Iron Blood team in particular, I kind of even dating before it, 18 and Cracked and Bear Claw both, when they were kind of separated, these two different duos, if so to speak, the way they would play this Gavutu Control was a little bit more unorthodox. 18 and Cracked would be a little bit on the slower side back in the day, kind of getting a feel for how the round was going to play out and then making moves, whereas Bear Claw back in the day, they would just hit you. And sometimes it would work out, sometimes it would be really, really bad. So I'm curious, kind of going back to what we were talking about narratively about, hey, we want this map to be there. What is that tempo and play style going to look like here for Iron Blood? I feel like you got to come out with some aggression. You need to set your tempo, I think, instead of making sure that Ultra Academy NA doesn't just have their comfortability by playing 100%. At their style.
100%, and I think that's true. I agree with that. My only concern with that fast tempo that we're probably expecting, and I think what they probably should go for is, we've seen these last couple of rounds and all of yesterday. Ultra NA Academy are great at fast tempo. And the thing is, that's kind of their style right there. So it's going to be hard for Iron Blood Gaming, if they actually manage to go for that kind of style, go for that kind of pacing, for them to be able to beat the team who's like one of the best at doing it. Right.
It's going to be interesting. It's going to be interesting. All 8 players are back onto the stage.
Okay.
Some headsets are still off, so it looks like we're still kind of having a chat about it. Just going to take a quick look to see if the bracket has refreshed at all, if anyone's gotten through their quarterfinal matchup. Just a little bit of a hit the spinning circle of refreshness. And as I'm taking a look, nope, no one's been advanced as of yet. So we expected that these quarters matches were going to be tight, and I think it's safe to say that for now, we're getting that, at least in some regard.
Yeah, this one, jury's still out on that one. But all the other ones over there, things. I don't have your sight. That's why I wear glasses. But it is looking like things are pretty tight right now.
It looks like we're on a Gavutu Control for Sensors game.
What map is it? What's the timer?
It's Gavutu. What's the map count?
You can't ask. You got to use the eyes. Come
Sensors
on,
team up 2-0, bro. Holy. These guys really about to do it, bro?
Maybe.
Look, everyone was... Obviously, it was easy interactions on Twitter looking at all the Sensor versus Clay situations, but are they really about to come through and make it into the top 6?
Maybe?
In the upper bracket?
Because
the thing about this team is they're essentially a pickup squad. Shawnee hasn't played in anything challengers since Minnesota. Like, that was 2 months ago.
It was 2 months ago. That is going to be pretty impressive. We'll see. It's not over yet, but being up 2-0 certainly got to be a really good feeling here. Whether it's them over there or Toronto Ultra Academy and A over here.
That's true.
It's a lot. And when you consider actually the speed of how this particular game is going, I guess it's not surprised that there isn't really much to update everywhere else.
That's fair. Yeah,
you know what I mean?
That's actually so true.
Yeah, this might actually be the fastest game so far. We'll see. Map 3 is still on the way.
Dude, today's going to be nuts. Like, if you're watching it from at home, I cannot tell you enough how electric this place was in the late stages of yesterday. And if anything were to stay even remotely similar today,
oh, man,
it's going to get nuts in here.
I remember watching that last match. No one was saying a word. Everyone's just sitting there watching, solemn.
It was like 4 people deep, too.
Yeah.
Like, tight circle around the setups, like 4 people deep. It was nuts. Game 5's all over the place. Round 11's all over the place.
You love to see it.
Gosh. What a time to be alive.
That's right. Dude, not only the games are great, we get to do it in person.
Dude,
isn't that crazy?
First time for me since Anaheim Black Ops 4. It's 2019. That was 3 years ago.
Yeah, for me it was like Modern Warfare. That's when I met Visions.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Okay. Years ago. Oh my God.
Here we go. Fist bumps out.
Okay.
If that's an indication of anything, it means we're close to getting in.
At least.
Gavutu Control. Man, what do you have up your sleeve, Iron Blood?
This is what they wanted.
I'll be honest, you can't hold your cards anymore. It's do or die time. And we'll see what side they spawn in on as well, because I think if you get offense first and foremost, it has to be tempo and pace.
Yeah.
So we'll see if that's going to be the case here, or if it's defensively. Is it going to be a 3 AR setup, or are you going to try to get something cheeky with like a double SMG to kind of just continue to play a little bit more rogue style? We'll find out. Loading on in.
Deep breaths, Son. Deep breaths.
I'm just looking at this like, dude, this is game 1 of like 7 we have today, and I'm just big smile on my face because of it.
That's what I like to see.
Here we go. It looks like Ironblood will actually be on the offense first and foremost. So,
like you said,
going to be a quick hit over towards the A zone. Welly watching over the top of it. Gunshots starting to echo through. Scrap will be stunned, so he's not going to be able to get to the top side of the boat as freely as you'd think. And how about it? First 2 kills look good from the AR line of Ironblood.
Oh man, you can see it. Welly was trying to go over and see what he could sneak off on B side. It doesn't end up working out. But already A control coming through here for Ironblood Gaming, being able to at least get, I think, a tick. Yep, there's some progress there as the trades are going back and forth. What do Ultra have to say about it, though, as they're starting to move in? We're watching Hixie. I don't think they know where he is.
You know, as far as players are concerned narratively, not a lot of words have been said about Hixie on this team in particular, but not enough could be said about his little finesse, quick hits here and there. A little bit of pressure from Exceed as he gets over towards B, but Ultra Academy are going to let him exist for now, wanting to get a little bit of a forward line of scrimmage in front of the A zone and control ring at the same time.
Oh,
can Exceed stay long enough to get the tick? No, contested will come through. He gets the kill, though. That could lead and should lead to a 1 tick of progress.
Oh, that's a big deal here, even though Vikul on the other side does get the 5 spree. Oh my god, he is just full in control here. Finally, Exceed's going to get taken off, but that is a big deal. We know how hard it is to grab that B site. Being able to get a tick will allow Ironblood, to be able to try and focus a little more of their efforts on the A site.
Stretching the defense out means easier kills as well for Ironblood, so it's right back onto the A zone. Second tick on the way. Assault still making sure that there is some defensive consideration towards B as he holds up top side of ring, and Ultra Academy are going to chalk A. There's no way they could get back in here, so it's going to be a minute 50 on the clock with a 2-life lead and still that 1 tick of progress for Ironblood as they look over towards B. But actually, wait a second, the kills are coming through. The stack was not there for Ironblood, and with the elimination, they're going to re-clear. How have they missed the mark on this?
There it is. He talked about Hixie, saying you can't say enough good things about him. That's going to be another kill coming through here, and there it is. That almost 3rd tick gets stalled out. Now we're watching Hixie. What else can he do? That's 1. There's someone else nearby. That's already 4 in a row after he ends up falling.
Gotta listen to your mothers. Finish your food before you get to dessert. There's no reason they shouldn't have gotten A there. It was just one of those situations that they felt too comfortable about it, thinking, oh, we've already got this. Let's go ahead and start to make a play towards B. And they forget to finish it off. So now it's down to, can you even get here to get this last 60 seconds in play?
I don't think so.
And Vikul watching over the middle of the map. Hixie from the front at least softens up a touch. There will be a second to stop the clock, but it's not convincing yet for Ironblood. With the depletion coming through, Ultra Academy and A could still actually try to win this on the A zone. Welly the last one in. 3-5 on the clock, and there's the full clearance. That's going to be the defensive round.
That's crazy.
That's such a missed mark for Ironblood.
Yeah, that's such a big deal, too. It was that last play we were highlighting there where we were expecting A site to go, get that extra minute, get the time to breathe, set yourself up for that next hit there. And Ironblood losing that there in this first round is such a blow to what needs to be their comeback map.
That's a blunder, honestly.
Yeah.
There's no reason that you shouldn't get that extra 60 seconds. I mean, honestly, Ultra Academy and A were just looking for just pick apart exit kills. You say, wait a second, we just got 3.
Yeah.
I guess we'll go retake this, thank you.
Don't mind if I do.
Yeah. So only 3 ticks of total progress for Ironblood on their first offense. Now it comes down to what can you do defensively. Assault in a good angle to at least see the numbers are moving towards A. Exceed mid-map looking to follow up, and he does get stunned. Not going to be too much of a difference, though. Noisy for the double will make life very easy defensively. And Ultra Academy and A aren't even going to get a foot on the A zone on the initial attempt.
No, although you got Vikul on the other side. 9-5 now. Going to be the first person to break 10, most likely. He's been doing really well. But so far, as you say, Ironblood holding strong in this defense as Ultra Academy are focusing most of their efforts on that A site.
It's a 4 AR setup for Ironblood, I think. Yeah, Exceed has an AR, so this is all ARs all the time. Interesting. We'll see if that will benefit, just trying to keep Ultra Academy and A kind of at arm's length, so to speak.
Yeah.
Scrap in the middle of the map on 3 in a row. He's done well to keep his life, but eventually does get isolated, overwhelmed, and we're down to 30 seconds on the clock, and Ultra Academy and A are in a very difficult position even to get to the A zone, let alone capture it.
That's right. They've gotten not a single bit of progress here. You see Hixie does manage to get a kill alongside his teammate Mohawk, who ends up getting traded, though. So now you get on here. Now you're starting to get progress, and now with the wipe coming through here, seems like Ultra Academy and A are going to have it, but oh my god, Exceed with the double is just going to hold strong on this defense.
Wow.
That's crazy.
This is the most unexpected opening 2 rounds of Voodoo Control we've seen maybe since the opening portions of Vanguard. I'll be the first one to say it. No ticks of progress right now for Ultra Academy. Vickle trying to keep the play alive. 3 seconds on the clock. Needs a little bit of help. Needs also the regen as Exceed continues to watch the side door, and not a single tick of progress.
My God.
They barely even stopped the clock beat down.
That's crazy too, because watching that first round, we were just talking about, oh, this is a blunder from Ironblood. The fact that they weren't able to get A, they needed more ticks to feel safer going into these later rounds, and then they just come out with, like you said, one of the best defenses we've ever seen here on this map in this game mode. And for them to be able to get this, go big like this, it's honestly a pretty big deal if they can hold on to these defenses. Now they have a lead.
Yep. Overall. And maybe the keeping them at arm's length idea is one that could work out for him. See how it goes this time, though. Ironblood once again looking for a heavy stack over towards A. This time, Welly's actually a part of the play, so not even waiting as they take total mid-map control. Scrap fighting back, though, from the backside of the docks is good for 1, and that'll be a 3-for-1 exchange favoring Ultra Academy NA's defense.
So far, things are starting off fine. Ironblood still hoping they can, okay, yeah, that was a little bit of an unfortunato, but still. Got plenty of time, plenty of lives to try this one again if you're Ironblood, but it's looking like this time around they're the ones who are struggling to be able to make it to that A site because it's just been clean for Ultra Academy NA.
Scrap looking to get around the back. Good read from Assault, knowing the play was coming, and with Welly still possessing mid-ring, this is looking like a setup that could start to lead towards at least a stall of the clock for Ironblood. Unless Mohawk has something to say about it. Tag down, wants to value his life, but will not be able to do that as Exceed's nade will finish it off. 30 seconds on the clock. And just as difficult as Ultra Academy NA's last offense was, the same can be said about Ironblood here. Need to get onto a zone somewhere, and that 1v1 will allow Welly to at least stop the clock at B, while the rest of his team is still actually stacking up towards A.
Yeah, that's the thing, too, that's so different about how they approach these offenses. They have Welly, who's constantly being that solo threat on B, pulling defenders and getting these kills. And because of that, Welly, who's on a 5 spree right now before getting taken down, he pulls all this pressure, and it's allowing progress to come through here, even though there are only 13 seconds left.
Well, it's just noisy on the zone for now. 13.1, as you mentioned, remaining. Ultra Academy looking for a retake. Long play coming from Hixie. The rest from the middle of the map, and no one's finding eliminations. Okay, now again, stack this. Get this third tick of progress. You need the extra 60 seconds. Assault is forward. Green control also coming through for Ironblood. Hold on a second. They've got a 3-life lead and the ability to quickly move over towards the B zone with this setup.
Okay, Assault getting taken down kind of hampers on that one here, but there it is. The point is secured. They get that extra minute of time. They get that breathing room. They can actually move over to this B site, but wait a minute. They don't know where Mohawk is right now. I think he's actually could go big, get a wipe, and manage to get themselves a life lead.
Wow, what a good retake of Green from Ultra Academy NA. Struggling to get a defensive foot down after the quick retake of the A zone came through for Ironblood. Immediately countered. We're down to an even life count. 45 seconds on the clock, and the play from Ironblood has to come from the bottom of the map. There is no beachfront available at all.
None.
It's prime real estate for Ultra Academy NA. So this is the last attempt. You have to get through the back here if you're Ironblood.
And the thing is, look how far they have to go. It's going to be enough time for Vickle to respawn, and he's going to be able to get a kill as well. Even though he's traded, look at the split here from Ultra Academy NA. It's going to be so difficult for Ironblood to be able to even breathe on this B side. As you can see, XC trying to find the angle, trying to find the flank. He actually is going to find somebody. Just can he see him?
Problem is, you got a player on the corner. Here still wins the 1v1. Hold on a second. It's just one player left defensively. It's Mohawk who gets the opener. Also knows there's a second nearby. Help from Scrap around the back. The kills are coming through. The trades are good. The clock's going to stop at 7.9. It's 8 playing up against 6.
This is tough, though. Noisy's on the other side of the map. You have an opening here if you're Ultra Academy NA to push in. That's 1 for Scrap. They can get it, even though Hixie is gone in the background. Still, progress is being made. That's a tick on B site.
Have to be efficient here if you're Ultra Academy NA. Last lives remaining. And as Assault gets some position over towards the middle of the map, the nades are not enough to get Welly off the point. You got to still keep the clock in your favor, though. 4v2, 5 seconds on the clock. Assault through the mid, not going to do anything. A Scrap gets the double. One more chance. It's on the Noisy for the 1v1, and he can't touch the zone in time. The defense will survive, but it does come at a significant cost if we consider what round 5 could look like.
Exactly what I was about to say, Shift. The fact that when we consider the offenses and how good they've been overall with respect to how this map's been going for Ironblood, the fact that they've gotten, what, I think it was 4 ticks in the first offense and now almost 4 again on the second one. When it comes to the tiebreaker, you got to imagine they're going to be the ones getting on the defense.
They haven't. Really, honestly, for Ultra Academy, you got 2 offenses left. I think mentally you have to start making that call.
Yeah.
Welly at 21 and 14, a major factor, as you mentioned, not just playing individually, but finding value offensively as the solo player.
For sure.
Really good stuff. So now Ultra Academy NA. Can they even get onto the zone? That's the first thing we have to ask, because last time offensively, there was really never a chance for them to even get a tick of progress at the A site. This time, at least some boat control, but it is being fought back as Ironblood have good mid-map presence from Welly, who finds another elimination through mid.
Again, Welly's been so good the way he moves around the map. He ends up getting traded, but still, advantage for Ironblood Gaming as they hold on to this defense here. You can see it. They have pushed Ultra NA Academy back all the way to this left side here, as even though kills are coming through, they're being traded constantly, and Exceed going big, getting the 2 for there, while the rest of his team is managing to pull things up. This is starting to seem like a breakdown.
Call me surprised here, Beatdown, because we've seen teams try 4 AR setups, and sometimes it looks like, oh, there are moments of success. This has been dominant, though.
Yes.
Flat out. Salt doubling up as he's the solo defender over towards top ring. Noisy gets the 3rd, and there's the full team wipe. Goodness. We can just talk about round 5 now. Ultra Academy NA, 100%. You need a response some way on this offense. You haven't been good at all here towards either zone.
Dude, think about this life lead, too. That's 11 kills positive for Ironblood Gaming. The fact that they are just in control here. We're at 7 seconds left. They are nowhere near this A site. They're not even going to touch it. Like, we're going to round 5, and you have another offense, like you said.
We'll call that last 10 seconds a planning phase.
Yeah, just like, well, all right, guys. So, what are we doing for round 5?
I would have to imagine the response is the same response that we're getting, almost dead silence. I mean, at this moment, I would almost be willing to wager that if you're Ultra Academy NA, you might just try going to B first, because you've had 0 success towards top boat whatsoever on these offensive looks.
Literally 0.
And I don't know. I think you have to try to overwhelm mid-map in some way or get some team shots down to the players playing in green windows, because this quad hit that's coming through is going to be very easily read, and they're trying to hit through Hull. Good nades coming up the top, but Hixie with the sub does get in to at least stop the clock early.
Yeah, that is a big deal. As long as he gets this trade, he does, which is huge, because now we are going to see more progress. It's worth saying that since we got here, that's the first tick Toronto Ultra's gotten on offense, and this is a round that is a much-needed victory for them here. It's looking like they are mostly holding on to control here. Hixie doing his best to hold it down, but he ends up getting taken down by Noisy. They're coming through. It is 2 ticks secured and a good amount of time on the clock. So even though Ironblood take back control, this is the best offense we've seen from Ultra so far.
The key for Ultra is you have to get Hixie with this sub in towards boat.
Yeah.
Otherwise, Ironblood can just keep containing and essentially contaminating you at a distance. Exactly the case. Opportunity to get back on. Hixie denied, though. So once again, it has to be the ARs to get it done for Ultra Academy NA. But can they even fight back? That's the biggest question. At the moment, 3rd tick of progress is on the way, but the numbers are not great. Noisy switching to a sub, gets a double, and it's just, wow. These gut check calls for Ironblood have been so good defensively.
They have, and they're just constantly pushing Ultra Academy back all the way again to their spawns, and they're trying again. They are starting to get some of these kills, and they need this. We're down to 40 seconds. You get maybe one more opportunity after this if you get wiped out, and Ironblood, they're looking for the situation here. They're not going to let go of this A site.
Well, Vickel will also bring into a sub this time around, and as Noisy drops, maybe an opportunity with numbers to get this extra 60 seconds, and that's a lot. That's a full team wipe coming through. Ironblood not even going to bother to contest, not the zone, but also not even green. They're going to be stuck in spawn a little bit here. Opportunity starting to brew for Ultra Academy NA with good map positioning, but once again, can you get through this AR line of Ironblood? So far, the answer no, as Adam Assault gets 2.
Yeah, this one is tough. Hixie, of course, with the SMG, he isn't going to be able to do it at a distance, and that's, again, Ironblood in full control here. That minute gets you some breathing room, and Scrap going big with that one pick, even though he loses his teammate in the process. You need to start to get control and move closer to the site because time's ticking away, Shift.
Oh, Welly with the double, following up after Assault had played forward. And this is going to create so many obstacles for Ultra Academy to get through with not a lot of time to do it. I mean, that's fine. You don't get a kill, sure, but you kill off another 15 seconds worth of game clock here. So now Ultra Academy NA, you need to get something set up. You still have to clear out not just the beach front, but also you're not sure what's over towards green. There's just so many questions right now for Ultra as they try to get over towards B.
So that grenade Mohawk hook did end up going good, but again, you can see it Welly. This dude just has the angle shift. No one can do anything to him here. And now you just have the fact that we're 30 seconds left. Not a single tick on B has been captured. This could be Iron Blood Gaming's first win in the series, and it could be the start of something big.
Bid map now, the hotspot is Iron Blood. Do not have the ability to play through ring. Ultra trying to get over, able to stop the clock for a second. Oh, but Mohawk not quite able to get the double. Last opportunities. Vickel's going to have to make a move with Scrap. 9 seconds on the clock, and it's all going to be from the front. No opportunity to make a play through mid. So here it is. Nade kill comes out. Able to get on for maybe just a second, but that's not enough time. All you have is a second. And Iron Blood Gaming defensively, let's call it what it is, just push back Ultra Academy NA.
Exceptional play coming through from Iron Blood, and much needed after the last 2 maps and what we saw from them here. The fact that now, even now we can start talking about maps 4 and 5, where I'm still definitely sweating a little bit, you know. But it was big. This is specifically a map that they highlighted to us earlier. They haven't played it all season long, and now they brought it out because of how much they improved on it. And that 4AR setup ended up being something a little different.
And the thing about it is, let's just, after map 2, talking a lot about how speed, tempo, aggression, just commitment from Ultra NA was a style that is not common, at least through what we've seen so far through challengers. We can now say the same things in regards to what we just saw on that Gavudu control. It was essentially just defense was the key win, right? Overall, when it came down to what Iron Blood was putting together, the 4AR setup, as mentioned, it never allowed Hixie a chance to get inside the boat and do any kind of finessing with the SMG. And the thing about it, what I really like the most about that setup is how quickly Noisy will recognize that if I fall and Hixie's still alive, I have to load in with the sub so I can get back into recontest. That's a really smart heads-up play and just a veteran idea out of Tyler Bailey. Yeah,
such a big deal there coming through here. And it's those mid-map adaptions that we were highlighting that we usually praise Ultra Academy NA for. Seeing that here for Iron Blood in such a crucial moment with their backs against the wall is definitely a very it's a very motivating thing to see. And now as we get into our 4th map here, we got to look to see if they can continue this momentum forward here.
Yeah, it's Berlin as well, by the way, which is another map that when we were sitting kind of at the beginning of the day, just trying to pick some information on Iron Blood, they were like, that's by far our hardpoint bread and butter. So when it comes to trying to extend this series to a map 5, at least you've got a good map 3, a good map 4. The question will be, what happens if we do get to 5, which would have to eventually be there. But again, we'll just kind of keep teasing at that, keep marinating the sauces that would potentially be that Desert Siege.
100%.
I think the biggest question for me, though, if we were to take anything from the Tuscan Hardpoint map 1, tight map throughout the first rotation and a half or so, SMGs were kind of the big, I will say, just kind of trendsetters. What we were looking at as far as the timing of rotations, how they were coming through with map control, it was largely dominated by what the subs had to put into play. Will that change now as we get to a more open style map where ARs can really, again, keep Ultra Academy NA at arm's reach?
Yeah, maybe this time, maybe in that situation, if we get there, is where Vickel doesn't get to pop off the way he did, dropping 33 kills in that first map there on Tuscan. He may not get that same opportunity because of that wide open map where these longer angles are more important, more impactful. We could even see that that 4AR setup again come through here if that's something spicy they want to show us for this last map. If we get there.
No, I think that's a really good call. And now that we're kind of throwing these narratives together, the vetoes that we're seeing make complete sense. It's very clear Iron Blood does not want to have anything to do with close quarters fights. No Bacage Hardpoint, no Tuscan Search and Destroy. That actually makes complete sense. So, and maybe the opposite could be said about Ultra Academy NA. We don't want Gavudu in the mix. We don't want Bacage in the mix. We don't want you to see us coming, at least. I think that's the biggest part about that. So, I don't know. Maybe we're trying to stretch a little bit for it, but
maybe.
I think that there is something to be said. Taking a look at what we've got on the rest of the pit, God, the looks are looking great across the venue. I saw we also have like a huge overhead shot too. Big shout outs to the production team for getting all these look-ins. As, again, we're still dealing with a lot of the winter quarterfinal matchups. The lower round 4 matches are starting to populate the venue as well. So, again, as we start to get updates throughout the bracket, we'll do our best to kind of at least give you verbal runs of what's going on around the venue as you continue to hear pop-offs left, right, and center. The crowd is gathering around Sensor & Co., who look like they're in a map 4 hardpoint at the moment. And As I say
they were
they
in a
win.
map 4 Hardpoint.
That's a 3-1 victory, dude.
Wow.
Sensor's all smiles, bro, and rightfully so, dude. These guys are looking different this weekend.
Yeah, I mean, it's good because I think that was another question where do we see that 2 days in a row after how they played yesterday?
Absolutely.
And already off to a great start, starting to make me think, yeah, maybe we will.
Dude, that's Kaiser and Yuli's team of Electrify Steel that they just took down.
Wow.
So they're now into the winners semifinals, which means I believe, I think we get both winners semis on stream on the main stream today. So we will at some point in time see what exactly they're cooking with. And just to kind of, again, tease you if you didn't see all the Twitter clips that were getting posted around, it's not just the fact that Sensor's bringing energy, but Ghosty and Volans have been unreal so far through this tournament. And based on the giant hug that Ghosty just got from Sensor, I'm guessing he's still on his quote-unquote BS. So we'll see what we got coming through here as we are loading in Berlin Hardpoint, map 4 on the main featured stage. Do or die still for Iron Blood Gaming, needing a reverse sweep against one of the heavy-hitting favorites in the bracket overall of Ultra Academy NA.
Man, what a big map 3. We're going to see if they're going to be able to bring it back into map 4 for the side of Iron Blood Gaming. Again, just like Kavutu, Berlin must win to take us to that Desert Siege Search and Destroy to close things out in map 5. But so far, map 4 is beginning here. So we're going to see, it's looking like Ultra Academy will be able to get onto that P1 hill first.
Favored side setup. Vickle also watching through Secret gets one. That's going to help out the defense just a little bit on this hold. Hixie from the interior. I think that's going to be the biggest key here for Hixie and Vickle. Can they get into prime positions? Yeah. And so far, the answer very comfortably yes, as Hixie starts to zone out a little bit, and it's a full team wipe. Oh, watch out a second. This is going to be really dangerous for Iron Blood, as they're going to be really threatened on their spawns. Yeah,
that's already a lot of points going over to Ultra Academy, and they have a really nice hold onto this hill here. The kills just keep on coming through. That's a double for Hixie just off the rip right there, and he's got 4 in a row so far. Noisy's trying to get some back here. Just another for Vickle, and more control here. More points going over to Ultra Academy as you're already starting to see them rotate and actually have a pretty solid setup on the P2.
That is not a little bit of time.
No.
For Ultra NA.
No.
I mean, that's essentially a full 60 off. I mean, you always fight for at least 12 to 15 seconds. So the fact that you get 48 off the rip is unbelievably good. But on the flip side, once again, we talked about the word a lot, recovery from Iron Blood Gaming. They stopped the punishment. They were able to get in for some early time here at P2. But can you hold as Vickle's able to open up some space? And he does more than that. It's a can opener into what has been just a can of worms here for Iron Blood Gaming. No problems as the quick re-break from Ultra comes through.
Ultra Academy NA very unhappy with how things went on Kavutu, and they're coming back with a vengeance here into map 4. You can see it. They're collecting even more points, extending this lead that much further, and despite Iron Blood's best efforts, they just can't take them down. Even though Assault gets the trade, you see the rest of Ultra Academy still holding firm.
I think the biggest thing about this, if you're Iron Blood, I mean, we've talked about it a lot, if it's really relying on ARs, you have to be able to pick up the timings of what these subs want to do for Ultra NA. If the SMGs can get into these hard points freely, I don't know. It just feels like there's a little bit of a different play style coming out of both Vickle and Scrap, or pardon me, and Hixie in the moment, as they've just been kind of indomitable in close quarters. So 73-13 over to P3. Ultra Academy NA is already set up for it, and the threat for Iron Blood is largely coming from the dock side.
Right, you can see it. Ultra Academy NA already spawning favorably here. You can see it, like you said, Iron Blood trying to move over dockside and see if they can get this angle, but the shots from the distance are just too good. They're holding all the right angles, Shift, as they are in control.
It's not good. It's not good right now for Iron Blood. Split spawn situation coming through. They do spawn Scrap all the way out. This is your best opportunity for Iron Blood to get the break with still 23 seconds remaining. It's up to Exceed to try to work his way in. Hixie will fall. Okay, the break does come through, but I mean, just look at the score. Near runaway as Ultra Academy NA almost find 100 points through 3 hills.
Yeah, I mean, it is about recovery here. The problem is they aren't getting as much time as they maybe hope. It's Scrap. They had 12 before this hill started, Shift, and now they're at 21, and you can already see it. This next hill comes through. P4, Ultra Academy NA already have prime real estate.
You just never want to look at P4, P5 and say, this is where we need to find 60 plus seconds between the two hard points. You just don't want to have that happen on the scrappiest hills, possibly in Vanguard. So we'll see how things unfold. Iron Blood feeling pretty confident about their spawn situation, even more so that they find Scrap in the back. So when it comes to remedying the problem, so far, so good. Welly up top in a great spot. Gets a look at Hixie, knows exactly where he's positioned, but Hixie will at least take down one, opening up some space for Ultra Academy to work from plat side as they try to hit a break from the front.
So this is nice. They are getting some points here on the side of Iron Blood, really starting to get up there. Of course, this is quite the lead Ultra Academy have gotten for themselves here, but you can see it from kills from Welly. Exceed allowing them to hold on, get almost the full 60, but now we got to start looking towards the next rotation here. P1, of course, Ultra Academy NA prime position to be able to get that with 10 seconds left. They're already just under full, they're already pretty much good to go for it.
The biggest thing here for Iron Blood is you have to work through this left side map setup. You cannot allow Ultra Academy to stay comfortable through fire and over towards office. Even worse, they're also on the hard point. So the laundry list just keeps getting dirtier, it feels like. But for Ultra NA, not as comfortable around the hard point as you'd normally like to see. So for Iron Blood, at least a chance to neutralize and maybe fight back for some high ground control, which is coming through out of Exceed. So not bad. You're clawing your way back into it, but still, it's just such a long road to go when it comes to having to flip the map around completely.
Yeah, it's not good. You said it, P4 and P5. That's not where you're hoping to get 60+ points, but it's looking like that's where Iron Blood find themselves in, and it's not quite happening. They got a lot from P4, but Ultra Academy holding strong here, making sure not a whole lot of points coming through. Still leading by almost 60 as they actually lost control here, so some scrap time's gonna go over to Iron Blood.
Okay, Noisy has to make a play. There's still one more player spawning in for Ultra Academy on the left side of the map. So Tyler's got to do something special. Oh, what a turn! That's gonna flip the spawns around. Hold on a second. What was an indomitable start for Ultra Academy NA? They almost had 100 points through 3 hard points. Now they're only up about 20, 35 points. And Iron Blood have the favorable side spawns. It just comes down to, do you read where this hit's coming from? And so far, the answer looks like yes. Don't call it a comeback yet, but boy, are Iron Blood fighting.
This is such a big deal here. They're going to be able to get a lot of points here on the next rotation. They're really starting to close this gap here. We're like within 20 points, which was what from before, which was an 80-point lead in favor of Ultra Academy NA. We've seen this movie before, Shift. Iron Blood Gaming catch up, but can they hold it? We can't call it a comeback yet, but Noisy, he wants it bad.
Oh my, and Hixie, the last one, really left to do too much for Ultra NA, will get punished. 25 seconds on the clock.
Look
all
at that
of a sudden, pressure is just all into the face of Ultra Academy NA. Noisy's one off of a streak. He's just waiting to see if someone's going to challenge him from the side door. He's not going to get gifted that 7th kill, so he'll have to work for it. But largely speaking, I mean, all the adjustments and adaptations, they're in the lead all of a sudden.
That's what we wanted. That's what we wanted. But again, this has happened before. They need to keep this up. They are not going to get that first move onto P2. That's all Ultra Academy. So they're going to need to be able to break this and get themselves on this hard point if they actually want to be able to get a secure lead. Because so far, Ultra are holding strong.
The thing about it, again, for Ultra NA, you have your subs in position. So Iron Blood, how do you clear? Mohawk doing well through mid-map, is able to take down 3, kind of one-dimensionalizing this Iron Blood point of ingress from the street side. And the read is perfect from Ultra Academy NA. Flawless opening 30 seconds so far. Now the break. Iron Blood looking to set something up. They're able to kind of clear the proximity. The perimeter is now good. It's just down to, can you find Vickle? And yeah, they do it no problem.
Perfect.
Good break attempt from Iron Blood.
That's right. Now you're going to hold on to control here. If they get all this scrap time, again, they're just going to keep this tied up. In fact, maybe a slight lead they could find themselves in here, but overall, being able to pick up the scrap time is such a big deal. You can already see them moving and setting up for this next hill. Even though Ultra do end up getting control, it doesn't do much for the lead that they have. It's like 15 points with 5 seconds left, and Iron Blood Gaming are already set up, I was going to say, but Scrap, these long-range shots are so good, they're actually weakening what's going to be Iron Blood's first move on the next hill.
This exit from Ultra Academy NA is nearly flawless. They nearly get the full opening, but that double from Exceed saves the day. So now the setup,
huge.
Good for Iron Blood. You stabilize the spawns, you stabilize the hard point, and you've got Welly forward to try to zone off a hit through fire. Should be a lead swap. But with that said, Ultra Academy NA have a full stack through the middle of the map through fire. Noisy, good read. Nade cooked up, just wants to make sure he's able to put a bit of a buffer zone into play, and there it is, 3 straight kills coming through. Last one, a part of the break attempt would be Scrap. He's going to really be able to do nothing at all, and a full team wipe comes through as Iron Blood do cement a lead swap.
And this is going to be a full 60 at this rate shift. Now, them getting a solid lead for themselves here after being down 80 points during that first rotation. It's been an insane comeback so far. They need to keep this one going if they want to take us to that 5th map. It was just a thought, it was just a dream, but now it feels like it could really happen.
Goodness. 181 to 152. Ultra in the setup for P4, but it's being contested through the warehouses. Here comes Assault on 3. Good clearance coming through, and what a read this is. Hicks is able to at least neutralize one threat, but he's in a very difficult position to do much more, or is he? He stays alive, gets a double.
Okay.
Noisy now in a little bit of trouble. That's going to be 3 good kills from the side of Ultra Academy NA. They deal with the initial threat, and they can start focusing forward towards the hill.
Yeah, but the rest of Ironblood are here on the way. Exceed gets 1, but he does end up getting traded here, and these actually do end up being really good long-range kills for Ultra Academy NA. They're going to be able to not necessarily collect some of the scrap time, but they're denying Ironblood Gaming this opportunity to further the lead they find themselves in, but the kills are going in pretty big here. The one to watch out for now is Hixie. He's on quite the angle. He gets 1.
Looking for the double will collect. That's actually going to confirm. That's full scrap time.
Yeah.
So now we're back to a dead even game after these last 10 seconds come through. Ironblood on the favorite side looking over P5, but not a lot of high ground control inside this apartment complex in particular. So Ultra Academy NA have room to work with once again to get an exit and get a look at this 5th hard point. But the kills that come out all favor Ironblood, leaving Mohawk left alone. Pistol good for the opener. No, doesn't get the double, and Ironblood gets some time here on 5 early.
That's really important there before this next rotation to be able to get themselves again this solid lead, and you can see it. The kills are coming through. Pretty even trades. Nothing too convincing yet, and that benefits them. Oh, Hixie gets slide canceled essentially, as now we're seeing Ironblood still kind of hold on to control, but Ultra Academy are really making their way in.
At least able to contest, keep it neutral. Have to still fight for the left side of the map though, and there's no budge at all from Ironblood at the moment. 20 seconds to fight for on the hard point. Any second is a good second, though, for Ironblood as they look to grow their lead. But careful, here comes the hit from Ultra, making their play across the map. Denied initially as Mohawk will fall. Scrap can really not do too much with this AR, and even as he falls topside window, it's going to be a P1 initial time for Ironblood. Over 200 points. It's on Ultra Academy. You need a break here early on P1.
Oh, and this is a pretty good exits coming through here from Ironblood as well. It's going to give them really firm control over this next rotation. You can already see it getting closer and closer to that 250 mark. Ultra Academy, they're running out of time. They're running out of space to make mistakes. Big play coming through from Vickle. They need to keep it going. That's almost a full wipe.
It's just down to Assault. He's going to drop. The break is good for Ultra NA. It's a full team wipe. And look at Ironblood. They can't even hit through fire. They've got to go the long way around. This might be a full 30 seconds of scrap for Ultra NA with this current setup. Noisy, though, going to open up some space. Can he get the double? No, he misses it. So now the hit has to be off this flank. He's going to get red and taken down, and Ultra Academy NA are going to get over 200 points.
Yeah, they want to contest this one here. It's going to basically be a 2. Oh, well, he gets taken down from a distance. You got to, I don't even think you can get much off of this anymore. You want to try and contest, deny some of this time, but you got to start thinking about the next hill shift. You need to make sure you have firm control because that hill could decide it all.
The score is good for Ironblood, but there is a steep advantage right now for Ultra Academy NA. Not just off the scrap time, but Hixie's ready to go. He's on 4 in a row. He's in a good position. No one has any idea he's here at stairs. He's going to get number 5 for free. He's by himself, but he's got some space to work with. Wait for teammates to get here. 223. Mailroom opening up in favor of Ironblood, but the numbers are good for Ultra. Just comes down to, can Assault do much? The answer, absolutely no. The next hit coming through, though, good. It's down to Mohawk to try to contest, but you have to wait for numbers.
Yeah, you do. You don't want to keep throwing yourselves at Ironblood Gaming and just allow them to get further time. This could all end here if Ultra aren't careful, so they have to try and make the break here. You see kills going back and forth. They are forcing them off the hill, but if the trades are favoring Ironblood Gaming, they're still in control shift. There's only 9 seconds left.
Oh, and they can zone forward. Noise is in a great spot to try to get this to the map 5. Scrap can do nothing.
This
the quick kill from Hixie. 248 Hixie. He's going to touch in time, but it's going to be nothing further. He can't get the kill, and we're now 1 map away from a reverse sweep. It was a 99 to 15 point game in favor of Ultra Academy NA, but it doesn't matter. We're going to Desert Siege.
Now we can talk about Game 5 shift. What an insane comeback after 2 very convincing maps from Ultra Academy NA, but beautiful play from Ironblood, and it all started on Gavutsu control. What an insane defense they managed to show us, and they really managed to cement that Game 5 going into it with a great comeback on Berlin.
Wow. That is so unbelievably good. If you were to have told me through 3 hard points that Ultra Academy NA was about to be up almost 100 points, I would have been like, this map's done.
It's over,
Series is over. The fact that they were able to get, what, about a 90-point spree between P4, P5, and then the re-rotation back to 1 again is just not common. And this start from Ultra NA was absolutely perfect. You get the opening break off, you get the zone forward. I mean, it's 99 to 13 to start this map beatdown. What has happened here?
Ironblood have iced up. Let's be real. They're managing to really start to bring things back here. And now we can start talking about Desert Siege. You touched on it a little bit ever since we saw that 4 AR setup on Kavutu. The fact that Desert Siege being that kind of map where things are a little more open, you can keep Ultra NA at arm's length. That's another setup that we could potentially see again. And if they go that route, maybe we see our first reverse sweep of the tournament.
Very well could have been that way. Wow, what a finish this was, though. I mean, it looked like for a moment, we talked about it, like with the P1 break that Ultra put together, full team wipe.
Yeah.
You get the scrap time, and you have the ability to get Hixie in a position to contest P2. Even though they were down on the scoreboard there near the end, I think you were to say advantage was tilting their favor until Ironblood was able to re-clean things back up. Great stuff. So, deep breaths.
Yeah, you gotta.
It's winner's corner. It's like, we have a long day ahead of us still.
That's true.
But the thing about it is, as you were starting to tease, we let everyone marinate for 3 maps.
Now we can cook.
Desert Siege, we're ready to cook it up, throw it on the grill. I think you're absolutely right. And when it comes to trying to keep Ultra Academy at arm's length, there is no better map to do it on a Search and Destroy than Desert Siege. It just comes down to, can you actually execute now?
That's the thing, and this is a question we've been asking Ironblood pretty much the entire series long, and we're starting to find out that the answer is yes.
Yeah.
And the thing I want to keep hitting back on, too, is that this map rotation, remember, they called it. They knew this map for map. They told us what was going to happen before we actually started the broadcast today. So that kind of tells me that maybe they do have a little something going into Desert Siege.
Man, you kind of feel like you have to have somebody, probably Exceed, with a sniper rifle hitting shots. Like, if that's really the game plan, like if we're really accurate on this, and it is one of those, we got to keep it arm's length, that battle out towards Dunes on both sides of the bomb may determine how this map actually fares. I think the real thing about it, though, for Ultra NA is going to be, are they even going to allow that gunfight to happen? Because you don't have to force it necessarily. You can just kind of keep them responsible and just kind of tease at it and keep your focus in towards that inner university area, that palace area. So I'll be really interested to see how much respect is given by Ultra NA. Are they going to allow Ironblood to kind of just have that outer Dunes area? Or are they going to try to contest and keep that speed that we saw on Berlin up here in map 5?
I think they need to. I think it's more to the former, because I think if they try to go for that speed, it might not end up working out for them this time around, especially if we do see the sniper rifle end up coming through for Exceed, who, by the way, pretty sure hit a 30 bomb the last map or something really close to it. He was popping the hell off.
Yeah.
So getting something like a sniper in his hands in such a crucial moment might actually be the play that you need to kind of avoid if you're Ultra NA.
Well, we'll take a look at the map set here again really quickly to see how things have fared. We're kind of teasing at it here and there, kind of relating back to what had happened versus what's to come. That Berlin Search and Destroy, it was all speed, all aggression. It was a 2-0 start for Ironblood, but then 5 rounds in a row came through and a little bit of back and forth near the end, but it just felt like Ultra Academy NA was not going to let go of that tempo that they were able to establish. It all started with the Tuscan Hardpoint, a very back and forth affair, really until the last couple of Hardpoints where Ultra Academy NA took the advantage that they were building and really set it over the edge. But then the Voodoo control, like you mentioned, that's where everything changed for Ironblood. That's where this whole narrative of keeping them at arm's length really had been cemented. It was a 4 AR setup defensively, and there was no answer from it from Ultra NA. A little bit of a different look to the Berlin Hardpoint, but I still think that that range battle is preferred for Ironblood in trying to best this Ultra NA team.
Agreed, and I think that the most interesting thing to me is that even though we praise Exceed for how well he played in that last round, I do want to look at Welly as well. I think he's been playing really well the entire time with the way he moves himself around the map, and I think what we got to see that's a little different from Berlin when the first time we saw S&D in the series is that it's giving him time. Because the thing I remember very clearly is that you're not giving enough space when you're sending him on these alternate angles, which end up giving you a lot of really nice setups. The problem is they don't get to fully utilize them, and I think this time around that needs to change.
The thing about it is, look, like, Welly in the opening seasons of Challengers Elite was one of the best ARs in NA statistically speaking.
Yeah.
Assault is one of the best, most consistent ARs in Call of Duty history. I mean, MVP in World War II with that EG squad, and on top of that, just like a long history of just constant success. And then you add in 2 very flexible players in Noisy and Exceed. Yeah, you have to feel good about your long-range game. On the other side of things, though, I think this really comes down to, I know a lot of people want to focus on Scrappy, but I'm actually looking at Hixie here. I think he needs to kind of dominate that SMG gunplay. He needs to be a problem that Ironblood need to put a response to.
Yeah, I think you're right. It's going to be really important here. Like, the fact that because this map ends up working out for them in terms of space and things like that, it's going to be about trying to close that gap and get Hixie in those exact positions so that they can actually fully utilize his skill. Because, I mean, when he gets the opportunities, when you get him up close, this dude does magical things, man.
That's facts. Here we go. Everyone leans an extra 6 inches closer to their monitor, which means we're ready to go for Desert Siege. Map 5. It had been a flawless day 1 for Ultra NA. Didn't drop a map. No longer can that be said, as they're fighting for an opportunity to get to one of the top 4 winner bracket teams.
Crazy. Now, they might drop a series.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not calling anything yet, but it's been a really good map 3 and 4 for the side of Ironblood Gaming. It's now the cool Ultra Academy NA are on the attack. Wow, they are just full sending.
Yeah, this is what I was a little worried about. Both teams really just hammering at one another through Palace. Opening engagement once again favoring that of the side of Ultra NA, who are in the blue. Bomb being planted over towards A. Assault is in a good position to maybe even get this nade off. Yeah, good kill. The bomb doesn't get planted. Does he read it? There's someone around the backside, though. Hixie in a really sneaky position, and yeah, he will get the kill, keeping the numbers with Ultra's offense.
That's right. Now it is just Welly versus Hixie and Mohawk. He is moving his way around the map, as we know. Hixie's going to go ahead and plant the bomb because you have your teammate to cover, and it's easy shots coming through. That's 1 round for Ultra.
Good read. So, I'm telling you.
That was quick.
I don't know, man. I don't think Ultra's even going to give him a look towards Dunes. I think they're going to try to dominate this mid-university play and just never even allow an opportunity for snipers to be a question. I don't know. We'll see. I think that's probably the smarter play, just stylistically based on what we've seen from these 2 squads so far. We'll see if it holds true as we get to this the flip sides here. Yeah,
and it's important too because it already worked so well in this first round. Ultra NA Academy being able to just continuously keep that tempo fast, add on that pressure. There's no reason to change it. So this time around, now that they're on the offense, you got to imagine we're going to see something similar coming through here, as they're probably going to be looking for that A hit.
Yeah, look at this. Defensively, nobody even bothering towards Dune side. They're going to play this B site from on top of the bomb. But with that in mind, Ironblood, who did take a quick look to see if anyone was playing through University, are full stack through trains. Stun will read this for the defense of Ultra NA. Nades to follow, and yeah, they do connect onto Escape, but the bomb does get planted, and Noisy gets away. So post-plant setup is still here for the 3v4.
That's pretty solid. So we're going to see Assault manage to pick up something there on the background. He is under a little bit of pressure, but you got a lot of fights going on in the background as well. As now, you have time. It's 2 versus 2, and just hanging out and holding back favors Ultra Academy.
Oh, Scrap, good shot, but he doesn't finish his food. Welly able to stay alive. Assault now in a clutch position over the top. He's able to find 1 elimination. Numbers now good. From a 3v4 to a 2v1, and there it is, the easy cleanup. Good post-plant setup from Ironblood.
Yeah, really nice comeback coming through here. Now we get this 1-to-1 setup here. Do you smell that? I think I saw it. It's a little early. And, you know what I'm going to say?
You're going to say it smells like around 11.
I mean, you put the 2 ones together, you know, it's 11. It's just foresight. I don't know. We'll see. I'm mostly playing around, but I like that we're already seeing instant answers back. Because before, the last S&D map we saw earlier on today, Ironblood Gaming, yeah, they got 2, but then they got smoked after. It was 5 in a row. So this time around, that back and forth is really promising to see here. So we're already seeing the side swap yet again. Ultra Academy just going to go ahead and rush the plants.
Quick plant play out of Ickle. Scrap with first blood will make this play a little bit more comfortable. And now the post plant gets set up. And interestingly enough, Ironblood Gaming have also defensively not even bothered with any Dune side play. So now you have to re-clear Dunes, as well as the outside of the University platform and the bomb site itself. If you don't get what I'm getting at here, there's a lot of things that have to go right here for Ironblood, and none of them are coming true at the moment. Assault would be left for what would have to be an ace. He's on 3 in a row, so you feel like he probably doesn't give this a full go, nor is he allowed to as the kill comes through in Ultra Academy NA. Keep this an all-offensive affair.
Yeah, seems like it so far. That's going to be 2-1 for them here. And it's just, again, we have so many of these fast rounds here coming through from both of these squads. And this pace usually seems to be favoring Ultra NA Academy. So I guess there's no reason why we see them switch things up now. As we see the sides switch up, can they hold on to this defense now, or are we going to see the little bit of ping pong coming through here between these rounds?
Yeah, absolutely. And I'll be the first one to admit that I'm baffled that we're not seeing more Dune-sided play coming out of Ironblood.
Yeah.
Welly this time will at least give it a look, but defensively, Ultra Academy NA, again, not interested in even playing deep outside of B. This is going to be a forward member inside a vehicle who is playing close by, just kind of throwing shoulders. He avoids all the incoming nades as well. So as far as the early intel for Ironblood, they've missed out on any early information off the set nades.
This time around, a much slower round than what we have seen. Now some information comes through from the nade Exceed has thrown, and it's going to allow Welly to pick up that first blood here. And you can see you do have Welly, the other side of the map, just watching that B side to see what other information and potential picks he can get as the shots are coming through, but his teammates are falling on the other side. And I mean, if they push this now, shit, that's a 2 versus 3.
Well, he's cut off. This is a really good play out of Scrap. He's going to completely cut him off to make sure there is no rotation, but Assault comes back to help. That is a massive pickup. What looked to be an advantage coming through for Ultra Academy, and after the exchange leads to now numbers and a plant for Ironblood. This would be a 1v3 in technicality from Mohawk, and he's got at least some space to work with from the front side of the bomb. The problem will be, how do you deal with these two players at range? And the answer is you don't.
That's right. The 2 versus 1 is good for Ironblood Academy, and the ping pong affair continues as we're now going to round 5 at 2-2 here. As it seems like it's just been an all-offensive affair here so far in Desert Siege.
Yeah, it's just come through in a very uncharacteristic way. I'm a bit, again, surprised. Well, he gets that opening first blood onto Vickle over towards the B site. I'm surprised Ironblood doesn't try to rewrap that bomb back over towards B. But it doesn't matter in the end. Just good pickups through the middle of the map. So 2-2, as you mentioned, all offense. And this time for Ultra NA. Mohawk, deep angle outside of A. The rest of the 3 coming through an Assault.
See ya.
Okay, I'm just going to peek and look through this broken wall. And how about the quick flank got a Noisy, completely containing Ultra NA towards this backside of A.
Well, this time it's looking like a defensive round is going to be good here. Ironblood Gaming in this 4 versus 2. Now they got to just hang back. The ball is in Ultra Academy NA's court. You do see Hixie manages to sneak the bomb, and Mohawk manages to get a kill. Okay, but Mohawk now, as he loses his teammate, he's going to be the last one alive.
Stun misses, so he's got at least some freedom to work around with. But with 45 on the clock, no bomb in hand, and no idea where exactly Ironblood has gone to, it would be difficult to assume that a 1v3 is on the table for him. Especially with Exceed just kind of playing into Cubby. There's the slide information. No problems there. First defensive round won by Ironblood.
It's a big deal. Getting this lead, so very important for them here, especially because it's been all offense so far. Being able to kind of shift the pace a little bit and get the defensive win, I think, is a big deal for them here, especially off some of those early picks that they managed to get off. I think it was it Exceed? Just looking through the broken window.
It was Salt that was there, yeah. Little peekaboo.
Well, hey, how are you?
Hey there, bud. Welcome to Toronto.
You come here often?
And out of the 6 kills for Assault, 5 non-traded, so the at-range play working out. And how about this? First time we'll see Exceed pull out the scope, and they've gotten a good look at what Ultra defensively have put together towards A. So he's hoping for a pixel peek through the trains. None will be given towards him, though. And on the opposite side, Welly number 6 in red is going to once again kind of play towards that outside area through the flak guns and take a look over towards B. Opening nades, though, defensively. We'll get some information as, obviously, the stack towards A is going to be red. And look at the defense. They're already full-flooded over towards this A side.
Yeah, and I mean, look at again, Welly on the other side here. They could rotate to B, but they lose Noisy. They lose the bomb, and now this 2 versus 4 scenario where Exceed, he's got the snipe. Okay, my bad, Exceed.
He's got a read, but still gives up the angle. We'll have to get this done by way of scope and pistol at the moment.
No
Second
way.
shot misses. Pistol out, not going to get the job done, but boy, he had a look at it. Would have been hard-pressed to get the 3rd in the mix, though, as he was quickly being surrounded. And as we went offense for offense through the first 4, it's now defense for defense. Has the tide changed completely on both sides.
That's right, and it's still just this back and forth between both these teams in this round 5, especially, again, I think especially we got to give praise to Ironblood Gaming. The fact that those first 2 rounds, yeah, things were a little contested during that first hardpoint but on Tuscan, but for the most part, it's been all Ultra NA up until that round, until that map 3, and the fact that they are bringing it to this map 5, they're going toe-to-toe with Ultra NA is definitely a sight to behold, especially when we praise them as favorites.
Okay, here we go. Different look defensively this time for Ironblood. Some forward pressure through mid, of course. Oh, that nade's gonna, okay, later. Vickle stays alive?
Unless?
Oh, what a missed opportunity. Vickle's got an extra life. But I was gonna say also different defensively as well. He's now playing not just over towards dunes, but through it. And this 1v1 with Scrap could mean the round, easy elimination, and now big numbers plus map position for Ironblood's defense.
Yeah, this is so important now. They're going to be able to just keep the pressure on to Ultra Academy. Vickle is the one holding the bomb at the moment. And now he is lost. Mohawk is the last one alive. He has a little bit of information to play with here, but they know where he is also. And, oh, the shots are coming through.
Yeah. Only a matter of time before he drops. And it's been pretty much convincing round after convincing round from both sides' perspectives 100%. Thus far. And I just have to say it. If you're Ironblood, if Welly gets another uncontested look over towards B Dunes, I think you have to go B this round. Yeah. You just have to try to give it a look.
I mean, at this point, why not? You've been going hard A the entire time, and you can see it reflects in the defense Ultra Academy NA are going for. So if Welly continues to get those looks like you're talking about, you have these openings that you should definitely take, especially because with this lead, you throw Ultra for a loop. That's a good way to get yourself at match point.
Well, it's going to be uncontested. This is a 4-man defensive stack for Ultra and A. Over to
this
A.
Is what I mean.
And Hixie's through. Oh, you have to get a read at this if you're Ironblood, because Hixie can be a huge problem in the back, and he's already made that the case. Yeah, you're going to get a look over towards B, but you've got no help over the flank. Noisy has to stick for a plant here and hope for a post-plant situation, which he's going to get the bomb down, and Welly's going to play backside by tower. This is going to go completely unlooked.
Yeah, you just got to back up. You got to give a little bit of space here. It's the 2 versus 4 now, but it is post-plant Noisy. He has eyes. He's holding on the trigger discipline. He gets 1. Can't get 2. It's a 1 versus 3.
But no one knows where Welly is. He could watch over this defuse. But what a read that is. Hixie from platform. Vickle was also moving forward to clear out Dunes. It was a good attempt, but it's just a convincing first blood from Hixie. Completely flips the map around. There's nowhere for Ironblood to work with.
And we were just talking about it. That was Ironblood's opportunity to go towards that B site, but losing that first blood over to Hixie is allowing Ultra and A to be able to hold on here. We're getting into these close potential clutch scenarios here, but so far, again, just continues to be back and forth as we switch sides again for round, was it 9?
Math, yes.
Yes. How does he do it?
I don't know, dude. I've got a little bit more of the vision side. You've got the math side.
Okay, at least I got something, you know?
Yeah, that's fair. We're just picking each other up here.
Yeah.
Math is hard.
It is.
What's the call here, Ultra NA? Opening setup looks towards A. Not even going to bother with mid. They say, all right, Assault, we see you peeking through the window. We're not going to bother with this time. This is going to be all nades through trains, and Vickle's going to go for an early plant. Are there defensive responses? The nades tag, but they don't get the kill. Quickly, Noisy looking for the kill off the exit. He does get it and gets it freely. That's big.
Yeah, he could look for another one. I think Mohawk is also in the vicinity. He's in a little bit of trouble. Managing to get that one is a big deal. That's another one for Noisy here. He could go big this round to get Ironblood Gaming at match point.
Hixie, good read on Exceed.
Huge.
Has to check the bomb. Oh my God. Almost got Noisy, but Welly was on his close right. Did not expect it. And well, now all of a sudden, the COD gods have said no reverse sweeps yesterday's shift. How about maybe one round away from taking down one of the best teams in NA?
And here we go. We're going into round 10 shift. It has been tight between these two teams. Ultra NA Academy might not only has the series given them their first map loss, it could be their first series loss after all the hype, after all how good they played yesterday. I mean, deservedly, they played extremely well. But to be able to fall to losers right away in the quarters, that would be crazy.
What is the defensive call? They're going to stack through B.
Wow.
Oh my goodness. And Welly gets first blood. His angle is 100% free. The nades coming out do tag, but they don't find any eliminations. So now you have an idea here if you're Ironblood with the numbers that the hit from the defense was aggressive through the B site. Can Welly do more from this position? He got a good look at the opening, but he's missed the mark on Trap. Doesn't make a difference. It's a 4v2. Ironblood can smell the reverse sweep.
He can smell it. They're looking for it. They're rushing towards A. Vickle and the rest of Ultra NA, though, they're trying to hold this one down. As soon they're going to get confirmation that the plant is coming through A side. This is a 2 versus 3, but the post plant is looking really good for Ironblood, especially with the angle that Willie has. Mohawk, a much-needed pick coming through here. They want to take us to round 11.
And they get the isolation on Welly. It's down just to Assault. Do they know where he's at? So far, no, but they're doing their diligence. They're clearing the backside.
I love it.
But Assault has stayed alive. They've got no idea he's holding as close as he is. Fickle around the deep side.
Through. He gets the one.
Mohawk falls.
He can just run now. He can just
1v1. He doesn't get a look at him initially, but it doesn't matter. Adam Assault, the World War II MVP, comes back into the mix, gets the 1v2, and the reverse sweep is good in 10 rounds of Surge.
You hear him popping off, and it's well-deserved shift. What an insane comeback coming through after convincing 2 maps for Ultra Academy NA. Ironblood Gaming send one of the best teams we have here to the lower bracket.
Welcome to the pit, baby. Oh my goodness. It didn't take very long for us to get a barn burner to start things off. Holy smokes, that's a full-on reverse sweep for Iron Blood, and it's Adam Assault for a 1v2. Oh my. How has that happened?
I don't know. It was just insane. Again, like you could tell how confident they were from the very start when we got to chat with them before the broadcast started. And now we're seeing pretty much everything they talked about just coming to pass here. They managed to get a huge victory here, round 10, map 5. First reverse sweep, of course, with the shift stat.
I'm telling you, I don't think we saw a single one yesterday. I swear to you we didn't. So now we've got Sensor and Co. They are able to continue on their run. And how about the review over this map 5 as Iron Blood also throws a surprise of their own to the mix, taking down Ultra NA in reverse sweep fashion. And it came by way of, I think, just kind of the same moniker we were setting up, just looking at it through map 3, looking at it through map 4. It was try to keep this Ultra NA team at arm's length.
Right.
I won't say that was the only factor here in the 5th round, but it definitely came into play with Assault finding that final 1v2.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, overall, like we talked about Hixie and how impactful he is on the SMG, just trying to keep making sure he can't play at his effective range, I think is the big deal that they were able to get through.
Yeah.
It showed on map 3, it showed a bit on map 5 with Assault playing like you talked about, and it just ends up culminating to an incredible win there for Iron Blood Gaming.
Unreal.
Yeah.
So that's 3 of our 4 winter quarterfinals done, dusted, recorded, but there's still one to come. 705 Esports will be squaring up against Electrify Steel Black, Pander, GodRx. We've got also Pentagram and Fame. A lot of it was the BBG team from last year. They were so consistent, so good in Cold War. They've been missing. So really throughout the entirety of the year up until this event. So now they've got a chance to go up against that 705 team with Pristini, Classic, DiamondCon, and Royalty.
Yep.
I mean, Royalty is the name. It's literally some 100%. Of the living legends of the Challenger scene with a lot of CWL veteran experience that's going to be coming up next on the main stage. The lower bracket will continue to carry through. CallOfDuty.com. You can take a look at the bracket there. Make sure you keep in touch with what's happening across the board. We'll try to give you guys updates as we possibly can. But if that is just the first of many of this kind of long list of kind of like a chef's tasting menu of challengers today, it's going to be a hell of a day.
Absolutely, Shift. I can't believe, I did not expect, I mean, man, going into this third map, I'm thinking, okay, well, you know, it's the quarters, it's fine. We'll have hype matches later. We'll have hype matches tomorrow for lower finals and grands.
No need to wait.
No need to wait. No time like the present, says Iron Blood Gaming, as they gave us such a great show to start off this first quarterfinals. Of course, we have our second one coming up, just like you highlighted. And man, even if that's half as good, I'm excited.
It's going to be a good one. We'll have Visions and Proper for the call. Speaking of wait, we were going to do that for that matchup. We'll send things over to a break, get the players all set up. We'll be right back with the Toronto Ultra Major 3 Challengers Open bracket right after this.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Toronto Challengers Open. We are getting ready to go live with yet another match. And, well, for the broadcast coming in here for the second one's myself, Visions, alongside Proper. It's been 3 years and counting, brother. It's great to see you. It's great to have you side by side, and I'm amped up.
It just feels weird. I almost feel like there's supposed to be like a box, like a monitor around you somewhere. It feels good, man. Toronto's been really, really fun. It's my first time in the city, and for the Passion Pit, it's been showing up, man. The matches have been insane. The entire venue has been absolutely ecstatic. I'm just so happy to be here to watch these matches out play.
It's been incredible. I mean, we just came off a reverse sweep of all things, for Toronto Ultra NA. I think the last thing a lot of us were really expecting when it comes down to that team in particular. Yeah. But coming up here for us next, we have 705 Esports going up against Electrify Steel Black. This one's also going to be a special one. We have a lot of the veteranship here coming through for Electrify Steel. On the other hand, I mean, overall, you've got some Toronto locals. We were talking about the fact that, hey, listen, Royalty and DiamondCon, they are used to running the local scene here in Toronto. That is not going to be the case. They're going to have to dig deep, have to fight through all of these teams, and there's a lot of great ones here in that lower bracket as well as that upper bracket here still.
The way that the bracket is shaped up, nobody's safe. We always end up saying the lower bracket is shark-infested waters. This entire tournament going forward away from yesterday is all just shark-infested waters. You think you're safe down there with the Piranhas? Not so much going to be the case. This one in particular is going to be interesting, given the fact that we'll talk about 705 first. It is for that one simple fact of what you were just talking about. Royalty, DiamondCon, two players that almost actually qualified for the Pro-Am going back when they were playing with Prelude and Venom under the Team War banner back in Minnesota. They lost that, round 11, Game 5 to StrikeX. It was like Gunzi on a wild flank.
Sure.
Not exactly the outcome that they were looking for. Now, going into Season 3 of the Elite for Challengers, then they found themselves competing alongside Pristini and Classic, two players that are currently the 5th spot for Seattle Surge and Atlanta FaZe respectfully. It's pretty interesting how the dynamic of this team does work. They obviously know how to play fast. They also know how to play really reserved. The veteranship that you were talking about along the way did not get them to playoffs whatsoever, but they showed really good strides at the end of that season.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see how Pristini's going to perform. He's back in that LAN environment, right? He's got to be feeling good. And let's be honest, when he got subbed in, up in CDL for Atlanta FaZe, felt like that kind of really put that fire back underneath him. And that's something that, he was missing for a little bit of time. He was talking about that on social. So it should be interesting to see how he's going to be able to come back and be that aggressive sub, but also play that flex role that we know when we get those Kavutus and things like that. And I mean, he's got that chemistry with Nicky D. They played through it last year, of course, on Seattle Surge. So there's like built-in duos here trying to get that teamwork flowing. And that's really the big factor. You have to match a lot of the teamwork that we're going to get because across the board, well, we have 3 players that have spent a lot of time with each other here, Andy.
Yeah, over on the opposite side of the stage, those 4 players, Electrify Steel Black, you cannot undermine what Cold War meant for the core 3 of this team, both Panda and GodRx. When you're talking about those two as individuals, that is the most consistent AR duo that we had throughout the entirety of the Cold War year, playing underneath the BBG banner. Now, who were the of those 2 players? Well, one of them is their teammate today, Pentagram. How many times we're going to talk about how influential Pentagram has been since the Cold War season, joining the likes of Kismet as an SMG duo. Was electric to say the least. To be able to see the First Blood engagements always come through for Pentagram. Good enough, obviously, as they are the substitute player for the Los Angeles Thieves. But with all that said, it hasn't really been the season for them. Walking away with how strong it has looked throughout the entirety of Cold War, we thought, oh man, coming into the season, they're going to do great. We thought that that Real Madrid squad originally, when Vickle was playing with Panda and GodRx at the beginning of the year, was going to be final. Was not the case. They ended up breaking up. Now they're back together. We've been seeing just it's challenges, right? We're always going to end up seeing that happen more often than not. But alongside these 3 core players is Fame. And if you don't know who Kev Fame is, well, you better dial it up a little bit, because this guy is absolutely electric when it comes out of the map. He is very influential. He knows what role needs to be played at the right time. He's that flex player that could almost mold these core 3 players of old BBG together. Yeah,
and man, he brings the fire too. We've seen 1v4s from Fame throughout this year. He's been crushing it throughout CCL and throughout obviously Challengers, and now he finds himself on a solid squad. He's got some great veteranship alongside him, with the likes of GodRx, Panda, that can really help guide him, make sure he's always making the right plays. So I'm excited to see how Fame's going to be able to do. And we come back to the fact that you brought up Pentagram as someone who we really highlighted coming in. Like, listen, like we want to see that Pentagram from Cold War, want to see him have those takeover games. And you mentioned the fact that he got picked up, onto the bench here for the LA Thieves. And that was because of his performance. Now, so far throughout this year, I think one of his best placings has been around about top 5, has not really had the best showing. So you really need to see him kind of have that takeover type of play style again. That's what he was so good at doing. He was bringing so much to the comms as well. Whenever you would talk about, how things are going behind the scenes, it feels like he always had a lot to contribute. So this does feel like this could be, that big pop-off event for them. They have the chemistry, just about executing, putting it together. And if you can have a really massive match here up against this squad, that could be enough to start to propel you, give you a little bit of momentum to roll through this upper bracket and see if you can make the run. But it's going to take a lot. And, well, the one thing that we know so far, it's been a surprise for the first match. So it's hard to really guess, I feel like, on which team's going to come out on top going in towards the second one, too.
A lot of surprises across the board as well.
Certainly.
I mean, we were just kind of like moseying around the pit yesterday, watching the crazy amount of matches as they were happening across station to station, as you see behind us here. It's just one of those things, again, in the pit, on land, everybody's just kind of getting that itch going back for themselves to make sure that they were prepared for this moment of time. Some teams are showing up, some teams are already going home. We're going to get to a good showcasing to be able to see where these two teams do stand, because on paper, they are juggernauts. It all comes down to making sure that comes across in-game. That's
right. It's going to have to come across in-game here, which we'll be loading into fairly soon. And, I mean, let's talk about the setup here for a second. The fact that we have, some incredible map modes coming in here for us. We got the player camps going as well. Production's been fantastic. Only one match in. Second one's going to be incredible. But as you can see, Tuscan Hardpoint for our first map. Bocage, Search and Destroy for our second one. Then we'll move on to a Gavutu Control, second Bocage Hardpoint, and if need be, we'll go to a Tuscan Search and Destroy for that map number 5.
Some kind of sandwich that I'm looking at over here. Like the Gavutu's the meat, like you have some condiments of the Bocage, 2 slices of Tuscan bread. Some beautiful stuff. Yeah, I mean, when you're looking at this map set as a whole, this will fare quite well for these two teams, specifically both 1 and 2, and then if it ends up going the distance for 4 and 5, you have a lot of good opportunity for your flexes to be able to pull out that third SMG. Sometimes going to have that third AR in play depending on what hill you're looking at specifically for that map number 1. And I'm looking for 705 to really come into their own. Again, as I was talking about towards the end of Season 3 of the Elite, obviously they did not qualify. They did have that big shocker win versus Electrify Steel White, as they are known at this specific event. That is the old Stallions roster, Kaiser and Co. for those watching at home. And Hardpoint was always their better virtue when it came down to the 3 game modes. I believe they finished somewhere near about like 8 and 5 overall for their Hardpoints. Search and Destroy was a little bit more lackluster, but you come out of the gates swinging on this Tuscan Hardpoint. You live up to the almost like the name and the monikers that we were basically suiting up for the 705 roster. There's a very big likelihood that you could end up riding that momentum all the way to the Bocage Search and Destroy, which we already know plays super fast.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm glad that you touched on that right there, because I look at these 4 maps, I see Bocage twice, I see Tuscan twice, and well, I'm looking at SMGs, right? Like, you have to now see players like Pentagram, if he's pulling up that sub, have him take over, like we were already talking about, looking at, Pristini, Classic, Royalty, when they're pulling up those subs, get aggressive, see if you can really set the tempo very early on and make some waves, try to build up yourself a bit of a lead here going in towards the map number 1 here. So I like that fact. I mean, we got a Gavutu just to kind of throw it in there, just to show the ARs a little love so they get to have their fun as well. It's not just about the subs, but going to be Tuscan on the board here first. And of course, you can take a look at all the players, everyone getting ready, amped up to jump into this first match.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting, right? I mean, when you're thinking about it, the grander scheme of things, because again, it's about, what your placements have looked like leading up to a multitude of these events, but it's about absolutely showing out when it comes down to this entirety of an event, right? I mean, we got to see what it looked like for Ultra Academy NA to skyrocket, put themselves on the map, almost qualify for the single elimination bracket. We could very much so be looking at the next amateur team to be able to do that. I mean, the storylines are right themselves, man. I mean, again, you just right off the rail, Royalty, Diamondcon trying to find themselves back into the league. Pentagram proven obviously why he is a substitute spot, trying to make sure that they can get themselves there. And the same could be said about Panda and GodRx, trying to make sure that they are able to pave their way into making their way back into the CDL. This is a big event for a lot of these teams to be able to showcase what they have and how far they're able to come as short notice as these teams have been formed.
And adding on to that, you look at a player like Royalty, got a big call-out, or call-up rather, over to New York at the beginning of the season, and really didn't get like any time whatsoever to showcase what he brings to the table. We know, Royalty, Matt, incredible search and destroy player, has been for a very long time, very aggressive sub. You can really, find yourself playing up against him, put yourself in the blender if you're not able to match him, track him, make sure you're taking him out. And we know he can take over. This has been a very special player for a very long time. And, it's going to be now very difficult for him to prove himself here once again, but he's going to have to do it. And alongside players like Diamondcon, where he spent a lot of time with him throughout Challengers, even go back to Modern Warfare champs, winning alongside with him, really trying to make sure that they come out, showcase their talent, and bring the eyes back on them, right? Like, that's the big factor here for just about every single Challengers player. Everyone's trying to prove themselves, but with only, 40 limited spots, it's not easy to do. And, well, it's matches like this that can start to build that up here once again.
Yeah, absolutely. holding the composure along the way. Why does it feel like Modern Warfare Champs is such a long time ago?
It does feel very long time ago.
Really, in theory, it wasn't. Like,
no.
I don't know. I judged like a long time, more than 5 years.
I know.
Like, Modern Warfare Champs, even for challengers, I mean, again, like, being able to show out towards the end of the season, you're able to see, obviously, that immediately do transition as challengers champions. I mean, that was Standy's big moment. We also saw Awakening through Modern Warfare era as well.
Yes,
look what they're doing with Florida Mutineers now. Same thing could be said for a lot of different players. It just constantly not only builds that success road for yourself, but it could also find you playing against like some of the greats. Like Paul X was talking about that a couple weeks ago as well. And who's to say that this is not going to be, a player like Fame, for example. Again, as a player that has always found themselves quite comfortable in a generator, that what we were talking about going back to Modern Warfare 2019, and in this very game of Vanguard can completely shut out. I mean, they're surrounded by some really good players to make sure that they're always set up for success. It's going to be interesting to be able to see who actually gets a heavier set of momentum and who's going to be able to walk away with this map 1 victory, because it could honestly go either way. All my stats, everything I already said about 705, watching them from Season 3 of the league, could absolutely be thrown out of the window depending on what Electrify Steel Black bring to the table.
Definitely could be. Gamer grip is on, fist bumps are out, and map number 1 is about to start. We're heading in to Tuscan Hardpoint to kick this one off. And again, 705 Esports up against Electrify Steel Black. Andy, I cannot wait to get into this one.
Oh man, it's going to be lit. I'm excited, man. This is a land of opportunity when it comes down to your flex players. We've already spent enough time framing them up, kind of hyping them up. The gas is spilled all over the concourse, man. I am ready to watch this kick off. Again, SMG's presence galore could be massive. P1 as traditional 50-50 as it may end up coming, but you got to look out for players like GodRX already putting themselves top fire, thinking that there's going to be a hit through the middle of the map, but smart enough as they come. Electrify Steel Black give it no peace of mind. They'll win off the rip, and they'll get themselves some good presence, not only on the better side of the map, Austin ahead of 2, but some good hardpoint Team Hero 1.
That's right. Good kills coming through right off the bat. Pristini, nice double there. And now on the time for 705, but quickly moving back through will be Fame. 3-1 to kick this one off. Finds that first kill on the Classic. Now just trying to play his life. Long range shots down to Pristini. Has GodRX right beside him, and they're going to be able to really bully them off the back headies right now. So good moment right now to see if they might be able to try and push through and start working over to P2.
Play starting to manifest itself towards the top side of Church, and I mean, if you're Electrify Steel Black, you are more than aware of that going forward. But the biggest issue going forward, if you are looking at this from 705's perspective, is you just got to make sure that you hold the line. This has a big opportunity to become a money hill. So long as you deal with the players in the black, Electrify Steel are able to realize that. They set this up like it's going to be a B-zone break on control. They're hitting it all through P5 and through radio.
Can they break through? That's going to be a couple kills coming through there for Classic. Fame now on the point. Oh, teammate comes through there for Pander, unfortunately taking his teammate out. So now that's going to leave a little bit of room here for Classic to start working around, collecting some time here as they slowly bring this one back. 30 seconds still left on the point. Big hit now coming through up top through Patio. Pander finds one. GodRX there for 2. 3 go down. Last one on the point, but Classic says no. Finds 2 and delays a little bit more time.
But the numbers were still there for Electrify Steel Black on top of Patio and down by the Church ramp as well. Although you do see 705 spotting in towards the back, they're able to work their way back in for the scrap time. This should have set up Electrify Steel Black quite comfortably ahead of the rotation, but 705, they're moving so fast. They found those kills. They're already through P5. They're forcing Electrify Steel Black to spawn in the middle of the map, and they're trying to turn scrap into initial as we speak.
Another big kill there for Royalty with Pentagram right there, hot on his tail, finds that trade. And now just about 8 points separating the two. Pristini set up in the back. Spawn's looking good right now for Electrify Steel Black. But can they hold? Pressure now coming over to the rooftops. Off screen. Fame on the point. Finds 2. And they're going to be able to break in back and forth. But Pristini finds 2. Classic gets the 3rd. And they'll hold the line yet again.
SMG's absolutely frying right now as well. I mean, you look at what Pristini is bringing to the table as this flex player currently on 4 in a row. Nade's got to be on point if you are Electrify Steel Black trying to break back inside of this hard point. They could not get the spawns over by the rooftops. You might as well try to do it through L and through Vines, of which they will find success with. I mean, they're coexisting on this side of the map, mostly from the front side of the hard point, and that is very frustrating if you are 705, given that you have those rooftop spawns. This should have been easier to reinforce, and although the trades might speak volumes down to 10 seconds remaining, at 705, they have a very slight lead ahead of the rotation going in towards 4. But Electrify Steel trying to set themselves up for success, trying to get in the backside of Church before they see any 705 members.
One player in the back has to try to play his life, but look at all the members swarming around him. Nades, stuns, everything in between being thrown out there, and they'll be able to get control of the back. Now 705 Esports need to break inside of Church. Here comes DiamondCon from the side, finds an easy pickup, and now he runs right to the top of Church. Now good zone control coming in here for 705, and they're going to have complete control of the point as they look to build this lead up further.
This is such a hard and difficult hard point to hold, right, Austin? When it comes down to it, so many doorways, so many different entry points for so many different members to try to mosey their way through. 705, they did it smart to at least try to contest through the backside. Electrify Steel Black, though, exploiting exactly what I was just talking about. Just overwhelming from so many different doors. You find a pick, flood in from the other two sides, just get those players out from that block in the middle of Church. Still hard point time to be battled over. Royalty's going to be able to clean that one up. Surely they know that in towards the back will be more Electrify Steel Black members. They're scattering like ants through this 8 hardpoint time that is still existing here on P4 ahead of this P5 rotation. It's going to be massive whoever can get control of the bottom and upstairs of maps.
Pentagram with the early rotation. Going to be able to lock down the bottom and the top, as you say. No one on the time just yet. Finally now trying to get in. Pentagram unable to deal with Royalty down low. He's able to find that first one. Trades again going back and forth. It's all about the nades, trying to flood them out of the hill. Here comes the push. Royalty there for one. Pristini gets the second. But of course it's Fame that's able to stay alive and finds himself on 4 in a row. Fame lights up P5 and takes full control, and he's not stopping.
And 2 more kills away from getting that glide bomb. How big would that be to blow this game out of the water with the glide bomb heading in towards the second set of rotations? Fame still set up over by this broken wall, is able to find one more, but actually forces out a team kill. Godorex will take Fame out at 6 in a row. Surely they don't find this 7. I mean, I would be truly impressed. Fame is actually able to end up finding it, I believe. Yeah, they do. Off screen, you can see there with the streaks up the top left side of your screen. Kevin up to 20 and 10. Double positive through the first set of rotations. You would almost think that that is a bigger lead to be built for themselves, but Fame's mostly doing it with inside of the hardpoint. 1 minute and 15 seconds for the hardpoint time. Has that 7 spree. Gets that glide bomb ahead of the second set of rotations. This is where P1 can turn into a money hill. 705 realize that, and they're going to put themselves inside of the hardpoint first. They're going to be able to walk away with some initial time, but not before they get knocked on the door by Electrify Steel.
Curse comes in as soon as we switch over, but we got to see a lot more of Fame right now. He is 22 and 11, 2.0 KD with over a minute of hardpoint time. But fighting back right now, 705. They're going to find themselves with a bit of clear around the P1 hill. Nades coming back out, and they have control of the favored side of the map when you talk about that P2 rotation that's going to be coming soon. But not before the flood coming in here for Electrify Steel back over the top. Fame says thank you for 2 more as he's on yet another spree. Looking for 4 in a row. Fame cannot be stopped.
It's Fame's world, and we're just living in it. But again, you have to be able to turn these massive sprees, these double kills that Fame keeps on finding, into more hardpoint time. Again, 140 to 122 going in towards the next rotation. That's still good if you are 7-5. You take a look at the mini-map, 7-5 are still set up down over by the column. They just have to be careful of this hit that's starting to manifest across the patio side.
Pristini really trying to keep up with what Fame's been able to do. He's at 22 and 15. But inside the hardpoint right now, Pentagram able to break in. Quick trades again, back and forth as we go through it. Classic needs to play his life. He's able to lay down on the trigger and finds an easy pickup. Looking for that second. DiamondCon's there for the trade. So Spawn's still in the back right now here for 705, but someone's gonna have to try to work for the time here. And well, of course, Electrify Steel back gonna continue to try to put on that pressure here to P2.
Still looking to break this for scrap time. Electrify Steel Black. I mean, they know that they can end up doing this. Look at the spawn that just came through. Actually, Royalty spawns in the middle of the map. They think that they're free on the rotation, but gets cut down by none other than Fame. That's massive because now Electrify Steel Black, they can still try to battle for the scrap time. This is going to hurt if you are 705. A slight opportunity to present itself. You couldn't walk away with it fully. 5 seconds of hardpoint time should be soaked up. It will be killed off. Now going to this rotation over towards 3 historically was not very good for either of these two teams. Mostly, I would say, from 7-5 trying to hold it from the front. Did not find the utmost amount of success, but Fame has just heated up, and you would really feel like they need some ice to be able to cool him down. Classic will be that guy, will take him down, but a teammate's not going to help out your cases. You are 7-5 trying to break this from the front.
Very close game. Just about 10 points separating the two teams here on our screen. Pristini from the side, big win there on the Godorex. Shrugs off one of the arrows, and oh my god, he rips Pentagram off the sandbags. And now the spawn's in the back, but Pristini able to keep them pinned back there for a good amount of time. DiamondCon tries to turn and fight, but it will be Royalty there for the assistance. Finds 2 more, 19 and 24 now for him. Able to pick up the third, continuing to go on a bit of a spree, but Fame there to respond. 2 more for him as he looks to pressure with his teammates on the scrap time.
Still battling for that scrap time. That's that slight leader's advantage. Electrify Steel Black can constantly just lean into that. Would have been a big third, but Classic will put yet yet another spree to rest from Fame. GodRx was, of course, there for the trade, so the scrap time should be there for Electrify Steel Black. GodRx will give it up, knowing that the rotation needs to be held. They already have teammates over here on the backside of Church, but those players in the front are quickly being overwhelmed from the 4 of 705.
Here we go, into the Churchill. Again, such a tight game. Both teams trying to get a bit of a cushion here. Could happen on the Churchill. Good setup right now, intact. As Pristini's responsible for watching up top, but here comes the rest of the squad from the side door. 2 there for Pander. Diamond Con, though, snaps back on a 1, goes to the pistol, almost finds him, but Royalty able to clean him up. And holding off the push will be 705 as they retake the lead.
And they should be aware where these spawns are coming from as well. 2 more players did spawn up towards the north side of Ruins, and all of 705 understand it. The red arrows on the mini-map turn around. They deal with the players from Electrify Steel in the back. Now they're able to turn this into some massive point leads. This is starting to actually develop itself, but Pentagram comes in, finds 3 in a row on this life. The slight contest will be there, but Electrify Steel Black, they know they can maybe contest for some scrap time, but they got to be looking at the rotation towards 5.
Massive moment there for Pentagram, finds 3, delays that rotation here from 705, and now you can see it. Early setup, good for Electrify Steel Black. As Pander finds another one here, Pentagram gets a second. Everything really cleared on out from the back of radio, and now over to the rooftops is where the hit's going to have to come through here for 705. Big gunfights about to come through. Royalty finds 2. Fame wants to come say hello. He challenges wide onto Pristini, jumps right over top, but Royalty's able to find him. Electrify Steel Black, they have been great here for the first 30 seconds on P5.
Just constantly cycling players out from top fire in that alleyway. GodRx will be that player that steps up, finds 2 off screen. This is all while Electrify Steel Black have constantly put players down low in P5 and making sure that they're always getting this stair landing control. That is so massive for such a massive P5 hold. Electrify Steel Black are firing off on all cylinders. Would have been a massive 2 with the pistol, no less. Over towards top fire for Pentagram, but it's Fame picking up where their teammate left off. 1 more player down low. This is 5 seconds. 705 do not want Electrify Steel Black to get, but they're not going to have a choice in the matter. They're going to have to set up for a rotation over towards P1, just 15 seconds away, and Electrify Steel Black take map 1.
You're going to have to hold. That was the best hill we've seen the entire game. And now 705 have to find kills. They have to respond. Classic and Pristini able to find 2. Pander pops up and Classic takes the head off. So they're going to be able to defend that push. Now they get to start to set up, hold the line, and they desperately, Andy, need this time.
Yeah, and they need to make this formidable. They have to be able to hold it all the way down to about 14 seconds. That's the only time that they can truly give up. Trades will continuously be good for Electrify Steel Black. They're recognizing where all these players are coming from, and they spawn over by the north field, but they have to make sure that they hold on for these last few seconds. They cannot allow Electrify Steel Black to fully break in. 3 for 1 will be there. Pristini trying to make an argument for it, just fine 2.
All right, they could do it here. Someone's going to have to move in and break. Who's going to be the hero? There's Classic. There's Diamond Con. They fight 2, but Pentagram finds the double. Fame through the middle, gets the 3rd. And how about that for map number 1, ladies and gentlemen? Closing it out. What a great game number 1 here. 250, 226. Electrify Steel Black just too good around those last couple hills.
I mean, you really felt like that Electrify Steel Black were going to run away with that a lot earlier, though. I mean, we saw Fame go absolutely buck wild crazy, mostly off screen, of course, with that 7 spree that did come through. I don't even know if the glide bomb even got invested at a certain point in time. I don't even think he needed it. We was shooting just straight nukes out of his 40 like that. But even still, man. I mean, Electrify Steel Black were kind of getting handed with some good fundamental setups that were constantly coming through from 705. You saw that finally come through towards the middle of the second set of rotations where they were able to put themselves in a position to finally start getting those increments of about 25 to 30 seconds worth of hardpoint time. It's just where it started to all snowball was that P4 setup and hold when you're looking at it from the Electrify Steel Black camp, and that immediately got transition going back over towards P5. They knew that the close spawns were there for 705, so they said, hey, screw it, you can have it. We're going to go through the middle of the map, set ourselves up beautifully in the well area, in the bottom side of P5, make sure that nobody gets in for free. And they got themselves about, what, a whole 45 off of P5? That's where it should be a Michael Bay film in there. I didn't see no nades finding any kills whatsoever.
They could not break it, but it looks like we do have a couple of replays going through on that map. I mean, crazy moments across the board here. And overall, I mean, you got to see it from Fame. He was putting on an absolute highlight reel. It felt like just about every single time we popped onto his POV. And, I mean, my goodness, just a close game, just basically trading, 30 points or being able to at least keep it even through the majority of the hills, but once we got to the end, that's where it took over, and this is where Fame Spree started to come. I mean, that 5 spree built it up to 7, just able to finesse and play his life beautifully, Andy.
Yeah, I mean, if there's one thing that does is almost like sticking out, a big stark difference between the two squads, it's just how comfortable, I would say, Electrify Steel Black were in the aggression. When that space was constantly being provided for them, they were not afraid to constantly get their hands dirty, and just were always taking these massive, high-profile positions away from 705. And 705, they just simply could not do anything about it, right? When you're looking at it, I mean, Diamondcon, I wouldn't say it's a non-benefactor, but every single time that DC was trying to get themselves in a prime position, he was getting gunned by so many different lurking players. Fame was that annoying player that you always end up facing in your rank play matches. Like, why is this SMG back here? No ARs could get it set up comfortably, and when they were, GodRx and Panda were probably already looking at it.
On top of it, beautifully done here for the first map, but now we'll start to turn our attention over to the Bocage Search and Destroy, where you're going to have to take a bit of a breather after that one for 705, but to be fair, this is where I look at players like Royalty, where, you know, he has been known for a lot of what he brings in Search and Destroy in particular, and on a map like Bocage, well, you couldn't ask for a better map to start making moves, get aggressive, find some kills. And to be fair, watching over a lot of the CDL gameplay so far here at the Toronto Major, Andy, a lot more teams are starting to work around B, starting to find those angles. Saw Shotzi working through some, you know, different little angles yesterday, being able to find those picks on the crosses, and that opens up the B site, because typically you're only really dedicating one player over there to kind of watch through the trench side, and if that player is ever eliminated, typically opens up the site to try to get that plant down. So we'll see how much of that comes in. You know, ever since having the other bomb site today completely kind of shifted over, it is difficult to get that bomb down, and well, we've seen it throughout the last couple months.
It's not just line of sights. No. It's those timings in Search and Destroy. And ever since the A-bomb got moved out from Grandma's house just over towards her patio, it's just one of those things where you have to get a little weird with it sometimes. You know, you have to be able to hit through the middle of the map, overwhelm that one player that's sometimes playing over by that black car through gate, and then you can get that quick plant down over by B. What you got to worry about that one player that's over by L. Players have found that timing and positioning from top barn. They always knew that it existed, but when the bomb was inside of Grandma's, it was always such more of a keen focus. Just deal with the player top Grandma's, get that one power position away. But teams are finding a lot more value in success, as you were saying, finding that timing, getting that one player through gate, overwhelming the player on the backside of the Willow Tree, and getting that bomb planted at B, trying to flip out the map from north to south rather than just trying to overwhelm the players that are inside of Grandma's. We're seeing Bocage actually slow down. I will say that much since the bomb has moved out. A lot more methodical gameplay. Those set nades, everything, to be able to get your information early, have to absolutely be on point if you want to be able to find that first blood and find more success on either side of the map.
Well, you see the players shaking out their hands, getting ready to jump into map number 2. And it's going to be led, of course, in the series right now, Electrify Steel Black, up 1-0 after a very tight Tuscan hardpoint. But now, we dive in to the Bocage, Search and Destroy, and kicking it out first on offense will be Electrify Steel Black here. Let's see what they decide to do.
A lot of middle of the map presence, awesome, but look at all 705. They're set up for a timing to almost trap this the moment that they move through gate. 1-for-1's a good start.
Nice snap there for Pentagram. 3 versus 3, classic. Oh, a little bit aggressive there. Panda reads him like a book and lays down on the trigger, finds the pre-fire, gets the kill. Now man advantage over to Electrify Steel. GodRx makes it even better. 3 versus 1. Pristini, the last one left alive, and he's got no chance, as that's going to be a very swift round.
Yeah, I mean, Classic swings outside over by that corner, right? Because he thought that maybe I could just get in, get out. He's got an MP40, so surely I should be able to get that kill in time, right? But Pentagram, although carrying the bomb, was also in a crossfire as well. The moment that Panda ends up spotting that, it's like, hey, I'm being chased out. Pentagram was even there. Even a bullet at that range is going to be phenomenal help to help out Panda's cause to be able to stay alive throughout the entirety of that. Just very simplistic stuff. They saw a lot of pushback inside of Grandma's for Electrify Steel Black. They made sure that GodRx was set up comfortably. I guess as comfortable as you could be top barn. 7-5 now for an offense. Looking a little bit more leaning towards this A-bomb.
Pristini going for the typical little pre-fire there up top. Not going to find anything, but Classic moves in pretty aggressively. Now, this is going to be decent control. If they want to work around this A site and that bomb is going down, they're going to be able to plant it here in the 4 versus 4.
This is such a big post-plant setup as well. This is a lot of pressure for Pristini on towards the back.
He's on it,
immediately hops it. You got to check this one more time. Pentagram just hops it. Nobody comes back to check it in time. They thought the quick plant at A was good, but nobody went in towards the back to press all the way through almost where you spawn in for P3. They just got the bomb down and they got out. They were like, look, we got barn control. We're dealing with the flank. Sure, we got one player on top of the God tank over by P2. We're good, right?
Apparently not.
Jeez.
And my goodness, Pentagram hops on that just about as soon as it went down. I was like, oh my God, I'm seeing blue around the side. I'm like, what's going on here? Pentagram's like, I'm on that thing. That's what's going on here. And so 2-0 up. Good start so far. And now bouncing back, 7-5, desperately trying to get themselves around on the board. Nade's gonna come out. That's gonna tag Brasini down to about half health, but he's not even gonna budge, holding that angle up top. He's got great assistance from Classic. Nice little duo setup here around the A site, but Panda trying to work for him, not gonna do it. It's gonna be Pentagram that takes out Classic for first blood. Not
traded either. 4v3 for the offense. Pentagram, I'm sure, is calling that his teammates need to come through and help. But they find a lot of coverage through the middle of the map. There's no pushback whatsoever. They found that first split over at A. They're transitioning to B.
Oh, here we go. Diamondcon sniffs it out, finds one. Brasini gets the second, and all of a sudden, 3 versus 2, but that bomb should go down, and it does. How do you play this post-plant setup? 40 seconds now on the clock.
That was such a cool reaction. But as you say, bomb will be down. How do you deal with a player like GodRx, who is just barely showing anything whatsoever? There's a shoulder. Brasini smokes him. And that means that Royalty can just hop on top of this. They are just making sure that they watch the flank. Pentagram finds one, needs to check the bomb, but the crossfire over by L, that Willow Tree just a little bit too strong. What a cool reaction to come out from 7-5. They lost that first blood and immediately just assume, hey, Electrify Steel Black, probably going to push towards A. When they waited about 5 or 6 seconds, no more point of contact came through. You had immediately had Prasini that checked through over by A plat, and then you obviously had DC that was playing the backside of L over by this Willow Tree since the beginning of the round, just to make sure that that staircase was at least looked at, found that one kill, got out with their life. Prasini, their teammate, found another towards the middle of the map. And that 4v3 start off of that first blood from Pentagram, the bomb carrier, just completely falls by the wayside of 7-5, put themselves on the board.
Able to get themselves around now. 2-1 is the tally. Back on attack, 7-5. Last time able to get a successful plant off at A. I'm sure this time going to be checking it a little more often if they're able to get a plant here again after the Ninja Defuse. As Nade's going to start to go out the back. Royalty very aggressive, and you can see it now. Back-to-back offensive round, 7-5. Not scared to get in the faces of this Electrify Steel Black roster. Just trying to move in and out, but Pentagram, he is ready and waiting again just in case that bomb does go down.
Well, Fame is in a prime position, throws some shots. That shows up on the enemy mini-map for sure. You will be able to maybe try to collect off of that, but this is all off of Royalty. Again, as you were saying, showed face over by the A bomb, immediately went to go play towards the corner, but you're down at 50 seconds. You need to start moving forward and try to find these kills.
Still plenty of time to work with, but everyone's still alive on Bokaj. Doesn't happen too often, but Fame finds first blood there on the Diamond Con. Classic patiently waits and is able to get one back, slides and almost takes out Pander. And right into a 2 versus 2 we will go. GodRx trying to fight, but he gets great help there from Fame. And now it's going to be all up to 1. Prastini does have the bomb with 20 seconds left.
Oh, he's behind everything as well. And he should know the last known position is not on this side of Grandma's. It's towards the middle of the map. Prastini's going to try to fish for this kill. Does not fully clear the corner, and he will go down. Another round on the board for Electrify Steel Black. And again, that is one of the hardest parts about committing towards that A bomb, Austin. You try to go over towards A. You hope that your SMG poking over by that A plat finds a player either over by the water wheel on the backside of the tank, over by the hedges, and then your AR top of barn can be able to help out you get that kill, but it doesn't come through. And now you just have to clear all of Grandma's knowing that there's a player like Fame up top in that window. And by the time it takes so much time, I mean, all of Electrify Steel Black absolutely collapse on the play.
The teamwork, incredible here so far, to say the least. For Electrify Steel Black, Fame is with the bomb. He's just ran right through. He's dropping the bomb down to B. Nobody is watching over the site here from 7-5, and that is going to be a free plant and a first blood here for Prastini at least, but now they have to play retake.
They have a lot of coverage through the middle of the map, and I mean, you got Fame that's clearing all the way through the back. They lose both Pander and Pentagram, so now coverage over by this BS&D. It does favor the team with 3.
Fame on 3 in a row right now. Could he pull off a 1 versus 3? Shots on the Classic, he finds the head. And now a 1 versus 2. Nade about to come out, but he's not in the best position. He's gonna have to gun Diamondcon, and Diamondcon holds that angle and makes sure Royalty is good to stick that defuse.
You just never know in that 1v2, right? There could very much so just be a player already on that defuse. He has to check it. Diamondcon, as veteran as they come, just knows, hey, I'm just gonna overwatch it. You just go ahead and hop on that. We already got his nade out. Even if a stun comes through, you just keep hopping that. Diamondcon with the AR, probably better suited for that gunfight, though. I'm not going to lie, the MP40 probably wins that more often than not as well. But even more so than that as well, I mean, you saw that gut check call for Electrify Steel Black. even though they lost the previous round, 7-5, they called their bluff and thought that it was going to be an A push. Diamondcon's not over by the Willow Tree. Nobody was being shot through the middle of the map, so Fame just goes for the plan at B. But that's 2 rounds in a row that Electrify Steel Black fail that B post plan.
Nades and stuns all going out. Fame able to take out Burstini. Now going to put him at 5 and 3. As that's going to slow things down just a tad bit for 7-05 here. Royalty with that bomb has been very aggressive at times, and you do have a bigger stack on B, and well, that's going to make things that much easier. Classic now going to drop 4 versus 2. Royalty and Diamondcon, the duo here out of Toronto. A lot of work left in this round.
Going to try to stay as stacked up as possible, but you know that Diamondcon's going to play that top arm position. Try to at least watch the middle of the game, but GodRx just holds it.
Beautiful. No
No success inside of Ground Moz whatsoever. You will not get a cookie today. These defensive rounds coming out from Electrify Steel Black are just so cool. I mean, like, again, like, they're not doing anything too crazy. Like, that was a fundamentally strong setup. Again, Fame moves away from top Grandma's, goes over towards that Willow Tree. Who does that activate? That's GodRx. That's down over by that BS&D. And instead of just playing on the bomb itself, he's playing over by the staircase, just making sure that that middle of the map has a little bit more of a pushback as you would like, in case 705 tried to get a little crazy and get over towards that B quick plant timing. Does not come through. Still 2 rounds in the lead are Electrify Steel Black. They move their way towards this A lane. No BS&D shenanigans this time.
A round that's needed for 7-05, and it's going to have to come by way of defense. Last time, they were able to play retake and just slowed it down a little bit. Electrify Steel Black really played into them for a lot of those first early kills. Pentagram toying with 1, trying to figure out where this hit could be coming from. Instead, he gets out of dodge. Not worried about it anymore. Still everyone alive and left on the map. Just under a minute left to play.
It's a certain lack of information, but it was all set up to get Panda in that position. Gets Diamondcon out from that back position. That's going to force 705 to rotate, but at least they found a trade. 3v3.
Here we go. Shots coming through. Pentagram trying to find one inside, but it's Classic that takes out GodRx. So now 3v2. And you feel like Pentagram might be the one to make a play. Fame also working with him. And look at these players. We have the X-Ray. We know they're just tucked away in some of these corners. But Pentagram, will he check his left? He will not. And well, at the same time, Fame drops a massive round here for 705 to keep this within 1.
It's just such a tough call when you're in that 2v2 position. You have to check so many different corners. I mean, you have like, what, a 1 out of 5 guesses on what corner you're in the moment that you get inside of tools like that. But I was wondering if Pentagram was just going to start throwing some shots. We've seen a lot of players that doors close that late into the game. It's such a popular spot to be able to put themselves in that position, right? To be able to almost clutch out the rotation back over towards that AS&D. 7-5, he said it was a much-needed round, Austin. They're able to walk away with it, but they have to find success on this offense to tie things up.
You hit on it. Offense has been a bit of a struggle point. Last offense didn't even find a kill. Flawless round came through defensively for Electrify Steel Black. Classic on 3 in a row, though. Might be the guy to start to get things going here for the squad. Very slow approach, just off the bat again, just trying to see if they can find anything with these nades, search for some information before we solidify a hit to one of these sites. But everyone really posted up inside of the barn, slowly inching to A, seeing if they might be able to make a play. And there it is, Diamondcon finds first blood.
It's a lot of focus over towards his A lane. Anybody can flank through the middle of the map. They find that first blood. That means that Diamondcon has to watch that flank, but they lose Pristini along the way in that top farm position. So these 2 players that are pushed over by this AS&D, with Royalty and Classic, need to play stacked up together. They know that they don't have enough safety to be able to plant this bomb because there could very much so be a player on that back hedge tank, and they'd be right.
Pentagram thinking about taking a bit of a route. Going to check out B real quick here to make sure that it is going to be clear. Of course, we know it is, but the timing could be very interesting. Pentagram just checks the bomb, doesn't see anything, but now a last-second call for 705 to try to shift over here. 20 seconds left on the clock. Classic finds 1. Pentagram gets the kill. Royalty finds the trade, and now it's a 1v2.
What a call coming out. Classic just lurks, finds that kill on the bottom side of tunnel. Now it's all up to Panda to find the exit, but just as soon as they thought about finding the exit from the bomb plant, he gets flanked outside of tunnel. I really thought that Pentagram made the play. I really thought he did. I mean, again, it was like a heavy of a read. It's like, hey, nothing's happening over by A. Surely they're going to come over towards B. Gets no pushback whatsoever. And 705, they go against the odds, and they're able to win that offensive round, tied up going into round 9.
All right, looks like we are going to go on board with a listen in here, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be right back as we dive in.
I'm gonna go on the fucking roof again and watch that fucking push. I don't see him. He pushed up on. Come on, Preston. we top grandma window? He opened tool door or window. He's inside tools. He backed away. There's probably 2 there. One there, roll team. Roll team classic. One can be top grandmas. Or they could have middle and pinch. In barn. I walked nice. Last one's royalty. Nice, good fucking round, guys. Alright, big D here. I know.
All right, and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Nice little peek there during the round. Everyone seems very calm, cool, collected, little whispering going on. The land vibes, as you said there, Andy. But it is the round that goes over here for Pentagram and Co. As now Electrify Steel Black find themselves on match point.
A nice 705 from getting 3 rounds in a row, putting themselves up match point. They were really starting to set themselves up with a momentum head of steam. But Electrify Steel Black coming in towards this defensive round again. This has to be good for them. They know that 705 have been struggling through their offensive rounds. They get a lot of focus to the middle of the map. Royalty with that bomb. Has to be very, very careful. There's not immediate help outside of Classic just watching it through the cut.
Everything extremely tense. 705 do not want to go down 2-0 in this best of 5. But they're going to have to do 2 rounds in a row to tie this one up. And Royalty able to deliver with a beautiful nade over the top. Classic gets wall banged as it's Pander that finds them inside of Hut. And that's going to even us out here in the 3 versus 3.
And they're going to lean over towards A. Royalty's already pushed up on the backside. They know they need to overwhelm this player that's on towards the back tank side. Pander pops up. We saw that through the X-ray, but it's not going to stop Royalty from pushing through the tunnel side. Has some help behind them. There's still so many angles you got to cover.
Oh, they've done this one too many times, but Diamondcon is at least able to get to the back. Clears out Pander. And now 2 versus 2. They did get eyes on Fame, so they should know where he is. At least a rough idea. The problem is the bomb's not in the best spot, but Diamondcon able to get in there for a nice little bait and switch. Pentagram now. Last one left alive. 1v2. Does he have the time to get around the back here? That's one. The bomb's going to go down. He knows exactly where he is. Diamondcon is caught on the site. Very scary position. Diamondcon takes the challenge and will wipe the floor with them. We're going to round 11, baby.
I mean, the read, knowing where that last kill comes from. I mean, Pentagram very much so could have came all the way to the backside of L, but he knows exactly what came through on that kill feed itself. Pentagram's got a sub, so you know he's probably going to play for some timing up on the top castle side. Diamondcon just immediately with the read, the centering, the snap, everything else in between. It's absolutely amazing. 705, that's back-to-back offensive rounds, something that's been plaguing them through the early stages of the Search and Destroy, but now they got to win back-to-back if they want to even up the series.
Oh boy, here we go. Very patient, just about every single offensive round, and that's not really going to change. Royalty, of course, inched up here around A, but multiple times. 705, they have not been scared to make that rotation over to B. They've done it just about 2 or 3 times, and you can see the stack from the side of Electrify Steel back over through that trench side and tree as well. And well, it looks like it might be a hit coming through the trench side. Are they going to be ready for it? First kill comes in. Fame finds it.
And Fame just needs to stay alive. Back up over towards L. Bomb will be recollected from Pristini. And then immediately calls from Diamondcon to not hold over by top arm. They really want to force their hand over towards B, but all of Electrify Steel Black have rotated to reinforce this site.
Oh, Fame is seeing just little pieces of legs, arms, you name it, but can't find the kill, and now it's a 4v2. The pressure is on Pristini and Diamondcon to try to salvage the round, and now it's all on one, and it falls apart. 6-5 victory going the distance, but 7-5 not enough in the tank to try to grab that map win.
That's just such a tough call when you're looking at it from 7-5, because as you were saying, you know, there are transitions, their rotations not finding value over towards A with their set nades, not able to get that early chow over by A plat. They immediately pivot over towards that BS and D, and to be fair, through a lot of different rounds, they were finding success on being able to keep those other 3 players back. The only players that were pushed up aggressively was Royalty over by that grandma's house. You also ended up having Royalty over inside the cut, or I'm sorry, Classic inside the cut to at least make sure that Royalty could at least get out for free, if not at least be able to bait out the challenge. But all of that said, their transitions immediately get called out. The moment they move over towards that BS&D, like I was saying, I mean, Fame found that one, just had to get out with their life. The help was there. At least one player rotated over, but it wasn't just that as well. You had the immediate change of positioning. Although they didn't go far, they went from the backside of Grandma's over towards the top side. There was one player for Electrify Steel Black that immediately came through to watch that rotation out from the BS&D that inevitably was going to be coming through for 705, and then they kept numbers in their favor ever so wonderfully while playing their lives. Very
tight search and destroy as we go through the replays. This is the big 1v1 at the end there for Diamondcon that ended up getting us to that round 11. Just the confidence, knowing he's pinned on the site, takes that challenge, gets that read, but unfortunately not enough as we get to the round 11. And now it's a very similar story to what we had in the last series here, Andy, right? 2-0 up. Of course, these two have been extremely close, could honestly have went either way, but now it's all about the start of the reverse sweep here for 705 Esports. And well, if they're going to do it, it's going to have to be starting in this Gavutsu control here for map number 3.
And Gavutsu control is going to be an interesting one. Again, you would almost feel like that could actually play into 705's favor, because when it comes down to the aggression, finding themselves in a momentum head of steam, I mean, that's basically all Tuscan Hardpoint, the way it ended off of what Fabe was putting together for ourselves. But you also got to see that come through a little bit through the Bocage search and destroy. This needs to be a good map for the ARs. I'm sure it's going to be triple at some point, sometimes a quad, coming away from 705 to absolutely run away with the Gavutsu control. But a lot of teams have been struggling to even try to get themselves tick progression. But even before that as well, they lose off the rip. Teams have been absolutely put to rest on their offensive rounds to even get out from the spawn trap. We've seen that from a multitude of different perspectives across the pit since yesterday, since this tournament has kicked off. Even CDL teams get caught in the same blender as well. But it's all about how you can battle against that. The ARs need to be on point. We know that Diamondcon can absolutely be that player for 705 with an AR in hand to get their hands dirty and open up the floodgates for their team to find further success.
It's certainly the case. And I mean, I had a chance to talk to Diamondcon, you know, just a couple days before the event. And he had said that, you know, he was really excited to see how the vets were going to be able to do, hoping they would show it on land. And this is where you really need them, right? This is where you call for people like Classic Pristini to try to see if you can help make something happen going into a map number 3 like this. This is a position they've been in plenty of times before at the highest level, you name it, and you're going to have to be able to battle back here and try to regain quite quickly, because it does feel like, as of right now, it's just a little bit of a different story here for Electrify Steel Black. You have everyone firing on all cylinders, and you have two very slow AR players with Panda and X that love to play a map like this. You give them a strong position, allow them to set up, and they can completely lock it down at times. It'd be very difficult to battle them out of those spots. So coming in here, you're going to have to match it, as you've been touching on here, Andy. It is now do or die. Do not want to go down to that lower bracket. That lower bracket, man, I'm almost more scared of that right now than I am of the upper bracket, with how those teams might potentially bounce back.
It's something fierce down there, man, I'm telling you. Those aren't piranhas. Those aren't just baby fish down there, man. It's a whole shark tank down there as far as a lower bracket is concerned. I mean, we knew the competition was going to be thick coming in towards this Toronto Open, right? Because, I mean, we saw a lot of EU representation from their past performance in Season 3 of the Elite, specifically looking at Toronto Ultra EU. Don't know how Team War is currently getting on as well. And even, you know, for these North American teams, nobody's safe. The amount of practice and how disciplined some of these other rosters have looked like, transitioning from Minnesota, not being able to qualify for Season 3 of the Elite for Challengers, and then coming here in Toronto. The work has been absolutely paying off, and better late than never, man, because we are at that halfway part of our season, getting past that little hump in the road to look towards the sunset ever so wanted at the end of this road to make yourself your regional champs, and not to mention anything else that might follow after.
No, definitely. And I mean, that's always something we come back to, is like, listen, this is not online anymore, right? Like, this is land. Anything could happen. We learned that at the Minnesota Open when StrikeX was able to make that incredible run through the lower bracket. So at that point, that was a team that I don't think anyone had on their radar coming in. They were able to break in. So sometimes you're able to kind of make the impossible happen at times. It just starts with a little bit of that first map, get something going, see if you can build off of it. We saw it in the last series. And if you guys, you know, people like DC usually don't get too amped up. I feel like no one on this squad is usually bringing a lot of energy. And maybe I look towards Royalty from, you know, what I've seen maybe from some of the Toronto locals from back in the day. But overall, pretty tame squad. But I feel like you need to get a little bit more amped up here coming into this one if you're going to be able to shut these guys down. Because right now, you're looking at them, they're chilling right now, Andy. They're vibing. They're like, when's map 3 start? We're ready to get into it. Might be a hot 3-0. Look at this. Pentagram's like, let's get it, baby. Fist pump's coming out. Might be loading in here very soon. And overall, they look calm, cool, and collected. selected.
Yeah, no, I really do. I mean, if there's one player on the opposite side, like, you're probably going to be expecting Fame to probably add their certain mix of how they're feeling after a map or round has been played out. I mean, we've also seen, Pristini also like pops off at certain moments in time.
He can get loud.
I've seen them on the main stage just absolutely go crazy. It's going to be interesting because a lot of this has been reserved. I mean, all 8 players inside this lobby know exactly what this specific matchup means here in this winner side of the bracket, because they know it might just be an easier ticket to not only towards a shorter day, but to also get themselves closer and closer towards grand finals. They know that work has finally paid off. Be able to turn around what was an unfortunate Season 3 for the 705 roster has to all culminate coming in towards this Gavutu control. Otherwise, they are staring down the barrel of a 3-0 in a lower bracket run.
You hear the rain, you hear the gunshots. You know what that means? Gavutu, baby. Let's get into it. Map number 3. It's do or die in the upper bracket right now for 705. They are going to have to find themselves this map win. And, well, attacking first will be Electrify Steel Black. And, well, right off the bat, traditional start going into A. Diamondcon finds the first one. Pristini gets the second, as the things, I believe, are flipped at the top. But overall, it will be early control. It ends up coming through off the bat.
Top LST control is going to be everything when it comes down towards these offensive rounds, making sure that nobody can get back and rotate through bottom green scot-free. But it doesn't mean that players can slowly work their way through the bottom side of LST. This has been a great defensive setup when you're looking at the grander scheme of things. Pinstripe kill feed means that you will have one player going on a very rogue flank. That's going to be Pentagram to try to stop this push from behind.
What can Pentagram do here? Big moment for him. A couple more players alive on the boat. And, well, in from behind, there's one. Now trying to attack that point to see if he can stop that second tick of progress. Player runs up top, so he doesn't have to worry about the gunfight, and he can slowly but surely deplete that second tick of progress, as now the next hit's about to come through. Pristini there for one. Classic through the outside finds 2, and now he tries to push up, unable to stay alive, but it will be decent control as Royalty finds the third.
A-zone progression still working its way up. You got Royalty that's still finding a lot more pressure as a double weapon setup. He's inside of green. And the biggest question starts to come through. If you're Electrify Steel Black, how much further forward are you willing to go? You're currently down horrendous when it comes down to the lives. It's a 6-life lead in favor of 705. You got to chalk this A-zone, especially knowing that you already got 705 members over by B.
Yeah, they're putting in work over here. Fame gonna try to clear it out. That tick does not fully come in. Classic tries to get the aggressive challenge, but unable to combine for 2. So that's the A zone gone and dusted. That will now be about a minute 45 left on this clock to see if they can start working over to B. Early setup is in, but a great nade from Royalty might have just opened up the floodgates.
Yep, here they come in towards the back. Royalty's picking right where they left off in their previous life. Information coming through. DC finds 1. Royalty can't get in towards the back, so this anti-air gun possession that was there for 705, they cannot convert that into B-zone control. They're trying to set themselves up for more picks, more kills, because they have the time to do it, Austin. It's a minute 20 left, and essentially they just need to find 5 more kills, and this should be an easy B-zone capture.
Classic. Tough spot. He's got no real support around him. He's just got to make an individual play, and Fame's there to read it with the automaton. So finds him here through the side of the mid-cut, and already down to about a minute of play. Making it to the back has just been a struggle so far coming through for 705 Esports. The control has been phenomenal through the mid-cut again. We'll see a couple players trying to make their way through, but the defense just too strong now as they start to push out into circle.
Yeah, I love that coming through as well for Electrify Steel Black. Like, they knew that they need to try to mitigate this life lead that 705 currently have. So the moment that they get 2 or 3 dead, they cannot shut down. They have to be able to get these power positions back in their favor, but 705 playing against all odds are able to find the kills. They get themselves on that B zone. They stop that clock, and now it's just Godorex and Pentagram versus the 12 lives remaining at 705. Would have been a big kill to be able to find. DC finds it. One more up. Pentagram will shut him down.
Big moment coming through, almost getting that second tick there. Now Pentagram going to be able to deplete it. AR on the point. A nice aggressive push, but with 1 life left, Pentagram will surely go down. And there it is. Beautifully done. I mean, unbelievable coming through, playing through the kills. And that is exactly how you wanted to start this first round coming into map 3.
Yeah, I mean, for 705, when you're looking at it, Electrify Steel Black almost kind of handed them that, I would say, maybe not a full silver platter, not like it was like a carbon fiber platter, I would say that, because they kept on overextending over towards the zone. You always had those individual plays. They kept on throwing more lives, and 705 absolutely ate them alive, specifically Pristini, who goes in towards this round double positive at 10-5.
10-5 for Pristini. Looking solid with the AR here so far. Got our X though, the first one here to strike in round number 2. Fame on the point, tries to turn and burn. Royalty will be able to finish off the kill now as he starts to roam around the top of the ship. Might actually try to press forward. Doesn't catch the player to his right, but he's now pushed all the way up on the path. GodRx gonna check his back, finds it, and that's gonna open up a little bit of room to start igniting this push here into the ship.
It's just not enough numbers to be able to get coverage. And 705, again, I mean, they're absolutely just collapsing on these individual plays, these two-player positions that are coming through from Electrify Steel Black. I got a little bit of a spawn trap situation coming all the way through. Trades need to be there. Royalty has the jump, is able to find Fame over by this cliff path. Now, if you're looking in for Electrify Steel Black, you are struggling to even get out from your spawn. This is the blunder I was talking about, Austin. 30 seconds remaining, 24v20. Electrify Steel Black need to get out of their spawn and get on one of these damn zones.
Oh, what a three-piece coming through there for Royalty. And that will delay it for a little bit, but finally, Fame gets back through, has to deal with the player mid-map, but he's unable to do so. Quick trade comes through there for GodRx. And back and forth. Pristini, the last one, really on the zone to try to play some defense, but Diamondcon from the side, no, we cannot. It's Pentagram that finds 3 in a row, and that is finally going to be good for that first tick of progress on A.
You need to turn this into an immediate amount of success. 24 seconds remaining on the game clock. Look at the way that 705 are playing this. They know that they're down in lives. They're just essentially going to play for exits. If they find one more kill, then they can fully flood on in here. Diamondcon finds a second. That means that they can collapse on this. You need to go big if you're inside the zone. That was GodRx. They can't get the last tech of progression. 16 seconds remaining, and 705 might have just stole the round.
They might have been able to do it here. Diamondcon also still watching that cross. If they decide to come to the cliffside or even down low, GodRx needs to win this, and he does. Still a chance to try to play for a touch. Oh, Classic with the team kill. That's 3 down. Now it's going to be a chance to actually capture the zone unless Pristini gets there for everyone. But that is too much to ask for. Now, 8 lives up against 8 lives with a minute left to play to start working over to B.
Electrify Steel Black, they're essentially transitioning, trying to get on the backside of green. They should be more than aware that that means that top ring control will be there for 705. You got 3 players for Electrify Steel Black trying to overwhelm these positions from the back. 705 wisely giving it up, knowing that they can play this from the front.
Fame unable to play his life there as they start to work through the back again. Everyone waiting patiently for a peek. 7 up against 6 right now in favor of 705. Diamondcon wants to play his life inside of circle. Such a critical position for defense. It's a fist fight, and Pristini takes it. And now 6 up against 5. You got to get a touch, but it's looking so difficult. Fame and Pentagram, however, do find a couple of kills. One more in the back. Royalty comes from behind, and that should have just solidified it. Royalty, with an incredible start to the second round, has just went off multiple times. 17-10 right now. Nobody really in a position to get a touch, but it is 4 versus 1, and Pentagram will end up dropping as well. Beautiful work coming through here, Andy, is now 7-5 up 2-0.
And count your blessings if you are Electrify Steel Black that you were able to at least convert the entirety of the A zone, adding in those 3 ticks of progression comparatively to what 705 got a total of 5 on their previous offense. This is not out of the woods quite yet. We know one of the most known strategies when it comes down to Gavutu control is try to guarantee yourself that round 5 defense. How do you do that? If you're new to control, make sure that you get more ticks over your adversaries, and then you should get that round 5 defense. Going in towards the second offense, I love this call coming out from 705 Esports. They know that they have a segment progression lead, but why even go for broke? Just try to get the A zone, get that early 60 seconds, why not?
Pentagram with the sub, trying to tag up 1. It's a little bit of peekaboo, back and forth we go. Fame, though, able to find 2 as Pristini breaks inside of the point, stuns himself, and that's going to be an easy lineup there for Fame. 3 in a row for him. Has had a slower start compared to what we saw on the map number 1, but now this is maybe his chance to start to set up the spawn trap. Diamondcon patiently waits, and well, right away, the defense crumbles as we'll start to see 705 work into the ship.
Take a look at both Royalty and Classic. Also making a play over towards B. A little bit of a bait play, getting a lot more defenders to come over towards A. This has been a good control round so far, especially after losing the initial gunfights, down to 48 seconds. And those players that were over by B have been slightly dealt with, but you still have Classic making a rogue play. They'll step on that B zone, and now all of 705 are more than aware. Electrify Steel Black are setting players over towards the cliff path. Classic still going for this B zone, is just buying so much time for their teammates to maybe work across the map.
Not a lot of progress on A, but it looks like the call's going to be to come from behind. Pristini There for one. Is he going to read the second? Fame needs to hold the line inside the point, and Pristini finds him. What a double to open up A. And now they're going to stop the clock, but Pristini needs to continue to put on the pressure. Needs to find a third. Pentagram will shut him down. And now with 20 seconds left, they have to try to capture A.
They need to be able to get on one of these zones, stall out that clock. It's stopped at 20.4 seconds. Diamondcon will get that first tick of progression. A total of 2 now, off of the 1 over by B. Ooh. Teammates need to get here. Snaps on the pentagram, but the nade comes through from Fame. Is able to find 2. That's a 3 dead, 4-7-05. The clock is starting to dwindle down again.
Classic, nice play. Reads one coming up the ladder, takes out Fame, but he's got so many members around him, all around this A zone. GodRx comes through the side, finds yet another double. That puts him on 3, and with 4.8 seconds left, it's got to be perfect. Low on lives, low on time, and how about this? They'll get a touch. Multiple zones coming through now for 705. Classic Pristini. Both win their individual gunfights. Pristini finds 2. 1.9 on the clock, and they've been able to stall it out.
They deal with at least Diamondcon over by the B zone, but you are able to at least shrug one defender away. 7v6, oh. The A zone will be secured. 60 seconds added on towards the board. Electrify Steel Black have no more respawns.
Unbelievable. Seconds left on the clock, and 705 deliver. Now, looking at 50 seconds left. Just need to deal with the live pentagram. Can't find it. Pristini able to put him 6 feet under. Classic with the long range shot finds the second. 5 playing up against 2. This could be for the map here. All coming down to Pander and GodRx.
Oh man, these two players, they have to play so passively. They know they have to give up ring control. They got to win these one. GodRx goes down. Pander is against all of the world of 7-5 esports. They will win the control in a dominating fashion, 3-0. It is difficult enough to win an offensive round of Gavutu. To do it twice?
And listen,
absurd.
That one stings right there. That one's got to sting a little bit. I mean, you're talking about 1.9 seconds on the clock. They get in there. I think it was either Pristini or Classic that find that unbelievable double to stay alive, keep the play alive. And while that happens, one player rotates over to B, draws the pressure away from the A zone so they can get that capture, get that extra minute. And because so many gunfights are coming through, Andy, we get so low on the lives, just like we did almost every single round.
Yeah, DC was that guy, man.
He was.
Originally, when we saw him going as that individual player inside of the ship, we were like, okay, well, you got to find at least one. You found that kill, and it's like, well, there's still one above you. Snaps, rips their head to shreds. They get traded out. Pristini then makes that play, as you were talking about, to be able to find those next 2 players inside of the LST ship. And then Diamondcon off the respawn again. Look, if you're Electrify Steel Black there, you know that you can still win that defensive round. Obviously, you had to, and you wanted to do it as dominating as possible, denying as many segment progression as possible. And they catch them all just absolutely lacking throughout the middle of the map. DC understands there's nobody over by Beach. I'm going to go over by the B zone. And although the trades did come through, continuously stalling out the clock the way that Diamondcon did in splitting defenders, I mean, that's the history of control right there, baby. I mean, you split the defenders up. You're trying to stall out that clock, get those segments of progression. And initially, I almost looked like it was going to be terrible for 7-5, but Electrify Steel Black, again, not recognizing the right moment of time to chalk a zone, knowing that they're throwing so many different lives away. These individual moments just were not coming through, and a high priority for this Electrify Steel Black team on the Gavutu control. It almost feels like deja vu when it comes down over towards this this previous match that we just had with Ultra Academy NA on our main stage, Austin. It's starting to look like that 705 are having a little late resurgence to start this reverse sweep.
Yeah. Oh, my goodness. I think we're going to take a look through some of the replays there on the map. And, whoa, there were a lot of them. A lot of them in favor of one team. Not so much for the other, but coming off of what was, 2 straight maps looking very clutch in the hands of Electrify Steel Black. Not the case here. 3 on Gavutu, clearly doing a lot of their homework. Just so many massive moments. And we didn't get those same takeover plays we were getting in map 1, Andy, where it was Fame who was really lighting it up here. You can see him, struggling just a tad bit more. -5, not doing what we were seeing with a double positive KD. And everyone really stepped up, it felt like, at some point or another here on 705 Esports.
Yeah, it did. I mean, Pristini had a whale of a game. I mean, at the end of the first round, they were already double positive, 10-5. Great start for them, and then immediately going away from the second, they were somewhere near like 19-11. Like, it's just absurd to be able to see just how well all of 705 fundamentally played the Gavutu control, because it sets up everything that we were talking about. What does it mean to be a veteran of Call of Duty? I mean, it was all just so exemplified on that Gavutu control. Just the power positions being held, understanding the timings and what's available for them, knowing what gunfights to be able to take, keeping their life where it was necessary. Inch by inch, they were taking more map positioning away from Electrify Steel Black, and that garnered them a 3-0 win.
So the one thing I will say, and you might remember the stat throughout last year, BBG, of course, the core three of GodRx, Panda, and Pentagram were notorious for going up 2-0 in their series.
Oh, man.
And oftentimes, they would be reverse swept. I mean, probably the team that got the most amount of seconds, I would say, through Cold War, and a lot of those happened through reverse sweep. Now, I'm not trying to speak it into existence.
Feels like
I'm just stating the facts, all right? I mean, you're right, maybe I'm biased. Maybe I'm trying to get us to a game 5, all right? But, you know, that has been something of the past here, and I do look at players, like you had mentioned, you know, sometimes Royalty gets amped up, sometimes Pristini can. You know, maybe they are able to start to take over, start to find that groove now that they are able to find a very convincing 3-0 there on the Gavutsu.
I think what's so crazy, too, about 705 is something that I was able to witness casting Challengers Season 3 Elite was the 705 roster, especially towards the latter end of the season, was doing such a good job, especially in the latter half of maps and even in the series as well, is adapting to the playstyle for the team that they are facing up against. Here in Challengers, you're facing a different type of beast every single time you're going in towards a series of one another. And that's exactly what you could be looking at, especially for DiamondCon. Historically, has always been like that. You almost have to when you're in a main AR role, like DiamondCon has been finding themselves year in and out. It's something that needs to be continuously exemplified by 705. I mean, let's call a spade a spade. Electrify Steel came out absolutely swinging within that Tuscan hardpoint. 705 started to at least kind of adapt to the tendencies that was being showcased, winning a multitude of rounds in a row. Finally got better at the offense. It just came down to one unfortunate error that did come through in that round 11. But even still, you go over towards a map like Gavutsu Control where they're able to, again, adapt to the playstyle, then start dictating the pace from their AR lineup, allow their SMGs to get in much more crucial positions to be able to find players trying to cross on over to get more in aggressive position. It's just good counter aggression that's coming out from 705. That is how they're adapting to how Electrify Steel Black have been playing continuously through this series. Now, I'm not going to say that this is the true markings of a reverse sweep in the mix. 705 just did a really good job at least adapting, but I will confirm for you, look, that BBG roster was the most consistent team, but it doesn't mean they were consistently winning all the time. They were consistently mostly coming in second place, and sometimes in other cups as well. More often than not, they were getting reverse swept, not being able to close out their series.
That was the case. Silver Surfers throughout the Cold War season, unable to get a lot of the wins, but now that they're back together, we've talked about the chemistry. It's going to be big for them just to close out this series here. You do not want to get to another S&D, especially just with how close the last Search and Destroy was. You brought up the fact that it was, you know, all the way to a round 11, and you just do not want to have to deal with that. Electrify Steel Black, get the win. Find yourself the big dub on Bokash Hardpoint and advance over to that semifinal. That's what you're really looking to do here, but it's going to take a lot. Everyone's going to have to step up. Looks like we're just getting ready to jump in towards this one here, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you guys are enjoying the Toronto Open here so far. It's been incredible with a lot of the maps that we've been getting. I mean, we looked at the first series, Andy, and again, everyone expected that one to be probably a 3-0. That one goes all the way to a map number 5, round 11, and this one maybe could be on the same track here, but going into the hard point, we're going to get very aggressive. We're going to highlight the subs again, and I mean, Royalty also coming off of a map that you don't typically see subs do really well on. I mean, maybe this could also be a really big map coming in towards the Bokash here too.
I will say this much, that this was actually probably, out of all the hard points and victories that 705 Esports were constantly fighting through Challengers Elite Season 3, this was one of their biggest boon of successes. They finished out Season 3 of the Elite on Bokash Hardpoint 4-1, where you're absolutely singing the praises, because of course we will when it comes down to a map like Bokash. There's obviously room for ARs, but it's a very close map where your SMGs obviously need to be on point to be able to fish out these double kills, find these timings. Royalty was a big success factor when it came down to the 705 Esports, but one, again, as you know, I'm always going to highlight, when here in Vanguard, flex players need to be on point. Pristini is that guy, man. Constantly on Bokash Hardpoint, picking up an AR where it's necessary, picking up that third SMG where it's absolutely required. It knows when to show up, and that is able to meet with the pace that was being set for 705 all throughout Challenger Season 3 Elite.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are just about ready to jump in. Map number 4, reverse sweep. Is it in the cards? We're about to find out. Bokash Hardpoint. That's what's coming up next, and we are jumping right into the action. Will we get a map 5, or will Electrify Steel Black close it out here? We're about to find out.
Oh, it's going to be hard, man. It's just so many little amounts of opportunities to turn a hardpoint into a money hill, but if your ARs are locking things down, that P-Tube is probably going to be what you're mostly looking at. Well, at least be starting off on the favorite side will be 705. Doesn't mean that they can walk away with the gunfights. Electrify Steel Black off the rip. Send players over by that A lane, but the majority actually come down low through the Riverwalk. And that means that they're going to find the gunfights in the middle of the map. They've already flipped out the spawns, but still ample time to battle over here on 1.
Good start here. Electrify Steel Black. 15 seconds already off of P1. You'll take that any day of the week and twice on Sunday. Fame, though, needs to stay alive. 3-0 start for him. Ends up looking the wrong way, so easy cleanup coming through there for Pristini. Trying to get a flip now. Could be the cards. Pristini turns and snaps. Classic gives him a bit of assistance there, and it's going to be complete chaos around P1 as we typically see it. But Classic finds 2, and that's going to be big now for the rotation.
Yeah, Classic is slipping all the way through. Did not have immediate help for that trade, but you're seeing continuously on the minimap for 705 are trying to cycle players out from this side of the map to get inside of barns to try to influence in the middle of the map. And although it's very individualistic, they're not walking away with all the gunfights in the world. Classic trying to make an argument from the front. Does have some help here from their 705 esports team members, and they can completely push all the way through. They force Electrify Steel Black to spawn on the southwest side of the map. Now they can try to hold from the front.
Or they're going to read the split in the back right here. Oh, they're going to know Fame's back here now, but can they deal with them? That's going to be spawns coming in there for player 5. Pentagram, Electrify Steel Black could look to flood this out. Still plenty of time to get on P2. Good 30 seconds left, but that's 4 down. Classic finds 2. Pristini gets the last one, and this is looking fantastic now for 705 Esports.
Look at the way they're set up as well. I mean, fully recognizing this is a very realistic hardpoint to hold from the front. And they're right. I mean, so long as they're denying any sort of barn control that can come through from those close tin spawns from Electrify Steel Black, they can constantly set themselves in the middle of the map, kind of suppress them as they're trying to rotate over towards P3, because that's what 705 are essentially playing for. They have a 20-point lead, knowing that they have the hedge spawn secure. You also have DiamondCon watching all through that Riverwalk over by that B lane, while the rest of their SMGs can get mixy ahead of this P3 hardpoint.
Pentagram trying to see if he can clear things out. Classic looking to battle on Pentagram, wins that one-on-one. Now under fire, trying to battle from the back. Pentagram with a great read. Just lays on the trigger, finds the pre-fire, brings home a second. 705 still with a slight lead, but now Electrify Steel Black with some great control around the point. Might be able to steal that lead back.
Gonna be looking for it. Now the spawn trap is on the other side of the map. If you're thinking about it, though, Electrify Steel Black will be able to at least contest that lead for a small amount of time, but you still have 705 Esports just relentlessly trying to work their way through a lot of these different bottlenecks, these choke points, if you will, is making sure that all of Electrify Steel Black do not get themselves set up successfully. Pander, though, is able to find 2 inside the hard point. That's going to keep 705 at bay. Still spawning in towards the back, but ahead of this rotation, which is a hop, skip, jump away through the middle of the map, Electrify Steel Black are able to keep this lead contested while also making sure they got the rotation in mind.
Great hill here for Electrify Steel Black. They bring that one back. They hold it there from the front, and they're able to keep 705 really pinned to the back of their spawn there for a long while. Royalty not going to be able to get paid on the route there. Pentagram responsible for really watching through the back, and he cleans up a second one now. He does have that streak available here. When we typically get over to P5, we'll see it, but Pentagram, he has just started to pick things up. He started off so slow at 3 and 7. Now he's 11 and 8, looking for Royalty. Can he find 4 in a row? Almost gets it done with the pistol. Not gonna happen. And now with 705, finally their chance to try to respond.
You just need an immediate answer. I mean, just as you're highlighting Pentagram trying to turn things around, I mean, look at both the Canadian boys. I mean, Royalty, DiamondCon, they're at a combined 25 and 18. They are just playing this methodical, catching Electrify Steel Black as they're trying to aggress their way in. And keep in mind, they've also been able to find success in doing so as well, because a lot of their mixiness, a lot of their controlled chaos is going on inside of the hardpoint itself. It has been able to give themselves a certain amount of success of about an unanswered 45 seconds over the past minute or so. And 705 are able to at least battle in for the scrap time, but ahead of P5, Electrify Steel Black will be in towards the backside of hedges, will have that L control. 705 recognize that they're hitting it from Grandma's.
Electrify Steel Black, I mean, they've just been about flawless over these last couple of hills. Down about 20 points going into P3, and now they have themselves a decent amount of control. But in the hardpoint right now will be 705 Esports as they try to respond around P5. Couple kills coming in. Here comes the glide. Pentagram's able to find 1, but are they going to be able to break? Setup still intact here.
There's just nobody in immediate position to try to collapse on this. I mean, maybe you can try to keep this contested. That's still a really good call because you have 20 seconds of battle over when it comes down to this first set of hard points. And finally, the kills will come through. The number's just a little bit too much. 705 still spawning in towards the back. They know this is still good time to battle over going in towards the second set. It has been so damn close until Electrify Steel Black piece together those that P3, P4 hardpoint, and now going in over towards 5. It was a great glide bomb call as Pentagram continues to heat things up. Royalty will, of course, put that spree to rest, but going in towards the second set, it will be a fantastic 40-point lead or so that Electrify Steel Black currently hold over 705.
Yeah, they battle back beautifully over those last couple of hills. Gives them a slight edge. But now 705 here on the response. Pander needs to clean up through the right side of the map here. Diamondcon able to play his life, finessing back and forth. Does end up dropping, but Pristini's there for the quick trade. Trying to get some kind of a flip right now is really the job of Pristini, but he's got to battle through just about every single member. No real support. His teammates just struggling to kind of get through the middle of the map right now, so it really is just him. The furthest one pushed forward, but he is still alive. 3 in a row now for Pristini, and it will finally be dealt with from Fame.
So the lead continues to grow. I mean, you're looking just how much time even Electrify Steel Black was able to find off of P1. I know it was only 20 seconds, but on a map like Bocage, that's still massive with the amount of kills that were constantly coming through in succession for Electrify Steel Black, still holding the middle of the map while they're making sure they have those spawns ahead of 2 intact. You have barn control being looked at by Fame. They will lose that gunfight off screen to Classic, and that's the immediate focus again. When you're looking for 7 of 5, that's how they broke it from the last time. They love to set themselves up through the middle of the map, trying to get that barn control. All of Electrify Steel Black, they rectify that issue off the rip initially. They will walk away with the immediate 20 seconds here on P2.
This is what we wanted to see. We wanted to see Pentagram in takeover mode, and he's starting to deliver. 4 in a row for him. Doesn't read the second player, so won't be able to go on another spree. No second glide bomb. But will they be able to break in from the side of Barn? That's going to be Classic there for one, but Pristini takes him out with a nade. So miscommunication, Fame from the top ropes, not going to be able to clean up one. And now this lead has just about gotten out of control. When we talk about a map like Bocage, you need to break in. You have to try to hold on to this scrap time. This is a big 20 seconds now for 705 Esports.
I mean, to be down by 60 points on a map like Bocage, that is a steep of a mountain. It's a very big hill to try to overcome. You are 705, but they're at least setting themselves up to try to do so. They do have those close spawns ahead of 3, but their biggest issue from trying to hold this hard point previously was at least trying to get too much focus when it came down to that crossover by the riverbed. You saw immediately Diamondcon is up in that position, but more numbers here for all of 705 inside the hardpoint itself, but they just simply cannot win the gunfights. Not when the SMGs have been popping off the way they have in previous hardpoints.
Again, broken just like that. When you need a hold, 705 Esports, they just can't do it. And now Electrify Steel Black. This is where they started to turn it on last time around in the first rotation. Got them in the back, put them in the blender, unable to really break through their spawn, and now Pristini is here. They will be able to win a couple of those engagements, and that's going to allow them to slip inside of the hill. Royalty spots out one more, and this is 20 seconds that you absolutely need now for 705.
No, I feel like we've just been constantly saying that over the past few hardpoints or so. This is just time that you absolutely need. Royalty's going to come in and at least snap one more player away. And we'll be able to walk away with that scrap time successfully. But that's that leader's advantage. Again, Electrify Steel Black were able to build themselves going all the way back to map number 1 of the Tuscan Hardpoint. They're starting to do it again. They have that 40-point lead going in towards P4. And look at the spread across the map. I mean, you have Fame trying to get Mixie through the middle of the map. They set themselves up for that pinch affair that did come through as GodRx finds 2 over by this tank line. And nobody can successfully get numbers for 705 inside of the barn. Another initial 20 for Electrify Steel.
This has been incredible. Can't get past that 50-yard line, and now over 200 points is Electrify Steel Black, and Fame has just taken out 3. Will he find the 4th? No, Pander grabs it. We'll get a quick flip of the spawns into the back now for 705 Esports as Fame again stays on the spree, able to find at least one more before falling. And 705 Esports, they just cannot soak up any hill time whatsoever.
20 seconds. Again, you need this to be perfect if you are 705 from 4 going all the way in towards 5, but it's not exactly an easy rotation to hold. It's not exactly an easy hill to hold as well as Electrify Steel Black just relentlessly nipping at the ankles of 705. They know they can battle over the scrap time, Austin. They are just 27 seconds away from staying in the winner's bracket.
Oh my, GodRx. You can only go down by way of team nades, apparently. No one else here on 705 can deal with them, and now inching closer to that 250 mark. Electrify Steel Black, they want to put it away on the Bocage hardpoint, and Pander says, challenge me, do it again. 10 more seconds, that's all that's needed. And 705 Esports don't have a whole lot left in the tank. One final push to try to break them off the hill. They have to go, and they gotta go now. They will be able to clear it out. Classic finds 2, but only 2 seconds is what's needed, and they can hit this scrap time here again. And Fame comes in, finds the first one. Trades go back and forth, but they're still holding on.
Yeah, they're still holding on. They're also finding kills across the main road, so they know they can try to reinforce this, especially knowing that all of Electrify still hold those back spawns. They're able to find more kills just 2 seconds away from closing things out. Pentagram will be cut down as well. The flank comes through from Fame. He finds 2, needs to find the 3rd inside the hardpoint. Unsuccessful at that, but the last kill comes out. GodRx is able to find it. They will get the last 2 seconds required. Electrify Steel Black win it in 4.
There you have it. No reverse sweep here in the second series. They get it done in the Bocage after a very shaky Gavutu control, but very well done here when it comes to the Bocage. It just felt like they were in full control. Once we got to about P4 there in that first set, you could see them building up that lead. And the thing I like the most is when you look at that scoreboard, every single player was a part of the time there, Andy. I mean, you could see the kills coming through for Royalty and DiamondCon, but it was never leading to any time. And obviously, when that happens on a map like Bocage, it is too difficult to rely on those comebacks to come back into the game. So very well done here overall across the board. And a 3-1 victory will advance them into that semifinal.
I think that's what's just so pretty about just like a game like Vanguard when it comes down to these 4 players specifically. Do you even go back to talk about it with Built by Gamers last year when this Core 3 was playing along with Kismet, now of course playing with Fame, and it's just one of those things that we always highlighted for them as well. At any given moment of time, yes, roles are absolutely a thing.
Sure.
But here in Vanguard, that's more specific about like who's picking up the OBJ. You better be more than able to be able to hold hardpoint time, to be able to pick up a position and to allow your next comrade to then move forward, because it is so damn important when it comes down to a map like Bocage. And all of the team Electrify Steel Black were able to exemplify that. Every single one of them getting involved, as you were talking about. The SMGs were constantly finding more pressure in towards the back, but none one of these players individually were afraid to get their hands dirty, to be able to get themselves in a position to be able to hold hardpoint time, to get themselves in further position to be able to hold more players from 705 at bay.
Incredibly done throughout that entire series here. Semifinal now coming through for Electrify Steel Black. 705 Esports. They're going to have to try to battle through that lower bracket. Those matches are just going to be absolutely insane. So many teams that we have down there overall, but take a look at just some of the replays that took place, throughout that map. And, we'll get it again. The P1, great start, but this is where we got the bounce back. And after this hill, that's where it started to go downhill.
Yeah, it surely did, because this is right around the time that we saw Pentagram go on that Goliath of a spree as well. And the glide bomb, although being used at certain, a lot of people would probably be disgruntled about utilizing that glide bomb when they did. It was still such a smart call coming through from Electrify Steel Black, understanding, hey, I got the leader's advantage. Again, felt like I was talking about the same thing in map number 1 for Tuscan Hardpoint, is that they understood, look, we got a 30-point leader, so we could just be annoying. We know that we had the better SMGs at the time, so let's just keep poking and prodding, maybe see if we can get ourselves some of that scrap time. More often than not, it was working out in Electrify Steel Black's favor, and because of that, their lead just continued to increment so much further away to where 705 just could not find the door to open.
Could not find the door to open it, and because of it, they're going to have to now battle down low. But up top, I mean, this squad looking to do some damage here on land. These guys got plenty of experience when it comes to land, whether it's this title or a different one. They've been able to do it throughout this entire year. So it's been a very special one so far here for us, Andy. And I mean, if this team can kind of keep up their overall respawn pressure that they've been bringing here so far, at least throughout the hardpoints, I mean, they might be looking solid coming in towards their semifinals.
Hardpoint is a very good map. I mean, winning map number 1, we know how important that is, going through a multitude of different iterations of Call of Duty, and especially through this year as well. You get that momentum head full of steam, making sure that you at least rely on your backbone of search and destroy, which is something that we know we can constantly highlight when it comes down to a lot of teams here in the pit. But I mean, for Electrify Steel Black, it's going to be a constant boon of success for them, understanding that they can set up the pace, dictate it all the way through the majority, if not understanding how to adapt through the first series of hardpoints, and then continuing on with that. The consistency of this team is at an all-time high right now. We saw that through Fame, through 2 different hardpoints. We saw Pentagram, once they started getting hot, they did not drop the ball, and that just can be a key of success when you're thinking about an AR duo, both Panda and GodRx. They can just post up, watch their lanes, watch their SMGs go crazy. Who doesn't love that?
Absolutely. Feeling good after that one, but for now, that's going to do it here for that second match. We'll have more matches coming up. We'll be jumping in towards those semifinals to see how everything else is going to start to unfold here through day 2 of the Challengers Open here in Toronto. It's been fantastic so far, but for now, we'll throw it to a break. We come back. Semifinal matches. Don't go too far. everyone, and welcome back to the Toronto Challengers Open, where we'll continue our action heading into the semifinal. But first, on the cast, myself, Visions, along with my dual beatdown. We cast some different games together, but now we're casting some Call of Duty. I'm amped up. How you feeling, my man?
I'm feeling great, Austin. You cast some other games together, but Call of Duty's where it started.
Yes,
That's
sir.
where we met. TXP2, only the real ones remember, and I'm really excited that we're back at the booth together running this again.
Yeah, it's great. I mean, we go back to that time period, and that was, really just a lot of the locals that we would get here out of Toronto. This is a different story here in the Open. We got the best of the best here in the amateur scene, going off, facing off against one another to see who can go and take the title. And well, jumping right into this matchup, we have the team that we just had on broadcast, which was Electrify Steel Black, and they're going up against Iron Blood. So this one should be a very spicy one because both are coming off wins, and obviously both want to get themselves into that winner's final.
Dude, and even more, Iron Blood are coming off the back of an insane reverse sweep against Toronto Ultra. I got to keep bringing that one up because that was just such an insane series to watch, cast, and just what an upset that it ended up being. So Iron Blood, they have time to kick back a little bit, wait until this series ended up finishing, and now they can go back and try and see if they can continue to perform, get further on into the bracket. And the fact is, we're still in winners. So you have quite the cushion going into the later parts of the stage.
You definitely do. And they kind of just had the luxury also of watching over everything that kind of just happened there, right? So the hard points we know very strong for Electrify Steel Black. That just came through there for them. They ended up dropping in the Gavut to control 3-0, and then they iced up in that round 11 there. I believe it was on the Bocage. So very clean across the board for as far as what we just got. Of course, you can see all the boys there on the screen right now, all amped up, all ready to go. Talking to Fame, it sounded like he was ready to go again. He's like, let's get into it, man. I can't wait for this next matchup, so we'll see what he's going to be able to do. But first, we're going to take a look at the map set, see what we got coming up here, Beatdown.
That's right. I mean, we got a couple repeats here. Tuscan twice, Berlin twice, so it's a bit of a different mix-up compared to what both of these teams were playing in their previous series here, except, of course, we did see that huge clutch win from Iron Blood on Desert Siege Search. So if we go there, if we end up going to map 5, that could be a really exciting showing for them. But overall, it is still going to be pretty exciting, because I think what we noticed about Iron Blood is that they like the maps where things are a little wider, a little more open, so they can try and deny the value of sub-players on other teams.
Yeah, certainly love to play some of these Berlins that we saw here. So that'll be thrown back in. And I mean, the good news is if it does go the distance again, well, guess what? They got their Desert Siege back in there, where we saw Salt pull off the 1v2 in round number 10 to solidify and guarantee they made it to the semifinals. So a lot packed into it, of course, overall. I think the map set should be decent. Of course, a little bit of a different one. We got a lot of close range ones that came through for Tuscan and the Bocage there, coming through there for Electrify Steel Black. So I'm sure they're still going to be very comfortable. But overall, I mean, you really cannot hype up the fact that, listen, they just beat Toronto Ultra NA. Like, they are the team to beat. They won the Rocker Open. They were able to win Stage 3 Elite. They went to the Pro-Am. They beat 2 professional teams and unfortunately didn't make it to the upper bracket due to a tiebreaker, but they played their hearts out and they showcase what they bring to the table here. 100%. So this squad beating them, it's got to do wonders for their confidence. Beatdown.
That's right. And I mean, they were confident from the start. They were telling us that they had it in the bag, and the reverse sweep ended up coming through. So what a beautiful showing it was from this squad here from Iron Blood. And now we're going to see if they're going to be able to continue that momentum forward. And it's worth noting, too, the teams that they both defeated. I mean, if you guys have been watching, lower bracket as well has been lit up right now. Plenty of Game 5s, plenty of Round 11s. So even if you do make it all the way to that Grand Finals, you got someone who's getting through all of that.
Yeah, I mean, even talking about it, I think are actually jumping in. But teams like Team War eliminated. That one, I think, to me, blew my mind with those guys and how they come on land. So who knows what else is going to happen, but we're about to find out what's going to happen in this series. Maybe not yet. Game lobby closed. They're just trying to build up the anticipation. That's all. As we jump back into it. But kind of diving into my point, Beatdown, that lower bracket, it is going to be a gauntlet. I believe we have Toronto Ultra NA and EU both down there. We obviously now just had coming through there for us, I'm trying to think of our last matchup, coming in overall, having another team drop down here, 705 Esports. I mean, we got the Canadians that could potentially do something. So there's a lot that could potentially happen. But to me, biggest one, Team War out. I mean, I had those guys potentially making it to top 3. That should go to show that anything can happen when we get down to this lower bracket. So you don't want to go down there. You want to stay up top, nice and comfy, make it into that grand final, have that backup best of 5 just in case things don't go right for you going in towards day number 3, and just trying to get it done and solidified. But it's a lot easier said than done, that's for sure.
Absolutely. But at the same time, still easier than trying to make it through that lower bracket right now, considering who is remaining in it. Yeah, you know what I mean? So both of these teams, it really might feel like a death sentence if you end up losing this series as a result of that. So, waiting for the lobby to get reset up for our chance to get back into this game. Again, it's going to be Tuscan Hardpoint to start things off in this series, and that is going to be an exciting one because of that point you mentioned, Austin, where you said I was highlighting that Iron Blood really like those more wide open maps, and that's where they ended up having a lot of their good performances against Toronto Ultra Academy NA. And this time around, they don't have as many of those maps going for them here. So how are they going to be able to play through maps like Tuscan on both Hardpoint and Search to be able to get this win?
Yeah, that's going to be the big question. And I mean, you talk about, players like Assault and Exceed. Now, they like to find those larger maps. Even Welly as well, obviously, as one of the main ARs, that comes in here for us. They find a lot of value. And it feels like, in a way, those two can really enable Exceed and Noisy to be able to make a lot of those plays. And there you can see it right there. All the boys on screen. The guys that just pulled off the reverse sweep got a chance to look over their opponents before jumping in, chance to kind of wind down a little bit, and really those high-pressure matchups we always talk about, especially at the highest level, when you get those out of the way, you clutch up and you win big like that, all of a sudden you start to trust your teammates more, you start to feel better, and you can really carry it through from series to series, from match to match. So are they going to be able to do it? That's what we're here to find out. Looks like we're just about ready to jump into Tuscan Hardpoint to kick things off.
And here we go. This is going to be, this is where Hardpoint is where we saw Iron Blood struggle against Toronto Ultra and Academy. So we're going to see if they've managed to clean things up, especially, again, coming off the back of that win, the confidence that you managed to get after beating a team like that, all the praise that Toronto Ultra Academy NA gets. Now you're taking all that momentum into Electrify Steel Black.
Well, here we go. Initial engagements coming through. Nade City, Noisy finds the first one here. Panda and Fame patiently trying to wait with the ARs for a peak to come in, but it will be early time for Iron Blood Gaming, as it's actually going to be switched at the top here for us. Iron Blood Gaming coming through on the right, Electrify Steel back here on the left. Noisy able to find one, but it's Fame. Of course it's Fame. He kicked things off so well on the first map on Tuscan Hardpoint, and he's here doing it again with the 3-0 start.
And it's crazy, the new player onto this roster, the other three playing together so long before, and you see Fame coming in, fitting like a glove, allowing this roster to really succeed here, and we're seeing these trades back and forth while Electrify Steel Black have a pretty strong point lead now, as you're seeing both of these teams fight for the scrap time. I think at this point, though, if you're Electrify, you just move on to P2.
Might be the case here. Now a battle into the back. GodRx might have been able to get all the way back, and if he can win this engagement, very well could open up the push to break in, but now he's going to be spotted. Has to try to play his lifestyle. He's going to lock him down, but he's able to find one. Takes out Welly, and now Assault going to take his place. Able to find at least one trade, but it's going to be GodRx. Gets in there, does the work, and finds 3 in a row.
Yeah, huge there coming through for Electrify. They're still continuously stacking up time here, increasing this lead they've gotten for themselves. And the nade, even though the nade is good from Noisy and Exceed, the rest of the squad, Casey especially with the double, is just going to allow them to keep holding on to control. We finally see a flip, though.
Pander trying to get a cut off there through the top of Patio, and he ends up finding 2 off screen. Assault now has to break in, and he finds a big engagement, but unable to really play his life. And then there's Fame. Of course it's Fame, almost on double digits by the end of P2, and that's going to be a massive lead coming out of the first couple of hills here for Electrify Steel Black.
That's right, and they're just going to try and continue holding that one on until they get to this P3 hill. Pentagram is going to find one, but overall, you can see they have the position all set up for when this hill has opened up. You can see it, Iron Blood Gaming trying to find their way on here. They do have Fame, who is, Exceed, who's a little far away right now, but overall, looks looking like they're getting on.
Exceed trying to fan out through the front, see if he can cut off all of the remaining resources, trying to flood into the hill here. Exceed looking for number 4. Oh, we can't find it. Nice little crouch shot comes through there, and that will be the first pickup. Can they break in now? More kills need to come in. Unfortunate teammate. That very well could slow down the push here. GodRx taking out one, and it's Assault and Welly that deal with the rest. And that's desperate time that you needed to come through here for Iron Blood Gaming.
So many points, especially with Welly winning the 1v1 onto Fame. It's going to guarantee pretty much every point on that hill coming through here, despite Casey's best attempts. Maybe can help fight for the scrap time, and it's looking like him and Pentagram will be able to do just that. But slowly, you see Iron Blood Gaming starting to narrow the deficit that they find themselves in. And if you look, Austin, they're already trying to set up for this next hill that's spawning, and the kills coming through are going to allow them to do that.
Decent lead right now, but GodRx, he's feeling the pressure in the back. Nade, stuns, you name it.
They know.
Will be able to play his life for the time being, but you're right. They know he's back here in Assault. He delivers. Meanwhile, Welly and Noisy both win their engagements. One player left, and Pander will end up dropping. Big break for Iron Blood Gaming.
This is so big. They're starting to really collect the points here, and with this control they have on the hill, they could easily take the lead from Electrify Steel back here unless they manage to get the break, and it's looking like they're going to do just that. Great shots, great nade coming through, and a nice double for God RX is going to allow control back into Electrify's hands.
That nade was actually a team kill. That's his second so far. We're going to start a tally right now.
Yeah,
I
think so.
need you to keep that one up for me, all right? That's 2 right now for God RX. We'll see how the rest of it comes through here for us as 15 seconds remains on the Church Hill. And it looks like that might end up going over to Iron Blood Gaming, potentially uncontested. But no, one last second to try to see if they can get there. Just be a little annoying, and they will be able to at least get the scrap time. But more importantly, it's about the rotation here on the pitch. Fame's there for one. One more player down low. It's going to be Pander. He's got a massive 1v1.
Yeah, it's going to see if he's going to be able to do it. The nade is out, but can Welly actually get it? He manages to get the wall bang and is going to be able to help secure. That's 2 for Welly at the moment here, and it's going to allow Iron Blood to continue holding on to this hill, trying to stack up these points. They're keeping this one within 20, Austin.
Very tippable overall here for Iron Blood Gaming. They fall down by about 40, 50 points, and they bring it right back. But now, Hill neutral for a quick second. Iron Blood right back into the point. Exceed tries to slide it out, but it's
Pentagram!
Don't see it from his POV, but he lights up 3, breaks the hill wide open.
More.
And they want to secure this next 20 seconds on P5.
That's such a big move here for Electrify Steelback. They finally end up taking down Pentagram, but the damage is done. Electrify is still in the lead, and Iron Blood, they are going to get some of the scrap time, but they're going to fight for it, Austin, as they send Casey Pander to go and get control of the next hill.
Only fighting for 5 seconds, but it's more about the push through here. If Electrify Steelback can clear out the point, but because of this, now they're actually going to be a little behind on the rotation, pending what happens with Pentagram. And he finds 2 more. That is just so critical to make sure that Fame stays safe and is able to play his life a little bit longer.
Oh, and he's playing his life exceptionally well, Austin. He is 18 and 12 now after that nade kill he just picked up for himself, and a big reason why Electrify are managing to hold on to control with this vice grip. Another one from Fame to be able to solidify themselves here on this P1 hill. And this next rotation looks like it's all Electrify.
When Fame starts to pop off like this, I get scared. I get very scared for the opposition. You have to shut him down and shut him down early, but he will dive right into about 3 players, so not much he can do there. Nice cleanup coming in. Iron Blood Gaming now find themselves really on the time at the perfect moment because they can start to spawn trap them a little bit, keep them away from that rotation heading in towards P2.
That's going to be really important here. They can't keep fighting for these table scraps, Austin. They have to be able to get a solid amount of points, maybe that full 60 if they actually want to get ahead here, because it only gets tougher the more Electrify Steel get for themselves, the lesser your margin for error ends up being here. So now on this next hill, Iron Blood, they are collecting these points. You do have an interesting spawn from Noisy who could be able to cause some trouble there. It's looking like he will be able to get one.
Pentagram though, again, 3 in a row.
Dude.
Looking for 4, almost finds it. Welly stops the spree and snaps on Fame in return. 3 in a row now for him, as that is going to basically clear out the point. Now looking to lock in the time. Is it still Welly in the back? Almost finds yet another to almost go on 5. Fame gets it, but has to slow down, get that regen in, and with 25 seconds left, Fame wants to try to scoop up that time.
Oh my god, and the nades are just so good from Guard RX, being able to make sure you can't get as much scrap time as you're potentially hoping for here. They're making Iron Blood fight for every single second that they get, and it isn't enough. Electrify have kept this lead just under 20 points, but it's been consistent the whole time here as Fame wins yet another 1v1. The only saving grace for Iron Blood, as you can see it, they're in a good spot to set up for the P3.
All right, Fame's going to be blocking the rooftop spawn. This is exactly what you want. You want the spawns in the back, but now it's about trying to clear out Noisy back here, where he can really stop all of the attackers from getting through to the point. So far, so good. Iron Blood Gaming closing in on the lead. Noisy needs to play his life. He's able to find one, but a quick trade comes in from Pander. Pander over the top, able to find the head of Welly. The spawn's still looking good for Electrify Steel back, but now they have to hold the time.
Yeah, this one's tough. You still got 30 seconds on this hill, and Electrify, they want every second they can grab for themselves here. You can see it, Iron Blood, they know that they have to try and deny this time and manage to catch up, but it's going to be hard. At this point, you're fighting for scraps, but at the same time, you don't want that scrap time to go over here. You want to grab whatever seconds you can and set up for the next hill. Now, we only got 15 seconds left as Electrify inch closer and closer to 250, but even then, Electrify Steel Black, you can see it. They've already set themselves up on the other side of the map.
The big big factor here is the fact that Electrify Steel Black, they've been holding on to the lead. They haven't let it slip as of yet.
Yep.
But Ironblood Gaming, they are knocking on that door. Another 12 seconds, and they'll be able to tie this one up. So far, so good here on Church. Noisy to the back, able to play his life beautifully, trying to finesse here, and his teammates are also able to deliver. Fame gets red in the back. Big kill comes through for Assault to make sure that flank is secured. He gets eyes on a second, and there it is. As you say, Ironblood Gaming, they're going to take the lead.
Electrify Steel back. They're not letting this one go. They're going to try their best, but Exceed, and the whole team is popping out. That's basically a team wipe for one person. So that is going to be a good chunk of time claimed here for Ironblood Gaming. That's basically going to be the full 60, and just like that, they have tipped the odds in their favor here. You can see Electrify Steel back. They want to try and fight for some of this scrap time, narrow this lead a little bit, but it's looking tough.
Almost just about a full hold there in Church. Not something we see very often with about 4 or 5 entryways into that hill, but incredibly well done. Scrap time ends up going over, but now it's a little bit of a 50-50 fight here for P5. Fame's gonna have a little bit of assistance. Assault's desperately waiting for his. One player goes down low, one goes up high, but Fame takes out Assault. Stuns and nades coming on through. GodRx gets the second. Fame with the wide shell gets excellent help from Pentagram. Challenges one more, but now it's Welly down low. Wants to try to make some noise.
Yeah, this is gonna be tough. Electrify, they're catching up. It's about to tie up here unless Welly can go big, especially off the back of the kill that Exceed got. And he's contesting. He's taking a lot of damage, but he still hasn't gone down. And now that he has the help, they can really start to make a push and break. They've already gotten onto this point.
208 to 209. Big time left on P5. Assault able to combine for 2. Pander unfortunately takes out his teammate, and now he has to try to deal with 2 players, and Noisy pushes out through the front. Scrap time should end up being secured, and oh my goodness, Ironblood Gaming, they are running through the opposition already on the attack for the next rotation.
It's such a big deal, Austin, with the P1 hill starting over again. All that's left now is about 20 seconds here, or quite literally 20 seconds, as Ironblood Gaming, they have all they need to end things on the next hill. You have no mistakes left in the tank if you're Electrify Steel Black, and they really need to clutch up if they want to be able to close out map 1.
50 seconds on P1. You could get it done here if you're Ironblood Gaming. Have to look for the break. You could do it here if you're Electrify Steel as well. And they're going to find 4 down at the perfect moment. The flip of the spawns comes in. You couldn't ask for anything better. But now it's all about the hold. Can they defend? Can they watch over mid?
I think they can.
Able to find 2. Noisy and Assault need to try to break. Noisy able to find 2 in a row as he plays his
Oh my God, is that 3?
Noisy gets it, and they're going to stay alive.
He's been making so much noise, and on the day, he may have made the game-saving play. They're trying to hold on, but Electrify Steelback are making their way through. Welly gets the double, but Casey, he's looking for kills of his own here, and that's control back for Electrify Steelback. Only 5 seconds left. We're looking at the next hill.
We're looking at the next hill. It might be all done right here. Exceed able to get through the back and sneaks in for an easy pickup from behind.
GodRx is in trouble.
239 to 237. GodRx needs to find more than 1, but he can't. It's Exceed that's on 3 in a row, trying to play his life. Exceed takes down 4, and now 1 push remains. Ironblood Gaming, they started off slow, but now they want to steamroll their
Fame's gotta go.
Fame comes in, tries to win the battle. 249, 241.
That's 250!
1 last second, and you can hear them get an IP down. They close out map number 1.
What an insane back and forth here in our first map of the series, Austin. But Ironblood, like you said, they started slow. They closed it out here on Tuscan.
Oh, baby. That's what I'm talking about right there. That's what Challengers is all about. 241 to 250. Are you kidding me? What a banger of a matchup, and my goodness, the back and forth throughout that map was incredible beatdown. Looked like there was moments where if they locked down the rotation in the back, Electrify Steel Black, they could have locked it down, but Exceed unable to stay alive and play his life.
That's the big thing there too, especially when you look at like Exceed as Assault, they were really clutching up in those really key moments there. And I mean, you got to give credit over to people like Fame on the other side. I think the stats show something like 25 uncontested kills. I'm pretty sure he had a 30 bomb at that point, but it just wasn't quite enough because they weren't able to actually turn that into any hill time because a lot of other trades were coming through, and you still have Ironblood managing to win these really tight situations and especially rotate really well for these next hills.
Wow, you see it here? Bit of a lead coming into that second rotation. And overall, just massive play, just individual plays, finding 2, 3, 4 kills even at times, like we saw at the end, but not enough, unfortunately, here. Overall, incredible way to kick off this best of 5. Remember, this is our semifinals.
Right.
Both of these teams hungry to put on a show, and we get it here in the map number 1.
I'll tell you what, Austin. I think they heard us talking about that lower bracket, and they're like, "Oh, you know what?
Nothing to do with that."
Yeah, no, they got a point. They're spitting over there on the caster desk. We got to try our best to not end up there. And you saw it, man. We got a banger for our first map, and now, I mean, map's not actually changing as we go over to S&D. It is going to be Tuscan yet again. And now that we're off respawns, maybe we're going to see something change up here.
For sure. Oh, got to take a deep breath after that one here. You can see the boys talking it over a little bit. They know they only fell short by 9 points. Easy to fix up going forward, potentially. Locking down rotations a little better. And that's really what it came down to. You can see just how much emphasis there was on securing some of that scrap time around P5, around P1, knowing that they're just about 10, 15 seconds away from closing that one out. And, you know, making sure that you win the rotation as well. That's sometimes where you can get lost, especially within the comms when things are as close as that. But, you know, staying composed, staying in the zone here. Ironblood Gaming, despite really trailing the entire game, are able to lock it in at the end.
Yeah, I think that's the thing with Ironblood that, like, I really enjoyed watching here on the day. The fact that they are really good at just adapting on the fly and really coming back the way they did. I mean, they did it in their series against Toronto Ultra Academy, and they're showing it to us yet again here. And I think that my favorite thing about it is the way that they move around the map, especially Welly. Doesn't frag out like everyone else does, but you know what? Welly's that kind of player where I'm like, I don't like playing against you. Because he just shows up and like, what's he doing there?
Right place, right time, making sure he finds the critical kills.
Insane.
That determine spawns, determine some of those, you know, lengthy holds. So overall, Welly doing an incredible job there, but that's just map number 1, ladies and gents.
That's right.
Still got plenty more COD to potentially be played here throughout this best of 5 as we start to hone in on the Tuscan Search and Destroy. And this is one that we haven't really seen a lot of so far on the day, but coming in, you know, with the Tuscan Search, you can get some sniper play, you can get a lot of these aggressive rushes. We've seen how teams have been able to also work towards alternate sites. It's not all about just playing through you and trying to get that bomb down now. You can kind of work through P5. You can try to work through the middle of the map here, open up that lane, see if you can break in and really dismantle the defensive setup. You have to be on your toes at all times and ready to pounce to either bomb site here on the defense when we talk about Tuscan Search and Destroy.
Yeah, and I'm wondering what the gun layout is going to be for both of these teams. I mean, we know the sniper is an option here when you play on this map, and the other thing too is that we saw it happen. We saw Ironblood try it previously in their earlier series, mixed success. So are we going to see something like that, or are we just going to see like really simple standard setup here?
That's going to be the big question. I mean, I'm always here for some sniper play. You know me, beat down.
I know.
And, well, if we get it, I'll certainly be getting hype for the boys here. But now, as we dive in, Tuscan Search and Destroy. 1-0 up for Ironblood Gaming after a 250-241 win. Who knows what Search and Destroy is about to bring, but we're about to find out.
There it is, map 2 after an insanely contested map 1. Ironblood looking to keep that momentum going here. So we're going to watch Electrify Steel Black on the offense here as they're going to rush B.
First blood, good for Noisy. Pentagram, not going to be able to play his life, so Assault from long range takes him down, and we go right into the 2 versus 4. But Fame? He might have actually found great timing.
What are you doing, Fame?
Snapped for the second, but Exceed with the pistol will react in time, and that's now going to put it all on GodRx to try to clutch up in a 1 versus 3.
This is going to be a tough one. He does have the fortune of not having his position given away. He's trying to see if he can get the drop on somebody here, but this is a tall ask here in the first round.
Has to try to work to get that bomb here as well with 35 seconds left. Nade's going to start to come out over the top. They're going to know he's close. He gets a hit marker, but is he going to expect 2? Going to have to see some flashy plays from GodRx. He's down to the first one. Will he read that there's still one more in the back? I think he knows. But will he win the battle? Snaps onto Noisy.
That's damage.
And now with 15 seconds left, Noisy just wants to play his life. Bit of assistance coming through.
Know.
And that will be great teamwork. Good finesse there from Noisy to play his life.
Really good patience, especially just to make, okay, we got the numbers. If he's over here, come get him from the side, and then it's going to be an easy 2 versus 1 here. As you can see, he didn't even see it coming there for GodRx. And that's really nice, especially because usually it's Ironblood we see who are on these kind of game modes where they move fast, they push hard. Ultra NA Academy, we know, do that as well here. So they were ready from this kind of move from Electrify, and you saw Noisy get that really early, crucial first blood.
First offensive round Doesn't end up coming in. What will we get now for our second one? Right through the middle. It's an aggressive mid push that comes through, and GodRx is going to punish it. Noisy can't really slip through the window without getting tagged up heavily. And Exceed does have that sniper rifle. What is he going to be able to find? Nade comes down low, does get a tag, and will be able to get the information, but doesn't finish off the kill. And with about a minute left, you can see them clearing out A long right now. This could be a really big moment for them if they want to plant this or maybe push all the way through.
Yeah, and it's going to be tough. I like where they have Pander on the top. Oh my God, hold that thought. That's 2 kills right away. Exceed does get one with the sniper rifle. Now you have, everything's flipped up. Now it's 3 versus 2, and Ironblood, they have the opportunity to go for the plant here.
It can be risky sometimes trying to drop this bomb down. Exceed gonna have to do his best to watch over him, but really you're looking at Fame to break this play wide open. Bomb's going down. Doesn't see him. Bomb goes through. He knows exactly where he exited, but is he gonna be able to finish off the kill? Fame. No way does this work.
No shot.
No way does this work.
No shot.
No way. It's not gonna happen. It's not gonna happen. Oh my
but Pander's playing interference. Oh no, he doesn't.
Yes, he
it does.
What a play call coming through for Fame.
Oh my God, to play the numbers at disadvantage so very well. Doesn't see anybody post-plan and says, you know what? Why don't I try it?
And look at this teamwork right here from Pander.
Yep.
He's watching over that top fire area.
Yep.
Where do you look to try to play for the clutch spot? It's in fire. So incredible teamwork.
Good
Calming,
read.
saying, listen, I'm going to hop on the defuse. Pander's like, I got you. If he peeks fire, I got your trade. And well, better yet, he finds the kill and the defuse comes through. And that is a great round to be able to tie things up.
That's certainly a tilter, too, of your Ironblood gaming. Of everything. Pander says, don't mind if I do with the sniper rifle.
Well, the sniper rifle's starting to come out now, and Tuscan search and destroy. Got it from Exceed in the last round, and Pander opens up with the first blood in this round, followed by Fame with the second, GodRx with the third. The Sultan's like, guys, where'd you all go? Last one left alive here. Has to try to clutch up what would be a 1 versus 4, now 1v3.
Yeah, Salt did manage to get one. They have an idea of his position, but of course the onus is on him. The lone player of Ironblood Gaming to be able to try and make it happen. He's really taking his time with this one, as he should. You still got 30 seconds at this point. But you got to make a move soon.
Pander on top of Godheady. Oh, Salt rips him off of it. Those were some ridiculous shots. Doesn't matter in the end, but Salt lets him know. And, well, that's going to be now 2-1 off the back end of what was just a great opening round with the first 3 kills.
Yeah, so very quickly. And, of course, the sniper coming through from Pander. Really nice first blood just to start things off for the squad. And now as we switch sides yet again, we're going to see if the offense comes through well enough for the side of Ironblood Gaming English.
2-1 coming in here. What will we get for offense? We talked about B. Maybe being targeted a little more often, or maybe trying to at least work in a church to give yourself the options to go to either site with a little more room to work with. But here we go with the play call. It is going to be through mid. Exceed's going to clear things out first. Noisy with the bomb doesn't want to make that aggressive play, but Exceed, he's been able to go all the way through. It's a matter of where does he want to go and attack and clear out space. That's the big question. Lots of shots coming through. GodRx is down low. And he's also going to be able to play his life here, but it's Fame that finds one. Exceed gets the second. That's going to even us up here in the 3 versus 3.
That's a huge 1-for-1, but Welly, of course, is going to get one for free as well, and they have that information. They know it opens up a site, so that's going to be an easy plant coming through from Ironblood Gaming. Pander, last one left after GodRx falls, and at this point, Pander's going to be, well, doing it to see if he can 1v3 with the sniper rifle. I will admit, though, that is a tall ask.
Very tall ask, and look at the setup. No one's even playing through A long. It's just all about playing through a trade through mid. Quick little check on the defuse just to make sure no one's doing anything sneaky. And there's the first shot. So Pander finds one. Oh, he sees him, but unfortunately turns at the worst possible time. No 1v3 coming through here for Pander.
And it's just back and forth between these two teams. You're always showing us something nice, something new. You can see it. Both of these teams very well practiced and showing us, or putting in a lot of work rather, to try and close things out. I mean, on the one hand, Ironblood, you want to go up 2-0 at this point, right? You want to get that comfortable lead going into map 3 on Berlin. On the other hand, you're fighting for your lives if you're Electrify Steel back. Tooth and nail, and this is already starting to smell a little bit like a round 11. Just a little bit.
Yeah, just a little bit, maybe. Back and forth, very close. I mean, after the map number 1, who knows what we're in store for. But how about that? Exceed matches the sniper play from Pander, takes him out, and that's going to be a great first blood. Just removing Pander is going to be huge for slowing down this offensive push now.
100%, and you already see it, another pick coming through from Welly. Means that this A push is stopped dead in extracts even before it could happen. You just got GodRx and Pentagram trying to recover the bomb, trying to find whatever they can to maybe salvage this round. Not a whole lot going for them, really.
Just don't throw away your life. They know exactly where GodRx is.
Yep.
He's now going to move over alongside Pentagram. You need a kill, and Noisy actually kind of gives away his life there with the challenge. Can't really duck in time. So big pick for GodRx, and this might bait more players over to B. For now, the setup is going to stay intact here.
I like that.
And Exceed's going to just be holding this mid alley, but all the way around the back. Pentagram going to do some scouting, make sure no one's behind them, as it looks like they're going to maybe try to re-attack A.
Yeah, and I like the fact that Ironblood aren't switching up. They're not making any hasty decisions. Oh, pistol comes through. Exceed didn't have the shot, but Welly in the background is going to be able to get one. It's just one person left. Pentagram with the bomb. And at this point, he's got a lot of moves to make here. He's going to go for the plant. Oh, they are going to spot him out.
Very clean overall. We'll take him down. No 2 versus 4. As everyone able to play their lives there. Make sure they find GodRx. And, well, more importantly, make sure this bomb does not go down and that Pentagram exits safely. Welly's there, as he's now 7-2 here.
That's just crazy. Like, insane performance coming through here, whether it's the AR, whether he pulls out the sniper like he did at the start of that last round, has been really starting to perform here. And yeah, Welly as well, who you're highlighting, is playing really well too. It's the fact that he holds a lot of these angles very consistently, and it's kind of like we were touching on towards the end of that last round. They really hold their positions. They don't make any hasty moves, and get caught out on rotation.
Ironblood Gaming up by 1. As they're back on the attack, Exceed, perfect nade. Takes out Pentagram, who's now 0-5. Has not really been able to find a lot of success here so far in the search and destroy. But you take a look and where all the members are right now here for Ironblood Gaming. And it looks like they might want to try to make something happen around B. It's going to be Pander who's responsible for watching over it. Might have got information on that across the radio. Fame's also going to be up here. Might have got the comms, and well, that's going to be a great first kill. Can he play his life? It looks like the answer is yes, as now we're in the 3 versus 3. Make it 3 versus 2.
Yeah, it's a big pick coming through here. Now we're at the 2v2. As Exceed is going to end up getting the trade onto Fame. Big player off of the map at the moment here. Now the bomb honestly nowhere to be found. It's looking like members of Ironblood, they're looking for the shots, they're looking for the kills, and it's Welly who's got 5 in a row.
I mean, Welly and Exceed have 16 kills combined.
Around
16 kills. And you also have Exceed who's 1 off of the glide bomb. So grabbing this last kill on the GodRx could be huge. Welly's also just about 3 off his glide bomb. So a lot to work with. Utility do not want to go over to the opposition here. We'll see what GodRx is going to be able to do. He has not jumped off the map. He's willing to try to work through this 1v2. But he is going to have to at least find 1 kill. If he can take down Exceed, that is going to be huge.
What he's looking to do right now. No information on his location. Still about 23 seconds left on the clock. He's going to see if he's going to be able to find someone. He doesn't quite get the shots off. Oh, and they're on to him too. He wants the 1v1. That's 1. Oh. He needs 1 more.
He needs 1 more. Exceed just runs away.
Woo!
Exceed turns and snaps. Despite having the heady, and guess what? That's the glide bomb as well, beat down.
That's right.
Huge kill coming through there for Exceed.
And it's off the back of a round win as well. Excellent play coming through here. Really nice bait and switch from both of these players. And the fact that now they're really starting to pull ahead, can use that utility they've gotten for themselves to keep pushing forward.
Oh, 4-2. Ironblood Gaming feeling good. 9-3 for Exceed. 8-3 for Welly. These two have just been electric so far, and stopping them is something that's going to have to be necessary. Early shots coming through. Assault does get a bit of a peek, doesn't finish off the kill, but good info here for both sides. That's also going to push the defense back into church, giving them a little more space to work with if they want to attack that middle of the map. But all 3 players now looking to make that move. Exceed just trying to peek through any little hole he can to get information, but everything now breaking out in mid.
And the information is the big deal here. Is now it is going to be back onto this A site for Electrify Steel Black. They're just slowly trying to make their way here as they take control of the area. That should be a pretty easy plant here. Now they're just going to try and play for the post-plant setup. It's going to be that much easier with Welly out.
Oh, Fame runs right into Noisy.
Nice.
The glide's coming down. Big investment. Doesn't find a kill, but Assault's able to find 1. Noisy gets to the back.
Beautiful.
That's going to be perfect here for Iron Blood Gaming. They use the streak. They're able to ice up, clutch up, find all the kills with the information, and that's going to now put them on that point.
And there it is. We already saw how impactful they played last round. Getting that rocket at the end, too, that utility was able to help them so much more in this last round. And like you said, it's map point. They win this. They are going to go up 2-0. And after a hotly contested first map there on Hardpoint, I mean, they're pretty convincing so far in S&D.
Clean shots coming through there for Assault. Not even sure how he saw the head of GodRx, but without a doubt, able to rip it off the window heady. So now a lot of work to be done here for Electrify Steel Black. Remember, they lost the first map, and they might potentially be going down 0-2. We'll see what they can do now on the defense. Iron Blood Gaming, they've been so good at working through mid. Exceed's gonna opt in to pull the sniper. Shot just goes wide. Unable to connect, but it's Assault that will find Fame. Evens it up right away.
You still have Exceed. He's done pretty well. I think the hit marker does mean his location is there. He goes for the melee. GodRx says, who needs bullets? As that's going to get a lead for them.
Oh, man. Beat Welly down. Big pickup. Welly finds that kill all of a sudden. You're going to be lost and scrambling on how to recover. But with this bomb down, you have 30 seconds left to try to play retake. Exceed and Assault. What are they going to be able to do? Exceed really with the pistol and sniper. Needs to find something up close or needs to find value at range.
Just Assault.
It's one or the other, and he can't find any shots. As it's now up to 1. Assault finds the kill. Oh, he reads the second.
Is he going to clutch?
Oh my goodness, Assault, 5 in a row. Is he have time? GodRx needs to try to get there.
He has time.
I don't know if he got it. We'll see. It's going to be close. He might have just got to it. 1 second.
No, he doesn't. It blows.
Boom goes the bomb. What a 1v3 from Assault.
What an insane clutch to put Iron Blood Gaming up to match point. 6-2 after a hotly contested hard point, and they're going into map 3 with a nice chip on their shoulder.
Oh my goodness, what did Assault just do? The man iced up in map 5 in the quarterfinals with a 1v2.
Yep.
And how about that? He delivers with a 1v3 to close out map number 2. My goodness, Adam Assault is on one today.
Oh my, the only thing left would be basically a 1 versus 4 at this point. The only way he's going to be able to one-up himself. Insane clutch coming through for that second map, and you just got to be, it's got to be like such a big confidence builder on top of the confidence they've already been building for themselves all day long.
Wow, I mean, it's those moments like that where you look at Assault, longtime vet, just always being able to go big in situations like that. And we'll take a look at some of the replays. Nice sniper play coming in throughout the map, clutches here and there, but what a nice start. And what ended with, what, 4 or 5 rounds, it felt like, in a row after what was a really tight back and forth there to kick things off.
Yeah, it was back and forth till like round 5, and at that point it was all Iron Blood Gaming all day, and you can see it in the way that they managed to play things out, and more importantly, in the clutch situations. I mean, Exceed had his moments too with the sniper rifle, and Assault had plenty of moments, but that 1v3 at the end is what really matters.
Wow, man, that one also stings, and now on the other end of it, it's going to have to be a reverse sweep that comes in here. And, I mean, that's what it can do, right? You have a really big matchup versus Ultra NA. We already brought up the fact that you were able to probably build tons of confidence after that match. The number 1 seed here at the Challengers event. You take them down. You go all the way to just about the distance in round number 10 on Desert Siege. You win a 1v2. And these guys, I mean, they have just been building, integrating the trust with one another. Everything's just got to be flowing for them right now, Beatdown, as they now have the chance to close it all out here going into the Berlin Control.
Man, it's momentum, and they just keep on building it ever since that first quarterfinal match today. And now we're going to see if they're going to be able to continue pushing that one forward here. And on Berlin, they definitely have the chance to be able to close things out here, get themselves that winner final spot. And what a great spot it would be to be in here at this point, because yesterday, when we talked about it earlier on when they first played Toronto Ultra, had a good day yesterday. Can they do it today? Well, you know what? I think they can. I think they did. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, it might be fair to say.
It might be fair to say.
Well, they're looking really solid right now. but still need to try to win this one. We are also hearing that Toronto Ultra NA, I believe, did end up winning their match, so still have a little bit of work to do overall, but also kind of coming back to this one. If you win this, you're guaranteed top 3, which puts yourself in a very strong position to potentially take the entire thing. So really goes into just how important these matchups are. And when you're playing like this, man, I don't know who would want to play you, because they just seem to be steamrolling their opponents. They are just oozing with confidence. Everything is just rolling here for them right now, and they just need to keep this train going. And on the other side, well, you have to slow them down. You need almost 100%. Someone to step up, because it almost looks like they are just finding too much of a groove. They're running with it, and they're just starting to take over.
I think the big thing too, if you're on Electrify, like you said, you do want to slow things back down. Control as a game mode, I think, is pretty good for the side of Ironblood Gaming, especially because that's where it all started to turn around for them in their quarterfinal series. So this is where you need to try and kind of put your foot down, see if you can not allow them to play the game the way they want to. It's definitely not Gavutsu, Berlin. So you do have an easier time, especially on the offense, to be able to actually get those round wins under your belt, not necessarily have to depend on getting tick progress for the map 5 tiebreaker.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, you talk about having at least a different map, you know, in there overall. Yeah. It's like, we got 3-0 on Gavutsu, we lost 2 offenses. Like, we don't want to see that map ever again. Not right now, at least. Let's get a win on Berlin, see if we can maybe build off of that here. So at least that will be a little fresh here for them overall. But the one thing I love about Berlin is that this is one of the maps of the rotation that is a little bit unpredictable, in the sense that you can actually take offenses a little bit easier than you would typically see on a Tuscan or like a Gavutsu. You don't necessarily have to win, like 2 or 3 waves of kills. You can get from behind, you can finesse, you can stop the defensive team from being able to really set up a full team push to break back into the point, specifically around B. So, a lot more can really happen on this map. And when you find a sub that can start to get in and out of fire, start to play through those steps and just be annoying, all of a sudden it's in the back of your mind. You have to deal with him before you worry about the point here. So there is a lot more, I guess, individual plays that can kind of pan out for you when you talk about a Berlin control.
And when you talk about multiple angles and things like that, I know I was saying, like, this is where Electrify have to slow things down and everything like that, but this is where I kind of feel good about Ironblood's chances, because, again, we talk about Welly, maybe not the top when it comes to fragging and things like that, but again, it's like the map movements, the way this guy ends up doing exactly that. He breaks these pushes because he's coming from these different angles and allows them for these slightly unorthodox ways of playing, where it ends up being like, again, you're just like, oh my god, why is he there? And it ends up being such high value for things like flipping spawns when it matters, and just finding these team wipes when they really need to happen.
Absolutely here for us, but getting ready to load into this one, man. The anticipation is building. Of course, if you are just tuning in, we still have plenty more matches to go on the day. Still believe we're going to be having another 3 series after this, so there is plenty more on the chopping block. Plenty of Call of Duty, exactly how we like it. Of course, everything happening in the same venue of the main CDL event, and it has been an incredible weekend here in Toronto. It's been so long since we've had esports back in Canada, and it feels so damn good, Beatdown.
It does.
It's felt incredible here so far, but you can see all the players on the cams dabbing each other up. We'll have to see if Electrify Black can actually bounce back here. Do they have it in them to be able to recover, bounce back, stay composed going into the map number 3? If they're going to be able to stay alive in the upper bracket, it starts here.
Sure does. Again, of course, that is the thing to stress. It is the upper bracket. You do have that second chance at life if you are Electrify Steel Black, but you do not want that. Because, again, we talk about how stacked it is. You just mentioned earlier, Toronto Ultra NA Academy managed to win their match. They're still going strong. EU is still going strong last time I checked. A lot of good teams down there. So getting this win to guarantee yourself that top 3 finish, I think, is the most ideal. And for Electrify Black, well, you got some work to do.
A lot of work to be done here so far. But here we go, ladies and gentlemen, let's get into it. Map number 3. What are we going to get? Is it going to be a 3-0? Or are we going to start to talk about that reverse sweep? We're here to find out. First blood comes through for Pentagram Exceed. He's been able to find a route, but doesn't check the right corner there. So GodderX deals with him, but it's Pentagram that's just making noise inside of that 8 point. And that's going to be good for maybe some progress onto that first tick. And yeah, GodderX with the pistol trying to find the head of Exceed. But no, that will be the cleanup. Assault and Exceed combined for 3.
Again, these are the 2 players we talk about when it comes to these game modes. These guys fry like with the best of them, and it's really starting to show in this one too. Assault picking up another onto Pentagram. That's 2 in a row for him at the moment here, and no tick progress so far, but you can see them pushing through here as Exceed gets another kill, and you can see them working their way towards that B site to see what kind of progress they can get here.
This is where you have to be a little bit scared whenever you're on the attack. When Exceed starts to get into the back of the spawn here, plays through warehouse, all of a sudden your teammates and the reinforcements can't get to the hill as easily. And now Exceed making it happen. 4 in a row, trying to find GodRx, but he shrugged off the ankle. But here comes Noisy there for 1. Able to get some assistance on the second. GodRx in the point. Second tick looks good at B.
Yeah, that's a pretty big deal here. That's already 2 ticks guaranteed, and you're getting really close to that third one. With that kill in the background, you got to imagine, you can see Exceed trying to get there, but B is secured. The minute is added on the clock, and now Iron Blood only have 1 more point to worry about.
That's right. Typically always see that B zone go over. Now it's about how you work into A. How do you try to finesse, maybe get fire control, get from behind, start to loosen up all these ARs that are going to be positioned on headies, waiting for you to attack. Fame and Pentagram. Able to loosen up the defense just a tad bit, make it even more. 3 players go down with assaults. As soon as we switch off, he's able to find 2 heads, plays his life, and he stays alive inside the point.
And he's doing just fine, it looks like, holding it down. He's going to run into someone else, but he ends up getting the kill onto GodRx off screen. Assault just holding this down virtually by himself as the rest of Electrify are trying to find their way back in here. That's 4 in a row for Assault without being interrupted, and he's really turning up.
Assault is turning up.
No way.
Exactly what you needed. Tries to go for a little bit of the close peek there through the window. Not going to happen. Will be denied, and Spree will end at 4. GodRx, though. He's patiently waiting for these spawners.
Huge.
There's the first one. Assault goes down, and now this could enable the push.
Yeah, this is big. Our GodRx now with the flank angle. They should know where he is at, but you can see the rest of Iron Blood Gaming are picking up with these kills. So it's GodRx playing that patient game. Not exactly going on to the site, but staying just outside and catching people on rotation as his teammates try to do some work. There it is. He pushes to find 1. His team is getting the push on, and they're finally getting some capture progress.
GodRx, nade goes down. He's trying to just bob and weave inside the point right now. All right, they got 2 players on the point. That second tick might just come in.
So.
You gotta go right now if you're Iron Blood. Here they go on the attack. Able to find 2 is GodRx, but Welly finds the trade. Pander now, next one up, goes to the pistol and takes out Welly. Trade's coming in, no, Noisy can't find it. Assault trying to rush in, but no, it will not happen. First offensive round will be good.
They made him work for it. It came down to lives, but Electrify Steel Black take the first win here on this third map here in Berlin. They are trying to get themselves back into this one. I mean, again, we talked about how this map, you can't more commonly do capture both of these sites, but still being able to get that win under your belt and on a map like this where it takes 1 good defense for that momentum to stay in your control.
Good start here on the attack, and now we'll see what's going to end up happening for Iron Blood Gaming. Pander gonna try to reinforce throughout A, likely gonna be a push through to see if they can try to come around through B. But you do have Fame ready to pounce in from behind, looking for players, unable to find any so far, finds Exceed up top. First one is good, looking for the second, and he finds it, breaks open the point and stops that first tick of progress.
That's right, halts it in his tracks, and now you got to back right up if you're Iron Blood Gaming. You can see it at the moment. Welly, again, these are the angles that we talk about that he ends up finding, kind of like what GodRx was doing in the last round. He's going to be able to get some progress here. Alert, Electrify, that something is going on, but the rest of the team, they're holding it down, Austin. Fame does get the pick. Can he get another? No, he can't.
Massive win there for Welly. And now that tick almost coming in, but the defense just keeps getting here in time. Pentagram again. 11 and 7 for him. Finds 2 in a row. Clears off the point. No ticks of progress in just yet.
Yeah, but I mean, the spawns gives you a really good position for Iron Blood to be able to try and set something up on the B side. Finally get a tick going on here, because so far, they haven't been able to do very much. Now we're looking at Fame. He's going to get 1. Can he get the second one? They know where he is. Does he win the trade? He does!
Fame finds 2, and that is going to, again, stop it from fully coming through. The defense has been so strong. And Fame at 13 and 6 has been one of the clear standouts to kick off this Berlin. But here we go, on the attack again. Exceed able to break through for a second, but he's got a lot of work to do, and a lot of members about to swarm in, and they deal with them quickly.
Yeah, it was basically a 3 versus 1 here, and it feels like Iron Blood cannot get any purchase onto any of these points here. They're getting kills, they're getting trades, but they can't hold things down. People like Pentagram and Fame are just playing too well at the moment as Fame picks up yet another. He's 16 and 6, Austin, at this point in the game.
He's working on a glide, and glides can be big, but Exceed will make sure no streaks come through. Will this finally be a tick of progress?
Okay.
Yes, it will. First tick is good. Down to about 14 lives here will be Iron Blood Gaming. Second tick looks good. Still will be an attack, though, to see if they can try to clear the zone, get them off of B. Panda from the side does break in for a quick moment. Ready for the next challenge. Will he be able to clear him off the point? So many members coming in. Exceed gets the kill. One more battle through the window, and it will be great assistance from Assault. They will get in there. They do grab the zone, and an extra minute of time is put on the clock.
It is much needed time, Austin, but the Slays, they've been going for Electrify Steel Black. You can see the 5 life lead that they had, and it's 16-11 right now. A minute is a long time with only that many kills, and Ironblood Gaming may not have the lives to be able to secure unless they really start to turn things up now.
Exceed from the side. Can't break in, defense holding strong, and now you have to start to be a little bit more careful with your lives available. 16 playing up against 8. They have
7.
double, but it does just take one good push and you can break in, and it's Noisy who's going to have to maybe make this play.
Yeah, that is a big deal coming through here. Noisy, there's one more person he's going to have to deal with. It is God RX, and he can't get through him. As Pentagram will also get one into the background here. Electrify holds strong. No spawns remaining for Ironblood Gaming. This could be 2 in a row for Electrify.
2 in a row, here for Electrify. Are they going to be able to keep it going? 25 seconds now on the clock. Pentagram is basically zoning out through this entire train station, and the attack is going to be coming through. 4 in a row. Capturing the zone, though, through the back. They've been able to come up the steps. You got multiple players on the zone. These ticks are going to start to come through very quickly. Second tick might come in. Exceed snaps on 2. Oh, my goodness. They might do it.
No
3
way.
lives. Stacking the zone. God RX needs to get in there.
Can't.
Oh,
no
my.
way.
One
Welly.
player. It's Welly. It's the stack. Exceed gets there, and they are able to do it. Oh, my goodness.
What kind of clutch is that one? They were down 7, 8 lives, and they had 3 members left, and they managed to hold strong there by capturing the last bit of tick percent. That is unreal. They're popping off, Austin. It's well deserved, because what an insane clutch to tie things up.
Oh my God, beat down. What is that? 3 lives, stack the zone. That's really the only play they had with the amount of time on the clock. And they are able to just win every single gunfight from there on out, stay alive, play their life. Incredible. 1-1 offensive rounds here coming through for the first 2. But now over to B. Fame might be trying to shift over, finds one up top. Nice little pickup for him, and that's probably now going to allow him to hop on this B zone and start working for the first tick.
All right, it's looking like it's going to be mostly uncontested here. We have trades coming through to secure the A site. Right now, nobody is doing anything about B. They're working their way over there slowly, but Pentagram is doing work in the background. Assault gets one. There isn't much else they're going to be able to do here as a tick goes through.
Fame's been able to play his life beautifully around B, and that might have just done it. One more player in the back, they deal with it. They're already trying to make some early plays over to A. That, of course, will be denied. So, extra minute will be put up on the clock. Plenty of time to work with, plenty of lives. Now we'll see what their plan is going to be about attacking B.
Now look at Pentagram. He's already moving his way around the map there, as you can see, trying to set himself up while Fame gets a pick off on the other side. This is going to be the opening here. They're actually looking because they have the inkling that Noisy is there. They take him out.
Nice kill. Couple in a row now for Fame. Oh, he does get shut down. No one able to really earn any of the streaks as of just yet. Exceed will also get cut down on the cross. Oh, that's an aggressive play from Noisy. As he says hello, comes in, finds the 2-piece, able to push now out through the front. Gonna create a bit of space.
Yeah, really big play coming through here. God RX does find a kill into the background, but look at where Exceed has spawned here. He's got a pretty good angle. Noisy, fortunately, doesn't quite have that 1v1. A-site is kind of wide open right now. You just have Assault, who is watching, waiting, and gets one in from the distance.
So far, so good on the defense. God RX the only one up on the map. All of his teammates are coming off spawn. He's got to try to play his life. Into fire, he'll go. He's been loving getting to the back and trying to see if he can play through some of those kills off spawn. And I think that's exactly what he's setting up to go for again. With these kills coming in, God RX could cut down all the reinforcements and maybe come from behind.
No way.
He's able to find the hip fire, and that's good for 3. He will be traded out, but his teammates now able to at least inch a little bit closer, and now we'll see what Pentagram's going to be able to do at A.
This one is tough. The war of attrition favors Electrify. Plays like this, they have the life lead going through here. They're up by 4 lives, and it's only a matter of time here. Ironblood really needs to start slaying here. As you can see, they're starting to move their way onto the site here. They get forced off, but trading blow for blow, kill for kill is still going to favor Electrify Steel Black.
35 seconds now left on the clock. 11 lives playing up against 10. What are you going to do on this attack? Panda really needs to open up with one to enable this push. He can't find it, but he's able to tag him up heavy. That's 2 kills that come through. This could still ignite the play. 3 players now going down defensively. Is this going to be another last-second attempt into A? They'll stop the clock at 16. GodRx, he's cutting them down. 2 big kills for GodRx, and they're back on the point.
This is big here. They have control. They have the life lead. If they get this one, it makes it even better. That's 3 in a row. Almost 4 for GodRx before Assault shuts him down. And you can see it. That's 2 ticks taken over on this A site. Just a little bit more left, and only 3 lives left from Iron Blood.
Only 2. It's all up to Exceed and Assault. A lot to ask for defensively, but they do have time on their side. 1 tick of progress is what's needed, and Exceed. Has he made the play?
Oh my God, they don't know.
Has he made the play?
That's one. No, he can't do it.
Panda reads it, shuts him down. Assault, the last one up. He's done some incredible things on the day, but that's too much to ask there, Beatdown.
Oh, and a really big play coming through from Electrify Steel Black, being able to get another offense on the board for them there. It really came down to the wire, because again, especially on a map like Berlin, we keep talking about stressing how one good defense can really turn the tides in your favor because of how consistently people cap both points on this map. So the fact that they're really making either offensive team work for it is really what's making this a really tight one.
Fame 26-19 right now. GodRx up there with them, who's been so good at getting to some of these positions that has been so frustrating for the side of Iron Blood Gaming. But right away, not looking to make anything happen at A, just gonna move right into B. Try to keep it simple, and right away that is already good for that first tick.
Yeah, nice and quick. Coming through from Iron Blood Gaming. You see the trades going back and forth here. And Pentagram trying to move in there, trying to slow down this progression, but it's looking like so far it's all going in Iron Blood Gaming's favor. It's going to be an easy second tick. Honestly, it's probably going to be the third tick. As you can see, Electrify Steel Black, they are just setting up to defend that A site, but there's going to be almost 2.5 minutes left.
Fame does sniff out 1. Finds Exceed. Now just needs to get annoying. Oh, he's almost on a lineup 3. Takes out 2. Assault just gets there in time for the trade. Long range shots. Good for Welly. Still plenty of lives left here in the round number 4. But into the back constantly. Feels like you can just feel the pressure over and over again as it is complete fire control right now for Iron Blood Gaming.
Yeah, and this is a big deal here now. They can't find their way in. Exceed gets a really crucial pick. Can he play his life, though? It's looking like the answer is going to be no. And even more, Panda spawns on the other side of the map. He's got a really great flank angle that you got to imagine they can expect.
Minute 30 now on the clock. Everything that's been successful offensively has come through in the final seconds.
Yeah.
We'll see if that's the case here yet again. All offense the whole way through. Pentagram and Pander both able to get involved in the kill feed there with a couple of kills, and now pushing up, trying to pin everyone in the back of the spawn here on Iron Blood Gaming. As everything comes to a quick little calm. Are they going to be able to break through? That's the question. Noisy's got to make the play in the back. Noisy's got to make something happen here. If he can find one, that'll enable the push.
That's the tick. He has the information. He has the eyes on GodRx. He's going to get it, even though he manages to get traded out. Fame gets the double, and Casey ends up getting one himself. This is tough. You can see Iron Blood Gaming trying to break their way in. Exceed breaks out the pistol, but it is not enough. They're running out of time.
Fame trying to keep it going. 4 in a row for him. He's got 36 kills.
Unreal.
Oh, man. Fame has just had some of those maps on the day where he just takes over.
He's trying.
Electrify Steel Black want to send this to a map number 4. They just need to hold out here for a little bit longer.
And it's looking like they might be able to do just that. We're 23 seconds left. Still up 4 lives. Make it 5. As it's looking like Electrify Steel Black are all in control. And my God, they just keep ripping them apart, Austin. We're in the final seconds. Pentagram gets 2.
GodRx gets 3. And it's not looking good right now for Iron Blood Gaming. That's 4 down. 5 in a row for Pentagram to end this map. Nobody can get in there and get a touch. And while we bring it up again, the start of a reverse sweep is in the cards here as it's a 3-1 victory for Electrify Steel Black.
And we talked about how important winning it out on the defense was. And at that last moment, they managed to do exactly that. Great play coming through here from so many members. But of course, We got to highlight Fame, dude. What is that? What did he finish at? 37 and 26, 27 non-traded kills. This dude basically just decided, no, we're winning this map. I'm not going down like this.
Not going down like this. And now they get the kick off the reverse sweep. You go back to what happened to map number 1, 241 to 250, right? Like nail biters throughout all of these respawns here. That one, just about every single offense going over except for the last one. They finally able to hold out, and that's even after losing the first zone very early on. But incredible stuff here throughout that third map here for us. And my goodness, Beatdown, as you said, Fame right there. You can see him right beside Pentagram. He's feeling pretty calm right now after just having an incredible performance. He knows that there's still a lot more work left going in, but first we'll take a look at all the replays that just took place there in that Berlin control.
Man, and looking back, we got a lot of highlight moments to go through here. So many members really tried to step up here, but it was just Fame. And you can look at everybody on this side here on Electrify Steel back. You can see every one of these members stepping up when it really mattered to try and get some of these round wins that ended up putting them over the top here. So now going into this next map, we are going to still be on Berlin, of course, for the Hardpoint. And now we're going to see, are we actually going to see that reverse sweep? Are we going to go back to Desert Siege for another map 5?
Oh, I'm here for it if we do. But my goodness, just seeing it here, this was where there was only 2 players left alive. This was like a 3v10, 3v9. And you can see it, Exceed just stays alive long enough before they get in there for the touch. And this is just what GodRx was doing also on just about every single offense. Getting into fire, getting to the top of it, watching over the entire middle of the map, cutting down players as they try to cross here through the pillars. It was just so difficult to try to get to the point once GodRx gets set up, and they could never really deal with them at times once he gets into those positions.
It was such intelligent and patient gameplay coming through from GodRx. The fact that he would hold in these moments too and not always immediately take the shots. He's waiting for the information. He's waiting for something he can give to his teammates on top of picking up some of these extra kills, and it just ended up being such a big impact there. Maybe not top of the leaderboards, but a lot of value in that last map.
A lot of value indeed. And now Berlin Hardpoint. This is one of those maps as well where, I mean, anything can happen. We've seen so many tight Berlin Hardpoints throughout the Pro League, throughout Challengers. I mean, it almost always comes down to like that P2 on like the second or third rotation, I believe the third, and you just always just see the chaos erupt. Players jumping from the top floor, jumping down, trying to find kills. It just becomes chaotic. So we'll see if we'll get another tight one here for us as the players getting ready to load into map number 4 here, Beatdown. You can see some of the smiles now from Electrify Steel Black. They got to be feeling a little bit better after that last map.
Oh, especially with how some of them ended up frying in that last round. You got to feel really good going into this one. They know they can start to smell it like, hey guys, it's possible now. And whenever you are up 2-0 like that and you do start to lose, there's that little bit of, hey, is this happening right now? No, we're good guys, right?
I don't think I've ever taken a look outside of Berlin like that.
Looks like a mess.
I'm glad we're not playing over there.
Yeah, you know what I mean?
But here we go, ladies and gentlemen, Hardpoint, map number 4 on Berlin. Who's gonna take it? We're about to find out here as Exceed will get rushed right away from Pentagram, able to clean one up with ease.
My God.
Pander and Pentagram find another, but it's Welly who's able to play his life a little bit longer, finds almost 3, but GodRx will finally stop the streak.
It's going to be a little bit of points coming through back and forth. As Exceed, of course, constant high performer of this squad. It's going to be able to also help clear out some space here. He's looking for another one with that nade coming through, but he gets hit on the flank.
GodRx just looking for players to shoot at. He's like, where are they coming from? Give them to me. Where's the second?
He's got the pistol.
Pistol! Oh, he gets help from Pander, bails him out there. But that's a great P1 hill. Electrify Steel Black, able to find good 30 points off of P1. And now it's about the rotation and Exceed. He is cutting players down as he swiftly moves over.
Yeah, and this is much needed after being down by about 20 points here. Iron Blood Gaming, I mean, the first one we saw was so back and forth, so many big plays coming through here, but now I don't know if they want to let it get to that point here. Trying to get some early points as much as you can is a big deal here.
Fame on 3. Feels like almost every single time we see his POV, there's a spree at the bottom right-hand corner, but he won't be able to keep it alive. Good kill there for Exceed. Welly from the side gets a second. This could be the break now with about 30 seconds left on P2. Exceed looking for the next attacker, but now he's got assistance around him. Spawns at the back right now here for Ironblood Gaming. Do have to be a little bit careful on this rotation as there's 15 seconds left and both teams still looking to put some pressure on for the scrap time.
Yeah, but you can already see it. Ironblood Gaming really set up nicely for the P3 hill. You can see them starting to spawn right by it. So even though they weren't able to get all the scrap time, they started to narrow this lead a little bit here, and they are more than set up for this next hill spawning in a few seconds. And especially look at Welly, as we always know on the flag,
sir.
He's gonna find one.
Welly with the patience, 8-4 now for him, controlling the docks area, but GodRx will be able to find him. Pentagram now, looking for the player inside the point, but he's not gonna be able to find him. It's Noisy that's gonna finesse and play his life just a little bit longer here. Now through the front is gonna have to be how they break this. Noisy through the window, pops out, says hello. Assault finds the second. Pentagram tries to run through, but Fame takes him out with the nade. That's gonna slow things down, and already bringing it back will be Ironblood Gaming.
Yeah, and you can see it now. They're keeping it within 6 points. They're still in control here, and they're gonna get the majority. They are well on their way to a full 60 points on this hill, Austin. And now you can already see they're gonna start to move over and set up for this next hill on P4.
They are going to dedicate some resources into hitting this to see if they can force the spawns back and delay this rotation. A little bit risky overall, and that's why it's risky right there. You see player 7, he spawns across the map right on the new hill.
Doesn't get any better.
And that's why you have to be careful, hitting that scrap time at times. So now, the back of the warehouse going to be in control here for Ironblood Gaming as they know exactly where everyone's coming through for Electrify Steel Black. Everyone trying to make their way through the train station.
Yeah, big risk, blows up an Electrify Steel Black's face, and now they're trying to recover from this one. They are making their way through. Exceed gets one. Welly in the background for the double. It's going to allow Ironblood Gaming to hold on to control of this hill, and they are going to continue to solidify this lead they have for themselves. It feels like they can't be stopped.
30 seconds left. I think Welly got information onto one, but he's not coming up the stairs. Finds the quick trade. Already setting up for some P2 control for the new hill that's going to pop at P5. Exceed will end up dropping. Welly also trying to play his life. He has just been on a bit of a tear in the back here. 16 and 8, 5 kills for him. Doesn't have time on the hill, but he doesn't need it because he's just lasering everyone that walks into his sights. And now Assault with a couple more. Everyone getting involved with the ARs. A decent lead built up in Ironblood Gaming over the last couple of hills here. Beatdown, they have started to take over.
Right, and I mean, they do lose their hold that they have on this P5 hill, but they still have the opportunity to make their way through it here. But you can see Electrify Steel Black have that bit of a setup. They can't quite get onto the point and start collecting time. They have to play it slow. They don't want to expose themselves right away because of this exact thing. Noisy, Exceed, managed to get these kills, and just like that, they're losing control again.
57 to 92, 30 seconds left. Not a lot of time goes over on P5. It's more about setting yourself up for P1 where you can really turn it into a money hill at times. And Noisy realizes this, wants to make some early moves around the train station. I think one's chasing him, but good help from Welly. Able to make sure his 6 is clear. But now Pander will make sure Noisy does not make any early moves over to P1. One last 1v1 for some of the scrap time. Exceed takes it, and that's now Ironblood Gaming over that 100-point mark, and all the attention about to turn over to P1.
And look at this angle. Assault and Exceed are trying to see if they can turn things around here, but Ironblood Gaming not quite the spawns, but Assault winning that crucial 1v1. There's really only one person from Electrify, but it's enough. Fame with the double is actually going to allow Electrify Steel Black to take back what was control for Ironblood Gaming.
This is where you have to be a little bit worried. Everyone has to take a route, go through the middle of the map, try to see if you can pinch from behind to loosen up a bit of the defense around the point, but it's just not happening. Everyone's not losing a single gunfight. Fame's on 4 in a row. He's had a slow start, but he's been able to bring this one back a little bit. We'll see if he can work towards the glide, but no, Exceed's there, sniffs him out, and now with 25 seconds left, they'll finally be able to break in as Exceed finds another.
Yeah, that's going to be, it was 2 in a row until he gets shut down, but that is a much-needed turn there for Ironblood Gaming. The lead they have has been narrowed down just a little bit, but it's enough that they are still in control right now. They should be able to get most, if not all, the scrap time.
Fame just turns on Assault there, and he's starting to turn up. So after what was a very convincing lead through the first set of hills is now basically nullified. After that P1 hill, they bring it right back. 10 points separating both of these squads. But the early setup, it's intact. And now Electrify Steel Black here beat down.
Fame.
They're looking to take that lead.
And Fame with the lurk manages to get a crucial kill coming through here. As long as he gets to play his life, the value is there, but he ends up getting traded out. And this is the opening. You get 2 kills. Ironblood want to move on to the hardpoint here and get whatever whatever bit of time they can. It's going to be 30 seconds. Plenty of time for them to be able to take the lead.
Oh, team kill is there. Welly, though, responds with one, needs to try to play his life. Doesn't have a lot of his teammates in with him just yet, and there's still 25 seconds to play for. If you can keep them trapped in the back, you can secure a lot of time for the next hill, and they're still getting time now. Welly looks up top, unable to finish that one off. Exceed is there to assist him. One more coming through. Welly is picking them off, left, right, and center. Who dare challenges him, almost snaps on Fame for another. It doesn't happen, and now the early rotation again, looking good here at P3.
And there it is, Exceed rotating early on, gets the spawns perfectly set up for Iron Blood Gaming, and now with this next hill coming through, they're going to be able to take control right away, and Fame couldn't find the angle he was looking for, so they just continue to tick time forwards. Pentagram trying to do something about it, and he actually will be able to not get one, but his teammates are trying to do some work.
Hold, so far, so good. Through fire, though. Fame might have just found the opening out. Does he find that kill? Does he get a third? No. Welly will make sure it does not happen. So the spawn still good, but control of the hill is not in their favor. Pentagram is now in. Got RX. He's putting pressure on the spawns as he takes out Exceed, and it's complete chaos in the back. Another lead change has come through, and we might just get yet another one for Electrify Steel Black if they can win these ones. Noisy tries to get in there, but Exceed takes him out with the nade, and scrap time finally goes over to Iron Blood Gaming.
Gonna allow them to hold on to the lead they've gotten for themselves here, but the rotation actually is gonna be pretty good for the side of Iron Blood Gaming just because of some of the picks that they managed to get. They have Assault picking up the remaining scrap time to get the best lead that they can, but you can see Iron Blood Gaming all nice and set up to try and break open this hill.
Through the back here, got RX and Pentagram. Just trying to clear out a few of the members to loosen up everything around the point. Give themselves a little bit more control here. But Assault wants to break it open. Welly and Exceed on the same page. Everyone wins their battles. That's 3 that go down. Make it 4 down. One more in the back. Assault says no problem whatsoever. And with 30 seconds left, now it's going to be all about trying to break out from your spawn.
That's going to be the tough one here. You still got a small lead for Iron Blood Gaming. They're going to try to continue contesting this hill, but at some point now we're at 15 seconds. We've got to start thinking about rotations. Got to start moving over towards P5, but they don't quite have the setup for it. Electrify Steel Black are the ones who are looking like they should be able to get some of this initial time.
Iron Blood Gaming, they're going to be up by about 30 points heading into P5, and Fame with a critical win there will make sure they might be able to guarantee themselves a little bit of time. Now starting to inch closer, trying to build their points back up to close the gap. But Assault has been able to be right from the side, comes in for one, trying to play for the second, but is able to escape with his life and just needs to try to hold on to his position.
This one is so tight now. It's keeping it within 15 points. Well, he gets another for 35 and 21. Let's make it 36. Iron Blood Gaming, they are fighting tooth and nail for this one. They are holding on to their lead so far. And you said it, Austin. It isn't as much about P5 as it is getting ready for the next hill there. Next rotation, and Iron Blood Gaming looking like they're in a good spot.
Yeah, they want to win this rotation. They know they have the bit of a cushion, so they can afford to give up that time if need be. Meanwhile, Electrify Steel Black, this is where they have to start to be perfect. This is where they have to start winning critical gunfights in order to secure some time, but Assault able to find Fame from behind. Assault now working his way into the point. Big win onto the opposition. Looking for 3 almost, but Pander shuts him down. And early control, good for now.
It is going to be some much-needed points here. They're getting the wipe, so they're buying themselves time. They are catching up, but it's not going to be that easy. Exceed's moving his way in. You know what this man's been able to do. That's 1. Could we see 2? He is going to fall, and it means Iron Blood Gaming haven't quite been able to break things open yet. They need one more fight, but Fame clutches up.
There is still a good amount of time left on P1. 30 seconds left, and Electrify Steel Black have just retaken the lead. Over 200 points now. They need this win in order to get us to a map number 5, and they have a lot more work to do before it happens. 20 seconds left. Scrap time being fought for. Noisy from the side, able to find 2. That's going to secure the scrap time. That's big for Iron Blood Gaming, and now beat down, we look over to Mail at P2.
And this is so big now. They have a minor lead at this point. One good control of any hill for either one of these teams is going to be the deciding factor. And at this point, if you're Iron Blood Gaming, of course, you want to try and close this one out as quickly as you can. You do have some time. You can take your time with this approach, but now that Exceed's gotten this pick, you can break this one wide open. That's 2 kills, and they can push in.
2 kills. GodRx doesn't know what to fire at. He takes up multiple members but can't take home any kills. Ironblood Gaming back into P2. 40 seconds left. They could end it here if they hold, but no. Fame breaks in for 1, and then Assault responds with 2. 215 to 226. Big gunfight for Noisy. Has to stay alive as he will play his life, but not before Pander takes him out. And now 25 seconds left. Still a chance to try to get in, but it's been defended so well as now Electrify Steel Black try to secure the scrap time.
It's looking like Ironblood Gaming trading, trying to fight for what scrap time they can get. This won't be Electrify Steel Black's win, but it's so important that they try and get what they can before they set up for the next hill. And you can see it. They managed to get another 7 seconds. They are basically going to be about 10 points away from finishing this one up. You got to start thinking about rotating.
Here we go. It all comes down to 1 good hit or 1 strong hold.
20 seconds.
230 to 238. Welly's going to try to work to the back. He is closing in on 50 kills right now. Pander might have sniffed him out, but no, Welly takes it. Is that enough to try to flip the spawns out? That's the big question. The time is going over.
They're going in.
Welly's got to break in. That's the break for Ironblood Gaming. 242 to 243. Ironblood Gaming, they're going to retake control. 1 push from the front.
It's
back
not enough.
and forth. It's Welly on 5.
That's
Welly
50
on 6.
kills.
Oh my God. Welly dropped 50 kills.
Are you
for
serious?
the win beatdown.
What an insane clutch. Another tight hard point, but Ironblood Gaming, they put themselves over the top back to back, and they win. They're going to your winners finals after a 3-1 victory.
What was that series?
I don't know.
Man, those were some of the tightest hard points that we've seen so far on broadcast. 40 non-traded kills.
That's ridiculous.
Trade this man. Someone's got to trade him. They can't. Oh my goodness. That was one hell of a performance right there. That one, though, really going to sting. You can see it there from the Electrify Steel Black boys.
Yeah.
But man, what a showing.
Fantastic.
My goodness, beatdown. What a series.
And they just get to continue to ride that momentum into the winners finals going on later on today. And just insane as we're going to take a look at the replay, some of the best moments from this series, because my God, Austin, what a series it's been.
It's been a special one without a doubt. Very close, incredibly back and forth. I think we got maybe 3-4 lead changes that happened throughout that entire map there for us. And I mean, how do you not talk about Welly a little bit more? You see it here through the first rotation, 14-8.
Ridiculous.
Just putting on an absolute clinic here at the Toronto Open. And that solidifies winners for the boys here. I mean, these guys are amped up. We said it after beating Toronto Ultra NA. All of a sudden, it's a different story, and these guys are starting to tell it.
That's right, and there it is. You guarantee yourselves top 3, a good shot at making it to Grand, having that decided today, not even tomorrow in our first broadcasted match of the day. And as a result of that, I mean, dude, you got to be feeling fantastic about how you've been playing today. Good day of games yesterday. Great day of games today. You got to imagine they just want to keep riding that high.
Keep riding it as long as they possibly can, but oh boy, very special one. The first couple maps, of course, went over to Ironblood Gaming. Map number 3, that one was also very highly contested, multiple offensive rounds. We thought maybe that was the possible turning point for Electrify Steel Black, but not the case. They get shut down there in the Berlin. And it's funny, that's exactly what I talked about when we got into it, right? The Berlin hardpoints, man, they're almost always close at this level, and we get to see it there yet again.
And I think the biggest thing, too, that I actually talked about with Shift during the first series we did against Toronto, something we said about Toronto Academy NA is that usually with teams like that who are so consistent, even though they have some of these tight matches, being able to consistently win out, I think is the big thing. And now I think that's something we can say about Ironblood Gaming, the fact that they've had so many close maps, and the vast majority of them they win, and they're really showing us that consistency and how they can really play for that top spot.
Absolutely. Well, it's been an incredible day. Those are only the first 2 series coming through, rather 3 now. I'm losing track because we just had so much great Call of Duty. It's been an incredible day 1 of really the broadcast overall, but we're starting to get in towards the nitty-gritty matches. They're getting better and better. We have our first team in that winners final, but we still have one more semi-final to go to see who they're going to be matching up against. So for now, we're going to take a bit of a break. Don't go too far. We'll be right back with our second semi-final matchup.
Everybody, we are digging on into our second winter semifinal. And there's only one way to say this. Everyone's here to watch Sensor play. I mean, that's just the way it is. I mean, come on, he's been frying.
If you're not watching Toronto Ultra NA play against 705 right now, you're probably here to watch Doug play.
Yeah.
Let's be candid. I mean, like, they've been on a hell of a run so far, man.
For real.
Nobody saw it coming. Tons of upsets throughout their stretch today.
I mean, the biggest thing about it wasn't even just today. It was yesterday. It's been all weekend long. And, you know, the surprising thing about it, you know, as much as the memes kind of facilitate, you know, going towards Censor, we know that Ghosty and Valence have been great all year long.
Yeah.
But we haven't seen Shawnee play since Minnesota, and he's been on lock. So, I mean, it's kind of all intents and purposes a bit of a pickup team, and they've gone through some major opponents. Of course, yesterday everyone was focused on the match versus Clay, best of 3 there. But it's not just that. They've been upsetting teams left, right, and center.
Yeah, I mean, their last match last night, if you did not hear about it, you were not looking at the bracket. They beat Team War in 5.
Yeah.
Today, they continue on with that same stint. I mean, to be able to beat the teams that they are, like Electrify Steel White, especially off of the single point that you also brought up, Shawnee has not been in America. He has not been competing with this team, but the dude's as good as a rock as ever. Looking at it, he's everything that we've known Shawnee to be able to do, play out that anchor role, get his hands dirty when it's necessary, and just watch these young bucks fly, because it's like you said, I mean, Ghosty and Vo, they've been popping off, man.
Yeah, I think for a lot of us, at least for the 4 of us that have been casting and kind of watching through the entirety of the weekend, the big question going into today was, would that heat last from yesterday into today? And so far, the answer has been yes.
Yeah.
I mean, 3-1 earlier today to start off their day. Their opponents, though, on the other side, also a first look for us when it comes down to broadcast-related reasons. Shady Kings, a.k.a. the Whatever It Takes squad that has been kind of the big namesake for them over the course of the entire year. They're also putting together a really veteran squad. I mean, it obviously starts kind of with Brack in the mix, but Too Real has been great all year long, kind of his up-and-starting year for all intents and purposes.
Yeah, I mean, for recency, as far as history is concerned, if you did not watch Challengers Elite Season 3 with this former Whatever It Takes roster against Shady Kings, is what you're mostly looking at is that we're playing with Pro Loot, and then obviously, if you're watching CDL side by side, you know where Pro Loot went, is now playing with Optic, and then they were looking at different fill-ins, right? Originally, we were told it was going to be Ramby, and then Major Maniac steps in and is like, hey, I'll play with you guys. And of course, you're going to end up taking that. It made their search and destroy so clean, so clinical as well, to join the likes of Neptune. Yes, former NYSL player of Neptune is here playing along with this squad. The aggression that this dude brings to the table consistently is just unmatched. It really feels like throughout the Hardpoint.
Yeah, so many things that we could go back and forth about when it comes to Major Maniac. Obviously, last year he was in the CDL to start, went down to Challengers, learned a lot, got faster, got a lot more tempo into his game, right back into the Pro League, and it worked out beautifully for him. So kind of the same situation in ways for Neptune, trying to kind of temper what he puts to the map and make sure he can do it in a collective group of 4. And so far, he's been unbelievable. Taking a look, though, at our best of 5 map series layout, we've got Gavudu, Berlin, Gavudu to start, which I will say, kind of talking about Neptune in particular, maybe not exactly the most favorable map set towards a quick SMG, but the thing that he's been doing very differently in Challengers comparatively to when we saw him play with New York is he's finessing his life so much better, and that's going to be key for map number 1.
Hey, he's continuously disrespecting so many different power points of where you see that ARs are getting in. Somehow Neptune is always finding the avenue to get in from behind, find those crucial 2 pieces by ARs, trying to lock down longer lines of sight to where you think that a fundamental team should be able to deal with that. You know, stuns, nades, just throw them forehead. You should be able to deal with an aggressive SMG. Neptune, again, as you were saying, has been finessing their life, and that continuously sets up their team for further success. Like you were talking about, Major Maniac has been playing decently faster, but that also does say a lot considering who they are playing side by side with. Brack also not afraid to get his hands dirty. There's one elephant in the room that we haven't talked about yet. That's Too Real is the SMG duo. On a map mode like Gavudu Hardpoint, we've seen what he can do with that AR as a flex.
He's been special. I think he really kind of came into Challengers Elite Season 1, and everyone was like, all right, Too Real could have a year in this Vanguard title.
Look good, yeah.
He's been really, really consistent, really solid. So it's interesting because I think, at least for me, and maybe you're the same way when it comes down to looking at both of these rosters, I put a lot of weight on what these sublines are going to do for either team, because that could be where the X factor is. But having these first 3 maps kind of puts a lot of pressure on players, like you mentioned, Major Maniac, Brack first and foremost, but also on the opposite side, talking about Shawnee, he's kind of got to step up as that main AR role here for the side of Into the Breach.
Yeah, he's got to get activated, right? He really does have to get activated at the right place, right time to be able to look for those rotations on Gavudu, hold down those power positions, because we know that that's been the recipe for success all weekend long so far for this roster of Doug & Co. is that they've constantly been able to lean onto the success that is their rotations, locking things down, and then just watching their young bucks just go absolutely AWOL. We know Doug's going to want to play his corners. That's fine. He's always guaranteed to at least go the 1-for-1, find those those two players trying to get in a late rotation, but it always enables one Odan Ghosty. And when Ghosty gets activated, he starts feeling himself. As humble as he is, he starts frying on the map, and he really offsets the tempo that any adversary is trying to put up against him.
And I just love the fact that we have Sensor and Ghosty now kind of this new duo, so to speak, with them moving together.
Roommates.
And it's just funny because, like, I think historically over the course of the last 2 years, it's very easy to kind of narratively say, like, Sensor's always the guy to get dropped off teams for performance reasons. But Ghosty in particular this year has found himself getting dropped off rosters in substitution of other players that are coming out of the Pro League. So he's been kind of, let's just call it what it is, he's been kind of the short stick for a lot of the teams he's been on. So now the fact that they find themselves on the same team together and they're playing this well, it just kind of feels like a poem in writing right now.
It really does, right? Because it's almost like I'm just surprised, like, the mental fortitude that you would have from that, right? Since the beginning of the year, we actually saw Ghosty, funny enough, actually play on the team of Whatever It Takes. They made it into Season 1 of the Elite. That was with Zinx and Brack, and then they ended up finding themselves right here, constantly getting dropped, but also never letting it kind of dissuade their decision. They're always finding themselves in some of the best possible positions that they possibly can and making the most out of it as well. This is a team that showcases all of that. I mean, Ghosty, Sensor, able to spend a lot of time together. I mean, as you typically would see as they are roommates together, but like to also see how they've been able to bring in Shawnee, to be able to trust such an AR's talent. We have seen that from Shawnee in past, but the same's got to be said about from Volans, who's just up there having himself a nice little sip of water, has also brought a certain amount of strengths as far as Search and Destroy is concerned, but is getting it done when it also comes to the response.
Absolutely the case. Yeah, it's a very exciting team. It's surprising. That's not a word that I use very hollowly or something of the nature.
Is that a word?
I'm making it
hollowly?
Yeah. I don't know.
All right.
It's empty. It's not an empty word, I guess, is the way I'm trying to put it together right now. I know. Well, I mean, it is what it is. And I think the thing about it is now that you've got yourself a confidence boost, I think the big thing is winning that matchup versus Clay. So that's a revenge match, I think, for both Sensor, who played with them for a minute, and, of course, Ghosty, who got dropped off that team.
Both of them got dropped.
But yeah, absolutely. So you get that confidence boost, and now it's just like, all right, we got our revenge. Now it's on winning a championship. It kind of focuses in your gaze a little bit. So let's see if they can make it happen. It's map number 1, Gavudu Hardpoint, loading up for us. Shady Kings, the Whatever It Takes squad, playing up against Into the Breach. Of course, I think a lot of people looking at the attire on stage have some assumptions as far as what that team name may lead to in the future, but for now, it is what it is. And it's going to be an AR-designed map as we get in towards the first opening Hardpoint. Let's go.
Again, you're looking towards a lot of your AR flexes to be able to get Mixie along with it. Maybe SMGs to be able to find those timings like we were talking about from Neptune. The same could be said on the opposite side for this Into the Breach roster. There's really no necessarily favor. You will see traditional 50-50 across the board as P1 typically goes. Your set nade's got to be on point. Major Maniac will find the first, and that'll be great openings for Into the Breach, or I'm sorry, for Shady Kings to be able to find their way in early.
So here we go. Good opening holds with numbers. Sensor trying to work his way in. Cut short, though. Shawnee able to at least find some sort of a response. Again, Kaiwin is Volans. We'll just go with him as his name in game. Then he's able to just work for one. He gets the double. That opens up space for Ghosty to just lock down the mid-map rotation. Now Numbers can focus on the scrap with already gaining the possession of P2 with that boat side. Really good break attempt here for Into the Breach as they try to even up this game.
Yeah, look at the trust coming off of spawn. Will be Kaiwin. They're immediately going to be looking towards that cliff path, but you got to respect what Shady Kings are looking at. They're not trying to overvest their numbers. They know this is junk time over by P1. They want to make sure they lock down the rotation. They go 2 for 1 on said rotation. Now you're going to be looking towards the top side of the ship. Shawnee's already starting to zone away over towards that cliff path. Is able to find one, but it mostly just sets up what you can see happening on your screen. Neptune in for the time. Brack over by this rock trying to cut down the reinforcements.
Oh, he's on 4 in a row, just locking down this jungle pathway. Nade's coming through. We'll tag him up, keeping him at least somewhat reserved, but still alive. And that's a problem here, as Into the Breach is still trying to put together any sort of a break attempt. Finally, a couple of kills come through, but Neptune just staying alive on top of the tank inside of the hill is also able to collect himself 3 in a row. And with 30 seconds still to fight for, it's Shady Kings all over this Hardpoint, largely speaking.
Still good time to fight over. Keep in mind, but what you're looking at is a double-edged sword coming through from Shady Kings, right? You'd want to invest numbers, but you want to make sure you're always watching the middle of the map. You cannot afford to lose anti-air gun rotations, and you cannot afford for anybody to be able to get inside the back green all scot-free. So Major Maniac's going to be able to find one over by the top side of ring. They know that Kaiwin's trying to find kills over inside of green as well, but chalking up the backside of this time, you're basically going and putting it all in. That P3 is about to be a money hill.
Here we go, Neptune with big 1v1, finds himself an AR to use as he locks down the middle of the map just outside of green. Next hit looking to come through for Into the Breach. Largely speaking, still kind of getting its feet together. mostly trying to use this position over towards ring. Contest coming out from Duriel, though, not afraid to challenge that whatsoever. That at least delays a little bit of this time for the breach to try to get in towards the hard point. And, well, honestly speaking, there's just not a good look for them. It's all just blind as they run forward.
Yeah, a little bit too individual, I would say. A linear attempt to try to break P3 is not coming up in space. So, I mean, Kaiwin is just going to break ankles on the Brack, be able to find a nice little opening. Sensor follows up with a second, and you also got Sensor trying to zone away in towards the back. They are very aware that Shady Kings are still spawning on the backside of green, but they're the ones that have to make the play. Do you give up the 20 seconds, try to rotate early for 4, or do you make sure that you hit through 3 and make sure that the scrap is contested?
Yeah, been a really cluttered first couple of hard points so far from both sides' perspectives. Kind of the expectations and advantages that we're kind of labeling out really aren't turning into those kind of win conditions, so to speak, on these hard points themselves. So 80-55 the current tally. And you take a look over towards Radar coming up next, and at the moment it is just going to be the side of Shady King spawning up into plays. Kaiwin already cooking up something, though, as he's got the south side attempt really kind of putting together where this hit's going to come from, and it just comes down to can you find an opening, and the cross is good. So Major Maniac falling means you've got a time to try to hit this from 2 times at the once, and honestly speaking, that's going to flip the spawns out.
Yeah, big play coming through from Shawnee. Already threw some shots. You knew that Shady Kings had to look at it, but then immediately pushes forward. Once that kill came through, more players for Into the Breach push forward. Now they're the ones that are spawning in towards the beach, but a phenomenal hold comes through from the last 2 players that were alive. Now it just comes down to Major Maniac to keep their life, buy some space, because now they might be able to flip this into a spawn trap.
It's just been, again, the expectations have not been met largely for the team that has the advantage going into these hard points, and now it's a 4-man feed, full team wipe coming through. Shady Kings with a convincing break, and you've got Breach spawning on the exact wrong position. Spawn trap top left side of the map. You're going to have a free rotation over to P5, and you have the opportunity to really kind of make them fight every inch of the way as they try to make their way across the map.
Yeah, I mean, even look towards the end. You got 5 seconds left here inside P4, but the way that Into the Breach are constantly setting up, they have to be able to hit through this old hill, knowing that Shady Kings are still going to spawn in over by P5. Now they're going to get themselves inside some time. Neptune's going to zone away. More players over by the concrete stairs. You have to put in resources to deal with Neptune in this power position.
A little quick rotation coming out of Into the Breach, trying to make their way through the ship, but need some ground to stand on first and foremost. Even trades coming through. Big win from Kaiwin. That will lead towards numbers now able to freely make a rotation on the off spawns. 120-85. Shady King still in the lead and still with the hard point. But the break attempt looking to come on through from the front. Sensor for the opening. Does that open the door for Shawnee to move forward? Has to wait for some help and a regen, or does he? Able to pop up, find a kill, and with a little bit of help from Ghosty, the break is going to be there. Shawnee for 2, and that's going to lead to scrap time likely for Into the Breach.
Yeah, this is big time. You do not want Shady Kings to get too comfortable away from P5 going in towards the second set rotations. Double-edged sword now coming through from Into the Breach. They will leave Shawnee behind to soak up that scrap time. They should have the information that Shady Kings are going to go all in for P1 control. An opportunity going in towards the second set to turn it into a money hill. Numbers are there. Brack Neptune at the end of the gunfight.
Big wins.
Neptune finds another one over by the concrete stairs. Now you will have yourself in for the initial time of 1.
Oh, Sensor's just getting pushed back as well. So this is going to lead to some pretty convincing time for Shady Kings. After a great moment from Shawnee, kind of kept Into the Breach in the mix, it kind of just immediately gets shut down by this hold around the ring. First 20 seconds done and dusted. Now it's down to the back half of it. Kaiwin looking to make a play forward, but doesn't have enough help to really do too much with it. Sensor can't get across the beachfront. He's had a very slow start to this first rotation, just 4 in 13. You have to think that's probably a major reason why the score looks the way it does at the moment.
Yeah, it surely does. I mean, you almost feel like if Sensor's going to be able to play their life a little bit more, maybe find a kill or 2 per life, then you're probably going to see an immediate turnaround. But Into the Breach, just very so struggling when it comes down when they finally get themselves in a position to turn it into considerable amount of time. One player snaps from Shady Kings. They find that 2-piece. They get the setup, and they win the rotation as well. Speaking of that, it will be a 1v1 for this top side of the boat. Neptune will get some help, actually. Brack shoots Ghosty in towards the back, not fully clearing away the top third. He's going to be able to find a second as well. This is great setup coming through from Shady Kings, away from the rotation, losing the scrap time.
You have to take a beat here if you're Into the Breach. You need to get something set up. A lot of the hits we've seen so far have been try to solo play, get around the back, try to finesse, do something weird. We need to see something structured right here, right now. Have to break, and then on top of that, just looking forward, you also have to keep yourself set up for the eventual P3. Ghosty with the opening. Now Numbers starting to make its way forward. Major Maniac not able to lock down the first elimination, so Numbers start to come through for our team in blue. Into the Breach, able to at least get a break for now, but these 25 seconds are key. Brack, knowing that, comes on forward with a double of his own, sees a third drop right in front, and now the Numbers good for Shady Kings as they're going to lock down the scrap.
Brack with another spree. Nade will take them down, but that's the only kill that Into the Breach essentially had found in the past 40 seconds or so. It truly feels like, as far as P2 is concerned, Sensor has to hit it. You do not want them to be over 200 points, but you want to make sure that P3 3 is being held in towards the back. And to be fair for Into the Breach, it is. But Shady Kings are already threatening it from the front out.
Oh, Neptune gets a double, walking forward, making sure 2Real gets traded out. Ghosty trying to track him down. Good help from Sensor. So neutral goes the hard point for now. Brack trying to contest, but shut down as Ghosty continues to get this AR to sing a song for him. Numbers just aren't good enough still, though. All that said, you have an opportunity to keep the point neutral, but that's not good enough when you're sitting down about 60 points.
Yeah, you have to turn this into phenomenal time. You have so many players playing a passive angle in towards the back. These pinches need to be enabled. You can see Kaiwin trying to do that from at least the second cut. Is going to be able to at least find 2. You need to convert that into the last 25 seconds, but the leader's advantage is absolutely still there. You take a look at how Shady Kings are playing. They say, that's fine. You can take the rest of that scrap time. We still have about a 40-point lead going in towards 4. We're going to cut down any sort of reinforcements, trying to win this rotation, just set ourselves up for 4.
You need a route to at least go 50-50 on this hard point right here if you're into the breach. And Kaiwin may have found it! Oh, he gets around the back! The hard point has not opened up yet! What does this do to the spawns? Kaiwin to the pistol! He gets shut down, and that's going to be massive for the implications of the hard point. Shady Kings with numbers and good spawn control.
Yeah, hey, they're going to be able to set themselves up, sink their teeth in, if you will. This is not when you can afford to get individualistic. Shady Kings are already over the 200-point threshold, and look at what they're doing again. Just finessing over by the boat continuously. 2 players go down for Into the Breach. Where the other ones by proxy? Surely they're coming down from the anti-air gun. Shady Kings can simply do no wrong on this P4.
And now that term of leader's advantage starts to make this point of win condition very loose and very easy to kind of put together. You could do it here. You could do it on the next hard point. The war becomes a battle on multiple fronts here for Into the Breach. And it just feels like it's too far gone at the moment. You have to get at least some sort of a contest still, plus you also have to win rotation. Time for that perfect hardpoint moniker to come to life if you're Into the Breach. And simply put, they're just not finding ground to work with. Neptune cutting it up from the back. The spawns will even flip. And it's gone from bad to worse as Shady Kings are right about to win this game right here.
They sure will. Just 4 more seconds required. 4 seconds still inside the hardpoint. They can't even touch into contest in time. Running a route, giving up the P4 spawns. You could not rote that up any prettier when it comes down to Shady King's ability to be able to close out that hard point. My lord, 250 to 166. And again, Alan, a lot of that came through just from the individualistic, too linear of the attempts for breaks when it comes down to Into the Breach. I mean, they have themselves ample opportunities to at least put themselves in a position, but every single time that they were trying to run these linear routes, even with numbers, everybody from Shady Kings just so adept at playing their life, make sure the information gets conveyed, and then you saw all the arrows just immediately turn to where that point of contact was coming from.
Yeah, it just felt like map control-wise, it led to small advantages here and there for the side of Shady Kings, and then eventually it just turned into too many cute plays trying to get put together for the side of Into the Breach, not really getting full-on setups. This moment right here, I would say, for Shawnee to get the double, you thought that may have gotten us back to maybe not just an even game, but maybe a lead swap. It just never really felt convincing enough with numbers. It felt like they were just trying to be maybe a little bit too much when it came down to, oh, hey, we won this 1v1 here. Let's try to also make the play somewhere else, and not just really focusing on the core objective outside of maybe Sensor finding a lot of hard point time. And it's just one of those things that you find yourself in the back foot of Gavudu. It feels like you're just in quicksand the rest of the way through the map.
And it really does say something again. When we were talking about if there's going to be a map mode combination where you could slow down the pace of Neptune, that was not the case at all. Because of the way that Into the Breach were trying to almost coordinate very interesting plays when it comes down to a Gavutu hardpoint break, Neptune was always finding the timings to put themselves in positions to cut down players trying to rotate in, even with an MP40 was winning them at range. Just, I always felt like he was catching Into the Breach by surprise continuously on these rotations.
Yeah. All right. So big map 1 win for Shady Kings. And that turns us into the attention of the search and destroy. And I'll be the first one to admit, you know, it's been kind of hard to track down what Shady Kings has been doing, largely because, if we're being candid, their bracket has been quote-unquote easier than I think a lot of the teams that have kind of gone through, save their last matchup, where they're playing up against Ultra EU. That did go all the way to 5.
Yes, it did.
But their first day was, I think, kind of a cakewalk for them, and then they started off the day-to-day playing up against the Nixa ACCL team that did put up a pretty good show, but for the large majority of it, Shady Kings didn't look like they had too much of a problem in the matchup. So, not exactly what I'll call their first test, but maybe for Search and Destroy, our first really good look to see why they've been as good as they were and maybe how they won that map 5 versus Ultra EU earlier.
It's, for me personally, it's also just like the big transition from online to LAN, because it's some of the biggest strengths, I would say, watching this team specifically play through Season 3 of Challengers Elite came through a lot of their Search and Destroy. It was fundamental, it was sound, it was absolutely sublime, the way that they were able to play each round like a fine fiddle, my man. And it's just one of those things, again, when you look at these names just across the board, it just mostly screams just S&D strength. They understand how to get aggressive when it's necessary. They're also quite adept at reading the tendencies of the enemy team. This is where Into the Breach, I mean, the pockets might not be too deep when it comes down to a lot of strategies here on Berlin Search and Destroy. Again, not having the utmost amount of time practicing with one another, but you have to be mixy. You have to catch this team by surprise, because if you come too one-dimensionally like they were for those hardpoint breaks, this could be a very devastating Berlin Search and Destroy. A good one for Shady Kings, I would say that.
I agree with you. And I think the biggest thing about it, and not to over-harp on it, is I think overall, we want to see that this team of Into the Breach is a collective team. Like, they're not getting through this bracket because one player popped off on this map, one player popped off on that map. We want to see this collective really come to life, because that's what you're going to need to do if you're going to establish yourself as a major championship contender in this bracket in particular. Again, job done so far when it comes to being able to prove based on the opponents they beat, but getting it over the hurdle of finishing off teams like Shady Kings is a little bit of a different story. So we'll see what we have here. Berlin Search and Destroy as we cruise through the streets. Nice sound effects. That's in the game, by the way. That wasn't just proper making that sound, I promise you that. And it's going to be the side of Shady Kings on the defense first. Into the Breach looking to set something up, at least for a look, over towards B early.
B-lane control is going to be there for 2 players, though. I mean, defensively, this is really good. You're going to get the information, going to come through. Sensor's going to try to get this bomb down as well, and he might be able to do it, but can he get out with his life?
Major Maniac gets the first blood. Lots of damage into Sensor, but he pre-fires to at least create some space to stay alive. Looking for help, though, and desperately needing it, as Ghost is able to at least provide some assistance through the middle of the map to keep a position in favor of Into the Breach. 3v2 situation. Brack already stepping out for the defuse, and is anyone going to check this in time? Is Shawnee in a position to deal with it? And yes, he is. He gets a double. It's going to have to now be a 1v3 in situation, now to a 1v1, and 2Real. He may have gotten the perfect timing, and he does. Should be enough time to run back and get the defuse. It'll be a little tight. Tighter than you'd like it to be, but still plenty of time here to get the defense going.
I mean, that was risky coming through from Into the Breach. Let's be candid here, because they all just passed through the middle of the map. They essentially didn't see anybody on the cross aside from the bullet tracers that started coming through late, but their plan of attack immediately, let's get this bomb planted here at B quickly. They were just not expecting a point of contest to come through on the outside of Mill the way that it did. I mean, Major Maniac put himself in an immediate position to be able to watch that cross come through. He got the information from a teammate that was also there along with them. And it was just easy pickings, I would say, just trying to at least clear away inside of the bomb site. Any sort of reinforcements coming through. Shawnee really gave themselves a good look. Maybe try to clutch that. Just timing was not on their side. Offensive round will falter for Into the Breach. We'll see how Shady Kings get on for theirs.
Wow, gunfire coming over the middle of the map. Those team shots from Into the Breach defensively over through Statue, but first blood still goes the way of Major Maniac and Shady Kings. But Sensor inside. Oh my goodness, what a beamer from Mike. Absolutely smokes him over the top of the bomb site. Now a 4v2 situation, and 2Real's got a very comfortable plant.
I mean, how do you even break this? I mean, you see Shawnee and Ghosty, they're on the opposite side of the map. They're going to have to essentially do this from the front. You will not have enough time, you would truly feel, to full flank around to get behind the warehouse where these clutch spots are. But Shawnee's got a beamer of his own. He's got to find Neptune to start things off.
Telling you, man, Shawnee has been on a snapper this weekend. Clunking his way forward. Window open. Stun comes through. He's also going to cook the nade up. Wait, 2Real's completely stuck in the corner. Does he get away in time? Sure does. Brack finding a kill deep means that it's just down to Shawnee, and it will eventually be 2Real who finishes the job.
Yeah, Shawnee's going to be kicking himself there again. You know, back-to-back timings right there. Just this close. To be able to get themselves maybe even the gunfight. The stun did connect, keep in mind you, but immediately, I mean, we've all been there, right? You get the stun, you want to cook up a nade to be able to fully flush it out, almost had the timing and the read for the player on the inside of the hut, then come around the dockside. Because like you said, I mean, 2Real was quite literally stuck inside of there. Shady Kings, back-to-back rounds, able to get themselves those first bloods. Major Maniac with the beamer quality that we know them to bring to the table. And they will convert that into a couple of nice streaks. 2Real on a 3 leading into this defense.
God, these 1v1s across the middle of the map. The goodness, they've almost provided first blood a couple of rounds in a row now. Sensor, detonated bomb carrier. Able to clear out pillars. Now looking to just dive on in. Oh my goodness, they're not even going to check to see if anyone's sitting around the desks. And Neptune's not going to be in a position to stop the plant. Could stop the exit and is very successful in doing so. Kaiwa not in position for the trade, just wants to play a post-plant situation. And honestly speaking, this is kind of going to be a war on multiple fronts once again for Into the Breach, as they've got 3 from the front to deal with. The Major Maniac deep. It's just not looking good for this post-plant.
No, it's not. Hey, the post-plant was there, but it was a flimsy saltine cracker. It just got broken up real quick. Neptune brought in the water, man. He just finds 3. He's going to immediately hop onto the defuse as well. Brack Kick feet up, bud, because the rest of your teammates just basically did everything. Neptune there at the wee beginnings of it. Like you said, I mean, nobody checked that last corner behind that desk. Was able to find that exit kill after the bomb gets planted. Also, nice little bounce day to be able to get the confirmation of damage on the Kaiwin.
Yeah.
Chases for that kill, and the moment that the trade almost came through, Neptune just puts him to rest. It's just insane timing, just riding behind that desk, what Neptune was able to do there. I just can't believe that nobody ended up checking it. No stuns, anything.
And the thing about it is if you're going to go for a blind plant like that and try to catch the defense off guard, you can't stay after you plant, right? Like, you got to get out there and hope that your nades are good enough to stop the retake. So a bit mismanaged there for Into the Breach. Leads to a 3-0 start for Shady Kings. Very convincing. And a couple of members that could be threatening for streaks, including Major Maniac, who gets his third in the row. Kaiwin did not see the cross of 2 reels, so this is going to be a free plant and a 4v3 numbers for Shady Kings.
And again, nobody's immediately threatening towards the flank. This is all going to be through the front, and even on screen, Neptune comes out from Mail, able to confirm, hey, Kaiwin's here, I will find that kill. Some shots also coming through from top fire. The only player that they have no idea maybe where anybody is located at until now, Shawnee shoots. Now they know it's all going to be coming from the front. 27 seconds is going to be tough.
Yeah, I just don't know how you clear all these positions in that amount of time. And I think we can both say it simultaneously. You don't.
You don't, man.
Goodness. Holy convincing Batman.
It's just back-to-back rounds offensively that Shady Kings are able to brute force their way inside of B, get that plant, but then the coverage is also there. You got Major Maniac in towards the back. You got Neptune clearing away inside of Mail. Nobody's shouting me from the front door. Surely that means that they're coming back through the B lane. That's now, what, 3 rounds in a row that Major
4?
Maniac?
Oh, yeah, 3 for Major Maniac, yeah.
First bloods. And then that always ends up leading to the SMGs to be able to be a little bit more loose across the entirety of the map. I mean, they are at a combined 10 streak right now. 10 and 2 between both Neptune and 2 Real, just having their way with all the fixtures that are offered here on Berlin.
And now you've got to hit right down the middle. This is read by Major Maniac. Neptune still making sure nobody comes from the front. Good help from Brack. Oh, boy. And there will be at least some success through the middle of the map, but the problem about it is, like, what are you going to do from this position?
Yeah.
You still have to re-clear all of A. Kaiwin's giving it a look, but of course has to be responsible for his flank. And this is just the definition of you hope COD timing's on your side.
And you just hope that you're going to be able to find more success over by the B lane. And the second that Kaiwin pokes through, Neptune inside of A is going to clean them up.
Oh my God.
You could not ask for a cleaner search and destroy when it comes down to the Shady Kings, whatever it takes roster. Look, I said it going into this map. I'm just like, this is a search and destroy team. It's like,
well, I mean,
when they're playing like this is literally what I've been used to seeing, but there has been a little bit more pushback from them. It's just clinical when it comes down to it. All of their angles being covered, they're making sure that they're dotting all their I's, marking across all their T's, into the breach, just struggling to find first blood. That is now 4 rounds in a row that Major Maniac has been able to influence that opening gunfight.
Yeah.
And it's just been toppling. Both Neptune 2 Real now on a 6. They won't even need streaks.
No, they won't even need it. You can just get it done right now.
Have fun.
A streak might just do it, though, if you do find one.
Fair.
And the defense is backing off of this play towards A. Shawnee giving away his position as 2 Real navigates in towards the site. First blood deep from Ghosty. That's through the middle of the map, but the plant's going to be here. And for Shady Kings, they're just going to bunker up, not having anyone to watch the flank, and mostly just SMGs. This is going to be a really tough hold, honestly speaking, with the 4v3 for Into the Breach.
It's just really one-dimensional. I mean, like, nobody's going to try to come through the middle of the map. They're going to try to use their nades, try to brute force their way through. Neptune makes them look crazy, gets killed number 7, give him number 8, and then number 9 in a row for Neptune. He will be traded, but surely that's the final nail in the coffin, 1v1. Ghosty's got to go big, and he finds it. 2 Real didn't have the gunning up for Ghosty, keeping their team's heads above water in the search.
Well, I don't even know if the full head's above water right now. Like, that's nice, that's awesome, that's Ghosty for the ace. But streaks were still earned. So, I mean, like, now you've got to make a full sale happen against at least one glide bomb, and you can see whatever it takes, and Shady Kings are just like, whatever, dude. Like, cool. Golly.
Yeah, man. That's,
a long way to go still here.
We have seen it happen. Not against this team.
That's
but
fact.
Not from this team, not against this team. But we have seen it happen before. So, yeah. You know, the biggest consideration is going to be that resource offensive attempt coming through for this Into the Breach roster. And they're going to take a keen focus over towards this B lane, but nobody immediately putting themselves in a position to try to threaten any longer line of sight. They're playing this a lot more methodical, are Into the Breach.
And to be honest, Ghosty kind of needs to earn a streak here. Like, we'll see. We'll see if we can get on board with the player here, though, as the setup is very passive from both sides. Bomb in hand for Sensor as he continues to kind of keep this over towards train station. a little bit of help deep, but at the moment it kind of feels like for the side of Into the Breach, they're just kind of waiting to see if they can get a first blood just by someone walking into them. That's not going to happen. Good patience coming through. Again, hopefully we can get onto the first-person POV here as we see the hit kind of happening through the minimap. Sensor able to get first blood. It's going to turn into a plant, and there's help here. Ghost is in the mix, but as he drops, Sensor now having to get away with his life is at least able to do that to extend this round a little bit as they get the bomb planted.
Now the alley play will be there. Sensor also able to meet Brack in the pillars. Post-plant situation coming all the way through. They have the zoning. And Kaiwan's able to take down Major Maniac as well. Now this is going to leave 2 real alive in a 1v2. You need to allocate 7.5 seconds for the defuse plus find the kills, and they've been spotted.
Yeah, he's kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place. So Sensor with the plant plus the double will be essentially win condition for the second round for Into the Breach. And the problem, I think, just largely speaking, is you weren't able to keep Ghosty alive for potential streaks, which would have been a very resourceful tool if you wanted to make this full sale happen. And I think the big question as we get into this next round is, will the streak earned by Shady Kings turn into win condition into this offense?
You could dip into them whenever you want to. You would truly feel like, post-plant situation would be great. Can't kill through the B-Hut roof anymore, but damn, the information that could be allocated from that streak is so resourceful, pun intended. 3 players now actually coming through defensively towards Mail.
I like this call, though, defensively. If you're going to respond to a glide bomb, you might as well stack up in towards Mail. So the bomb will be planted with this. Glide bomb will not connect for any kills, but you know exactly where this defense is set up. And the post plant's actually in a really good spot to watch the crosses coming out of Mail. This is all on to Into the Breach. You have to find an exit on the Mail room right here, and you really need to do it with kills. How about Kaiwan gets the opener? That'll lead to numbers, but you still have to clear out the warehouses.
Got to get in the back of the warehouses. You should probably assume that there's going to be 1 player inside the B-Hut as well. Sensor's going to start clearing it. The window's going to open. Two-Real's going to look at it. Walks into the pre-fire a second time. Oh, a numbers advantage for the retake.
Oh, but Major Radix in a safe position here with a little bit of help from Brack. It's just down to he's got to play the clock. That's it. All you have to do is play the clock up here. Sensor's going to look for the defuse. He's taken down. Major Manic making sure no one else is going to hop on. Now you just have to check at 7.5 and you win the game. Shots come through. Shawnee's still on it. Does Kaiwan provide enough cover fire? Yes, he does! Shawnee's going to get the defuse. It'll be 3 in the row for Into the Breach.
3 rounds on the bounce come through for Into the Breach, man. It's just, again, I mean, where we were sitting there is like, their head's just barely above water. We're at full eye level now. I mean, like, they're slowly coming up. They're making sure that they execute, especially for that retake. Again, the glide bomb gets invested, and all 3 players are able to sneak their way inside of Mail. Neptune thought that they might be able to have the timing break in the broken window. They go down, but this time around, when they're trying to retake the B, S, and D site, they're able to overwhelm players over towards that B lane. Plus, the cover fire coming through from Kaiwan has been playing a lot of search and destroy. Now finds themselves on a 5.
Still have to say it. You would love to get a glide bomb of your own. First blood comes through. Major Maniac's been so good in those first engagements. Look at this quick push. Sensor's been freed up to get around the corner, but Mike is there waiting for him. And now it really is just on to Shawnee and Kaiwan to try to keep this map going. Bomb down just inside of where the P5 would be presiding normally in Hardpoint. And Kaiwan will see Brack reveals his position, though. That is, I won't say a missed opportunity, but you would have loved to have had that to make this a little bit easier.
Yeah, you would have. I mean, Kaiwan trying to fish for 2 kills. You might not have time to be able to do that. That information that we have, I'm sure Shady Kings are also talking about it. Bomb also needs to be collected and committed towards one of these sites, but the spread across the map defensively is just way too strong.
Yeah, there's just no way to isolate in this situation. With Sensor falling, it really is too difficult to kind of force the play through. Fire Brack deep, puts the search and destroy to rest. And it was just too convincing of a start. It felt like everything was kind of in pieces. Let's just be honest. Like, between the Hardpoint and the Search and Destroy, I think the biggest lack that we've seen right now for Into the Breach is just setup.
Yeah.
Knowing exactly what the goal is for the individual rounds. We're talking about the Hardpoint on the individual breaks or holds. It just feels like there's a screw loose right now on the team.
They're just trying to gun their way in. Just a guns a-blazing. Yeah. Like you can't get away with the team like Into the Breach to be able to try to do that comparatively to who is across the lobby from you. And whatever it takes, yes, they are fundamentally strong, but they also know how to turn up the aggression as well. And that was quite prevalent in those 5 rounds in a row that we saw from Shady Kings. It'll be quite telling within the replays as well. This is already Neptune. I mean, this was the play that really just set it all up. Only for the streaks, he's able to find the second and snaps over towards the third. It's just the jump shot from Neptune. You swear he'd be playing basketball with something like that.
Yeah. An impressive moment for Ghosty, but in the end, it's just not enough. I think the biggest thing now moving forward, looking into a potential control, well, not potential, it's going to happen. You've got Cthulhu control, and I think my biggest worry talking about the lack of convincing setup, the lack of maybe cohesion across the full squad for Into the Breaches, what do you do in the immediate moment to try to correct that going into a voodoo control where the biggest moniker on the year has been anything can happen?
Yeah, anything can happen, but like the linear attempts that we saw in the Gavutu Hardpoint, that can't be a similar run of things when we're talking about this Into the Breach roster, even specifically on offense, right? Because that can immediately turn into a spawn trap if they don't deal with Neptune, who you can only assume is going to be fishing out for those flanks, those timings and everything. But if you continuously to offer these one-dimensional attempts and not try to get information first before you try to collect on where the players are located at, this is going to be a very swift demise, because going in towards a Gavutu control was one of the strongest coming through from the Shady Kings roster throughout the entirety of Season 3 of the Elite. And again, you're just really hoping that something is going to come through, that you're going to be able to hold those line of sights, you're not going to get beamed out of the water, and you're going to be able to finally get yourself going, because that's probably one of the biggest things that we have seen from this Into the Breach roster continuously through this weekend, is that when they get momentum on their side, they're hard to shut down. But they've been yet to be able to truly find that, apart from maybe like one Hardpoint? Yeah,
and one 4-man ace from Ghosty.
That's just one guy.
That's just one guy.
And we talked about it can't just be one person.
It can't be a superstar show.
Yeah.
Not against all the teams that are still left. Which I guess is a perfect segue. If you want to follow along with the bracket, you can find it at callofdutyleague.com. Of course, all of the event information is there, but if you tab over, you'll be able to find the Challengers bracket to see how exactly not just these two teams have fared, but what is also going on simultaneously as the lower bracket's still running. The biggest narrative about the weekend so far, after Minnesota, which was dominated by the EU conversation, top 8, not a single EU team had made it. Like, the dynamic switch between Minnesota and Toronto, literally night and day.
Yeah. I mean, it's insane to be able to see like the difference in between, because even you and I, we were talking about it continuously. I watch a lot of European Call of Duty, a lot of Challengers European Call of Duty, and it's just one of those things leading into the event. I was like, it's so tough to gauge, again, because we don't get continuous amount of international competition, but moving away from Minnesota coming in towards this event, I was like, I mean, EU's certainly got a shot.
Absolutely.
I thought it was going to be a Toronto v Toronto final. I'll come out and absolutely say it, but it's not. It's just one of those things that, again, the NA talent that did come through specifically for this weekend have truly come into their own. I mean, Ultra Academy EU losing to Clay & Co., that's insane within its own self. That was a whole different side event that we had over here inside of the venue. But even more so than that, Team War losing out the way that they did as well. That's your second place team from Minnesota Open, who also won Season 2 of the Elite, belly out at 4th in Challengers Elite Season 3 as well. It's certainly been interesting and quite unfortunate that EU did not break top 8 this time.
It was just, I think the biggest thing about it, coming off of the Pro-Am, where, a lot of the teams that did not qualify for Pro-Am through the Minnesota Open, there was tons of roster shuffling that normally happens. But it wasn't just your normal Challengers roster mania. We also had a bunch of pro players that were also being dropped in. So North America was kind of up for grabs, so to speak, going into the Stage 3 quals. But I think the biggest thing about it, outside of the 4 teams that were at Pro-Am, everybody else had that full month to essentially figure out who do we want to play for Season 3 quals, how is Season 3 going to go for us if we don't make quals, and we had our most competitive, at least in my mind, season to date when it came to Challengers in both regions, to be fair, but North America specifically, I mean, top to bottom, the teams that didn't make playoffs were still incredibly good, and we had a ton of close maps from start to finish in both weeks.
I mean, apart from Toronto Ultra Academy NA losing to Louisville Red Wolves in that first week, it's just an anomaly that I don't know. I got to ask one of the guys about that one. Regardless of the matter, it's just one of those things, again, that like the competition has truly never been better, because you're right. I mean, those teams that weren't at the Pro-Am absolutely capitalized compared to the teams that were there. And then coming back as far as qualifiers are concerned, and then leading into the actual event, they've just been continuously getting better. One of those teams, it's on the stage right now, man. And like, they have been constantly proving themselves. This whatever it takes Shady Kings roster has constantly been proving themselves why they always need to be looked at. I mean, Neptune in and out from playing with New York. Major Maniac now riding the bench from Minnesota, as they brought up Havoc, as well as a Challengers player, previously Texas Nation. It's just one of those things that you truly feel like that they're constantly trying to prove their worth to be able to showcase the talent that they do have, and the way that they've been able to bounce off of each other, not to mention the 5-round stint that we saw on Search and Destroy, really does back in the answer about why we have seen a lot of good competition come out from our region.
And I think the biggest thing kind of really tailoring that conversation to this Shady Kings roster is, I think for a lot of people, you look at least at the 3 players that had been in the CWL or CDL in particular, there's arguments to be made as fans of those individual players to say they didn't deserve to be dropped in the first place. So you find yourself in this quote-unquote unfortunate situation, and now you're making the best of it without question. So we'll see how things unfold. It was a 251-66, but that was in favor of Shady Kings in map number 1, and then the 6-3, of course, as you mentioned, 5 rounds to start if you're joining us here late for Shady Kings. So they're currently finding themselves up 2-0 The players have made their way back to the stage as we consider the Gavudu control. And I think the biggest thing at this point in time, I hate to have to point at one player, but I think if you're into the breach, you need to see Censor be able to get Mixie and Finessy. Otherwise, you have to hope that Shawnee can really dominate the long-range conversations, because Ghosty and Volans didn't really have a lot of opportunities to get super involved because the space was not really there.
And the pressure wasn't being provided.
Yeah.
Because Censor was somewhere near, I believe, like almost double, triple neg.
Yeah, he started like 4 and 13. It wasn't
not a good spot to be at for Censor. It's a very open map. You gotta be meticulous with your offerings as far as rotation is concerned. You don't have to immediately go 1 for 1 from what we saw from Neptune on that Gavutu hardpoint, but something similar needs to be brought to the table. It has to start here, otherwise it's going to be a lower bracket run for this Into the Breach roster.
Here it is. It's going to be offense first and foremost. Shawnee watching the cross as the other three will make their way on in. Good first blood from Ghosty as well, as he actually just keeps his position over towards jungle pathway. Neptune still able to work into a defensive spot topside boat, gets a look at one. Able to track it down, should be an easy kill for him, but does have a second player to deal with, and decides instead just to kind of finesse his life, wait for a little bit of help. Ghosty for the opener, but it's not good enough to keep his life, and with that, the first tick of progress gets depleted in full.
Yep. Not immediate zone control coming through, but the map positioning has been almost snuffed out entirely. Trying to battle off from your spawn is something a lot of teams have still been struggling with, especially when you have players like 2Real off the map running a mate with Neptune over by that beachfront to try to make something happen. But Censor, he will activate himself. You will find those 2 players now in the middle of the map, open up slightly for Into the Breach to move.
And the defense, even though you're still able to keep the lives essentially in your favor, you have to make sure that no one's going over towards B with that nade. So this is going to lead to an opportunity for Into the Breach with numbers to not just control the zone, but possibly also work towards the top of the ship. Censor on 3 in a row, could not quite track down Brack down low. Good help from Major Maniac. And, well, up top, Ghosty is just going to try to keep his life for as long as possible, wait for help. Problem about it is he's not able to keep his life, and all of a sudden, Into the Breach find themselves looking down the clock of only 20 seconds remaining.
17 v 22, don't have the lives, but you gotta make something happen. You gotta start flying here. Censor gets in, but Major Maniac's just playing the stairs. The trades need to come through. Kaiwan at least is able to find one, but in this position, Major Maniac needs to go big, but Ghosty will snuff him out, so hold on a second. Clock will be stalled out here at 11 seconds or so. Just more pressure coming through the middle of the map.
Neptune's in a very difficult position to shake free, but not well done. Censor's able to get him no problem. First tick of progress looking good. Maybe a last-ditch attempt from Brack. He gets shut down, so hold on a second. That's not just one tick of progress. The second could come through. Neptune's able to get close towards the door. 2Real able to help out to make sure there's no play towards B, but this is the second tick of progress, and maybe an extra 60 seconds. If Censor can find more, he gets the fourth. And now it's down to a 1v1 for the extra minute, potentially. And as Kaiwan takes it in hand, it's just down to the conversation. Does Shady Kings want to try to contest this? And they do! Neptune slides forward, gets the kill needed. It's just down to Censor to try to extend this offensive round. 0.1 seconds on the clock. Has to find the kill, though, and will be cut short. So only 2 ticks of progress go in favor of Into the Breach in their first attack.
I mean, that's such a gut check call. We have seen so many teams absolutely falter on that last attempt to maybe try to get the A zone back in their favor. But what Shady Kings were able to recognize is that, hey, it may be slight, but we still have a life lead. And if we're able to win this, we're able to deny the extra 60 seconds and not to mention the 3 ticks of progression. That is massive when it comes down to round 5 implications, depending unless Into the Breach cannot hold here on their defense. What has to be met. It's just a full A zone capture at the very least, and Shady Kings will have that lead for round 5.
Great first blood for Volans, says Shady Kings is mostly focused on the middle of the map. This does keep the door open for a potential look towards B, in which it's just Shawnee that's here. Good information from Major Maniac. He's able to get a nade down, toss and keep his life. And now with 2 kills, hold on a second, the defense has to kind of scramble. You have to make sure that this play towards B is held responsibly, and all of a sudden, 2Real cut in the middle of the map leads to a free opening for Shady Kings to reinforce B.
They're just watching all these cuts. You need one player to go big, and it's Censor that's hidden the route, but they can't find much of anything. They only made a swift demise and inside the B lane tank. Brack is going big on 4 in a row. That first tick of progress already has been tacked on over, the second already being threatened.
And 2Real still in a position to stop reinforcements and into these mid cuts. This is so convincing as far as the setup is concerned for Shady Kings. There is 0 ground for Into the Breach to work with. You have to get this from the front. Neptune on a double, gets the reload off. Shawnee can't contest. Sure, there's no one on the zone for now, with time becoming kind of a problem, honestly. You have to almost capture this B zone with 48 seconds to play with. So an opportunity for Into the Breach to still get this defense going, but the lives are looking good, and it's just all kind of coming apart at the seams right now for Into the Breach's defense.
Yeah, I mean, for Into the Breach, they're trying to throw numbers, they're trying to get trades, and Turiel's going to help them out, but at least take down Neptune with their own grenade.
Oh,
but
man.
as you were saying, 44 seconds still remaining on the game clock, but you would truly feel like 60 seconds is about to be tacked over. Into the Breach, they chalk it, they give up the B zone, they're trying to set themselves up for an A zone defense, but just when they thought that they were safe to almost get up top, Sensor gets snuffed out. The rotational gunfights also coming through. Shady Kings cannot be stopped.
The help is just always there for Shady Kings. Neptune was on 5 in a row while capturing the last bit of progress at B. Major Maniac gets a triple, and oh my, Neptune is absolutely snapping. 6 in a row, 2 HP. Onto the A zone come Shady Kings, and the defense just doesn't have enough lives. You have to get a clean team wipe in the mix. Glide Bomb is earned. Shawnee and Kaiwan will at least get some defense going. It's just, I don't know how you last another minute and 20 seconds with only 7 lives.
On this side of the map especially, because you know where they're going to be spawning in. It's essentially a Narnia to try to defend this A zone going forward. You got a minute left. You need to play flawless going forward, but that is so much easier said than done when all these angles are being looked at. Even when there are trades, Into the Breach cannot sustain in the middle of the map. Alan, player number 2 is Shawnee. You can see just trying to zone away these players, needs to go big, can't find more.
The problem about it is if the only win condition here was to try to get a spawn trap going. The problem is that there weren't enough lives to even attempt to do that.
Yeah.
So 11v3, couple of nice kills here, but it's more than a day late and way more than $1 short. So much time to work with. You've got 2 Real still playing on a long flank, shut down. So hold on, we've seen crazier things happen. Shawnee, this is a good nade. This actually might connect. Just a little bit shorter where Brack is positioned, and now it's just down to can Kaiwan and Shawnee use this last 30 seconds to try to clutch up a 2v8.
They're just going to keep touching the zone, try to bait out more players' position. That's exactly what comes through. Kaiwan needs to try to contest. They can't find much of anything. Next player had to step up, out from P5. And this Shady Kings roster, again, it took probably a lot more time than they wanted with that B-zone, with the amount of kills that they were able to find. But you got to respect the veteran play that came through. Not only were they finding kills, they weren't trying to threaten a stack. They were pushing further forward, knowing that all of this Into the Breach roster was going to constantly try to cycle numbers out, try to get themselves in a position to throw nades inside the B lantern tank. They were being watched out through the cuts to the middle of the map over by the defensive tank. Shady Kings, just with any sort of setup, was just belittling Into the Breach from start to finish.
Yeah, Brack and Neptune from the front were great, but it was too real. That kept continually putting pressure on the pinch to make sure the defense did not have multiple points of re-attack. So now it's going to have to be 3 in a row. Not just rounds, but also maps here for Into the Breach, and the kills are just way too clean. Neptune just feeling the hot hand. 3 in a row. Takes over the ship. Good numbers, good eliminations coming out. And oh boy, 60 seconds to play with here. You've got to get something going right now if you're Into the Breach.
I mean, how do you even do it? I mean, look,
golly,
it's a whole nother 4 dead for Into the Breach. They're sent packing back to their spawn, and look what Shady Kings are currently set up. You got Threatening over by the cliff pad, and then if you try to move your way down towards the beach, you got Major Maniac, who's been on a beam all day long. They will be spotted out, so they have to reposition. So Ghosty finds 2, Shawnee for the 3rd, but they need to turn this into a surge in the middle of the map and try to stop that clock.
Oh, no one's seen Brack. They know that he's in this general area, but they can't quite find the kill, so now he can just be a nuisance, continue to chip away at these lives. Oh boy. 5 in a row for Brack, 24 playing up against 18, but the biggest opponent here for Into the Breach is the clock. 30 seconds left to try to make something happen, and it has to be to A, you feel like. A couple of good kills to open the door, create a little bit of an avenue, but you kind of feel the collective breath of Into the Breach kind of exhausting itself from the lungs. 15 seconds to play with. Have to find a way to get on, and Brack is just absolutely making sure there's nothing to be found. Oh boy. What a convincing series this was for Shady Kings.
They look great, man. They look really, really good. Finally, some kills at least will come through. 5.2 seconds. They got some zoning, some kills coming through. Neptune only finds 1. Top LSC control is here for Into the Breach, but they can keep on looking at this as far as numbers are concerned. They don't want to lose more lives. They are only up by 2. Have the extra 60 seconds, say Shady Kings. We can just play for these exits and maybe just try to go for the next hold.
Yeah, you got a long route from Brack as well. He's cutting off reinforcements. You just kind of, you know, cut the head off the snake and the body will wilter with it. And that will likely do it.
That ugly picture.
You're welcome. It was almost as ugly as the pictures that we saw here in this 3-0. Almost.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. They just couldn't get anything going.
No.
Constantly. I mean, all of Into the Breach is like every single time that they got themselves that 3 dead, you even saw there at the end, and to take recency, they didn't do enough housekeeping in towards their own spawn. Brack gets up inside the cliff path for free, and he starts gutting so many people from behind. If it wasn't Brack making that play, even go back to the Gavutsu hardpoint. Neptune was running routes constantly, just shooting them in the side, sometimes in towards the back. It just makes everybody's job so much easier for this Shady Kings roster, but you really got to tip it with how they played that offensive round. They are playing clinical when it comes down to control. On a map like Gavutsu, oh man, did they make that side of the map feel like it was everything.
And I think the biggest thing about it, when you're looking just outside of the challenger spectrum, you're looking at potential CDL prospecting, I think, just kind of looking at, especially someone like Major Maniac who still finds himself on the bench, you know, where are the improvements coming through? And I think first and foremost, you say for Neptune, the finesse game, so much better than we saw in the early seasons of New York. You saw it kind of there even on the replay package. Like, he gets in, gets a kill. Do not force that second engagement.
Right.
Wait for a little bit of help. And I have to imagine that that communication for Major Maniac and Brack is right there. And I will say, as far as a young gun is considering, like, Two Real's heads up veteran play style to make sure he's not, again, also forcing the issue. Like, he's responsible for one thing. Let me make sure that I'm holding my life all the way through. He was a key part of that attack towards B, even though he wasn't necessarily on the zone itself. So really, really good experience play coming out of whatever it takes, and it makes him, I think, a really dangerous threat as they move to the winners finals.
Discipline is the word that I use for this team when I was watching them, even in grand finals. Yes, they did not win Season 3 of the Elite, but damn did they look hella disciplined, man.
Yep.
It's just one of those things, again, that you can almost recognize for this team. They know when to play fast, but even more so than that, they finesse their lives so well. They don't overextend continuously, Alan, unless they have a clear-cut advantage. That was apparent on those defensive sides on Gavutsu, even when they weren't having numbers trying to play for spawns on Hardpoint. Same thing could be said about Search and Destroy. Just always so smart, so good at fishing out the information where it was required, and then collapse on top of it.
So now for Into the Breach, of course, still alive, double elimination style bracket. They've done well to get to the point in the winner bracket that they did, but now it's time to fight for your life as they'll try to, I think they actually almost immediately go right into a game. They're on the opposite side of the Electrify Steel side of the bracket. For what it's worth, again, if you want to try to track that, you can go to callofdutyleague.com and, of course, navigate over to the Challengers bracket side of things on the little tabs that are right there. So with that said, winners finals. That's coming up next. Ironblood taking on this Whatever It Takes team. Ooh, dare give us a prediction?
No, because I got to cast
Me neither.
Yeah, so I'm not doing that.
That's fair. Just smile and wave, boys. Smile and wave. We'll set things over to a break, then we'll get everything set up. Again, that's what's coming up next. Winners finals. Shady Kings going up against Ironblood after the break.
everybody, and welcome back to the Toronto Ultra Open Challengers Open. My name is Proper. Joined with me is Beatdown. A little bit of a medical issue, but we've got it all figured out as we are moving into a lower semifinal match. Winners finals will be played tomorrow morning at 8:30 a.m. But Natty, look, man, this matchup's hot. It's going to be contested for sure. Some big names across the board inside of this lobby. We're going to have Clay & Co. They're listed as LAG Enterprises if you're following the bracket, which you can find at callofduty.com. Versus none other than Electrify Steel Black. And what makes this interesting is that LAG Enterprises already knocked one Electrify Steel roster off. They're looking to make it two.
I mean, and didn't these guys play each other? Oh, no, I'm thinking of a different matchup.
Yeah.
Never mind. But the fact that they've been able to do that already, they're trying to get the double whammy here.
Sure.
See if they can take out both of these orgs rosters from the tournament here. Because, of course, we're in the lowest bracket now. This is kind of last chance. All day long, we've been following winners, saying, oh, you know, you got a cushion. Oh, you got a second chance at life. None of that's over now.
Yeah. Lower bracket is going to be interesting to say the least. Electrify Steel, if you've been watching today, this is not the first time that we have seen them on broadcast. They have been running the gauntlet through a lot of different teams that you would assume would give them a lot of difficulties if you're an EU Challengers fan. Well, they 3-0 to AIM Esports. That is some of the best that can come out from Spain itself. And then they also beat 705 Esports. That is Pristini & Co. 3-1 throughout that entire matchup as well. This LAG Enterprises roster, Clay & Co. have been absolutely continuously making a name for themselves. Johnny is definitely one to always keep a mind out for. Fellow, of course, is just doing fellow things. And who could ever forget about Spart is also coming off of a pop-off moment after they ended up winning versus Electrify Steel. Went to a round 11, map number 5 on Search and Destroy. But this map set is going to be continuously interesting when you're definitely thinking about it as a whole. We're going to be starting things off with a Bocage, triple dose of Berlin, and then Tuscan. This one's going to be a very fast-paced gameplay as we almost expected to be here in Challengers. But Natty, how you feeling about the matchup as a whole?
I'm feeling pretty good, and I agree with that last point especially. Like, the fact is, like, we've seen it all on the day. We've all seen various versions of just very high-intense, fast gameplay. I mean, we look at this Electrified roster, who sent them to the lower bracket in the first place, and it's the fact that they were playing against, it was Iron Blood, I'm pretty sure, who is one of the fastest teams we have here. I mean, they upset Ultra Academy and and they've just been tearing through the winners bracket so far, and they were actually the match we were going to cover previously. So I think now you get that second chance here for Electrify. They did lose to one of what's seeming to be like one of the best teams on the day, so now they have another chance here against Clay & Co.
Yeah, and you know, just catching it up along with Fame, who plays for Electrify Steel Black, just asking him, like, is there anybody in particular that you want to face? He, in fact, said, I want to face Clay, so dude's going to be feeling a certain amount of moxie and ante up for sure to be able to bring it into this matchup specifically. For all of this Electrify Steel Black roster, just to kind of give it a little bit more housekeeping around it. The core 3, some of the most consistent placings that we ended up seeing throughout the Cold War season between Pentagram, Godorex, and Pander. Definitely slow, methodical ARs, just setting things up to either watch Fame or Pentagram to go absolutely AWOL. And even when they do are getting outslayed, this team does play fundamentally strong, but on the opposite side could absolutely say the same things about LAG Enterprises.
100%. The thing, too, about Fame is that even though they lost their previous game against Iron Blood, dude, Fame is playing out of his mind, dude. He is playing some insane plays coming through pretty much the entire series long. So you got to imagine playing against that player you wanted to play up against, like you were talking about in this team in Clayster. And you're also getting that chance to kind of keep yourselves going in this particular bracket. Now we're in lower, as well as quarters, where you still are trying to make your way to the top 4 placement. Yeah,
it's going to be interesting, right? Because even on the opposite side, even behind us, I mean, you can see just the slight little crowd of this beautiful venue that we have upon for ourselves here. Even Toronto Ultra Academy NA currently going up against their adversaries to be able to see out of Into the Breach of what we saw just not a few moments ago to see who is going to be progressing further into the bracket as it currently stands. This LAG Enterprises roster, though, we have enough time to talk about them. I mean, we could talk about Clayster. We've been talking about Clayster for a few years now. Obviously, this season is not exactly what they wanted it to amount to. Ends up coming down to Challengers. Found a pretty good team to then compete with as well. The one player that I want to talk about.
Wait, can I guess?
Yeah, go ahead.
Johnny.
Well, Johnny was going to be easy one. I was actually going to talk about Spart. I mean, Spart's an interesting one, considering the fact that Spart kind of started this whole domino effect, right? You go back to the Minnesota Open when he ended up substituting in for Gunless for LAG, goes on a long lower bracket run, ends up winning out Major 2 with LAG. And then they end up getting crowned for Major 2 MVP. Just insane things to see them compete here. Go ahead and talk about the map set. We can throw it up on screen for you folks so that you can get a little bit more viewing for your tasting pleasure. Bocage starting things off. It's going to be interesting. SMGs need to be on point. That triple dose of Berlin will be interesting, but if it has to go the distance, obviously that last dose of Berlin for Hardpoint and then a Tuscan Search and Destroy. Maddie, how are we feeling about this map set?
It's definitely an interesting one. I don't think I've ever seen a triple dose before, but it's going to be exciting. Like you said, super fast-paced, especially with Berlin 3 times if need be, of course.
Yeah.
And I think that's the most interesting thing to me overall. Like you said, subplay is going to be really important here in map 1, and I'm really interested to see how things are going to start off in the beginning here, because, I mean, I think for most of these series here, I think that first map ends up being like really important and kind of showing us how the rest of the series is going to go.
Yeah, it always really has been, right? I mean, Call of Duty's history, winning map number 1, getting yourself that momentum, step in the right direction, you get your gunnies warm, because, I mean, at least one of these teams, Electrify Steel Black, have been patiently awaiting for their opponents so far, and as I was saying, you know, for this LAG Enterprises roster, obviously coming off of that hot win versus Electrify Steel White, but nonetheless, they've also just been waiting, you know, resetting themselves up, shooting their bots up on main stage, getting themselves all primed and ready, but this Bocage Hardpoint will absolutely set the pace to be able to see what these teams do look like ahead of this triple dose of Berlin, if it ends up going the distance, of course. But even more so than that, yeah, map number 1 wins, could set the momentum, could be the trendsetter to say the least. But when it comes down to overall fundamentals, Bocage is going to throw it out the window, but that Berlin Search and Destroy will be quite telling to see how these two juggernauts of a rosters here that are left alive in our bracket stack up against each other.
Yeah, you got to be thinking about LAG like overall and how experienced the roster that they have here. I mean, three out of 4 players have just been in and around the scene for so many years now, and it's pretty interesting to see them also paired with that player and Johnny, who I kind of like touched on earlier.
Sure.
Because I mean, we were talking about it earlier. Kid's 18, first year in Challengers, and he's just been frying at the moment, and it's pretty impressive. And I kind of like with rosters when you have that like nice mix of veteran players and newer players, because it's really good to allow you to be able to kind of help develop the younger talent that's coming through here. And I mean, Johnny's an example of that.
Yeah, he absolutely is, right? I mean, Johnny coming away from Season 1 of Challengers Elite playing with Scrappy, and also playing alongside both Phantoms and Rex under the banner of UIU. They got 2nd place, and then you ended up seeing just Johnny kind of go through the ring, the run-of-the-mill, if you will, that we do know here in Challengers, and that's roster swaps galore. But Kid has been absolutely cracked out. Been watching Johnny play through a lot of different OLTs and other Search and Destroy tournaments to find themselves here as well, truly the mainstay SMG. I mean, obviously there's going to be some flexing coming through, I'm sure, from any one of the other players. All of them are quite adept to be able to pick up that MP40 and absolutely run around and fry with it. I've seen throughout the entirety of the weekend from any one of these players on LAG Enterprises. It's just going to be interesting to be able to see how they do stack up against that that presence of Electrify Steel Black. Again, as we were talking about earlier, Fame Pentagram at any moment's notice they can go off.
100%, and it's worth noting too, like, and that particular roster, despite the unfortunate loss earlier on the day, this is probably the best year that core 3 of Electrify Black has had. And they're looking to keep that going towards the later stages of this tournament in particular. And I mean, again, Fame, Pentagram, insane players to be watching out for, and they could really be that key difference here if they want to get the win.
Yeah. Gonna have to make sure that it all pans out in their favor. The consistency needs to be across these maps. Same could be said on the opposite side again. I mean, how massive would it be for this LAG Enterprises roster? Again, they did not formulate as a 4-player squad ahead of Challengers Elite Season 3 qualifiers. This is really the first look that we have of them. Of course, walking away from the most recent online cup that happens damn near almost every single weekend, they were able to win it. So it's one of those things, momentum might be on their side as far as favorites for these long days are concerned, but the consistency could end up being there. They just have to be able to transition it to land here in Toronto, because if there's one thing, a chip on their shoulder, I know that they're probably going to be, I hope they didn't lose too much sleep, because it's been a long day of Call of Duty. Keep in mind, you is that 100%. Losing that one match to Into the Breach yesterday, Doug and Co. 1-2, that was crazy enough within its own self, but you can almost feel when we were watching these players kind of move through the venue here in Toronto is that they were keeping their heads held high. They knew 100%. What they had to do going into each match. The confidence is not taking a chip by any stretch of the imagination with this roster.
No, and the fact is, like, ever since that loss that sent them to lower bracket in the first place leading into today, they've been playing pretty well, pretty consistently, and they've gotten to this point here. So they're definitely not, they don't consider themselves out just yet. They can still, of course, make it all the way to that top 4 and beyond placing here. And that's kind of what they're looking to do going into today, especially like with some of these players who were, I mean, in the CDL at some point until very recently. You look at some of players like, who was it? Like Fellow was on Paris until not too long ago and things like that. You have a lot of players who are going through Challengers trying to get their way back up there. So I think good performances on weekends like these are a good step.
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna list all 3 players really.
Yeah.
Aside from Johnny,
Of
that
course.
have absolutely gone through the ringer this year as far as it's concerned. But even on the opposite side, although 3 players for LAG Enterprises maybe not having the greatest outings, I guess, apart from Spart, of course, Major 2 MVP, you don't sleep on that.
Yeah.
But even still, for Electrify Steel Black, like you were talking about, most consistent placings that we've seen from Pandar and GodRx, even last year, teaming with the likes of both Kismet and Pentagram, more often than not, we're getting a lot of second places, some chips along the way, sure, but even ending out at second place in Cold War champs. What's funny enough is one of the people that they lost to actually in Cold War champs is actually across the stage in Spart when he was playing with Mohawk, Prolude, and Saints actually. So it's just interesting to say the least to be able to see like the kind of formulation in between both Cold War coming into Vanguard and just seeing all these fine players duke it out through here. Some other housekeeping, just in case anybody wasn't watching previously, I know we were on a long break as well, is that there's no more European representation as far as top 8 is concerned, as we are currently combating even past that as well. Unfortunate to say the least that the one team that did knock out a European team are actually on both of these sides of the stages right now, especially for this LAG Enterprise. They beat Toronto Ultra Academy EU. I truly thought that it was going to be a deep run. I thought it was going to be Toronto v Toronto, but I mean, even more so than that, anything could happen here. Toronto is bringing a certain amount of smell into the air that 100%. We are seeing a lot of upsets.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, too. Like, if we talk about Toronto Ultra Academy NA, who are still in the lower bracket, even they've been having some pretty tough matches where I think just previously before this one, they had a Game 5 that they had barely ended up eking out a win on, and you can see the struggle coming through here for them.
Yeah.
Good count.
Oh, Veli, my word. Gonna make me blush on camera, man.
My God.
It's looking exotic this weekend. But yeah, man, he's distracting me from conversations.
I know.
Man. Yeah, it's just one of those things, again, it's kind of insane when you're thinking about the grander scheme of things, that anything can absolutely happen in Call of Duty on a day-to-day. Anybody could upset anybody. It just comes down to those fundamentals. Got to be on point. You got to make sure that, of course, that you are absolutely playing as best as you possibly can. I believe we actually have an opportunity to pull up the bracket as well to give a little bit more, I guess, foundation to the conversation that we were talking about here as well, so that way you can get a certain feel to see maybe where some of your favorite teams have placed along the way. You can see there up at the top that winners finals matchup in between Iron Blood Gaming v Shady Kings X whatever it takes. That will be rescheduled for tomorrow morning at 8:30 p.m. Eastern. Set your alarms, NA fans, so that way you can show up and start your day of Call of Duty pretty darn early. We're down here in lower quarters where we are going to be watching Electrify Steel Black play up against LAG Enterprises, and on the opposite side, quite literally from where both Beatdown and I are standing, is Toronto Ultra NA versus Into the Breach. And again, one of the biggest conversation points is Toronto Ultra NA. They were the #1 seed coming into this. They just won Season 3 of Challengers Elite for North America, and they lost to Iron Blood Gaming early on. You see that at the top of the bracket. They got reverse swept by Iron Blood Gaming, but that's not a team to almost get, I guess, they don't lack determination when it comes down to trying to make their way back into a grand final.
Definitely not, and that's the thing too. Like now, their matchup into the Breach for Toronto Ultra NA is already underway as well. So we'll probably get an update on that relatively soon, I want to say, and that's a team where we're looking for. We had a lot of teams who we were expecting to make those deep runs in the lower bracket. Like you said, Toronto Ultra EU was one of them. NA wasn't someone we thought were going to go into the lower bracket early on, but now that they're there, I think we got to look to them as one of the players who are going to be going through the semis, trying to make that run to the Lulu's final so they can climb their way up to Grands.
Yeah, someone's going to have to make a run deep in here. And as you were saying, there is an unfortunate lack of European showcasing when it comes down to some of these lower portions. Toronto Ultra Academy EU, of course, end up losing out. And there's the update right there. I was about to say, it certainly feels a little quiet inside this venue, given the simple fact that Scrappy's not screaming across it, giving his feelings. I thought that it was ending there. Yeah, in 4, Ultra Academy NA, able to beat Into the Breach. With a punch they're taking into semifinals, they will face the winner of this match. That kind of puts a lot more pressure and interesting factoids that could come in towards this matchup, knowing that, again, I was talking about this with Alan earlier when I was on broadcast with him, and even walking away from it as well. Everything just felt like walking away from yesterday into this Saturday. Instead of just shark-infested waters. There's so much talent in this tournament.
Yeah, 100%. And I think I remember even what you were saying because I was listening, and it was like you said it's not small fish, something about sharks in the water. Shark Tank.
I'd still be scared, but yeah, it's a Shark Tank down here for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can see it with how tight a lot of these series have been. If you look at the lower bracket, 5-game series. To be fair, the Toronto Ultra Into the Breach series only went to 4, and we're about to do our other quarterfinal. But the point is, like, since yesterday, we've had a lot of Game 5s in upper and lower brackets, and a lot of these games, even going in today, they have been tight.
we'll be getting into this matchup shortly for you folks. If you're wondering why we're vamping and you're looking at our handsome faces, just we're waiting for the lobby to come all the way through. But yeah, it's interesting too. I mean, just to hit it one more time, into the breach, out where they were, they lost to Toronto Ultra NA. That's not a bad placing considering that this team quite literally is a pickup squad ahead of this. Of course, Shoddy spending time at home, did not get to play through a multitude of cups, both Ghosty and Sensor. They were playing through a multitude of different rank matches, what those streams mostly an amount to. And obviously we know Kaiwan, better known historically as Volans, has been always keeping their grind going as far as S&D is concerned. That was a really good placing for them. A lot of upsets along the way for that roster in particular. Unfortunate to say, their tournament today comes to an abrupt close.
Yeah, and I mean, it happens. It's still pretty solid placing overall, considering how many teams started off yesterday.
That's
and
right.
how many just how many games they had to play through, because it was an all-day event there. I know you were there. I came later on into the day watching people just constantly going in and out of different matches because, you know, you got to try and make it to today. And they did manage to get here, which I think there's something to be said about.
Yeah, I mean, like everybody, you know, it's funny, we were actually talking about it, both Alan and I earlier on, just like everybody showed up, essentially, whether you're in inside this arena or you were watching at home. Everybody wanted to see Doug succeed. This is probably one of the best finishes that we've seen Doug do in quite some time, I want to say, from a cup not even too long ago. It seems that players are exchanging banter on the stage currently, so we'll be starting here momentarily for you folks. Again, Electrify Steel Black looking for revenge for their sister team of Electrify Steel White, 100%. Who just got eliminated by this LAG Enterprises roster, which is consisting of both Clayster, Spart, as well as Fellow, and then the young buck of Johnny, trying to make their splash on the scene continuously throughout the entirety of the year. It's will be quite telling to see if the GOAT himself of Clayster can continue to influence any sort of changes coming through from challengers. It does feel weird to see him in a, I guess, in a scene like this, something that we haven't seen all the way back to the CWL days, to be completely candid with you. But I mean, nonetheless, this matchup should be, pardon my low-hanging fruit, will be electric.
Okay, I was expecting something else. That was you know what? Fair enough. I'll give you that one. It's true, it's accurate, and it's still kind of clever. And I think,
Thank you.
And you know what? Soon we're gonna get into this match. Any minute now. I can't give you a time yet. I haven't seen the fist bumps come out, and that's usually when I know something's about to start.
Banter, laughter. Yeah, but we haven't seen the fist bumps.
That's like
come all the
step
way
one,
through.
you know.
I mean, I can see Clay's on his phone right now. We vibing.
Yeah, we're just vibing.
I think Spart might be shooting bots. Yeah, we're going to hop into this lobby here momentarily. Again, just to hit it one more time. If you're just now joining us down here in lower quarterfinals between Electrify Steel and LAG Enterprises, our winners finals, moving to tomorrow morning. It is a Bocage Hardpoint to start things off. And again, you would really feel like that the pace needs to be set up here if you're looking at it. I want to say probably more on the Electrify Steel side more than anything. I've seen what this team of LAG Enterprises looks like when momentum starts getting on their side. Johnny starts rolling, like Clay starts popping off. Sure. The voices start getting raised throughout the entirety of the main stage. It's going to be a little bit more of a, I guess, bigger mountain to climb. So tech issues have been resolved. Again, we are lobbying on up. We are going to hop in here momentarily. It's going to be a good one, man. I'm excited for this match.
It is, and I see the graphic coming through. Okay, we're taking a look at the players. Any second now, we're going to be getting into this one. Like you said, tech issues are going to be solved soon, Andy, and any minute now, we're going to be starting things off on Bocage. I agree with what you said, too, about how and it was kind of what we were saying earlier, how you need to get, I think either one of these teams, but especially Electrify, need to get started on the right foot here on Bocage, and they need to be able to get that first win. Otherwise, you might end up falling to the snowball that ends up being LAG Enterprise.
Now, Electrify Steel Black, you see him on your screen. Some of the best placings that we have seen from this roster all year long, apart from maybe the beginning of the year when it was this core three of GodRx, Pander, plus Pentagram, I believe, also playing along with Fickle under the roster of Real Madrid. Did not qualify for Season 1 of the Elite, kind of got tossed around, the blunder ensued, as it typically does here in Challengers, and we ended up here with Fame. Again, trio consistently placing throughout the entirety of the Cold War year. Kismet now obviously up with New York, but this roster of Electrify Steel Black playing like they got something to prove. Even like they are proving it as well, I would like to say. I mean, Fame coming in as the young buck is definitely interesting, to say the least. Has surrounded himself with a fantastic presence, good minds to speak of, a lot of veteranship coming through, not to mention their running mate, their SMG duo, if you will, of Pentagram. Definitely can continue to help out, set the pace.
100%. I mean, a lot of players have been really stepping it up there for Electrify Black. Just looking at their previous series, again, of course, they did end up losing earlier to Iron Blood, but making it this far, and I think the fact that they do still have a lot of talented players, a lot of skill to be able to show us, means that this is definitely going to be an exciting series. Again, we stress how important this first map is going to be, but it's going to be an exciting one no less. I'm expecting like a 2-4 240 to 250 angle, if you know what I mean.
That's really how it feels like all day long. It's either you're getting milli-whopped or it's going to be incredibly close.
Nail biter.
We're looking at LAG Enterprises. Of course, everybody knows Clay chilling on his phone, getting the tweet out.
Of course. You got to get the impressions.
The gram. Oh, of course.
Yeah.
But, you know, I mean, it's just something throughout this entire roster as they've just been maneuvering throughout the entirety of the pit, throughout the entirety of the weekend. You know, there's a certain amount of moxie that comes along with them because of how much work they've been able to put in previous titles past, whether that's inside of Challengers or even reaching up to the heights of CDL, and even in previous years before that as well. I mean, Fellow has always been that guy, one of the most consistent ARs I would probably say that we've had throughout a multitude of Call of Duties. Big Tyler Fellow fan over here, but it's all going to be a lot of pressure for this guy right here. Johnny, again, so young, you know, coming in for his first Challengers year as far as a main sub is concerned, just looking to absolutely fry along with their mates and just try to influence as much as they possibly can. This map will be quite telling to see how the pace is settled along with Johnny on the sub.
Yeah, and then for a player like that, it's also really exciting to see, like, again, first year in Challengers, right? So what's the rest of this year going to look like? Already having really strong performances, like you said, the main SMG for this squad, the only one, realistically, despite the flex potential that other players on the roster have. And it's just like, where is this kid going to go next? When you start off so hot, it's like the sky's the limit. So where's he going to go? Yeah.
I mean, he's surrounding himself with some of the best, right?
Yeah.
I mean, we all remember the tweet, I'm sure, that ended up coming through. Everybody wanted a team with Clay. We saw that come through, of course, with Spart. Now no longer playing with LAG. Gunless back in, comes back down. They drop Ghosty for Spart. There was a certain amount of animosity that was coming through in between that matchup between Clay and Doug. Let me tell you that much. But throughout the entirety of it, again, into the breach, fully eliminated. As LAG Enterprises squad just gearing up, having themselves a little bit of a laugh. So we are still waiting to set up this lobby
waiting
itself.
For the fist bumps.
Yeah, we're waiting, but the vibes are strong here in Toronto. Let me tell you, it's been a fantastic tournament, even what's been going on in the main level for CDL. It's been a fantastic event so far. Again, shout out to Toronto Ultra for having us here, throwing on a fantastic open event for Challengers. We got a lot of talent coming through from both North America and Europe as well. We had some LATAM representation as well, some upsets to speak of. Teams going home probably earlier than what they wanted, but still, nonetheless, it's been a fun weekend.
Yeah, I mean, that last part's always going to be true. Not everybody can make it to and actually go the distance here, as we are going to get into this one any second now. I mean, everyone's off their phones, controllers in their hands, so you got to I think I'm going to call Andy. I think we're about to start.
Yeah, I mean, they're adjusting monitors.
Surely.
Finger cracking coming through.
Okay, you know, warming up the hands, of course. It's really important. We can't do cold fingers.
Yeah, we are ready to rock and roll, I'm sure, sometime soon. We are about to be at a full lobby here momentarily. Again, Bokaj Hardpoint will start things off here in between these two teams down here in lower quarterfinals. It's going to be very interesting, to say the least, as to what's going to happen to start things off, who's going to influence the map more, and who's going to end up going home. It's just crazy to me still. Like, every single time I look at this lower bracket, I'm just absolutely appalled to see how many teams are down here, how many upsets we've truly had, even starting from yesterday, for some teams who start in the lower brackets today. This is one of them. Again, you feel like they got a chip on their shoulder, something to prove. This is going to be a big match for them to see how they do combating through the rest of the competition, not only through the rest of the night. We'll have Austin and Alan Visions and I Hold Shift to walk you through lower finals, or not lower finals, I'm sorry, the
lower
opposite side, the lower semifinals.
There you go.
Getting ahead of myself over here.
I know, you're excited, I understand that, but you know, we gotta wait till tomorrow. Yeah, I mean, there's gonna be a lot of COD tomorrow, especially with the winners final that ended up getting moved to tomorrow morning. So we'll have plenty of time tomorrow too to start talking about those later matches here. But in our lower quarters currently, which will start eventually, is one of these.
We'll get there.
We'll get there.
We will get there.
Yeah, it's never chalked.
Word to Minnesota Rocker, it is never chalked. Word to Major Maniac, truly. But
I love that phrase.
Yeah, even more so than that, it's also interesting. I guess we could talk about the opposite side of the bracket now, specifically with Shady Kings and the run that they've been able to manifest for themselselves all day long. Because even going up against that roster of Into the Breach, I mean, they did not make it look close at all. That 3-0 complete shutout on the Kavutu control. That Shady Kings roster is looking absolutely filthy. And the same could be said for Iron Blood. Again, set your alarms for tomorrow morning at 8:30 a.m. Eastern. We will be watching that winners finals in between Shady Kings, whatever it takes, versus that Iron Blood roster. It's going to be a good time as you see all 8 players within this lobby almost getting fully set up. Almost looks like Fellow is putting on his best father impression, trying to help out Johnny try to complete a level, like a single-player game. That's what it looks like right there.
Yeah, it's like when my dad, when I was a kid, I couldn't win in Tetris.
Level speed, son, we got it.
Yeah, okay, there you got him. See, the fist bumps are coming through. This is what I'm talking about. Everybody's fist bumping each other. Okay, everybody, we're starting our first map in lower quarters. Any second.
Yeah.
Any second.
Lobby's just about going here. We got the fist bumps out. Kev's keeping his hands warm. Fame just making sure that everything is all squares. It's going to be a very, very good match.
Yes.
Very, very good match. We've been waiting for this one to come all the way through for sure as we are getting on into it. I see the lobby is starting to load. Thank you so much for sticking with us here. It's been a fantastic weekend of Call of Duty. We are not done yet. Again, lower quarterfinals coming your way on this screen. Electrify Steel Black versus LAG Enterprises. It's going to be a good one here. And I hope you like Berlin, because we might be here for 3 maps.
That's right, and honestly, it just further solidifies that narrative that we've been hitting, talking about, where the lower brackets of this tournament, from yesterday all the way until probably tomorrow, realistically, has just been an insane run for whatever team is going through there. So many strong teams get upset, sent to this lower bracket, and this is just further proof of it. We got 2 really strong teams in Electrify Steel Black and LAG Enterprises, as we are loading in any second now into Bocage for map 1 of the series.
Teams are loading in. The countdown is starting. They're starting to lean into their monitors a little bit.
Yeah.
You know what's happening. Here we go.
Smelling the pixels.
Zooming through the main street. Map number 1, lower quarterfinals, Electrify Steel Black. Looking for that revenge versus LAG Enterprises, who just eliminated Electrify Steel White in map 5, round 11 on this map. But of course not the mode. We'll start things off here. Natty, let's go ahead and kick things off. Electrify Steel Black on the favorite side of the map.
And already we're seeing kills come through. Panda gets the nade. Fame, 2 players we keep talking about already from this Electrify roster are starting things off pretty hot. No one quite on the point at the moment yet, but GodRx with the double is going to get points ticking for the blue side.
So holding strong, trades will be there, but most importantly, when you're looking at the grander scheme of things for LAG Enterprises, not only do they want the kills, they're dealing with the lurkers inside of Grandma's. They still have a lot of time to try to get themselves some bar control, and that's exactly why you see Johnny getting cut down across that A lane, trying to influence a spawn rotation. Currently battling inside the Hardpoint. Pentagram will be given their best do-si-do impression through the gate. They'll be cut down, looking for numbers. Trades will come through as Clayster finds 2. Johnny there for the 3rd, but they still have yet to find any success to get past Barn to upset these spawns, as you do have Electrify Steel Black setting themselves up for that P2 hill.
Yeah, and I think with that kill, both Pentagram and Casey Panda, in fact, almost the full team wipe coming through, should allow them to get early control of the hill. Okay, that was a really crucial kill there. Johnny almost clutched it up for LAG Enterprises, but overall, should be early time here going over for Electrify Steel Black. They're starting to pull away.
Yeah, Fame zoning away over by this water wheel currently, looking for more lurking kills, and surely it's going to be conveyed here. So many players coming through from the flank. This is starting to set up a spawn over by this riverbed, coming through for LAG Enterprises, trying to work their way back in through Barn, and albeit they've been able to find themselves a handful of kills, but even more so than that, they can't get in back towards 10, and they can't find themselves a favorable kill feed because the trades are good. GodRx finds 2 will be traded. Fellow trying to finesse themselves for a little bit more scrap time. They could absolutely use it. This is still Electrify Steel Black, spawning in on the backside of 10, putting themselves in a prime position with GodRx taking down that last player of Johnny. Surely that's going to be LAG Enterprises chalking it, setting themselves up for new.
Yeah, it's tough. You're down by 40 points at this point, but you set yourself up pretty well for P3, so you can see they have the angles. But as I say it, you can see Electrify Steel Black moving in quick. Fame already has the angle. He's running his way into the house, and can he finish the kill? He can. This teammate GodRx is already there as well. Fellow and Clayster are moving in to try and hold on to get some time here on the board for LAG, but Electrify Steel Black are moving their way back in to try and take it.
They got those close spawns. Do LAG Enterprises, they're trying to reinforce this hill as much as they possibly can, but the trade game just a little bit too strong until Fellow finds 2 on the backside of it. Still gonna deal with GodRx here on the staircase. Challenge will come through. Johnny will go down. Help has arrived. GodRx is able to find another one.
The pistol?
The pistol, the help from Pentagram. They get the kill on a Clayster. Spawns have flipped, keep in mind you, but with 20 seconds remaining, there's no way LAG Enterprises are gonna feel comfortable with that going all into the bank of Electrify Steel Black.
No, and you can see them trying to fight for the scrap time here, but there isn't a whole lot they can do. You still have GodRx on the site here, on the hardpoint, just collecting more and more time as LAG continue to fall further and further behind. You're seeing some of these exit kills come through, which is still pretty valuable. It's going to mean when the next hill spawns, you're going to be able to have a bit of an easier time to at least collect some of this early time. But as I say it, already Electrify Steel Black are trying to contest.
Very difficult hardpoint to try to work your way back into things. A 51-point lead throughout the first set of hardpoints going in towards P4 does not go unnoticed on a map like Bocage. Opening engagements will go in the favor of LAG Enterprises. We'll deal with the contested players and will now take their virtues toward the middle of the map. Johnny trying to lurk towards that main road. Pander will take them down, but still, Electrify Steel Black cannot move their way scot-free inside of this hardpoint. Trades have been there continuously. Finally, combining for 3 in a row. Fane snaps to find 3 in this life. 15 and 8 for the kid. That's going to be the break that Electrify Steel Black were looking for.
Yeah, and it's going to be them getting the last bit of scrap time here, holding on to the majority of the lead they've gotten for themselves. And they're setting themselves up pretty decently for this next hill that's spawning any second now in P5. Fame, you can already see him on the move, trying to secure the last little bit of scrap time while the rest of the squad move over and try to make the break onto that next hill.
Over towards that next hill we go. LAG Enterprises are set up over by the willow tree, but they're quickly being swarmed. I mean, the mini-map just got completely consumed by these blue arrows, but Spart will not give up this willow tree position without a fight. Johnny is there for the help, is able to find Pentagram on the time itself. So Johnny will drop down from the main road, will assist Spart so that way they can hold this position. They've found 3 in a row so far. They don't know where the rest of Electrify Steel Black are starting to come from. They know it's going to be from the opposite side of the riverbed. Still ample time to battle over here at 5. This 30 seconds would be big for LAG Enterprises to bring themselves back in towards the game. But the ARs are locking things down over by the lane. Spart still working up towards the spree. Yeah, it's not the sexiest KD that we've ever seen, but still an influential 4 kills as finally 2 more go in the favor. Pander's able to lock them down. Won't be a full-on break, but it will at least deny it for LAG Enterprises going in towards the second set so far.
That ends up being a pretty solid hold there for LAG, allowing them to catch up just a little bit there, narrow the deficit they find themselves in. But of course, Electrify Steel Black being able to pick up some of the scrap time, kind of hold on to this lead, and the kills on exit, setting up for the next rotation, is also really impactful here. As you see, they still have control over the center part of the map, and it's LAG Enterprise who are trying to find their way back in.
I mean, it's so hard to try to work your way back in when you got Fame, damn near double positive, 20 and 12. GodRx is having themselves a whale of a game. Almost goes unnoticed with the way that GodRx plays, just locking down these angles. He's at 21 and 9, now 10 as Spart cuts them down to the middle of the map. Going in towards the second set of hills. Again, it is a massive lead that Electrify Steel Black have set themselves up for against LAG Enterprises. They're also trying to threaten the rotation, going over towards P2. That's where things really started to pick up for Electrify Steel Black. And yes, I do mean at the beginning of the game. Able to get themselves scrap time over by P1, then able to influence those close spawns. Never got truly threatened ahead of P2. It's looking like it's about to be the same, but got LAG Enterprises, so at least trying to finesse themselves, force a bar control, but Pentagram finds 2, gets the information they will die to Spart, but it is a 4-for-1 trade, goes to kill feed as P2 pops.
Yeah, the setup is just so good here from Electrify Steel Black. They get the setup, like you said, for P2, and they're already just easily collecting time. GodRx was there seconds before the hill spawn, and now, because of the kills he keeps on picking up, he's just collecting more and more time for the team, and the help is just good, as people like Pander are also there to help get kills, and right as Clayster peaks, he gets knocked.
It's just the pacing. GodRx is on 5 in a row. It's like that's another spree to speak of. Spart shuts it down, finds 3 off this respawn. 17 and 7 now for Spart. But you got to somehow turn this into hardpoint time. You got to get in from the front side of the hardpoint, and that is so difficult to do when you still have Electrify Steel Black spawning on the backside of 10, able to get this barn control continuously. Finally moving their way forward. Spart now on 5, looking for 6. How big would a kill streak been in that specific situation? Won't be able to find it. Can't even walk away with much time at all, as Electrify Steel Black have now grown their lead to about 100.
Yeah, and here's the thing too, Fame manages to sneak up behind enemy lines. I don't think they actually caught the fact that he was here, but now he's gonna get help, get some shots onto Fellow, is gonna take down Spart, and there it is. As soon as you thought you had control of your LAG, you lose it right away there from a really nice rotation.
Close spawns now in effect for Electrify Steel Black. They are threatening to be over 200 points halfway through the second set here on P3. LIG Enterprises, you need to turn up, and it needs to start right now. Through the front side of Grandma's, trades will be there, but these individual 1v1s shooting players into the back, it has not garnered you a sufficient amount of hardpoint time. Johnny, up top on Grandma's, is able to find Panda as they're dropping all the way down, trying to zone away to the back. They are aware the Electrify Steel Black are still spawning in towards the back, and they are cleaning themselves up. Pentagram's even helping things out with the team kill over towards Fame, and they're still spawning on the backside of Hedges, but they are aware that the rotation also needs to be looked at, as Johnny, you just saw, took down Pentagram on the cross all the way through the middle of the map. Electrify Steel Black finally able to work their way out from the spawns, but also able to lock down the rotation are LIG Enterprises.
Yeah, that was a pretty big kill onto Pentagram there, preventing him from messing with the spawns and giving Electrify Steel Black the best opportunity for this P4 hill. The thing is, though, they're coming back with a vengeance, but Fellow, he says no thank you with the double right there, and he has help from his team. So finally, we're seeing LAG with a bit of a resurgence here, but Electrify Steel Black are not holding back proper, as they are just breaking this hill wide open and are about to break 200.
They got all the way in the backside of the 10s. They found the kills. It was crucial. It almost felt like everything that was happening before that P3 hardpoint just snapped all the way back for Electrify Steel Black. They find themselves a favorable kill feed. They got the close spawns, but it's a blender and a half. And I don't know what type of smoothie it's making here inside of P4, but it's still Electrify Steel Black with that leader's advantage. 205 v 119. Able to break their way back in are Electrify Steel. They're finding the kills. They're isolating them ahead of this rotation. And if you're Electrify Steel Black, you're okay with this. LAG Enterprises are the one that have to play for the time. You can keep on finessing for the scrap time. 5 seconds, 10 seconds here. If they don't close it out on the next hard point, they can continue to play that affair to try to close it out on any hard point going forward.
And this is the thing, Electrify Steel Black have constantly been breaking open LAG's defenses, so even though LAG back off to try and get the best position they have, they've just been constantly losing control here, and you can see it. They have the favorable spawns right now, and they are starting to get some of these kills, but you can see Electrify, they are up almost 100 points. They can take this one nice and slow, set up these rotations, and just end up taking it as they please.
Slow as you like, LIG Enterprises are starting to turn things up, and they're finding themselves isolated gunfights. They're finding themselves good map positioning to speak of. So 20 seconds of battle over here, over by P5, and it seems that Electrify Steel Black are not going to send too many numbers over towards it. I mean, even if they tried, they're getting cut down in the middle of the map. Clayster's inside of Grandma's, finding themselves rotational kills. Going to hold his power position for now. Nice nade from Pentagram. We'll take at least one player out from that junk time. That's 10 seconds that Fame will step on for. But little and unbeknownst to Electrify Steel Black, one player has snuck all the way through the back. That was Clayster previously through Barn. Johnny will spawn in over by 10. P1 is not exactly a hard point that you can hold by yourself, but GodRx inside of Stables, trying to make an argument to be able to find
the pistol.
Spots to the pistol, finds 4 in a row. The trade will be there, but the damage is done.
Yeah, that's right. And now you lost control. You're not spawning well anymore on the side of LAG Enterprises. And now you're getting a few seconds here, a few seconds there, with 2:30 in the pockets of Electrify Steel Black. This is basically going to be a death sentence. LAG, they need to break this hill. They need to break it now.
I mean, they keep on trying to find some kills, but every single time that Electrify Steel Black find themselves 3 in a row, they could just step on in for 2 seconds, 5 seconds or so.
Yep.
LIG Enterprises, they need to continue to have moments like that where they're walking away with double kill after double kill. Clayster finds Soup, but the trades will be there. Fame inside a barn is able to take down Spark. GodRx off screen finds Johnny. Now they can put themselves inside the hard point. LIG Enterprises, they gotta get in. They have to contest. If not, deal with the players that are inside
2 seconds,
the hard point.
that's
249, and they can't find all the kills necessary until these final moments. SMGs come out. Spark finds Pentagram. That's gonna force out the rotation going over towards P2, but you can only allow 1 second to come through for Electrify Steel Black. That said, LIG Enterprise is still in for the initial time, and they're starting to zone away the players from the front.
They need so many points proper. This hill's not going to be able to get it done, but you see Fame coming through from the back here on a different angle, and this is it. They're starting to get the kills. They're starting to get the trades. Spart is on a 5 spree, but he ends up getting shut down. Now we're watching Fame. That's a huge double coming through from Fellow. They need to get every single second they can get, but we're getting close to the point where LAG has to think about the next hill.
I mean, Fame knew that there was going to be a player that was contested over there, but it wasn't by the barrels. Tyler Fellow pulls out a submachine gun. Here comes Fame. Pander through the barn. They go
here it
through
comes.
the front as well. The kills come through. Fellow trying to make a last stand, but it was the 1 second that was all that was required. Electrify Steel Black, they shut the door on any true comeback for LAG Enterprises.
Well, I mean, to give credit, LAG Enterprises towards the end really started to try and climb their way back, managed to get a lot of value of some of those later hills, but what a strong showing from Electrify Black. The way they were just firmly in control basically from the beginning here. And I mean, look at GodRx and Fame. 46 and 28. We were hyping him up going into this series, and we were hyping him up in his previous series as well off the performances he showed us, and he just keeps on performing.
Dude, Fame almost had like 5k damage with about a 50 bomb.
That's ridiculous.
I mean, but a lot of that you would still feel as you're watching through some of these replays that a lot of it was through the beginning of the map. Again, going in towards P4 for the first set of Hardpoints to have a 50-point lead, again, on Bocage, you mostly just look at maybe a lead of about 20, 30 points. That's keeping it close. It's still very difficult to do to be able to turn a money hill in your favor. Electrify Steel Black through that first set of Hardpoints were damn near undeniable, allowing LAG Enterprises any room to breathe. But you saw there throughout the latter half, as LAG Enterprises started heating things up, they started coming to their own. We had players like Johnny started going rogue, Fellow picking up the submachine gun, able to find themselves an abundance of kills over by that P2 lane. Gave themselves a really good argument off that last second contest over by P2. You just felt like if there was maybe about 10 seconds or so worth of breathing room, might have looked at a different outcome.
Yeah, maybe. But I mean, by the time they really started picking it back up, it was too late. You get to these points where they're at 210, 220, where basically any sort of scrap time you give away, especially when you're as far behind as LAG Enterprise were, pretty much ends up contributing to your own loss there. So I think if we get to Hardpoint once again, which is going to be on Berlin, because of course we have the triple dose coming up, starting off on map 2, maybe if they can force that map 4, they might be able to turn things on in the next Hardpoint. I mean, especially now you have a couple games. Think about how this one went and try to adapt later on.
Berlin Search and Destroy is on the cards, as Beatdown was just talking about, losing that map number 1 in the fashion that LAG Enterprises did. I mean, to be fair, like they almost brought it back to be damn near competitive, but they were down horrendously as far as points are concerned. You can see there on the screen, Spart having some words, making sure that the team is all synchronized going in towards this very crucial map number 2. So a lot of opportunity. A lot of sniper opportunities, I should say, as far as Berlin is concerned, if you're looking for that. But we haven't really seen too much of it as of late. ARs can get it just as well when you're watching those crosses. But Berlin Search and Destroy will be quite interesting, to say the least. Electrify Steel Black, last time that we saw them on broadcast, was against 705. And they did get pushed to the brink on that Bocage Search and Destroy. It did go around 11, but the aggression was certainly always on.
That's right. We talked about the value of winning that first series. I think for the most part, especially because we've only seen one reverse sweep. I think so far this entire tournament, it was
at least
earlier,
on broadcast.
at the very least. Because I mean, I'm going with the shift stat on this one, where there wasn't one yesterday either, and I don't think there was one earlier during the lower bracket run either way. Like we were highlighting how important it is winning that first map, especially in Call of Duty, how that momentum really carries you forward. And I mean, Steel Black, they got that first map, and honestly, it was a more convincing fashion than I was expecting.
I mean, Godorex and Fame were just having their way. Right? I mean, at a combined, I don't know.
It's got to be almost 90 points,
they
or 90 kills.
90 kills like, combined between the two. Godorex at one point when I was highlighting him, he was like 20-9, for God's sakes. I mean, Fame was a double positive, I'm sure, at one point or another throughout the entirety of the Bocage Hardpoint as well. They just made it look pretty darn easy, I mean, like, they were just flying through the map, able to find themselves an abundance of rotational gunfights, always influencing those close spawns. But those are now out the window as we load in towards a Berlin Search and Destroy. Fist bumps are out, just about ready to get in towards this map number 2. This would be a big one for LAG Enterprises to be able to put in their favor. They can at least force out that map number 4.
Yeah, and again, they're going to have to at this point, because if you go going up 2-0, or going down 0-2, excuse me, definitely not a good feeling. Really hard to come back through. I think, again, the only one we've really seen is Iron Blood being able to do that against NA Ultra Academy. And, I mean, even if you can do it, it's not a situation you necessarily want to be putting yourselves in. You know, going 1-for-1 in maps and then bringing things back up in a map 5, I think, is a little better on the mental. But, of course, we're getting a little ahead of ourselves. We're only into map 2. Still, strong, convincing showing from Electrify Steel Black. And we'll see if they're going to be able to keep up that momentum going into Berlin. Yeah,
Berlin control will be quite telling if you are able to tie it up one apiece here. Reverse sweep, look, man. I'm a glass half full kind of fella.
Okay.
It's always on the table for me, but you got to have some sort of swing of momentum. You think that the pep of the step needs to start coming through right here. Players loaded in. We are just about ready to go. You know it's true when everybody starts leaning an extra inch and a half into their monitor.
Smelling the pixels.
Yeah. It's going to be interesting to say the least. S&D has been a strong suit for a multitude of players that are inside this lobby. Without further ado, though, let's get things started looking at Electrify Steel Black on offense first.
And already we talk about fast pacing here. They're already moving their way for what looks like a rush play onto the A site, but I like the defense coming through from LAG Enterprise. You got Johnny and Spart angle. Maybe it is going to be unexpected, but wow, this is pretty interesting offensive positioning.
Yeah, they were able to find a timing towards the back. They were not expecting Fame to be back here already. Has some help along with Pander. He's in here. Johnny needs to go big. Was only able to find one, but it bought enough time for Clayster to come back through lobby.
Clayster's last.
And they're able to get themselves 2 kills. That's going to force out the 1v1 versus GodRx. Last known position was over by this B lane. GodRx going to take this time to reposition top third of Mail.
Yeah, and I think they have info that the bomb is down by A side as well, so GodRx. Cards are certainly stacked against him here, as I don't think he actually quite spotted him out. At this point, he knows he has to search for Clayster.
And again, last known whereabouts for Clayster, he could be anywhere.
Yeah.
There's so many corners, so many different fixtures that Clayster could be putting themselves into. 25 seconds goes the game clock. You gotta make a move forward if you got GodRx. Gotta plant this bomb, extend it to 45 seconds to put the map in your favor. But Clayster's playing that tight corner. At least they maybe had the information that bomb was down, but maybe not in the position that it was. Clayster just trying to play for the retake. Now the timing starts to come into effect. Clayster checks it, but gets absolutely smoked. GodRx ready for it coming through the upper courtyard.
Insane. Played for time. Knew he had to check around that 10-second mark. GodRx ends up winning the chow. Really nice play coming through here, and already in the first map of Search, it was down to the 1v1, but Electrify take the lead.
It's just crazy timing that started off that entire round. I mean, you find yourself an opportunity to get through the middle of the map, no pushback whatsoever. Fame plus Pander all the way in towards the back. Johnny going 1-for-1 was great because about time for Clayster to come back in through lobby. Force out the 1v1. Just not work out in their favor. LAG Enterprises taking their page to try to take A fast.
Well, so far, they have made that fast move. They are close, but now they're going to start using some of that utility, throwing some of these nades out, see what information they can get, if they can get any hit markers. Right now it's Pentagram. Realizes, oh, there's a lot of people here, and Fellow immediately with first blood. No trades coming through until now, and already 3 kills have gone, actually.
2v3 we go. Offense with the numbers. Spart's going to plant that bomb.
Ooh.
And Fame's just going to take an isolated engagement. I mean, they were inside of the lobby of the train station itself, but here comes the last player trying to rotate through. Clayster was all the way in the backside of the warehouse. That will give GodRx his positioning out. Not tagged up by the nades. He's got an AR to work with. He's going to come through the upper court. He's going to find Spartan to the back. That's a free kill, but he has no idea where Johnny is located at. So now GodRx with the reposition. You have to allocate 7.5 seconds for this defuse. And again, the information's not there. Johnny saw his ankles. He's going to come checking this bomb. He knows that GodRx is probably just going to hop on the defuse. Yeah, play the timing. Johnny might have just won this round by being so damn aloof.
Yep, and they don't even know where he is. There it is. No more time left to defuse, and you see the run come through. Yeah, sure. You in the chow. You get the killing spree, but the bomb has exploded. Huge clutch coming through from Johnny.
Yeah. Bomb detonation. Certainly a way of winning the round. Again, Johnny able to find the timing of the bomb plant itself. Just made themselves unknown, to say the least, even though GodRx put themselves in a pretty damn good spot. He is beaming through these first 2 rounds. Finds themselves on that 5. 2 rounds in, GodRx already 2 away from getting that glide bomb. It's actually going to take this opportunity. That was a Car 98K I saw. What's he going to do with that? Let me see what you got to work with here, son. Might just end up taking this into A again. You can watch this entire angle. Ended up seeing at least 1 cross.
Yeah, but he's going to hold off. They don't know yet, but already Johnny on the flank. You're going to see him get a kill, but he gets traded and then some. Pander's going to end up taking Spat out, so pretty good spot here for Electrify Steel Black on this offense.
Bomb's going to get picked up here by GodRx. Has to pick up a submachine gun so that way they can defend towards his play, but Fame just found yet another one that's going to force out Young T Fell.
Info.
Who does get information off of the nade. Needs to get this kill. He's able to find it. The snap almost there. Just can't find the kill and extend themselves a potential clutch. So although you ended up having GodRx, they do go down, so no streaks anymore. Electrify Steel Black still winning another round.
We got this back and forth going on here, and I think part of the big thing there was the trade they managed to get, where at first it's the 1-for-1, and then you also end up getting one onto, I think it was Fellow, who ended up falling as well. So Electrify Steel Black, despite the getting caught out on the aggression, they managed to turn that one around and get themselves that numbers advantage, where you kind of force that situation where it's like, all right, I got to go for a crazy clutch while they're planting.
Tough timing.
Yeah.
It's rough out here in the Berlin streets. Offensive attempt coming through for LAG Enterprises. Nice nade from Fellow. Will take down Pander. That is through the mid-tank. And they're actually going to take this as a bait play. All ordinances, lethals, tacs, everything else in between. Thrown over by that B lane. They know they have numbers. They're going to try to overwhelm over by A. But GodRx here, top third of Mail. They will see a handful of players cross, and that will be immediately conveyed for Pentagram to get activated and towards the back.
Yeah, and there it is. Already the rotations coming through from Electrify Steel Black. They're really taking their time with this one on LAGA. Certainly what they have their sights on, but now they have that opportunity to plant. And as soon as they get the info pentagram, he's looking for something.
Oh, he's not going to expect Johnny laying prone down low over by the desk. He challenges it. But Spart was also in the train alley. So we'll get that kill, forcing out a 2v4 for the retake. Fellow will find GodRx. And now, Young Fame. Double weapon setup, 1v4. It'd be massive for them to get the ace. They will find Johnny, but the trade already being looked at. Centering, kind of almost there, down to 19 HP. Not going to be able to get the round, but maybe a couple consolation kills would be nice to look at. Probably just going to throw their life at this, maybe find themselves a couple more kills would be damning to say the least. He was on 5 in a row as well. Probably would have been bigger for them to maybe try to play their life ahead of more streaks. But LAG Enterprises, they do what is necessary. They win the offensive round and knot things up ahead of round 5.
There it is. Back and forth we go. The game of ping pong continues as now we're 2-2 going into round 5. The sides have been swapped, and it seems like it's pretty offensive favored so far here between these teams. So with another offensive round, Electrify Steel Black, we'll see if they want to make that fast move onto A site like they've been doing all game long, or maybe we'll see a different play. Go for a B hit.
GodRx rolling in with another sniper. Top warehouse, how many names do we see? 1, 2, at least. Don't know what that reticle ended up doing. Maybe he saw the third. So that'll be immediately conveyed. The rotation coming back through. But it doesn't mean you're safe because Clayster's counter-sniping. And although they'll be traded, that's a first blood plus whatever information Clayster's able to find. They were trying to get this bomb planted at B. But Spart rotates on over, finds Pander. That's going to force out the 3v2 in favor of the defense. The retake coming through as quick as you like. GodRx trying to move themselves in the clutch position. Inside the corner.
Man.
Fame can't find much of anything. Now it's just all up to GodRx. Try to play the timing here. Does have a sniper, so he can play this super long range, and the doors are blown off.
So they do have the information on him. That honestly makes this one so much harder in this 1v3 scenario. Now, he's got to get real fancy with it. As you can see, they are going for the defuse. Oh, he manages to get one and stop it. He's just got to play the time.
Oh, the Chow coming through the doors. The pistol, he finds damage. Trying to get the hell out of dodge. He gets Fellow. 9.5 seconds. He knows that Johnny has to defuse. You gotta hit the shot though. GodRx to the pistol. Gets the damage. Johnny's still defusing, and he gets the defuse off. Doesn't land the snipe. And the defuse comes through. LAG Enterprise is able to walk away with the round.
That was...
But the hair on their chinny chin chin. Keep in mind,
I was gonna say, like, that was almost a disgusting clutch coming through there from GodRx, but it wasn't enough. And honestly, like, missing that last shot was kind of the nail in the coffin there. Pistols from that range. There's no way you were ever going to really get the kill.
Oh, I've seen it happen before.
I mean, how often?
A lot, in my rank games specifically.
Ah, there it is.
Clayster will see at least one cross. Misses sniper just a bit outside. That's going to be information. This is still a pretty big stack. They don't know all the information, barring any nades or stuns, about what the setup is looking like defensively on this BS&D. For Electrify Steel Black. Fame over by the window. Doing a little housekeeping. Gonna put themselves in this 1-for-1 position in case LAG Enterprises try to commit towards this BS&D.
Well, it's looking like the read is pretty good so far from Fame, just given the fact that you got a lot of people, especially Bomb Holder Fellow, in this area, just waiting for that opportunity to sprint their way in here. My goodness, there's gonna happen. Fame's gonna have his opportunity.
Gotta move through these doors. 40 seconds remaining. Fame looking for the timing. They back down, going back over towards Mill. Fame's going to check this. In the moment that they do, the door was open on the opposite side. Fellow has the angle. Whether it was set up or not, it was still pretty darn cool. But now it's down to 26 seconds. Got to commit towards one of these bomb sites. It needs to go down. Numbers advantage. Fellow knows that there's a player top fire. Spart finds another. Johnny gets activated as well. Off screen. Keep in mind, you pushes all the way towards the back. GodRx didn't stand a chance. Johnny had the MP40. Pander needs to get activated through mail. Is able to find one. BS&D, post plant, you know there's somebody. Top warehouse finds at least some damage on the Spart. Reach house holding the trigger, is able to find it. But down to 28 seconds, needs to fish out these kills. He's going to take his virtues back through the middle of the map.
It's going to be tough. Still got a few people, no information. He's clomping around, though. They got to know where he is. We're going to see if he can get the trade. He doesn't know.
Yeah, not able to fully clear. I mean, if it wasn't going to be the one all over by the crane, it was probably going to be the one that was over by the half wall.
Yeah.
50-50 guess. Unless you're just assuming that a player's going swimming, but you can't do that in Call of Duty. That's death out there in the water.
That it is. I think it's like that at most shooters, no?
Yeah, true. Depends on how deep the water is, truly. You hear little pitter-patters working their way through the main road. That doesn't kill me.
Yeah, like this isn't Warzone, right?
But That's a massive round for LAG Enterprises. They played that very slow. They got themselves in a prime position to be able to get those doors open, baited out any play that was over there by Fame.
Yeah.
And now they have a 2-round lead at the search.
And this is a big deal, big recovery after the first round being so convincing in favor of Electrify Steel Black. So now, as we have the side swaps coming through, it looks like a fast A hit, but they're onto him proper. Fame is already under so much pressure here. The nades, all this utility coming through.
Oh, fellow on the flank, he gets snuffed out, but the nade comes through from Spart. So Pentagram now finds himself joining the agency, 0-7. Still more players to deal with over here. 2v3, numbers are good. GodRx finds Johnny. You would think that that would open up the A side, but Spart's still over here, down to 20 HP. Needs to be chased down, and they will. Electrify Steel Black, stop the bleeding of momentum that LAG Enterprises were starting to find.
Yeah, and that one was almost looking bad, too, with that first kill almost going over in favor of LAG Enterprises, but they managed to hold it down. Fame doesn't lose his life crucially, and that's kind of a big difference there between that and the previous round, the fact that they bait Fame out. They have the door open on that B bomb site. They managed to get him without any trade kills going through. So this time around, he holds on to his life, gets the kill, and they slow things down just a little bit. But now the sides have swapped yet again. Electrify Steel Black. If they want to tie things up, we need a strong defense.
What a call. 4 players coming towards the main road. Spidey senses starting to tingle, but Pentagram's already in.
Wow.
He finds first blood all the way through Mel. The aggression's starting to pay dividends. The need for help is at an all-time high. But are you selling any? You absolutely are. 2 more kills come through, forcing out the 2v2. Bombstone being carried by Fellow. Johnny playing an aggressive angle over by this truck. Both these players offensively for LAG Enterprises are playing so split from one another, but Fellow clearing out A as best they possibly can will at least get this plant at A as Johnny rotates over to secure the post plant.
Now you can see Johnny is pretty far out here, looking for that rotation on the right side, seeing if he can catch someone out holding the cross, but it's Fellow. Long shots, not quite going to land, but the information is there. Do they want to pressure him? For the side of GodRx or Casey Pander.
Oh, GodRx.
Oh my
He's
God.
gonna come in from the back.
What an
Johnny's
angle.
looking over towards the train station. GodRx finds one in the back. Now Fellow is
To the
pinched.
right.
Last known position. GodRx doesn't check it. 1v1.
15
14
seconds.
seconds remaining. You gotta get the kill. Pander
that's so
finds it.
clutch.
He's got time. He'll get back to the bomb, get the defuse off. Pander finds themselves on 4 in a row. Double positive for the kid as well, as we are all evened up again.
Man, huge comeback coming through from Electrify Steel Black. It was from 4-2. Now we're back to 4-4. Going into round 9. Insane comeback coming through here. We're going to see that final kill again, of course, from Casey Pander. I'm not sure that's actually a challenge you should have gone for. Maybe you weren't expecting it. Maybe you were expecting the rush for the defuse.
Well, the trade needed to be there, of course. You know, in any
Yes.
2v1 for search and destroy, you know, you get any sort of damage, any sort of immediate information. The trade needs to come through immediately because there certainly was just no telling. Last player alive there for LAG Enterprises to be able to have a full understanding on maybe where Pander was so close. Certainly was the case. Round number 9. Offense coming through for Electrify Steel. They're taking their virtues over towards A. A lot of stuns and nades that will actually force at least one player back. That's Spart through the upper courtyard. But again, it's Johnny inside the site. That might be the biggest problem to deal with. Spart's the Overwatch. Spart and Johnny playing for this A, S, and D. Fame is already in. You have a lot of blue members just swarming this area. Spots out Johnny. That's for first blood. But Spart, does he have the angle? Fame completely tucked behind that S&D site, trying to chase to at least make this a mitigated round. But still, numbers in favor. They're crumbling. Pander finds 2. Fellow for the 1v3.
Well, we'll see if he actually has it in him. He's going to be able to find one, but of course, location is given away. Now it's the 1v2. He's throwing the nade he's cooked up onto the site, seeing if he can get information. None was given to him, but at this point, he's just clomping around, trying to find the angle. He, drops prone, and it isn't enough. He ends up getting 2v1'd.
3 rounds on the bounce for Electrify Steel Black after the 2 that LAG Enterprises were able to put together for themselves in succession. And a lot of it's been done from this guy right here, Pander. Now up to 13-5, just playing the Overwatch for a lot of these different plays, finding the trades with that automaton. It's not a bad weapon, ladies and gentlemen. You don't always have to run a submachine gun. As you could just see, Electrify Steel Black are just having their way. I mean, everybody besides Pentagram right now just overly positive as far as KD ratio is concerned. LAG Enterprises still just hanging on. And you'd really feel like that there's 1 round away, and we'll talk about that later, that this very much so could have been closed out right here. Offense for LAG Enterprises. Going back over towards this BS&D. Glide bomb also being invested. You got to try to stay safe. Fellow will at least plant this bomb. But Fame's already encroached forward, trying to maybe get the exit, doesn't get the timing.
Nope, only just now realizes that he is possibly surrounded here as the rest of the team are trying to move their way in. He opens the window. Isn't going to be able to find anybody here, but Spark getting first blood is big. And you see the trades coming through.
2v2 we go. 26 seconds remaining. Johnny trying to get themselves in a safer position. Someone needs to be able to overwatch this potential post plant. Godorex has a sniper. This is so tough to be able to clear all the way through the backside of Warehouse with just a sniper. So it's got to be the rat pistol. Fane
huge,
gets aggressive,
huge.
Finds Johnny. Spart will take down Godorex. You need 7.5 seconds for the defuse. You'd have to hop onto it right here. Spart will shoot towards the bomb. Fane will flank. And although it's a consolation kill, we got around 11.
And man, it's getting as tight. This is a lot tighter than that first map on Bocage there. Now we're going to around 11 here. Will Electrify be able to take us to a very early match point at 2-0? We're going to see the comeback come through from LAG Enterprises, tying the score up. And this was the comeback that they needed after how important it was, the way we were describing it, to win that first map here. And if the momentum just continues forward, you're really going to start worrying if you're an LAG Enterprise fan.
Yeah, just might have to be. Will be offense for LAG Enterprises, just off of the slays alone. 24 and 12 combined are Fame and Pander. Stun coming through the alleyway. Don't believe that actually will connect on the pentagram. It's cooking up a nade on the opposite side. Won't be able to find anything for themselves as well, but they saw it come through. Fellow with the early damage. Johnny trying to chase for at least the kill. He will find first blood. Numbers are here now for LAG Enterprises trying to get inside this A-bomb, but the hesitation will at least allow Electrify Steel Black to have one more rotation coming through. That's Godorex to assist Pander in this situation.
And you got Clayster, who's just holding it down on that B site, just trying to see if there's anybody in the area, trying to catch out Fame. Thing is, this could be that temporary opportunity if Electrify get the information that he is on the other side of the map. Otherwise, this is an insane flank angle coming through that I don't think anyone's going to be expecting. He's going all the way around.
Nobody's going to be watching this because they already found the first blood.
Oh.
Nobody's on the island. Hey, Pander, how's it going? That was a 6th streak. Clayster's on the massive flank. The bomb's still not planted, keep in mind you. 4v2. Flank of a flank. Fame gets in from behind. He's going to actually throw in the nade, but it kind of gets an awkward bounce. It actually goes towards Spark, but Fame still finds the kill.
Double.
Fame lines up 2. He's now on 5 in a row. Bomb was not planted. Now Clayster needs to move forward. He has to try to plant this bomb, but he knows there's going to be someone close. Godorex in.
Gets it.
He's going to at least find the kill, but cannot get back towards the bomb site to try to extend the round itself. Fame lines him up at the end, makes the absolute play happen. And Electrify Steel Black, they go up 2-0 in the series.
And Fame, the player we keep highlighting on this squad, has been having an absolutely great tournament yesterday, today especially. They have just been lighting things up here, and you can see it now. It might have been a tight one, but that is a 2-0 right now for Electrify Steel Black.
I mean, again,
my God.
I'll touch it back.
Let's hear it.
I truly thought it probably should have been a 6-4. Let's be candid here. You know, Godorex just hits that snipe on a Johnny who was just defusing the bomb. That was weird, but hey. This is a high-tension situation here going on in the Toronto Challengers Open. Hope you all are enjoying the competition at home or out here in the venue itself. But yeah, Electrify Steel going up 2-0 in the series. And look, this is setting up what we were immediately afraid of for this LAG Enterprises roster. Yep. Even statistically, throughout the entire of the weekend beatdown, we talked about it. Reverse sweeps have not been at an all-time high. But even more so than that with a double dose of Berlin. This is where the veteranship needs to be here for this roster of LAG Enterprises to remain composed and start the reverse sweep on the Berlin Control. Yeah,
that is something you do want to lean towards, and you hope. It's something we talk about when you're in any match, any series. When you talk about veteranship and how that experience really helps you kind of keep calm, collected. You know what you have to do going into these next couple of maps here and going into Control. That's what you got to imagine that they're talking about right now. They need to figure. They know exactly what they need to be doing. It's just about trying to execute it there on our second dose of Berlin.
Well, this one is going to be interesting to say the least. Triple dose of Berlin if we need it, but I think this one might just end here. The way things have gone, as not a confident-looking squad on the left side of this stage so far, to say the least. Even more so than that, this Electrify Steel roster just absolutely flourishing in the aggression, putting themselves in situations where they are always trying to dictate the pace. That was quite apparent on the Bocage Hardpoint, even more so with a handful of rounds that we saw there on the Berlin Search and Destroy.
Yeah.
Berlin Control certainly might continue to be that way as we take a look at some of these replays.
Yeah, we see some of the best plays from Berlin Search and Destroy here. Was honestly really back and forth all the way up until that round 11, even when it looked like LAG Enterprises. We're going to be running away with it. Electrify Steel, Black, bring it back, and they get themselves over the top here, leading us into, again, 2-0, match point. They're about to win their way up to that lower semis. Yeah, that was cool.
No, this round.
Dude, could you imagine? Let's just talk about that for a second.
But
What if he
like,
did it?
just that one snipe. He hits that one snipe, man. And I heard it from behind me. I knew Clay stood up. Yeah, probably had some choice words to scream across that stage.
I bet.
I thought that GodRx was going to hit it. I thought the center
too.
looked pretty darn good.
I bet Clay thought too.
It didn't even matter at the end. I mean, well, LAG Enterprises, they stay alive in it. And here's the final round where Clayster goes on the massive flank, try to get themselves back inside that AS&D, knowing that the challenge for the trade certainly was going to be there, not fully understanding where the last player was at, as Fame just held down that angle. The lineup truly was the end-all, be-all for that S&D on Berlin for that round 11. Up 2-0 in the series. If you're just now joining us, our Electrify Steel Black versus LAG Enterprises here in our lower semifinals. Winner of this goes on lower finals to actually end up facing Toronto Ultra NA. Fist bumps coming through. Berlin Control, got to set up for it.
100%. These are the moments where you got to refocus. Just try and get yourself back in that right headspace, because you can already tell. You've seen a little bit of solemnity there from the LAG Enterprise boys, because it's tough, especially with how hard that first map was and how close you were for Berlin Search and Destroy. And now as we're going back to Berlin again for Control, they got to be able to turn it up. This is their last chance.
This one is also very interesting as well. I was kind of saving this point once we ended up getting into the Control, depending on whatever happened. Okay. Regardless, I was just going to end up talking about it because I was catching up with this Electrify Steel Black roster after they ended up beating 705 Esports here on broadcast. And I was asking them because they got absolutely smoked in that Kavutu Control. And I asked, is that going to be your hard veto after they got 3-0'd? By 705 Esports, and they said more than likely yes, they're not necessarily comfortable on it. They would like to play on a map, you guessed it, where they can probably dictate the pace more along with their SMG presence. So the Tuscans, Berlins need to be there. But going in towards this one, they actually vetoed out the Tuscans, so that's going to force out the Berlin Control. Fast, furious as you like it. You need an answer here for LAG Enterprises to stay alive in the bracket.
That's a big thing. LAG on the first offensive round the first defensive round, already getting some of the first kills coming through. First blood over there for Pentagram. Now you're trying Fame with the double, trying to just get your first couple of ticks here on this B site.
Immediate control inside of B, denied. 2 more kills do come through. It's all evened up. Pentagram through the mid cut. It's going to be able to at least find one. Trade should be there. Yeah, Clayster has the angle. Got to start working up some of this progression over by B. First tick will be there for sure. But you got to respect the rotation that's also coming through. You already have Johnny in towards the backside of lobby. Clayster through the glass will at least set up Johnny for 1. But they will be traded. This is all just a bait play to make sure that that B zone progress continues to come through.
That's right, and getting really close to that second tick is LAG Enterprises. The names at the top are mixed up. We'll get that fixed any second now. But right now, you see it. They're right on time. LAG Enterprises trying to defend as best they can, as we're already seeing the second tick on B site come through.
Third tick should almost be given up. Don't want to lose more lives. You're already down by 2. GodRx will be cut down along the way, but even more so than that, you're also looking at rotational gunfights as well, as the A zone or B zone, as you were saying, did fall by the wayside. 60 seconds out on towards the board. But giving up your previous lives, you're going to allow LAG Enterprises to find rotational gunfights, and they actually hit the route through the middle of the map. Past statue, they can simply do no wrong. No kills have come through for Electrify Steel Black, as it truly does feel. Still spawning in. They're so far out.
Ticks.
The stack is in. The third tick of progress needs to be contested. Pander finds 2, and that is more than enough to work their way back in, albeit Fellow did find a double kill. LAG Enterprises, they are up by 7 lives. And they only need 1 more segment to complete this offensive round with 1:39 left.
There's a lot of time left here, and Spark picking up yet another. LAG, you got to be feeling pretty good about your chances to get a point on the board here. Get that full cap coming through. They're trying their best on the side of Electrify Steel Black, but the life lead is really starting to show itself here despite their best attempts. You can see that lead continue to stay at around 7 kills, and you're going to get to a point where Electrify are going to be on their last lives.
Got to play this methodically. If you're Electrify Steel Black, you only have 1 set of respawns remaining. The Howling Winds of Berlin come through. As finally a shot does ring all the way out. LAG Enterprises, they can play this as slow as they like. They just need the kills. It's Johnny on the flank again. Gonna cook up this nade. Gonna toss it on in towards the A zone. Clayster also finds one on rotation. GodRx needs to go big. Is able to find at least one. Put their teammates over towards the front side of the zone. Not so much. GodRx cannot wait for the regen to come through, but is able to shut down Fellow inside the small room. The trade. Clayster there. But it's an isolated gunfight. Clayster needs to go big. He's able to find yet another. No response remaining. 10 versus 3. Got one player over by the flank if you are Fame. LAG Enterprises, they are not on the zone quite yet. Clayster will finally dip their toe in there. Now just 2 left alive. Pentagram, GodRx versus the entire team, plus an extra set of respawns versus LAG Enterprises with 38 seconds remaining.
You can see it, Pentagram's on the move, trying to see if he can find some of these isolated gunfights. You gotta make some of these plays here, but now it's just one person left. GodRx gets taken down, and that's gonna be the win coming through here for LAG Enterprises here on this first round. Much needed.
Yeah, big momentum shift when you're thinking about it. Again, they were able to find themselves an abundance of kills going forward for the for LAG Enterprises. Those rotational gunfights were everything, man.
Yeah.
I brought this up when I was casting them versus 705, even on Gavutsu. That first zone was chalk. There was no reason to try to over-aggress your way inside that zone. They lost so many more lives than were absolutely necessary, where they could just probably play for easier exits, but just really allowed LAG Enterprises on a map like Berlin to find themselves an avenue for those 2 segments of progress over towards A. Offensive round coming through here for Electrify Steel Black. Immediately going to be looking over towards the A zone, one of which is much more difficult comparatively to its B zone counterpart, but the kills are good.
Wow.
A 3-kill start comparatively to only losing 1 yourself. The stack might as well come all the way through for you, and you're already going to find yourself that first tick of progress. And hey, you need some nades if you are LAG Enterprises to try to work your way back in. Gunfights would be good as well. But now it's just all up to Clayster. Needs to go big. GodRx finds yet another 2. 10 and 8 for them. Second tick of progress already gone through.
Yeah, both him and Pentagram really playing well right now, and that's going to be it. Pretty much almost all 3 ticks done and dusted here, but now the opportunity for LAG is coming in to remove some of the progress, but you can see it. The shots from Ranger good. Electrify Steel Black are somewhat taking control here, but now they're focusing their efforts on the B side, picking up some ticks there with some time that they've gotten for themselves. Already the first tick coming through as you see LAG trying to rotate around, but they're still holding firm.
Want to make sure that you have the segment control going in if it ever goes the distance for a round 5. We keep trading any sort of round one after another. LAG Enterprises 1 off of kills in their offensive attempt, already 2 segments over towards A. To win this off of segments would be big for Electrify Steel Black. They already have a 6 life lead. Third tick of progress, it's not going to be contested. Nope. Let's be honest here. Will fall by the wayside. Pentagram trying to go a little bit further forward. Spart will cut them down. The early damage will pay dividends. Rotational gunfights not good enough for Electrify Steel Black as they get 60 seconds extra.
No, but they do have a lot of time now. 2 minutes on the clock, and they still have the 4 life lead. Proper, all they got to do is capture a single tick on the A site because of all their efforts. Surely they'll be able to get this one done, but Johnny, Fellow with the double, they're doing their best to make sure they're trapped in their spawns. They can't even get across.
I mean, look, you remember what we were talking about. That was what, like a 6, 7 life lead?
Yeah.
Now it's only 1. Minute 40 left. LAG Enterprises, they can continue to play this slow. They don't need to be the aggressors here. And Clayster's just zoning players away inside of Mail. We'll spot one out through the middle of the map. GodRx will find that trade. But these constant trades are continuously going to be good for LAG Enterprises as Spart now gets activated. It's on 5 in a row. Is in towards the back. GodRx is aware. It's kind of trying to look for some early damage, but their teammates off the respawn will try to fish them out. GodRx is still alive, keep in mind you, as they're still looking for a lot more kills. Spart does find 6, but they won't be able to get that 7, so no glide bomb has been achieved. Both teams down to 8 lives, but LAG Enterprises have already shaved a minute off the board.
It seems like every time Electrify Steel Black are starting to make the break, somebody manages to get these trade kills, and they've been trading evenly, consistently, because you see it, their lives remaining still 7-7 as they are trying their damnedest to get across here onto the site, but you can tell they've been held at bay so well, and now you can see Spart has this great angle as well. These flanks, there's something that Electrify just haven't been able to deal with this time around. That's going to be one. No respawns available, and just like that, a 3 life lead for LAG.
Last possible attempt, Spart feasting. I didn't see what was up for dinner, but it seems that Spart is eating Electrify Steel Black here on this defensive side. Last possible attempt going to be coming through with these 3 lives, 22 seconds remaining. Clayster already finds Fame. One player on the flank, that's going to be GodRx, who does take down Clayster. That information is mutual. Long-time duo here with Casey Pander for this last possible attempt. 2v5. How massive would it be? GodRx found their way in. Damage will be there. They also spot Pander. GodRx gets swarmed. Pander soon to follow. They hold strong. They allow 5 ticks to come through, sure, but that's 2 rounds in a row for LAG Enterprises.
Much needed. We were talking about how important it is to be able to calm down, refocus up, so that you can clutch up and take this third map rather, take us to that third round of Berlin, and also keep yourself alive in the series here. You got to be feeling the pressure at this point if you're Steel Black.
Just control? It's just not their game mode. I don't know.
I guess not.
Not from what I've seen. At least not today. Fame 8-17 is a non-benefactor so far. That needs to change on this defensive side. Fame's going to be that player, isolating themselves over by the B zone. And oh boy, do they have their work cut out for them. Thought that it was going to be inside. Smart timing as you like it. It's going to be able to find Fame. That will start off the round. Trades, not necessarily all there. Pentagram's at least able to find one, but you still have presence for LAG Enterprises. Smart just zoning players away over by this B zone. Chris is feeling himself as LAG Enterprises slowly work up towards that B segment.
Right, already progress coming through. They've gotten the first tick halfway towards the second, but you can see it. Defense really starting to come through for LAG Enterprises' side. They are starting to gain control. Back, remove some of the progress that came through, but you still have Spart, who's a menace there, while GodRx is trying to do some work as well. That should be the second tick, because I think Electrify won't be able to get there in time to stop it.
Yeah, second tick comes through. Third tick, just about halfway there. The nade from Pentagram will start things off. They just can't find their way in until Fame slips through the window. Had a good look at 3. Johnny finds 2 off screen, and that should surely be that last segment. It absolutely is. Previous positioning from GodRx will force them to spawn on the northeast side of the map. But GodRx has soon activated themselves. Sees the ankles come through of Fellow. Shots come through. Clayster won't turn around in time. And that's buying a lot of time now for the rest of Electrify Steel Black to read where the play is coming from. The flank already comes through. Johnny finds 1, is on 5 in a row. 2 more kills from the glide bomb, but they just made the play to start this first segment.
Oh, look at these spawns. They are close enough that they can contest. Casey ends up getting a pretty important kill, and right away, that first tick ends up getting denied here. So you get some breathing room. If you're Electrify Steel Black, you have the opportunity to slow things down, even though Pander ends up getting traded. We talk about lives. Electrify Steel Black, they're still up by 2.
Still up by 2 lives. Defensively, gonna be feeling pretty darn comfortable with yourself. But the flanks keep on coming through. Johnny's already in towards the back. They read it this time. 2 for 2 as Clayster lines up those. And the trade will soon follow. 14v11 now. Defensive still have these numbers, and for a minute left, LG Enterprises, they only have a handful of more attempts at this Pentagram. Hip fire, last bullet, shaky shots, whatever it may be. Solo's able to find Fellow, so no forward positioning. But again, it's LG Enterprises. 2 players strong this time. It's Clayster and Johnny on the flank.
Yeah, and it's still, you got a 4-life lead coming through here for Electrify Steel Black, but they were in this position last round as well. Isn't over yet. Still 45 seconds and still a potential break available for LAG Enterprise. You can see it. Even though their best efforts, Electrify Steel Black, are holding strong, and they're doing what LAG did in the last round proper. They are pushing out further, making sure they trap them in their spawns and waste as much time as possible for them to try and get this A site.
Last possible attempt, 30 seconds. No respawns remaining. GodRx pacing. Now on 4 in a row, looking for 5, turns onto Fellow.
Okay.
Is going to keep that streak alive. Now 24 seconds, you're down to just Clayster and Spart versus the world. At least able to take down GodRx, so no streaks will be coming through for Electrify Steel Black, but keeping themselves going, only allowing 3 ticks of progress to come through, and Natty, I gotta bring it up, is the overall segment progression as we've been seeing back and forth with these rounds. Yes, you still need to win an offense if you're Electrify Steel Black, but you were only 1 segment away from doing it on your previous offense. LAG Enterprises, they're only 3 ticks ahead.
So this could be a big one.
You can still get round 5 defense.
Exactly. So all they have to do now is win this next one, obviously.
Well, yeah, stay alive.
Yeah,
but you want to win it off of segments.
Yeah.
I guarantee it.
So that's the thing now. As we get the side swaps coming through here, Electrify Steel Black do have that chance for that round 5 defense setup. They just have to stay alive in this one.
Final total of 4 segments, win off of kills. Easiest way to do it.
Yeah.
But if you can do it off of segments, you got so damn close. Fame starts off this round, finding themselves a beautiful nade. Already gonna stop that clock over by B. No funny business. Don't want to try to extend themselves over towards A and lose more lives in the process. Pander, though, lurking. Fellow scouts him out. Was able to take him down with an MP40. Now they can start getting activated through the middle of the map. You would think that would be called on Fame, but doesn't actually end up seeing Fellow, who cooks up nade, throws it in. GodRx is still able to stay alive, but the flank has been cemented. You already have some help coming through the opposite side of the zone. First tick of progress, yeah, it came through, but what a methodical break LAG Enterprises just showcased to get themselves in towards that second segment.
Yeah, and it's showing in the life lead they have for themselves. 4 kills right off the bat. These are the rounds that they end up usually winning, where they have these strong early leads in kills. But now, Electrify Steel Black finding their way onto this B hill, able to try and get some more progress, but they're not making it easy. LAG Enterprises constantly trading up, constantly applying pressure, but now we're finally seeing that second tick come through.
Numbers are good. Only player that might be able to make an argument for this would be Johnny on the flank. They get shut down the moment we go to it. It says Call of Duty Esports. Third tick of progress will be conceded. LAG Enterprises want no part of that. Pentagram now taking their virtues towards the flank. Ends up getting at least some shots through the door. Won't spot on anyone. Fellow tries to deal with the player on the flank. That's Pentagram, who's now on 4 in a row. They're going to take that time to come back through the front because Pander's starting to light things up. Clayster at least is finding some trades through the doorway, is able to shut down the streaks and the flank as well. What a development that would have been. LAG Enterprises, they mitigate that life lead. Electrify Steel Black. Yeah, 60 seconds out on the board as you like it. You still have a minute 12 to maybe convert this offense.
And now you can see it. The angle from Fame is good. He actually managed to get Spart in their own spawn as well. They're managing to hold on. Now they have a small life lead of their own here. They are slowly moving their way over to A, trying to see if they can get more ticks, more progress, so they could potentially finish off this offense strong. They need the win so they can go to that round 5.
15v11. Pentagram still eating things up. Looking for Johnny. That gets conveyed. Fame cleans it up. Multiple amounts of ARs, just trying to play this from a longer line of sight. GodRx up top. Clayster putting on their best solid snake impression, just sneaks underneath the fence line. But GodRx is still trying to fish out. Finds first. The damage is also there into Clay, but Johnny's there for at least the assistance. The second tick of progress still being worked up. That would at least cement themselves towards a round 5 defense, but you still need to close it out. 10v5. Spark Johnny, able to find at least 2. Pentagram over top of the office, can't find Johnny. Spark comes in for the help along with Clayster, and that will completely knock all of Electrify Steel Black off of the zone. But you have no more response. LAG Enterprises need to play this flawlessly.
It's only 34 seconds left. Not a lot of time to get this last tick up either. Electrify Steel Black, they have to be able to get their way onto this one. They have the life lead. They already got 1 pick. It's basically a 4 versus 3, 2, 1. And Clayster is the only one left. And you got to imagine him going down. There it is. We're going to round 5.
And they got that 1 tick that was required. 2 ticks, hey. Love that little extra bit.
I mean, just
winning the round. No, I mean, winning the round, it was for 1. I was going to say, I mean, like, again, as far as Berlin is concerned, this is 1 out of the 3 maps that we have in control that more often than not finishes by way of kills, but able to at least get themselves that 1 segment that was required to be able to get themselves that round 5 defense was everything for Electrify Steel Black. Not only to win 2 rounds in a row, but to also put themselves on this side going in towards a round number 5. Electrify Steel Black looking for the reverse sweep in this control to deny any sort of antics for LAG Enterprises to stay alive in this tournament.
That's right, Electrify Steel Black trying to put them to bed now in the lower quarterfinals, as we're already seeing a handful of kills go the way of Electrify Steel Black. Can LAG Enterprises actually take us to that map 4, take us to Berlin Part 3 and beyond?
They already find some kills. They deny that first segment to come all the way through. You still have lurking players in towards the back. They've only lost 2 kills so far, 2 lives. It's a 6 life lead off the rip. We're already sub 1 minute. And LAG Enterprises are struggling to get out from their spawn. Fame has the cross angle.
No way.
Spark comes through, tries to get themselves the reload. Did not have enough bullets to go why that bad boy. But still, the trades, the information is coming through for Electrify Steel Black. Now 42 seconds is where the clock will stall out. They're currently being swarmed. Last player will be Pentagram to maybe try to make an argument for this first segment, but it does get tacked over.
Yeah, you do end up giving away a lot of time, though, and Pentagram getting Clayster on the exit is such a big deal, too. It's looking like they may not contest right away. That second tick is going to go through, but that 1 kill's got to give them the green light. They're going to go and try and stop this. They're contesting the point. It is the 1-for-1 trade coming through here, but it's looking like it favors LAG Enterprises. They're going to secure that B side.
And this last little contest, this is fine for Electrify Steel Black. Been harping on them all day, but you look at the life lead.
7 kills.
Yep, 22v15. Even if you add on 60 seconds, you can essentially just play the trade game. Electrify Steel Black, they are understanding of this. You also have a player going rogue inside of the warehouse. That was GodRx. At least is able to find some damage and some timing for the rest of their team as he gets set up. Johnny coming back in. Is able to find at least one inside of the train station, cooks up a nade. Won't be able to find much of anything. It's Fame and Pander that combined for 2. Although Fellow is able to take down Pander, numbers are just not good enough for this to be the push for LAG Enterprises to win the offense.
Yeah, still up 7 kills. Like you said, all you have to do is play the trade game. And now the lead continues to grow for Electrified Steel Black. No progress gained on this A site. You're a minute left, and you're starting to sweat if you're LAG Enterprises. They're trying their damnedest, Andy, to be able to get their way onto here, but they are not getting through, even with Spart getting the kill, even with Clayster moving in with him. They are just buried on this A site.
Spart with a turnabout. I mean, how did you just... They're all just so Turtle 3-player strong. You got one player that has so much trust that Fame is going to lock down the flank. That was what LAG Enterprises found so much success with in their previous offense. Fame is having none of it.
5
the 3
kills,
other players
no response.
just able to hold it down inside the front of train station. LAG Enterprises, no respawns remaining. 24 seconds, now just down to Spart and Johnny. Electrify Steel Black. Have they truly done it? Denying any sort of map win for LAG Enterprises. They reverse sweep in the Berlin control here, Natty, and they punch their ticket to lower finals.
And what an insane showing here. Even when things looked tight, we got the round 11 in Search, they overcame it, and we got the round 5 rather here as well on Control, and they still overcame it consistently, taking us to that 3-0 off some great play from Fame. But of course, you got to give it up for every single player on the squad.
Fame showed up. I mean, just when I was sitting there just talking about it, like coming away from those first 2 rounds, like, Fame has not been a factor. I don't know. I guess Kev heard me. Maybe.
Maybe.
Like, he was like, "Oh, proper, I got you. Hold my apple juice," because he just came through and just went absolutely mental.
Ape.
And all that said as well, I mean, Pander was constantly going big for their team, just locking things down for the front of those longer lines of sight. Really got a feel for this LAG Enterprises squad because, I mean, they brought it to around 11. They almost put themselves in a position to maybe win out that Berlin Search and Destroy. They got absolutely millywhopped as far as the early rotations were concerned on that Bocage Hardpoint. But I really thought that they were going to win that map number 3. They were up 2-0. They won their first round going in. It was an offensive round at that.
It was convincing.
Electrify Steel Black, man. I mean,
that's
relentless.
Nice. Yeah, and the fact that too they had it was in that second round where they managed to get such a strong life lead on Electrify Steel Black, but they ended up losing it. You see that LAG Enterprise were able to actually really start winning out on these trades, really start to get the kill leads in their favor, and they ended up winning by lives even in a round like that. But they just weren't able to put it away there. They started, like you said, reverse swept, Electrify Black. Honestly, not deterred in any way.
Got some replays for you all. It's probably a very hefty package. With 5 rounds of Berlin control, we had a handful of them just go down to lives itself. This was crazy to say the least. Everybody was truly firing off on all cylinders. We almost saw just about all 8 players at any sort of instance of time find themselves streak after streak. That was Spart's previous attempt. Godorex was constantly that player with an automaton, keep in mind you, just always trying to find themselves flanking notions in towards the backside, just never allowing LAG Enterprises to get themselves numbers.
No, not at all. And the fact that, especially in those last couple in the back half there of Berlin control, the fact that Electrify Steel Black were just constantly in control for the most part, they are able to constantly win out on these trades. Again, Fame, Pander going particularly big. Of course, everybody played exceptionally well, and that's what got them to this 3-0 victory, and that's showing in the lower semis.
It's crazy stuff coming through from Electrify Steel Black. I mean, discipline as you like it. Icy enough to be able to reverse sweep on a Berlin control versus Clayster Inco. LAG Enterprises, they take that exit at lower quarterfinals, but we are not done yet. We have one more matchup on this broadcast for you all. With that win there, Electrify Steel Black not only seek the revenge for their Electrify Steel brother team that just happened previously as LAG Enterprises were able to knock them out of the bracket, but now they have a date with Destiny. Going up against Toronto Ultra Academy North America in those lower finals, it's going to be a barn burner. That's all for both Beatdown and myself as far as the cast is concerned. We're going to do some musical chairs, or I guess musical standing as it may be for the casters. I Hold Shift and Visions will be back after this short break with lower finals.
Well, everybody, welcome back. We have one more match on the evening. It's lower semifinals. It's been a day today. I tweeted it before. I was like, look, yesterday was nuts. And if that was any indication of what today was going to bring, we're in for it. And boy, were we, Austin.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, throughout this day, it's been incredible to watch this lower bracket. Teams that we had expected to maybe make a bit of a run through the upper bracket did not really make it happen. So there has been some crazy eliminations. There's been some fantastic matchups. I mean, the amount of like map 5s, round 11s, round 10s, it has been insane, Alan.
It's just more ice than the Northwest Territories.
Oof.
I've been sitting on that one all day. I've been waiting for
You've been waiting for this one? Oh, I like that one right there, buddy. That's a good one right there.
Like that there, bud. Let's take a look at that bracket if we possibly can, just to get you guys all caught up. Again, you can follow along on the CallOfDutyLeague.com website, but here is also a look at least what the top 12 was looking like. Obviously, you heard it from Proper and Beatdown when they were talking about it. The big storyline for the weekend, no EU teams make it in towards the top 8, which is a complete reversal of what we had at Minnesota. And the other big news as far as expectations were concerned, Ultra EU, Ultra NA, I think a lot of people were going to put money on the fact that they may meet each other at some point in time late in the bracket. Not to be. So now we've got the lower semis as seen. Electrify Steel Black just coming off of their 3-0 win versus LAG Enterprises. Now they get a chance at Ultra NA, who's feeling much healthier, by the way.
That's the big point, right? We talked about the beginning of the day. Hixie was not feeling up to it. Wasn't feeling too great. And Scrappy had went and said, listen, the first 2 matches were actually a little bit rough for us. So they got reverse swept. We saw that one go down. Very tight one overall. But now it feels like these guys are just trying to make it into the next day. If they can make it to Sunday, that's going to be great for them. But like you had said, Hixie not feeling really too good. And that's obviously going to affect them massively because Hixie's the big IGL for the squad, Alan, right? He's the one that's doing the micromanaging. He's making sure he's enabling players like Scrappy so that he can really go rogue, take over the map. And when you obviously don't have that energy from your IGL, it's going to set you back a bit. So if they can get through this match, I think it's going to set them up really well for tomorrow.
Yeah, really good call. I want to direct everyone's attention to the top side of the bracket as Toronto Ultra NA lost to Iron Blood Gaming at map 5, like you had mentioned. Kind of that was a barn burner all the way throughout it. But then Iron Blood also sent this Electrify Steel Black team down to the lower bracket. Those are the only 2 losses both these 2 teams have fared to so far. So that's kind of a common opponent in a way when it comes to getting to the lower bracket. But the big one here is trying to get to the lower finals tomorrow. Also want to let you guys all know that are interested in challengers. Go ahead if you have a little timer or a little clock to kind of make your coffee in the morning. 8:30 a.m. The upper bracket finals will still be happening and it will be on broadcast. So if you're someone in the venue, I expect to see all of you here tomorrow at 8:30 in the morning. Yes, I'm talking to all of you. I see some of you looking at me, but all of you should be here in the AM. If you're watching, make sure you're ready to go for that because it's going to be an unbelievable matchup. Obviously, we hope that Exceed starts to feel a little bit better. On top of that, though, maybe you have a chance to kind of take a look at the maps and modes here for this match as we're getting really close to seeing the lobby come through. And the interesting thing about it, coming off of the last series seeing a lot of Berlin, it could also be the venue for a lot of this series as well.
That's right. And I'm also looking at the first couple maps because of that, right? Like, I'm really kind of expecting, Pentagram and Co to come out here, Electrify Steel Black to try to grab one of these first 2 maps. More specifically, the Tuscan Hardpoint, because they haven't got a lot of search and destroy practice. We just talked to Pentagram about that. He's like, listen, we had 5 search and destroy scrims lined up before this event. All of them got shocked. So not a lot of practice, and we've seen that obviously translate over to, a little bit of sloppiness. That's not always being on the same page. That's going to happen when you don't have the prep. So have to really come out here, potentially try to steal this first map away from them because we know how damn good Ultra NA is on Berlin. It feels like if they can get to the later part of this series, that's their comfort zone, and well, you do never want Ultra NA to be in their comfort zone whatsoever.
I mean, that's been the biggest thing about it. Watching Ultra NA when they were playing up against Iron Blood, that was kind of the big thing, is to keep them at arm's length, get the ARs into the mix. And obviously with maps like Tuscan Hardpoint and Bacage Search, you don't really necessarily have the ability to kind of establish that as your main win condition, so to speak. So yeah, I think that's a really good call. I think tempo and identity here in this first map is going to be crucial for the side of Electrify Steel Black to try to set the tempo and pace of what this series may look like, and of course just try to give yourself an advantage before we eventually do get to that long spree of Berlins. I think the other thing on top of it, we were talking about this a lot at the top of the day, you had mentioned it a lot specifically, it's like, look, whenever you see Ultra NA get to a map 5, you start to perspire a little bit more because their search and destroy has not just been good today, especially on Berlin Control. They have been all over the map, and it's just been nonstop, it feels like, whenever we get a chance to watch and play it.
I mean, that's just their bread and butter. It really does feel like, even coming off the main team where, they're scrimming them as one of their main partners, they play a lot of Berlin, specifically in the Control, so they've gotten so many reps on it, and they've come out here, made it look easy at times. I mean, even in a couple of their Control maps, 3-0s, very convincing, winning a lot of the offensive rounds, so you really have to make sure you don't let these guys get fired up. We've been hearing it. Everyone knows this guy over here to the right beside Hixie.
Yeah.
When Scrappy gets loud, Allen, I start to get worried for the opposition. But to be fair, everyone on this Electrify Steel Black team has been frying. More specifically, that man here close on the screen. GodRx has been elite on the day. This man's back on LAN.
Oh, yeah.
And we talked about that being the big factor. When Adam gets on LAN, all of a sudden it's a different story. It's a different script. And he's been coming out here really showcasing what he brings. And you're going to really need that when you go up against players like Scrappy and Mohawk that are very good at what they do.
I think on top of that, of course, we'd be remiss if we didn't start talking about Fame right now.
Sure.
I mean, after that last series, him and GodRx were really the key factors in that map number 3. He has been on his MW self. That's been the biggest thing, man. It really is. I mean, it took a while, I would say, like, at the beginning of the year, it was kind of one of those things from Modern Warfare where it's just like, oh, hey, Fame's pretty good this year. But by the end of the year, it's like, dude, Fame is going to tear people apart, and he's back to that. So we'll see. Will there be shutdown factor in Electrify Steel Black, or can Ultra Academy NA continue on this run? Hey, they said it. They win this match. They feel good about their chances to win the whole event. But the key thing about that statement, kind of the if-then statement of that is you have to win this one first and foremost, right?
You gotta win this one. I'm really looking at it, and well, the boys are too. We'll see if Electrify Steel Black can get it done, or if Ultra NA can kick this one off hot. It's time to jump into it, ladies and gentlemen. Tuscan Hardpoint to kick it off.
Opening nades, of course, ceremoniously over the top from both sides. And Electrify Steel Black from the quote-unquote favored side will have the ability to get to the hard point first. Good mid-map control here, though, from Ultra NA, able to clear out you completely. Now they've got numbers in Mohawk. An opening double, followed up by Hixie, and that's an electric start from Ultra NA.
That's an incredible break, right through the middle of the map, right? You take control of that, you allow that to get you into you, and that allows you to be able to have all that pressure, get you on the hill, and well, they're not stopping. How about this? Already gonna force out through the back here. That's gonna be the flip. Ultra NA in a prime position, and they're still collecting time.
You think Charlie's feeling better?
I think so.
5-0 start for him, and the killing does not stop there. Only 2 kills to speak of for Electrify Steel Black. Not exactly the opening I think they were hoping for. Not only that, you lose a lot of time here, but you're also late on rotation to get to P2. Good at least ability to take down Mohawk first and foremost. You got the ability to play for these backside spawns, but you need to get the eliminations. Good help coming through. The trades are pretty successful, and the hard point, of course, as you expect, opens up in favor of Ultra NA.
Spawn's gonna flip out a little bit here around P5 for Ultra Academy, and Pentagram's got a great read on it. He knows his teammates are in the back, so that's gonna allow him to go on 3 in a row. But now GodRx, yet to find a kill, needs to get involved, and Mohawk is gonna be able to stiff him out and take him down here. So 19 to about 38, 30 seconds left. Fame's able to find 1, Fame's able to find 2, looking for 3! How about that? Fame comes through and breaks open the hard point.
Key moments right there for Electrify Steel Black. I know it's early days for this hard point, but you just did not want to let this map get out of hand, and that right there makes sure that you can still be contest heavy as we start to turn our attention over to the left side of the map for Fountain. And speaking of, it's Pander who's going to be here first. Fame trying to cut across the middle of the map is looking to assist, but this is going to be just all about the 1v1s. Who can take the 50-50 gunfights as we fight for tile here in the back? It's Scrap looking to come forward and challenge Pander.
Massive 1v1 here, and well, Pander is going to find the kill, but Mohawk there with the quick trade. So no assistance, no reinforcements in the back means that it will be another successful rotation here for Ultra Academy NA. Now it's about defending the push. Here we go, coming through the back of A-Long. Spawn's going to be out now here for the side of Ultra Academy NA. Fame needs to win some battles. He knows players located inside a fire alley, able to get some assistance. Couple trades go back, and now slowly but surely Electrify Steel Black make their way into the point.
Oh, there's no read here. It's no read. There's no read at all on Hixie. He comes through the pinch. He's able to find 2. That opens the door for the players from the front, but where are the kills? Are they going to be here in time? Scrap's able to work his way on. The help, though, coming out of the backside for Electrify Steel Black allows them to still maintain out of the hard point. How have they just done that? It feels miraculous in a way. Hixie's still looking to keep the hot hand, but he'll get turned aside in the back 10 seconds. Go to ESB.
Over to Church we go, and well, something we saw a little bit earlier on in the days, Ultra Academy NA really good at holding this Churchill. fantastic at being able to push you out to the field side, get a bit of zoning just in and around the point and get a read on their spawns. We'll see if they can do it here again. Mohawk doesn't get a stun check and gets some awful timing. He ends up going down, and now you need one more kill. Pander says no problem, 3 in a row is good. They find the early break.
Can you get these spawns to start to split? I think if you're Electrify Steel Black, put some pressure, force Ultra to have to consider multiple points of ingress that don't really look good because you've got no setup. That's the big key here. A couple of kills coming through though. Ultra NA, good for the first 3. Looking for the team wipe and they'll grab it. So the break in just before the 30-second mark allows Ultra NA to get back into this game and possibly even take the lead with this hill.
And how about Hixie so far right now? 15-8, hasn't really been too involved in the time, but he's been fantastic at finding these entry kills and then immediately pushes out, allows his teammates to get the time. But with 15 seconds left, a little bit to fight for here. Both teams going to dedicate some resources, and it looks like it might end up going over to Electrify Steel Black. Off screen, one more 1v1, and that's one there from Pander. So now it's all about P5 and the rotation. It's Electrify Steel Black that have a 20-point lead.
Oh, these are unbelievable eliminations on the rotation timing here for Electrify Steel Black. Only one player to find, it was Hixie. Really couldn't do too much from the staircase position, so now numbers will be here for Electrify Steel Black initially. Reinforcements coming off the respawn though for Ultra NA with eliminations to boot. Could lead to a very quick contest and maybe even a convincing break. Looking at Hixie, when does he want to get activated? He's still playing on this long side flank. He's not a part of the play whatsoever, and as he kind of sits a little bit more passive, Electrify Steel Black now have a chance to reinforce with numbers.
50-50 for as far as the hill, but now it looks like it could be in control here for Electrify. Can they hold? That's the first kill. In for Scrap. Fame with the quick trade. Pistol for Mohawk, but he can't find anyone. But it's Scrappy. Hixie clear out the point, and now they get the foot on forward. 20 seconds up for grabs, and Hixie's on an early rotation.
Oh, I love this timing from Hixie. In a good position to clear mid-map. Of course, that leads to the ability to get initial time here at P1, but Fame with the triple off screen just convincingly took over the scrap time. That'll allow his team a chance not just to play for the initial time from the favorite side, but they've got a pinch on a number 4 in Pander. He's going to be scouted out, though, and the stun from Vico will stop it in its tracks. Huge elimination in Ultra Academy NA, now with numbers as we get to the Monument.
So through the first couple rotations here that we've seen on the hills, it's been about the early rotations. That's been fantastic for Ultra, but they haven't been able to hold the time. That has to change, but when you have Fame coming in, finding these multi-kills, opening up the point, makes it extremely difficult to really lock it in. But now, a bit of recovery coming through. Vico able to find one, Pentagram through the middle, finds nothing. This is a fantastic spot if Ultra Academy can hold on to this position.
So far, so good. 25 seconds, though, to fight for. And it's going to be a key 25 seconds as well from both sides' perspectives. For Electrify Steel Black, of course, you want to get in here, break up the monotony, which has been Ultra NA. But more importantly, you also need to push through this hard point. Once again, you've got Ultra NA in a great position to just naturally, based on the map positioning, win rotation. And honestly speaking, not a kill to speak of anywhere on the map. 10 straight kills between Vico and Scrap. Eventually, Scrap taken care of, but Vico's off as one from a glide bomb, but loses a 1v1 versus GodRx. So streaks no longer a threat. Ultra NA, though, in the lead and with initial positioning on column.
So now do you work into the back? GodRx looks like he's going to try to get it done here. Potentially a big one-on-one versus Mohawk. Takes some shots at him. Fame, though, through the church alley. Might be trying to break open the point like he did last time. Finds one. Trying to get the second around the side. Fame is there. Once again, the break is good. And now it's Mohawk on the flip with the response for 2. Vico gets there for the 3rd. Responding back. And now Ultra Academy NA. Break on through. Able to get on that time. And now can start to look at an early rotation if they wish.
There's just simply not enough time to talk about how good that rotational break was from Ultra Academy NA to get back into the hard point. And, well, okay, we can talk about it now because Electrify Steel Black just did the exact same thing. And you've got the ability to have Fame play for early rotation. Oh boy, he's going to have 2 different Ultra NA members in front of him, but decides to just hold his life for as long as possible. Pentagram's in the area, but this is just isolation coming through. Fame keeps himself concealed. Gets an AR to play with, but no, Scrap will take care of it. So Ultra Academy NA will technically win the spawns, and with that, a little bit of the additional time as we get into the fountain.
Oh, Hixie almost combining there for 2. But a couple kills come right back. Nade is good from Scrap. Scrap now knows one more inside of the alley. He finds it. That's 4 in a row now for Scrappy. Next player out is Fame. He breaks it, but the numbers just way too overwhelming right now here for Electrify Steel Black. This is the biggest lead we've seen so far in Ultra Academy. They could run away with it if they can hold.
Electrify Steel just feel like they're kind of slipping onto the back foot on some of these timings. They're just not quite getting GodRx into position. He just has not had the ability to take a heads-up gunfight. He's 9-21, has really struggled in this second rotation in particular. Scrap now mid-map looking for exit kills, and if he gets that second, I think everybody in this area of Toronto hears it. but it's going to be now almost 200 points for Ultra NA. They've already given up the scrap time. The focus is over towards Church. And Electrify Steel Black are playing for the anchor. You have to win gunfights right here, right now if you're ESP.
You certainly do. This is going to be a pivotal hill if Electrify are going to bring this one back. Hixie trying to bob and weave, but won't be able to play his life. Scrap now up top, just needs to try to stay alive. Reinforcements coming through. Scrap from the top ropes. Not going to be able to find it. 158 to 197. This is really crucial time that you're going to need, and now they have a bit of zoning and great control around Church.
That nade is a big one, even though it doesn't find elimination, gets the player out of window. So now you can hit from multiple angles, completely concealed if you're Ultra NA. Do they have a break in them? 3v3 for the Hardpoint. Hixie from the front door gets 2. So it's now just down to Pander. Can he hold? So far, so good. He's delayed a little bit of time to allow some help to come through, and Pentagram's able to slip around for a little bit longer. 175-200. Break attempt largely still good, but it's Adam who wakes up for a double at a key point. Scrap time looks good for Electrify Steel.
Oh, some early zoning there around P2, but Fame's going to be able to find Scrap, so not going to be able to cut them off exactly where you want them, but Pentagram through the back. He could break this wide open. That's the first one. Pentagram sliding in for 2, unable to connect onto the second, and that is a clean feed for Ultra Academy NA. Pander's going to have to slow down, wait for his teammates, and set up the next team hit.
Problem about this is Pentagram dying mid-map means that this hit coming out of Electrify Steel Black has to be from the front. On Ultra, absolutely know it. Vigil for 3. Now it's on to Pentagram. You kind of feel like you have to make a play. A double for him. Stuns at his feet. Able to get a connection. Can you do a little bit more here, Nate? No, not it happened. As Scrap gets the double, and with that, Ultra Academy NA have win condition in their sights.
This is massive right now. They're running away with it. 25 seconds left on P5. You have to hit this. You have to break this. From the outside, Pentagram wins that one-on-one, but you have to expect some more members here from Ultra. Might be looking to try to fight for this. Scrap gives a peek, but he'll end up dropping. 3 members here. But look at the rotation, Alan. Nobody's here, and they're going to have to battle through all of Ultra.
But at least they get a clean kill feed. It allows them to exit and actually set up an attempt to try to break through this. But can you find the kills? Mid-map control, all in favor of our team in blue. Hardpoint opens up. It's all Ultra Academy NA. The hit from you. Fame's able to get an opener plus a second. There's only one more player on Hill. They're able to contest a little while longer. But the double on a Mohawk may have just put this game out of reach.
Mohawk going big yet again. 32 kills. Give him 3. No, Pentagram shuts him down. But it's Scrappy that has the middle map on lock. So you're going to have to break this through the front. GodRx finds 2, but is unable to connect for the 3rd. Ultra Academy seconds away from the map, and they are able to close out Tuscan Hardpoint.
You just can't have that little moment in the second set of rotations where everything felt like it slipped to a crawl for the side of Electrify Steel Black. It just never really felt like the ARs were ever in position to take a gunfight. It felt like every single time we were watching an action happen, it was on a break. It never really felt like there was ever a time that the feet were underneath Electrify Steel Black throughout that second rotation, and that gap became way too much to overcome there in the final moments. Hell of an effort, but just a little bit too short on it.
And talk about Hixie stepping up there for us, right, Alan? I mean, it is not too often that we see Hixie kind of take that form where he's in double digits going into P3.
Absolutely.
But when he is, you have to be a little bit scared because you know what else this roster has in store for you. Scrappy can catch fire. Mohawk, Vico, it does not matter. So when Hixie comes out as the big IGL here, really sets the tone here for everyone, and that's what allows them to kind of build that one up. But the adjustments going through to that second rotation, Alan, that was the factor. They started holding hills. They were rotating perfectly through the first set, but they were unable to hold it. That changed, and that's what allowed them to really start to take control.
I mean, absolutely. It's one of those situations that when we talk about this a lot with like Challengers Elite or any of the cups that we get a chance to cover, you get a lot of these moments where it's like 40-20s, 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 and that stuff obviously adds up over time, and that's what we start to get. Watch as we get to the second set of rotations. Watch how many moments Electrify Steel Black are on their attempts to break. It never really feels like they're in a position to be fully set up. Those things, you really can't like feel like a tangible moment where it's like, oh, right here, this is the difference maker.
Sure.
But you add all of those little break attempts that fail over and over and over again, and you start to get the gap that we get here as we start to get into the third set of hills where it was about 20 to 35 points.
GodRx, bit of a slow start after a very fiery hot day. And that's also going to sting a little bit here for the guys. But hey, listen, we laid out a lot of the maps here, and overall, we said this is probably going to be the ones they have to take because guess what?
Sure.
going into Search and Destroy here. And so far on the day, it feels like this is where Ultra have found themselves many times, you know, into those map 5s, having to clutch up. They've done it so far on the day. Here in the map number 2, we'll see if they're going to be able to carry that through. But overall, when you go up against a team that has this amount of chemistry, has practiced their strategies over and over and over again, you know, you almost have to kind of approach it a little bit differently here with not a lot of practice, right? It's calling on the fly. It's figuring out what they're doing and kind of working around it in ways and just making sure that you're on the same page when you're doing it here. So we'll see if they're going to be able to try to bounce back here and fight into the map number 2. But overall, great showing in the map number 1 for Ultra.
And the thing about that quote-unquote fight back mentality that you're talking about is just take that for literally the definition of it. Like, Ultra's going to come out and try to set the tone right away.
Sure.
We saw them very aggressive, pretty much at both sides of the bomb. Offense, defense, throughout the entirety of the day. They want to get in your face. So you have to either establish that, no, that's not going to work, or do that better yourself. That's the only 2 real options you feel like if you're looking at this from the perspective of Electrify Steel Black. And as you had mentioned, not a lot of Search and Destroy reps for this team. I just don't necessarily feel super confident that you've got a deep enough playbook to use that as your fuel to get through this map. So I think it's going to have to be more of the former. Keep them at arm's length. Do not let their aggression take over this map early, because you do not want to be the team that has to adjust.
Yeah, at least the good news is that it is a bocage, so
that's fair.
You can play for nades, right? You can play for information, try to play for some of those bait and switches, clear out one side of the map. And I mean, on the day, whether it's CDL or whether it's challengers, we've seen just so many more teams, you know, be willing to kind of rotate over to that B site once they start making noise over to A. So it really puts you in these weird spots sometimes defensively. Like, do we over rotate? Do we send one more player to kind of help through trench? And while that happens, sometimes you can get cut through that mid cut right around the gate. So it's definitely been eye-opening, I think, so far for as far as what we have gotten, and just teams be willing to kind of take a little more risk. And well, if you're a team with not a lot of Search and Destroy practice, that's probably where you're leaning towards here if you're Electrify Steel Black.
Ready for this call, Austin? I'm feeling like a prophet. You ready for this? First offense for Ultra NA. They're going to stun Granny Doors, and Beagle's going to push through. Watch this. Well, not right now, but
okay.
They're on defense first, so they can't do it.
That's what I was like. All right, I'm watching, but we're have to flip it up. Either way, here we go. Scrap finds the first blood, and I mean, very aggressive through the field right now. Hixie also able to come out on towards the tank, and that's going to give them a lot of control. Scrap also there for any kind of a trade, just in case they decide to push through. But middle map control looking good. They do have some zoning around B, so someone from Ultra might have to look to rotate over.
The thing about this, I mean, the whole mentality of this setup for Ultra NA is, we're going to play retake at B. That is the predetermined setup. And with that elimination to clear off street side, they're going to be stuck in trench. You have to be able to bunker up. And it's really just coming down to COD timing. Does God RX get a whiff of Hixie on this long flank?
1 versus 2 for God RX. He's pulled off some pretty incredible things on the day. Gets a little check on the bomb, but needs to play his life. Player's gonna hop on it. Hixie needs to really win this battle, and he does. Massive win coming through there for Hixie. Finds 2 kills in the round, and the retake will be successful.
That's bold. As far as an opening defensive strategy is concerned, you're gonna tell me you're gonna 4-man hit, team nade, team shot, backside A, and then play for full retake of B. And that doesn't work out, by the way, because of the opening exchange, unless they get that kill through mid-street. That allows Hixie to hit this flank a little bit more freely, so key gunfight wins in the early stages of the first 30 seconds of that opening defense, and now we see if I read the script.
What was the call again? Give it to me one more time.
It's going to be team stun to the front. It's going to open the doors. Vehicle's going to push through, get into top floor grannies. Here it comes. You ready for it?
I'm ready for it.
All right.
I might not even have to say anything. You're like doing my part for me right now.
They're not going to do it. Sorry, I was lying to you. That's going to happen in round 4.
Around 4? That's so specific. Well, here we go. Oh, how about that from God RX? He's feeling feisty in the middle of the map. Takes out Scrap. Pentagram also finds one. No. Beefle gets this bomb down, but he is under a lot of pressure, but he gets the wall bang off. However, it's all up to Mohawk. He's able to find one, but can he exit?
He's able to at least extend his life a little while longer. Problem is, he's going to have to check this bomb sooner rather than later. Good read here on the God RX, but no. Difficult gunfight, to say the least. Easy defuse coming through. So it was still aggression. I mean, hey, that's the biggest thing about it.
That's right.
We saw these guys play earlier today on broadcast. Both sides of the bomb. It was the only thing you know you're going to get is speed. So that's so much has been living up to the case here on Bocage, at least through 2 rounds. Small sample size, but I think this is something we can come to expect for at least the next 3-4 rounds.
And I do really like that challenge initially there from GodRx through the middle of the map, just to let them know you're not going to bully us around. We're going to take these challenges. You're not just going to dictate what's happening. You can't freely move through grannies or shift over if you want to. So finding that big kill on the scrap, going to maybe shake things up going into future offensive rounds. But 1-1. Now moving back through. We'll see exactly what might be in the cards. Remember, Electrify Steel Black, not a lot of deep plays that they have here for as far as their playbook. So we'll have to kind of just play it by ear, figure out what they're doing based off picks, based off information. But so far, just very chill, relaxing, seeing if they can work for some of those first bloods.
Here's a really interesting thing about it we don't really hear too much about. Ultra Academy NA, because of their aggressive opening defense, all of a sudden, this next defense, Electrify Steel have to use all of their nades to make sure they're not getting pushed on. So now you're out of utility for the large majority for Electrify Steel, but they're still using good map control. Wins on the outside of the map. Can they win in the middle? And Fame will give us our first answer. Vehicle last one left alive can only get the initial trade. So a little bit more of a measured defense that time around for Ultra NA, but it doesn't really work out to the avail that they were looking for.
Yeah, massive play there from Pander. Didn't get to see it from his POV, but just lighting it up with that double, I mean, that's certainly going to make those S&D rounds a tad bit easier here for you. And you can see it there. Very calm, cool collected right now for as far as the Electrify Steel boys coming off of what was a very convincing round. And now we go back over to Ultra. This is your round 4 call, so
this is
get another chance. We'll give you another one.
Not going to do it. Did I say round 4? I meant round 6.
Oh, okay. Just keep pushing it back.
I'm just going to keep pushing it.
Yeah, there you go.
Some even round, it might happen. I went from a guarantee to a might really quickly. Same look, though, as far as Ultra NA is concerned. Get over towards A quickly. This time, they're not playing for the quick plant, though. They're looking for granny control. And even though they're inside, they've lost a little bit of numbers, but that elimination around the back is going to put a lot of pressure on the defense. You have to be careful of this window play, and GodRx picks it up beautifully. Hixie falling gives us a 3v2 for Electrify Steel's defense.
Oh, are they going to know Pentagrams inside of bar? No way, and Mohawk is just not ready for that gunfight. So Vico now the last one left alive. GodRx is on the back tank heady, and I mean, that was just beautifully done. Flawless round really coming through, able to just pick apart everyone that's making that push happen, and a big play from Pentagram, getting a lot of that map control from behind.
Here's the thing now. With Ultra Academy NA wanting to play the quick gut check call to fight the entire round in the first 15 seconds, and it not working, now it's on Ultra NA in my mind. They have to kind of play the adjustment game. Now it's on you. What else do you have besides speed? Because at the moment, kind of talking about what we said at the beginning of the map, hey, if Electrify still can keep him at arm's reach, all of a sudden it's major advantage to their direction. And that's currently what's going on, especially considering that GodRx and Pentagram both are on 4 in a row.
And it's big for Pentagram also to have like a good start to a search and destroy. I mean, he was kind of laughing himself. He's like, I didn't even spawn in and I beat you guys in the last search. So it's good to see him get involved early. But with a couple of sprees, maybe could lead to a glide bomb. But how about the first bloods? These last couple of rounds? They have been massive here for Electrify Steel Black.
And they've all been from essentially across the entire map. We have not seen any first blood happen in a close quarters battle yet. So I think when that comes down to finding an advantage, Electrify Steel Black have been made aware of that, and they're using it nicely. Hixie may have seen a name tag through the woodwork, cannot follow up on it, and GodRx will turn the numbers even more steep into their favor, just down to Hixie. As him and Mohawk at least kept this on limited numbers, but we have a 1v2. Bomb still in hand for Fame, and honestly, the world is their oyster. They can go to either site.
Hixie, tries to exit there, runs into both of them. Unfortunate to say the least, but very patient play. And I mean, more or less, they're kind of just letting Ultra make the mistakes.
Absolutely.
They're playing right into them. They're taking these long-range challenges where they're comfortable. They're set up. They're ready with the pre-aim. And because of it, it feels like they're just gifting away a lot of their lives. And, well, it's obviously reflected on the scoreboard here as they are now up here massively 4-1, I do believe.
Does Ultra NA have a slow play style? Like, do they have that in the playbook? I mean, defensively, obviously, they really don't. So how do you kind of measure out and kind of clinically dissect this from the offensive side of things? And they're going to decide to not even give any information. This is essentially saying we do not want to get touched by a single nade, keep Electrify Steel Black in the dark, and then maybe we can just jolt hit something very quickly.
Mohawk looking for GodRx or Pander at the back. They know one of them has to be playing on that camo tank. Hixie with an 8 over the top, going to create some noise around B. And you do have a bit of a stack here. Player up top over Silo, player inside. So both can really work off each other in case a hit does come through. But now you're starting to see that bomb work inside of Granny's. Vico, Scrap, and Mohawk all looking to bait and switch.
All the team shots are good. Trades are decent. That's the bomb carrier down, by the way. So even though the trades are kind of favoring Ultra NA, they have to go back and get this bomb. But a big elimination. Scrap able to open up the backside of the map will allow the recovery of the bomb and also gain the A site in the same moment. How do you retake this for Panda and Fame? You're on the wrong side of the map. You get an idea as far as where Scrap is concerned. He's going to chow that, interestingly enough, and Mohawk's actually going to fall. So now you know exactly where Scrap is, and as Hitsy plants, you know you've got Bard control here. Electrify Steel could absolutely still retake this.
Now they know exactly where Scrap was just about 10-15 seconds ago. Are they going to go searching? Scrappy's going to play at the back of the tanks. He should have eyes on Bomb, at least on that cross, but he's going to have to play this angle and play it well. Fame checking the back. Scrap finds him. 3 in a row now for Scrappy. Is he going to be able to pull off that 1 versus 2? You have Pander that's playing around the bomb. He's not sticking the defuse, and Scrap's going to work a different angle.
Oh, and the wallbang shots. Doesn't get any hit markers. Pander now sticking. Advantage to Scrap. Moving quickly enough. Oh, it's a 1v2 from Scrap. Oh, I mean, it's just down to the fact that Electrify Steel Black had all of the information they needed. You get the kill in the Mohawk. You know that Scrap was playing backside your defensive tank, and of course Hitsy planted the bomb. You had all of Barn to play around. You had all of the water wheel to play around. And somehow Scrap still makes it work. A big 1v1 up top, and then being able to clear himself out with the stun and then re-wrap. Heads up play from Scrap to clutch up.
Yeah, that's what you get out of one of the big S&D stars here on the Ultra roster. Massive play to keep them in this game, but still a lot more work needs to be done. Down by a couple. Can they respond on defense, and will they make sure they play their lives? The First Bloods have just been what they've been going to. They don't have a lot of play calls, so just don't give them any free kills here and try to work that clock.
Well, the adjustment here so far has been don't do anything for the first 20 seconds, and then everyone throw your normal team nades. So you're not giving away any information, and you're hoping that you kind of catch Electrify Steel off guard timing-wise. Hasn't really worked out for them, but at least they're not giving away these opening engagements, which was really the bane of their existence in the first 5 rounds. So now it's just down to you get a read with not a lot of utility on where this hit is coming from. And so far, they're kind of gambling. A 4-man stack in and around Granny's looking towards A, and they've guessed correctly.
Oh, Pentagram opens up the window. Coming to break inside of Granny's. Is he going to be able to find it? So many Ultra members, but Pentagram has not went down. Waiting for the challenge. He's able to find Vehicle, tries to turn, but it does not happen. 25 seconds now on the clock in the 2 versus 1. Make it a 1 versus 1.
Oh, Mohawk, I think he just hears Fame right here. Oh, sees him even more than that. Bomb collected. Oh, this is just tromping around like an elephant, dude. It's a stampede out here.
I think both players heard each other. He's like, I hear you up there. And Mohawk's like, I got the high ground. Not going to happen today. 6 and 5 there for Mo. And listen, Ultra, they're starting to figure it out.
Yeah.
And that's what they needed to do. So they're slowing it down a little bit on their defenses. Their offenses, though, last time they were able to pull it off because of a 1v2. What are they going to do to create some early advantages or at least build up a little bit of a setup in and around these sites?
I don't even know if it's creating early advantages. I think it's just don't give away any early advantages. That's kind of the big key for me. Because a lot of these First Bloods, as we saw in the first handful of rounds, were at long range. It's been AR fights, like we're probably going to see here if Hixie, well, he's not going to be having an AR, but he's just making sure no one's hitting this early flank. Fame's kind of watching that same cross, the bottom side of Trench, where he's found a lot of these First Bloods so far on the map. So once again, all is quiet for the first 30 seconds. When do we throw team nades, and how do we want to hit? That's the 2 questions here for Ultra NA, and there goes the nades.
Nade's not going to find anything. Every single player is still alive and active on the map. And Vico with that bomb. He's just constantly been jumping up and down, seeing if someone's going to challenge out through that mid-car, but nobody really budging. Finally, going to have GodRx start to inch up a little closer. Wants to try to gather where some of the members are, but how about that? GodRx drops low. Fame is holding the angle up high. Another First Blood is good here for Electrify, but Vico, Scrap, they answer back and turn it into a 3v2.
And that puts so much pressure on Electrify Steel Black. 1v1 through gate, not going to go their way. A reflip to get back over to B, and GodRx is not in position for this. Has to clear backside tree. Has to watch for an exit, and then who knows where the 3rd player is. He does well to get the first, but where did the player who planted exit? That's the next consideration for Adam, and well, he doesn't read the 3rd player. That was going to be a mystery pretty much the entire way through. So Ultra Academy NA, they really have done well to kind of get away from just playing for the first 30 seconds to win a round. Now that's make no noise, create doubt, then let's hit our game plan, and it's worked out nicely for him here in the last few.
Oh, it sure has. That's 3 straight rounds here for them. They tie us up at 4 apiece, and now we'll go on the flip here. to see what Electrify Steel do. They have to know in their heads, okay, listen, the same game plan that was working at the first half is not working here in the second half. So now, what will they potentially do different going in towards what is going to be a massive swing round? You would think that could be the call. With Pentagram's positioning, that might be. He does have the bomb. Stuns go out. They know that the mid lane might be open potentially, but still just going to move up through the car. Pentagram might have an angle here to plan.
This is so smart. The chess game between these two teams is just next level Bobby Fischer style play. So the bomb gets planted. Numbers now for the post plant for Electrify Steel. Quickly on the retake through tunnel. Oh, and what a big kill that is for Fecal. He's going to try to hop. Does he have enough bodyguarding? The answer, no. Fame gets one elimination, but the kills still come through. And all of a sudden, Ultra Academy NA, they get to map point first.
I love that play. You slide out on the bomb like that and you hop on the defuse. Guess what that player is calling? He's on bomb. He's on bomb. Everyone kind of closes in. It's not like a dedicated role that comes through for one of them. It's about 2 or 3 of them that check. And once Fame drops low, all of a sudden he has completely stopped himself from being able to exit safely without finding a ridiculous multi-kill. So that was beautifully done coming in. I mean, it feels like they've just been completely giving up the B side, saying, listen, go plant B.
Yeah,
we'll play
absolutely.
retake.
That's absolutely the case. And, you know, the thing about it is, I still think tippable is the call for Electrify Steel Black in the first place. We'll talk more about it in a minute here because we've got ourselves around 10 to consider. And Ultra NA are starting to look like they want to try to get Vehicle somewhere into the middle of the map with this setup. There's delayed nades over towards B. It looks like GodRx did get tagged. He's on the way back. So you've got at least some vacancy to kind of make a move over towards gate side. How do you want to use that position to possibly open and breach the doors towards Granny's, which has been kind of a favorite so far for NA?
GodRx trying to work through this trench area. A little bit of a different position for him just in case Ultra decide to fly on top of B. But very reserved setup.
Yeah, very much so.
If Ultra are able to get down low into this first floor of Granny's, could open up a chance to try to drop this bomb. Vico thinking about it, wants to make the call. Scrap's able to find one, and that bomb should go down.
That's top window position that's going to fall here. And with nobody playing backside tank, it means that the water wheel retake is going to be difficult, but they still do it? How? 3 straight kills come through. But where's Hixie? Topside barn. Will have an angle at this bomb. Oh, but he doesn't quite see Fame. He's looking for the pre-fire position. And Electrify Steel Black, they had no business getting through water wheel side. And it's 3 straight kills backside Granny's to get the retake off the ground. Holy.
What a round to come alive for Electrify Steel Black. Bring us to a round 11. This has just been something we've seen so much on the day. Round 11s, throw them out there. You get a round 11, you get a round 11. And well, this one's going to be a big decider here for Electrify to make sure they do not go 2-0 down in this best of 5.
I mean, just talk about the fact that you just mentioned it. Hey, Search and Destroy was by far their biggest vulnerability. And the fact that you could possibly steal it away from one of the best teams in North America, hell, just calling it what it is. The best team of Challengers through Search in Season 3 of the Challengers Elite. Now a chance to try to tie this series up. What's the play call? It's going to be reserved here for Electrify Steel Black. Similar setup that they had from last round, actually. You stack over, try to get a look through mid and towards B, but you leave top water wheel open. That's the only real hole in this Swiss cheese defense, if you want to call it that.
Still a couple nades left here to try to get some of that utility out just in case you need it. Vico.
Oh my God, they're doing it around the world.
He's making a play. Vico, round 11. He's been able to sneak down low. He finds one, but GodRx trades it back. 3 versus 3.
Fame's not here. He's so far away from the play. And look at Hixie hitting the route. He's going to maybe catch a piece of timing. No, Fame still wins the 1v1. But Mohawk keeps it tight. 2v2. Do they fully re-wrap back over to A? This is a mystery. They're going to have no idea where GodRx or Pentagram are anymore. 30 seconds on the clock. The decision's going to be to stick towards B. It's going to be Scrap watching over the top. And Mohawk's going to get a free plant. Electrify Steel's waiting to get the call before they make their move, and here it comes.
Bomb goes down. Mohawk's able to exit safely here. A chance to try to tie it up or pull ahead 2-0. Everything's on a knife's edge. Mohawk just bouncing back and forth through the tunnel, waiting to get a challenge, but both players now from Electrify Steel Black gonna work through the back here and try to retake.
The stun doesn't land. Electrify Steel's completely blind. Pentagram's able to at least trade. Now 1v1, they know where Scrap is. Pentagram's going long. He's looking to play off the weakened player, but he's not able to get there in time. He can't find him. Does he have time to collect this kill? Scrap getting shot from behind. Doesn't get the turn. It's a foot race. Do you get there in time?
No,
Oh,
I don't think so.
I
don't think so. I don't think the defuse came through. It's so close. Pentagram, no! 0.1 on the clock. And Ultra get the explosion 2-0 up.
You're meaning to tell me that they're 0.1 seconds away from one of the most clutch situations we've seen today? Oh my goodness. That chess game between both teams. Look, the players themselves told us they didn't get enough search and destroy reps. I would never have guessed it based on how the tempo changed so quickly in this map. The fact that Electrify Steel Black were able to keep Ultra NA's game plan essentially off the table in the first 5 rounds. You would have thought that that right there would have been win condition, but the adjustments on the flip. You essentially give up your queen if you want to keep the chess analogy running, and then you win it with knights. Unbelievably well done from Ultra NA to get back in and just completely play the same game style that Electrify Steel Black did. That is a masterclass search and destroy.
That was incredible. My goodness. I mean, you see it here, 4-1 up. It just felt like, they had a grip hold on this entire map. And, well, nice little close-in shot here from Fame as he's finding kills. I like that right there, but this is where they started to mount that comeback. They found, I believe it was 4 rounds in a row to put themselves 5-4 up, and it really did feel like they started to take over. They slowed it down a little bit. They saved that utility, allow it to use a little later, play for retakes, and it worked out perfectly.
It's just like, the term that I always go back to in moments like this is measured aggression. We're going to wait. We're going to kill noise. We're going to create doubt, and then we're going to pop. It's just going to be flashes and nades, and then we're going to hit. And for a lot of those rounds, that was the case. Just no noise. Do not get tagged by any nades in the first 30 seconds. Then we'll play the search and destroy round.
Sure.
And I just like that. It's just that doubt. You could kind of feel a little bit of anxiety starting to build in round by round by round for the side of Electrify Steel Black. And even though I think that they made a lot of really good adjustments call-wise, it's just this team of Ultra NA is just so good individually on search. You're going to get great moments like we just saw.
Yeah, you absolutely will, but man, oh man, I'm even sure, like, Ultra at the end, it looked like maybe they were even, like, a little confused at the end on whether or not it actually went through, or they did not look too happy after that one. They more looked stressed out, Alan, after that victory here, but they're still, nonetheless, 2-0 up in this best of 5. And, well, the good news here, if you're an Ultra fan, is that we're going into Triple Berlin. Yeah. So this is where they find a lot of their success when it comes to all of these map mode combinations. So a lot of work to be done going into a Berlin control, arguably, their best map mode combination.
And I think just even on top of that, if we really wanted to play the thin side of the knife here, you've at least guaranteed map 5 too, which is just going back to the same storyline of we've been talking about all weekend long. The fact that Ultra NA have been so good in Search and Destroy, they've been great in map 5s over the course of the last month and a half, 2 months, and that comes with the fact that, hey, we talk about this a lot when it comes to challengers. The word roster mania is used on a 24-hour basis, it feels like. Not the case for this Ultra NA team. It's been a lot of trust, a lot of chemistry, a lot of building, and a lot of workshopping, and that's what gets them to the comfort to be able to always rely, essentially, on that map 5 if needed. But I think first and foremost, as you mentioned, we just saw this Berlin control get played. And from both sides of it, there are a lot of positives that we can point at. I think in particular, you look at kind of what we saw from GodRx and Fame just throughout the spree that they just put on in the main stage. Can they repeat that? Because now you have to. It's reverse sweep time. Yeah, you have to do it. We saw it earlier on in the day, and it does just take that first map to know that, all right, they're not kings, they're not gods, we can take them down. But doing it, it's always a lot easier said than done, especially when you've got players, like Scrappy that's always getting the team hyped up, and it really does feel like everyone's, firing on all cylinders right now, which is exactly what you need if you want to make it into Sunday. So a lot of work needs to be done. GodRx, hasn't really stepped up like we've been seeing throughout this lower bracket run. And, you might be calling for it now because guess what? We got 3 Berlins. This is, the ARs where they can really take over. It can be really difficult, for people like Vikal and Hixie to find their way across the map if you can get into those power positions. And, well, something that we've learned throughout all of last year from BBG and with, this entire roster is that when they get set up, they can start to put you in the blender. They have, great map knowledge on where to be at the right time. It's just a matter of really, I think, starting off on the right foot. Do not let Ultra just roll over you off the break. Absolutely. And I think the biggest thing, in my mind, I'm going back to like when that BBG team was so good at like checkmate. It was like you had GodRx on one side, Panda on the other, and they were just firing down lane. It was casual. It felt like more often than not. And I think the thing about that is if you can try to take Hixie off the map more often, his ability to call becomes much more limited because he's not in the action. He's not looking to kind of initiate the play, which has always been his play style. One of the reasons that when he was getting his little looks for the CDL, and for instance, I think that was a big spark towards what Ultra was kind of lacking at the time. Same thing could be said, I think, about this Ultra NA team. When they find success, it's because Hixie is alive more often than he's dead. Really easy way to say that. If you're alive more often than dead, you're probably doing pretty well. But I think just generally speaking, as an IGL, someone who likes to get up in the face and make the call from in the trenches, him being able to stay alive and finesse a little while longer allows him to quarterback plays a lot more successfully.
Oh, I completely agree. I mean, you could see it really through that first map, right?
Absolutely,
Starts off hot, gets himself in a couple of these route plays, and yeah, all of a sudden it becomes a lot easier to set up for those rotations and those holds, and that was one of the big factors that was going really well for them. I don't know if they really got out-rotated on like any of those hills. They got broken quite a bit through the first set, but when they were set up first, they were always in the right position, the right time. So you have to kind of pick up maybe a bit of tempo at times here too, and make sure you're not put in the blender, not put in that spawn trap. Do not let Vico, do not let Hixie get inside of fire, start going rogue, attacking you coming out of your spawn. These are all things you're going to have to check off the list here. But, I mean, if there's anything that we know from these guys, they have composure, they have chemistry, they do have it in them to be able to do it and bring this one back, but you need everyone to really come alive here. You can't just say, listen, Gonorx needs to go off. He's been great. You need everyone to get involved because everyone on Ultra has been involved so far.
And that's the biggest thing, right? Like, I feel like after the Pro-Am, everyone was like, oh, dude, Ultra NA, you just attribute to Scrap. We want to watch him just do scrappy things. But that hasn't really necessarily been the moniker of success for a lot of the teams that are still alive today. We really haven't seen like just one player carry their team through the tournament. It's been collective efforts, not just series to series, but even map to map. So at this point in time, looking at a map 3, map 4, if you're Electrify Steel Black, of course, you want to see even participation. You're kind of looking towards Godorex to get back to what he had just done on the main stage. But I think largely speaking, you have to be a team that kind of pulls the alley cat stat. You got to win the Berlin Control and win the Berlin Hardpoint immediately afterwards. And that was kind of like the big meme when it walked through the stage 3 qualifiers. That has to be your recipe for success to try to get this reverse sweep going.
Maybe we get a new stat going, right? If you do that, then you win the second map, and then you go to a Berlin search and destroy. That's the key.
Apparently, if you win one Berlin, you win them all.
You just got to get 3 Berlins at the end.
One Berlin to rule them all.
I like that one. But just to add on to your point as well about, everyone kind of, talking about Scrappy. Everyone kind of knows in the back of their heads, all right, this guy's probably next up. He's one of the hottest players right now in Challengers. But it's because he's so good is because of the team that plays around him, right? Correct. They enable him. We talked about Hixie being the IGL, and Mohawk as well. He plays a slower style with that AR, right? So that allows Scrappy to get more aggressive, push forward, get into the faces at times, pull up that sub, mix it up a little bit, play that flex roll, whatever you need. Scrappy is able to do it, but it's really the entire team that allows that to happen. So we'll see if it can happen again. We're jumping in, ladies and gentlemen, 2-0 up for Ultra Academy NA. It is do or die for Electrify Steel Black.
How about this? 4-man defensive hit, largely looking over towards the A zone. They want to make sure first and foremost that nobody's trying to linger and hit late towards A. Then you can play for essentially like they did during the Bocage Church, play for retake over this B site. And so far, honestly, so good for Electrify Steel Black. They've gotten the reads that they want. They get in. They don't let any progress really whatsoever happen over towards the B site. And now all of a sudden, you've cut off train yard, and you're going to start forcing this Ultra NA offense to have to hit from the top side of the map. This is working out okay, but there's no kills to boot with the setup.
3 players now dropping for Electrify Steel, but Pentagram answers back with 2. Vico with a nice challenge will make sure that he's unable to stay alive. And now, top is going to be secured here from Vico. They're going to start to stack up. That first tick should be in. Fame attacking through the side, unable to tag up Vico whatsoever. That's 2 in a row for him. Second tick now on the way.
Yeah, it is Ultra NA in the blue here on this offense. Second tick locked as mentioned. Pentagram's still looking to fight for this, though. They don't want to give this away, and I guess why not? You've got a lot of lives that you can still play with, but the kills are just not really coming through all that convincingly. 2v2 for the retake. Fame on the double. Mohawk looking to get one of his own. That could be enough for his own, and that will single-handedly get the extra 60 seconds of time as soon as he regens and steps back on.
Listen, I know I said Mohawk sometimes plays the slower role, but he can get aggressive too, and you see it there, but they're not stopping. It's pedal to the metal. Scrap just destroys Pentagram there at the top of the stairs. Back alley is clear. Ultra Academy, they are knocking on the door, trying to make their way into A.
But you have to be really timid about what you want to do from the front. You can't just hit from one direction. Mohawk, 5 in a row, getting traded out, so no streaks to play with, and the threat largely also neutralized. And that stun check's actually going to give a lot of information here to Electrify Steel Black and what they want to do defensively to deal with this pillar push. Pander stepping forward. Wait, did they not read this? I thought the stuns for sure connected onto both, and well, Fame's there to pick up where Pander had left off. So 15 plays 15, minute 10 on the clock, and a full reset here for Ultra Academy NA as they look to re-hit it for A.
Have to win these early engagements so that you can start to get control of that train station and then allow easy access to work through the back and start to create pinches. Hixie now coming down low. Nice snap there onto GodRx. One of the ARs out of the picture. 14 playing up against 11 lives in favor of Electrify Steel Black, but it's Hixie that slides in and starts working for the first segment.
Oh, good kills here to open the door. Not just for one to stay on, but more to help. And now they're actually looking to play a little bit forward here. Ooh, this is dangerous, but Mohawk gets two. Immediately responded back. It's just down to Hixie to try to keep this play alive. And he will be cut up, but the life lead has now started to really amount for the side of Ultra NA. 10 playing up against 7. You still have Vico in a position to kind of stay forward. But can he actually open another setup? That's the biggest thing about this, because Fame on the opposite side is also trying to cut through mid-map, but as he falls, now Ultra can start to focus with numbers towards the front.
30 seconds left of the clock, and Pentagram with the challenge finds 2. Mohawk unfortunately takes out Hixie, but at least able to find Pander. Now, 4 lives remaining here for Electrify Steel Black. It's got to be perfect. And Ultra, they got 17 seconds to try to set up this team push.
This is all about number 7, Pander. Can he get a read on this? He's the only one watching the flank. Vickle's going to open things up with the nade. Scrap's also a part of this. And the team nades are not going to land necessarily. Pander's going to give the information that everyone's hitting from the back. Fame for 1. He's able to get help from GutterX for a second. Now this sits down to the clock and nobody's going to touch. The bunker up strategy for Electrify Steel Black pans out at the very last second, literally. And they take the opening D.
I like that. Just bunker up on the hill. Get everyone posted up in a corner. Wait for those challenges to come through. You're on defense. You don't have to make the aggressive move there. And we see it work out beautifully. So we know Ultra, fantastic at taking a lot of those offensive rounds. Does not come through there. Nice defensive setup, allowing them to get that first round on the board.
Now what? It's the big question. Oh, they're going to hit A off the rip here. Electrify Steel Black stacking over towards the train platform. Ultra NA is here. They've got numbers defensively as well. And Scrap's looking to hit a bit of a pinch. Timing-wise, he's not going to be able to find anything. So the focus all comes down to this battle from the front. Stun check comes through. No challenge, though. Fame able to keep his life and still have the read on Hixie. He's stuck in the corner, but nobody can follow up off of this. So Pander's going to hit a route. He's trying to hit a pinch from the backside of double stairs. And honestly, the timing could work out for him, but as he gets shut down, so also will the large play, or the majority of the play, rather, I should say, as this is all just from the front, and Ultra NA are still here, ready for it, as you've got Vehicle still in the corner.
GodRx actually keeps the play alive with a double. Make that now. Multiple kills in a row. He went on 4. Pentagram tries to get involved on the pinch, goes for the challenge, but Scrappy says no. Able to find that trade, gets back in here to play a little defense, and now everyone here on Electrify Steel Black realizes we have to start going over to B. Let's make sure we get that extra minute of time on the board.
That was a very labored first minute and 15 seconds, but look what it's done to the life count. You've been able to kind of milk this to a small advantage. Plus, of course, you're now able to stop the clock for free and likely also get 2 ticks of progress. This is on the onus of Ultra NA. Do you even want to bother contesting this, only having 20 lives left? And it looks like we're going to get our answer. They're not even going to bother with it. They're just going to try to give this up and then play for map control. Hixie's going to get 1 on the exit, but nothing further. And now it's just down to can you contain? That's the biggest thing. Ultra Academy need to get the lives back in order.
I like that play from Mohawk. Backs all the way up to the docks. Make sure that nobody is working through on a flank right here. So Electrify, gonna have to likely battle through P5. They got 1 player right behind them that could look to really disrupt everything, but no! Bad timing comes through there for Hixie, and now it's Fame that plays his life. Multiple members now down here. It's numbers for the side of Electrify Steel Black as they got 2 players on the zone.
Containment was not good enough, not at all. I mean, the trades were just way too easy for Electrify Steel. So now you're in a situation where you have to hope the nades can start softening up this offense, and then you can work your way in a little bit easier than you might expect. Pander, slow start, but a double here keeps this play not just
Pentagram!
alive. He may have just put it over the finish line. Second tick of progress coming on the way. Hixie's already been battered up. Nades will come through. He's not even going to get his nade into the door necessarily. So second tick of progress is locked, and it's still a 4-life lead with tons of time on the clock.
That was a little bit unfortunate, though, that team kill. Maybe if it doesn't happen, it's a bit of a different story right here on this hit. But Hixie, he is getting so aggressive. He's found this little maneuver to be able to push you out through the train station, and that's going to enable him to go on 3 in a row. And now it's a little bit back to step 1. But you do have Pander. He's been able to get in from behind. You're really looking at him to find a pick to allow his teammates to push through.
The thing about it is, if you're Ultra Academy NA, just let him be back there. He can't do anything. He has to touch through the zone. That's going to be your alarm system to if you need to focus on the flank. The lives are back down to even. Ultra Academy NA off of that play from Hixie has all of a sudden dominated map control. So now Pander has to come forward. He has to enable his team to get into the mix. Pistol in hand. He wants the double. Finds it. Gets the reload off, but Hixie will be there to keep the defense up.
Only 5 lives remaining. Ultra's going to have to be careful, but you do have the clock on your side. 25 seconds now left into this round number 2. Fame, can he find any value? Waiting patiently, Pentagram loses that battle, and Hixie pushes out through the front, and now the numbers, the lives, they flipped as we go into what is basically search and destroy 4v4, one last hit.
And you've got Vickle who's playing along flank. You can wait until the offense touches to make this play happen, but they actually deal with it. But can anyone touch in time? No, not to happen whatsoever. Oh my goodness. I cannot say enough about how big that 3-piece you mentioned from Hixie was. There is no world where that map position was at all even vacant. He just forced his way through, and that solo play got the defense a chance to get back in, not just in the lives, but most importantly on the clock as well.
Oh, baby. Berlin control coming down to what was just basically single-digit lives back-to-back rounds, but both teams holding defensively in those final moments. But here we go. Ultra again. Now back on the attack. It looks like they're taking a play out of Electrify Steel Black's book where they want to try to make some noise over to A right off the bat, see if they can maybe work for a tick of progress. Hixie waits patiently, finds the second, and now that's going to open up one more player to deal with.
Oh, you know Pander's not comfortable here whatsoever, by the way. So you've got him kind of caught up the creek without a paddle. Kill comes through, clock gets stopped. And you've got Vickle in a position he could just get on to B if this play actually ends up failing. You could really milk the clock here if you're Ultra NA. Pinch play coming around the back, very clean from the side of Electrify Steel Black's defense. Not a kill to speak of,
whoa,
but
Vickle!
How has he been able to get 2? Eventually gets traded out, but again, that creates an opening off the respawn for Ultra NA to have an option towards B.
And they can swiftly move over to B without a problem. As you mentioned, there they go. 2 players now on the point. And because they get that tick of progress, that's going to make it just a tad bit easier if they're able to work back over to that zone. But will we get any kind of a clear coming through here for Electrify Steel Black? Through the outside, Pentagram finds one of the docks, has the AR, just needs to wait for challenges, but everyone's posted up inside. But Pentagram says hello, finds 3. Quick trade comes through, and that's the extra minute. B is secured here for Ultra Academy.
Every kill is a good kill right now if your name is Pander or God or X. Playing so far forward, they're just looking to kill off this clock, which is still very healthy. So much time to play with here if you're Ultra NA. But you don't want to get cute with it. Give yourself a setup. Set up a bit of a base to kind of hit towards this A zone with the 1 tick of progress already locked. And at the moment, they're really not finding any ground to work with. They're kind of getting beat up on both sides of the map at the moment. That'll do well. Clear off P5, get the middle of the map back, at least in your grips to do something with it. And now as Mohawk opens up towards fire, now there's stress all of a sudden, Electrify Steel Black. You have to essentially play from inside your spawn or hope that God or X can get involved as he's still behind the play at Train Yard.
This is a really big moment right here. You need it to be successful, you need it to be swift. Vickle able to only come up with 1. But Mohawk still in a position where he can do some damage potentially. Hixie right behind him. And now it's really on Scrap. Can he make this? There it is, first 1. That's good. Rest of the squad now going to work all the way to the back of P3 as they come around, but they have to clear out these members. Yep. That's Hixie coming through the side, says hello through the window and takes out Pentagram.
Yeah, this is going to take a lot of time here for Ultra NA, but the problem about this from the side of Electrify Steel Black is they're not getting any eliminations, so now God RX, he can no longer play Spawn Guardian. He's got to come back to the play. Good first elimination. That'll stop the second tick of progress from essentially being guaranteed.
Mohawk.
But Mohawk's pitch, can he do more than just get the first? Good tags, good damage, but there's nobody here to follow up on it.
Mohawk, they know he's back here. He's just trying to play his life right now. Down to about 11 lives is going to be Electrify Steel Black. Ultra up by now 2. Mohawk, with the snap, does he find God RX? He's finessing, but he does not find the kill. However, lots of information. Hixie doesn't finish it off. Gets back in there, takes out Pentagram. 3rd tick is on the way, but here comes Electrify Steel Black. They break in and they get back on the zone.
Have to take a breath if you're Ultra NA. There's still plenty of time to get a setup. Clear your zones. Do not just single file in towards this hard point. Get some mid-map control. Put a threat over towards doubles. Don't just hit this from the front door. Nades have largely been exhausted. We're down to the final hit. 12 seconds on the clock. First blood good for Mohawk. Godarex holding a 1-for-1 angle. Doesn't even get the first! Oh no! Ultra NA now a chance with numbers. Someone's got to go big if you're Electrify Steel.
Pentagram might be that player. He has his teammates with him, flooding back through. Mohawk's got to go big, and Pentagram gets there for the trade. Look at the spawns. Ultra is nowhere to be found. 3 seconds left on that clock, and once again, the defensive team holds.
There's going to be somebody out there saying, why are you guys getting so hyped for a double? That double from Nate was everything for the defense. It was no numbers. There was nobody else here but him and Pander. And for them to get 3 out of the 4 that were still existing into the zone itself, that's the only reason the defense even comes through in the first place. Oh, this has been a control and a half. And now you've got an opportunity here to try to put this game away. Up 2-1 for Electrify Steel Black. Again, you need to reverse sweep in the first place. But you want to talk about the players that we wanted to see come to life. It's been Pentagram this time around, 25 and 22. So many plays around the objective, and they're going to go back over to get an early look at A again, and the opening kill is good. Fame's nade doesn't quite get through the window, though, and that keeps things at a pretty much standstill.
Got Rex, waits patiently there on the steps. Easy pick up there for him on a scrap. Long-range shots, though, from Mo. Is able to respond with the trade. Do we get a push coming through from Pander through the outside? Yes, we will. Goes to the pistol, tags up one, wants to take the challenge. Oh, he goes behind him, and that's going to be the clear there for Ultra, and they already got Scrappy over by B, clearing that tick.
Yeah, the fact that they don't get the first tick of progress at B is actually bigger than it may seem in the scheme of things, because now you've got essentially no choice but to have to hit B here if you're Electrify Steel Black with the clock already slipping underneath 60 seconds. Being contested, though. Ultra Academy NA with position not just low, but also on the high ground, although both get cleared as soon as I call it out. So now you've got the opportunity to not just stop the clock, but you can actually play through this dock side if you continue to find kills.
Pander there for 1. First tick is in. We'll see if they decide to even give this one more hit. It looks like they might just be playing for exits. Give this one up. Make sure they're not going to get inside of fire freely. They're not going to get into the back freely, and Hixie's going to be responsible for watching that over the top of the tank. He gets one, and maybe now Hixie's like, hey, I've created some space. I can maybe make something happen going into B.
Has he play called this? Because Vickel's not really looking to capitalize. No, he's just looking to finesse. He's just trying to see what's beyond, see if what he can find. And it's not too much. Scrap looking to do the same, and nearly doubles, and I'll tell you, if he gets the 2, could have maybe found some depletion. But up to 1:40 on the clock for Electrify Steel Black's offense. Need to still work, though. They've lost mail control. They never even had train station control, so you kind of have a couple of obstacles you need to hurdle here.
Big win there for Pander. How about that?
Yeah.
Snaps on Vico through the door. And that's going to create all the space you need to start to enable this push. Here we go through the outside, but there's a flank. We have a player in the back. It's going to be Scrap. He's able to find Pander. Mohawk's there for the pinch, and that's going to be a clear through the train station. A has not been touched. Player right here, Godorex. He's trying to hang on to his life as he finds one, but his teammates, they got to get out of spawn.
Yeah, that's the biggest part about this. You saw Ultra and A, they knew that they missed one, and they were looking around to see if they could find where Godorex is. You know he's not an immediate threat to the zone because he's running an AR, but he's been able to get back towards his team. He's cleared out Train, and with a double, he's got an opportunity to help his teammates get onto point here. Pentagram able to stop the clock. 13 playing 14. Numbers now dead even. But Ultra NA, still with the superior spawns, allow them a chance not just to recover the A zone, but they're right back and control the map as well.
Oh, Godorex is also unable to really find value. Fame will sniff out one, but they're still trapped in the back of their spawn. You can see it. They have to go to the top of the tower just to try to battle back from these power positions that Ultra are holding on to. And now Scrappy's continuing to put on the pressure. Does he find 2? Godorex needs the trade, and he's able to get it. 25 seconds now left on that clock. 4 players go down. They have a chance for a touch.
It is not just a team wipe. It's the fact that they're doing it from multiple points, so this defense has to consider any plays through fire, which Pentagram's starting to hit, but they get rid of Godorex from the front. So now the only play available for Electrify Steel Black comes from the kind of mini pinch, if you want to call it that. Good reads coming up, but Scrap cannot finish any of the eliminations in front of him. It's down to just can Hixie hold from inside the site. He's got 33 kills. Fame 1v1 with them. Hixie for the double, and the defense will continue to reign supreme as we head into the 5th round.
And I think it's going to be Ultra because they got that tick on B originally when they made that initial hit a couple rounds ago. I think that's going to be the case, and well, as you said, because it's been defense the whole way through, you're probably going to want defense going into the last round, so we'll see if that's going to be the case. Hixie so far, though, has been on fire, 34 and 29, 22 untraded kills, and that is the case. So Ultra, they have defense for this round 5. Electrify Steel Black, they need this in order to keep the series going.
They're not going to change the setup either. Godorex is going to watch through mid-map. Everyone else is going to see if they can find opening eliminations here at A. But it's a more measured approach. They're not full flooding over towards pillars this time. And honestly, this is all just playing for kills. Godorex has gotten a feel saying, there's nobody here at B, so just keep trying to play for trades. I'll stop the clock, and then off respawn, let's make sure we don't lose any warehouse control through mid, because these kills are convincing from Ultra NA, and now they're looking to play retake towards B.
Yeah, I like this. Nice little 1 for 3 off the bat, and now they get to push out, control train station, they get to come around the back, and this is very scary. Electrify Steel Black, they have to come in together. They can't come in separately because you're caught in the blender right now. You got that first tick, but you have to battle out, and Fame's able to win a big battle onto Hixie to start to set up this push. But everyone now looking at this B zone as the second tick on the way.
Yeah, you're back in to get at least some stop of the clock here, but the problem is this was a very expensive start on the live count for Electrify Steel Black. Even if you get the extra 60, you're down 7 lives. And Mohawk still kind of cruising on 5 in a row on the bottom side of the map, just kind of making sure nobody gets to A. Let all your other teammates just kind of do the dirty work. Just make sure you call out the crosses, essentially his gameplay. Hixie hitting a route around the back, looking to pinch. Do you contest this? Almost the third tick of progress, good to go. But Hixie wants to get in. Veekel's pinching from the opposite side. Here comes the play for the retake. The kill comes through initially.
Oh, Hixie!
Oh my goodness, Charlie! 4 in a row for Hixie. A 10 life lead at Ultra Academy, looking good for a 3-0.
Hixie, he started off the day feeling terrible, not feeling himself. But let me tell you right now, Hixie is in the zone. 40 kills for the man, working on the 6 spree. Veekel's there to help him out, but look at the lives. Electrify Steel Black, they only have 12, and they can't clear Hixie.
Just get out of his way. Get out of his way. Now's
This
the only
world.
play. The only play is towards A at the moment. Hixie's single-handedly defending B. Doesn't get the full streak, but it's 21v9. Why are we even trying to butter this up? I mean, this would be a miracle for Electrify Steel Black.
One good wife and a stack.
Well,
that's really what you're hoping for. That's
maybe
all
2
you're
good
hoping
wipes.
for. But they're going to have to win a lot of early engagements before they even see that zone. Veekel, great position. How are they going to attack this? They have a minute. They can work it. They can try to play for info, but Veekel winning battles like that's going to make it extremely difficult, and now they're down to 5 lives.
There's no entry anywhere. Hixie was just demon this entire map. Hell, this entire series. Oh my goodness. Ultra NA, a slow start to the day, but they absolutely put on a clinic in this series. Last attempts, last lives for Electrify Steel Black. Or it's, well, getting ready for the flight on the way home. Last chance right here. Have to find a good hit, and as you mentioned, it has to just be a stack. I don't know how you fight off multiple waves as Ultra NA team.
Now they're going to lose Fame. Hixie does end up dropping, but there's only 2 remaining. Pentagram, the last one alive. 13v1, Ultra Academy NA. They get sent down to the lower bracket, but they are running through team after team as they will 3-0 Electrify Steel Black.
Those were some very close maps, and the fact that Ultra NA, every single map, had to be the team to make the adjustments, and boy did they ever. Oh my goodness. And the thing about all of the adjustments that we've seen, who was the one to start it? It was Hixie, almost every single time. On the Tuscan Hardpoint, routes weren't being successful in the first rotation. Take an extra 5 seconds, get there first. Every single time through rotation 2 of those hills. The search and destroy, our aggression's not working out. Hit the brakes, young lad. Get everything set up. Burst with nades, worked out beautifully. And then, how about the play to just dive forward, create openings where there were none available? Hixie MVP of the series in my mind.
I don't know if I've ever seen Hixie play like that.
Me neither.
That was incredible. And that's not just that map. We go back to map 1.
All 3 maps.
He was doing the exact same thing. That was a fantastic performance coming through there for Charlie. And my goodness, you see it here as well. A lot of highlights throughout this one. Defense the entire way through. Feels like we've had a lot of these map modes today where it's been offense the whole way through, but so many nail biters when it comes down to these rounds. But Hixie the route man, Hixie playing his life, you name it. It was the MVP of this series without a doubt, played out of his mind. And Ultra Academy NA, I'm sure, feeling great making it over to Sunday.
And I just have to say, while we're seeing highlights on both sides, what a tournament from Electrify Steel Black, bro.
Yes, yes.
I mean, for a team that is the core 3 of not your champions of last year, but I think in a lot of people's minds that followed fanatically around with Challengers, the best team in North American Challengers last year because they didn't miss an elite. They were constantly top 2. Really rough start to the year for that core 3. This tournament, huge turning point. Same can be said about Fame as well. Really kind of mediocre year, I think, for a lot of people's minds coming off of Modern Warfare into Cold War. But boy, did he have a tournament. A hell of a show for a 4th place finish for those guys.
Absolutely. I'm sure they got to be feeling pretty good. That's, a lot. I think Pentagram's best placing for sure, right?
This
Top
year,
5, I think, was best before this. So, this is a lot to build off of. And they did not have a lot of reps, right? They almost won the Search and Destroy on no Search and Destroy practice whatsoever, all the way to around 11, 1v1. 0.1 on the clock, by the way, right? It doesn't get any closer than that, literally. So, a heartbreaker at the end of the day, but they certainly showed out. They gave us some great games, Alan. An incredible series all the way through for both these squads.
So that means now, of course, with them finishing at 4th, that there are 3 that remain. As we take a look back over at our bracket, the upper finals had a bit of a delay on it due to some health issues on one side. That's been postponed to tomorrow morning. You all better be here in the morning. 8:30 a.m. is when that's scheduled to start Eastern time. If you're at home, get the coffee maker ready to go. Have it scheduled, have that package ready to get you going, because it's going to be an unbelievable display. Ironblood Gaming, the team that actually sent both Ultra NA and Electrify Steel Black down to the lower bracket. But on the other side, Shady Kings, even though their bracket themselves was a little bit of a softer one compared to some of the teams that we had, they are looking so complete as a full unit. That's going to be a barn burner. And then, of course, immediately after that, right around 10 o'clock in the morning, we're going to get the loser of that now playing up against Ultra NA. And, of course, the grand finals to complete everything before the CDL starts. Do not miss any of that.
No, don't miss any of it. It's going to be one hell of a day for the Toronto Challengers Open, the final day. We'll see if, Ultra has a chance to go back-to-back here, Alan. They won the Rocker event, won Stage 3 Elite. They want to keep the golds coming. They want to keep the wins coming here, but there is a lot of great teams. You have Ironblood Gaming left that sent them down to that lower bracket. That's really one of the big 3 that I see left in this tournament here. But, whoever's going down to face Ultra, we know that one's going to be really special. There is so much great talent left here, Alan. It's been an incredible day number 2.
You have to have a smile on your face.
Oh, it feels good, man.
It's just been, honestly, just from top to bottom, an unbelievable event so far. But with that, of course, well, we're at that point.
We're at that point,
Alan. We can't do this all day. I know we want to.
I know.
But they don't let us. Production just said, no, you can't do that all day. They didn't actually say that. Production's been crushing it. You guys are cute. But I think the biggest thing about this is the fact that we've had great international representation today.
That's right.
Even though EU didn't necessarily have the run that they did during Minnesota, they still looked really good. A lot of surprises from that region. Latin America still showed up and gave a lot of headaches around once again at this event. It's just a hell of a time to be doing Call of Duty in Canada, that's for sure.
It's incredible, man. Like I said it earlier, we haven't had esports in Canada in such a long time. Feels so good to have it back here. It's been incredible throughout the CDL event, throughout Challengers. Massive, props to everyone showing out here
absolutely.
as well. It's been great to see the support. So we're excited for tomorrow, man. We're going to get some great barn burner matchups. I cannot wait to dive into Championship Sunday.
8:30 in the morning.
Be there.
I know it sounds early, all right? I get it. Make some coffee, get ready to go for it, and be right back here on youtube.com/COD Challengers. We're going to sign off for the evening, but we'll catch you right back here for Championship Sunday from the pit. Till that point, keep holding it down. Later, bye-bye.